Webster's dictionary defines season 3 of Glee as one of the seasons of Glee of all time. After the massive success of season 1 and the continued interest of the second season, showrunners and co-creators Ryan Murphy, Ian Brennan, and Brad Falchuk were tasked with maintaining the relative success of their dramedy sitcom set in Lima, Ohio. This season sees the show take on storylines such as queer acceptance and rejection, a student attempting to take their own life, domestic abuse and its harsh realities, and even Will Schuester admitting that he, as a Spanish teacher, never actually knew how to speak Spanish. But that is for future us. For now us, let me introduce the channel. I am Josh and the editor is Blake. Say hi, Blake. And what we try to do here is find out who the most GLEE-VIL and GLUD characters in Glee are. Encourage a trans student to be their true self? GLUD. Attempt to have CPS take away a child from a caring mother? GLEE-VIL. If you haven't seen the first 3 videos covering the previous 2 seasons of Glee, I would highly recommend you give them a watch, as it'll make this video make a little bit more sense. You know, that is if you have the spare 14 hours. If not, just know that I'm using a high-tech science-based formula known as me with a Google Sheets account to go over every single action taken across the 22 episodes of season 3 of Glee and assign gloints, that's Glee points, to determine who is the most GLUD, or good, or GLEE-VIL, evil, character in this season. At the end, we'll tally everything up for season 3 as well as the series total up to this point. These videos take an immense amount of time to create, with just myself spending over 70 hours just watching content, an additional 120 plus hours of scripting, assigning gloints, and convincing myself to not throw the entire series out the window for the sake of my own glanity. So if you enjoy this, please like and subscribe. Even if you hate the videos, hit the like button because that would make me super angry. Ooh, that would make me so angry if you did that. Don't even think about pressing the subscribe button. That would really pee me oh. Now that all of that is out of the way, let's get into what you're all here for. Welcome to Hash On Season 3 of Glee. Season 3 starts up and the Jacob and Israel recap from season 2 was just so fantastic, you know they had to continue the bit.
Shalom blogosphere!
He tells the camera and the audience that this is the senior year for many of McKinley High students. In fact, I would harbor a guess that that's true for about 25% of the student body. However, we and he are only interested in the elite few seniors that have captivated our attention thus far. Finn, Mike, Rachel, Kurt, Mercedes, not you Artie, not you Tina, Santana, Brittany, and Quinn. This segment works as a means to both set the audience's expectations to potentially say goodbye to 8 main characters as they are set to graduate, while also highlighting their future plans. Rachel and Kurt want to apply to Juilliard, and Finn has plans.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
Me? Yeah, I have plans.
Mike is waiting on his mom to decide if he's going to Harvard or Stanford. Mercedes plans to marry an athlete, and this is, of course, introduced in the same line of dialogue that writes off Sam, aka Chord, aka Trouty Mouth's character, and no, I'm not joking.
Says you're officially dating Sam Evans, aka Trouty Mouth, aka Hobo McVeeber.
Honey, that is so June. Yes, Sam and I dated, but his dad got a job out of state.
Santana wants to be Cheerios' top hoe and model her life after Latina icon Paula Abdul, who JBI very quickly points out isn't Latina.
Paula Abdul is an Arab.
And Brittany wants to build a time machine.
Wait. Are you working on a time machine too?
Really quick side note though, JBI really hit the hard A on Arab, no?
An Arab.
I think technically I shouldn't give points here, but it certainly feels like I very easily could. But really, this more sticks out to me as the gliders playing really fast and loose with like that post 9/11 anti-Arab Islamophobic sentiment like we saw back in season 2.
Mr. Kurtama?
Dude, why didn't you just tell us you wanted to pray in Muslim?
I'm not Muslim, I'm a Sikh.
Oh my God! And now let's just take a second to do some learning, because throughout these videos so far I've referenced the gliders or the Glee writers many times for their often strange, rude, or just lackluster choices in writing. But in seasons 1 and 2, the only gliders were the 3 show creators Ryan Murphy, Brad Falchuk, and Ian Brennan. They admittedly called their own writing style fast and loose, and starting in season 3, a 6-person gliding team was hired. So here's to hoping that the lazy writing picks it up a notch as we move forward in the series. I wouldn't get your hopes up though. For now, I personally think the gliders should get an award for figuring out how to be so racist in 2 different ways. Boiling down Mercedes' opening plot of the season as her sort of just being like a trophy wife / gold digger completely erases not only her talent, but also her individuality. And JBI hitting the hard A on Arab, I mean, just wonderful job. You did it. You did great, gliders. Those 2 moments aside, hand-waving away Chord's character, someone who had pivotal moments in season 2 and had become a main part of the Glee cast, is just so asinine. I couldn't possibly imagine them doing that more than once. Especially not more than once in this episode, and especially not in like, I don't know, about 2 minutes. Place your bets below on which character they unceremoniously write out next. To finish up the intro, Finn is walking through the halls of McKinley and gets some slushies to the face thanks to the hockey team, who seem to be replacing the background bullies as top dogs of the school. Now, listen, I know what you're all thinking. Mr. Hush, you haven't even mentioned the status of Will Schuester's penis. Well, hold your horses because I have a treat just for you.
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Guess who woke up right before I did?
I haven't brushed yet.
Well, I have brushed my teeth, and I still don't care that Willie Schuester is erect. So jot that down, Emma. We get filled in on Will and Emma's relationship as Emma makes both of them breakfast. They pack each other's lunches in Superman and Wonder Woman lunchboxes, and they head off to work together. Clearly, these two had a full-on budding romance over the summer, and I, for one, am grateful that I don't have to witness a more horny version of Scar from The Lion King if he were a human, gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss his way into the pants of someone allergic to glum.
How about in there?
In the photo booth?
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, let's do that. This is gonna be great. What's wrong with her?
Well, based on her symptoms, she has seminal plasma hypersensitivity.
What does that mean?
She's allergic to your semen.
Oh, wait, sorry. A different show. Back to this show though. Will has placed all of the Glub's trophies in the middle of the room as a sort of motivational tactic to push the Glee Club towards a win at Nationals. He promises to stay focused as their coach and not do something stupid like, I don't know, fuck off in New York to chase your dreams of making it on Broadway. The Glub is excited, though they hold some resentments towards a select few of the Gloop.
Hey, you know what I regret? Being the laughingstock of the show choir world.
Mercedes has a point. Finn and Rachel's The Kiss That Missed already has 20,000 views on YouTube. And the comment section is just full of pithy banter like, why is that T-Rex eating the Jew?
20,000 views on YouTube? That's not impressive at all for a professional YouTuber like myself. And I don't even get vaguely anti-Semitic comments such as, why is that T-Rex eating the Jew? No, I get comments like, haha, you're fat and ugly and I hate your style, good video though. But comments like that and views like this wouldn't be possible without all of your support. So please, if you enjoy the content, hit the like button and subscribe, and maybe leave a comment like, wow, you're so hot and I love your facial hair / necklace combo. Very cool. It would make me feel a lot better. Turns out the Glee Club is down 3 members from last year. We already know about Chord, aka Sam Evans, RIP to the jacked version of Fred. But what about the other 2? Do you remember when I said they wouldn't write a character out of the show as poorly as they did with Chord twice in the same episode?
We're 3 men down.
Yeah, only because Puckerman couldn't convince Ices to stay.
What we had was hot. But after the debacle of Nationals, the Glee Club is not, and my cool factor can't withstand it, all right? My rep is in free fall. Don't be sad. We'll always have Subway.
I mean, at least they gave her a scene. Though that's not much of a consolation prize, as this effectively serves as the last time we will ever see Lauren Zeises on the show. And look, folks, at this point of my Glee watch, I'm almost as invested in the behind the scenes of the show as I am with the show itself. So I got to Googling, why did Lauren and Sam get written out so haphazardly? Before I get too deep into this is a speculation warning. Blake put on speculation warning alarm sounds. I am being parasocial. Most of what I'm about to say is not confirmed nor denied, but it is not confirmed either, nor denied. As for what happened with Sam, it's pretty simple. Cord Overstreet, the actor who plays Sam, declined to return to Glee so he could focus on his own solo music career. Now, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but Sam does eventually make a return in season 3. And when Cord was asked, he said, well, my schedule opened back up, which is great for him, but it leaves me to wonder, why did the show need Sam back in the Glee Club? If Cord made this decision prior to the beginning of Glee season 3 recording, then you would think that the 6-person writing team and the showrunners might be thrown for a bit of a loop when they realize they need to push him back into the plot. Almost certainly it would mean another actor's role was being diminished, no? Enter Ashley Fink, who portrays Lauren Zeises. Remember just last season when Lauren had major plot lines of being recruited in the Glee Club, dating Puck, being the recipient of all the fat jokes whenever Mercedes wasn't plot relevant? Well, showrunner and oft-villainous Ryan Murphy had Lauren be written out of the Glee Club here in episode 1, but he had actually promised and promoted a storyline between Kurt and Lauren. And it makes sense, right? Because these two characters at this point of the show were fan favorites. How awesome would that storyline be? However, and again, this is just pure fan speculation, Ryan Murphy and Chris Colfer, who plays Kurt, would often butt heads on the set of Glee. Ashley Fink was best friends with Chris. In order to punish, yes, punish Chris, Ryan Murphy allegedly decided to remove the Ashley/Kurt storyline, which naturally caused Ashley to be upset and she left the show, though she makes some small appearances here and there. And you have to remember, Glee isn't just a show. Many interviews exist where former Glee actors talk about how demanding being on the show was, with constantly learning choreo, evolving scripts, etc.
Actually, when I was in it, I was so in it that you were kind of just blinded by everything, and that show was notoriously one of the most difficult television shows to film. We, you know, when we weren't on, we weren't filming, we were in recording studio or in dance rehearsals. So it was so hard, and then the press on top of that, it was such a difficult show to film.
Ultimately, Glee demands so much of the performers' time that they felt they had to turn down other career opportunities, that way they can remain on Glee. Which is why this is like a repeating pattern with characters who have left the show. Puck left last season for 2 episodes, Sam and Ashley in season 3, and I'm sure others in future seasons of the show. So that's why Sam had to be brought back as a character, to take over Lauren's chair in the Glee Club, all because 46-year-old Ryan Murphy was butting heads with 21-year-old Chris Colfer. Allegedly. Now, while this Glee tour was parasocial and speculative, it was semi-based in reality. I read articles, I browsed through online blogs, I listened to podcasts, namely the episodes of And That's What You Really Missed featuring Ashley Fink, titled Ashley Fink Spills the Tea Parts 1 and 2. And in these episodes, we learn a bit about Ryan Murphy's show-running tendencies. Ashley mentions that she felt uncomfortable that every scene Lauren was in, she was made to be eating something. It took Stacey K. Black, head of the hair and makeup department of the show, to tell Ryan Murphy to not make every scene with Lauren involve food, because he's such a dog shit writer. He thinks fat people are just eating always, all the time. Now, if you like tea, I'd recommend this episode, though be warned, it feels like roughly 99% of this podcast is just 2 out-of-touch ex-Glee actors in Jenna Ushkowitz, who plays Tina, and Kevin McHale, who plays Artie, failing to remember anything interesting about their time on the show. Oh, what's that? You want me to stop yapping and continue about Glee itself? Got it. Well, now that we know that Sam and Lauren are out, what about that third missing Glee Club member? Well, that happens to be one Quinn Fabray. She's been MIA from the Glee Club, but if you think I'm bad about going on forced tangents in the middle of important Glee plots, then check this out.
Where's Quinn?
MIA. No one's heard from her.
No one's gonna join Mr. Shu.
They will. All they need is a little inspiration, and I happen to have some, courtesy of Al Mata of Modest Pianos. Bring him in, guys. You guys are gonna love this.
Whoa. Okay, if there are purple pianos involved in this, I am on board.
Who cares about Quinn? We have purple pianos. One Mr. Mata, and we can remember that name for later, donated some old pianos, and Will painted them purple as a means to implement this week's lesson. He is to place these, quote, grapey uprights. Wait, I'm sorry, that cannot be what he actually said.
Now, I'm gonna be placing these grapey uprights randomly throughout the school.
Okay, yeah, grapey uprights. They're put throughout the school, and at any time a member of the Glee Club comes across one, they are meant to break out in song as a way to entice other students into joining the Glee Club. Mr. Shu, I cannot say I did not miss your terrible, terrible ideas for lesson plans. After this purple piano project is launched, or P-cubed, Kurt and Rachel take a trip to Emma's office for a special moment.
We have an important announcement to make. Kurt and I will be auditioning for Juilliard, the nation's premier performing arts school.
That's a very good plan, guys.
It's fabulous.
Except Juilliard doesn't have a musical theater department.
Emma walks him through how stupid they both are, and then recommends that they apply to NIADA, the New York Academy for Dramatic Arts.
U.S. News and World Report ranked them the #1 school in the nation for musical theater. It's really competitive. They only take about 20 students a year. But they do a regular mixer for prospective students, and this year, the Midwest's top talent is rubbing elbows down at the Dayton Doubletree on Thursday night. You could go and check out the competition.
So we are set up for Rachel and Kurt to meet some competition for their collegiate dreams. And like we all know at this point, Kurt and Rachel are extremely talented. So as long as they aren't set up to compete against near clones of themselves, they should be all right. Sue gets her first appearance with Becky informing her that she's falling behind in the polls.
Becky, the special election to fill Ken Heart Attack Wygant's congressional seat is in 2 months. And I am in 9th place at 6%. I thought the people wanted a candidate who was for something. That's why I took that pro-deportation stance.
Yes, Sue is still running for office, and she is upset that the people aren't resonating with her pro-deportation status. I mean, Sue, it looks like you were just 13 years too early. She decides instead of being pro-something, she should be anti-something.
I need to find something everyone hates. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized that song might be the national anthem from whatever country you're from.
That's really offensive.
Yeah, so that's just like straight up racist. In case you missed it, Tina was playing the song Chopsticks on the piano, hence Mike's reaction. So minus 250 times 2 gloints to Sue. And maybe add another minus 50 times 2 for destroying the piano as a means to improve her political standings. And while all of this is innately Gleeville, it does seem to have worked for Sue.
Thank you. You're welcome. Those artsy kids, they think they can get away with anything. People who call themselves artists think the rules don't apply to them. It's so arrogant. Bless you, Sue Sylvester. You got my vote.
Really securing the racist old white people vote. Again, Sue, you may just be 13 years too early. Blaine's season 3 debut is up next as he and Kurt are at the coffee shop. Blaine had promised Kurt that he would make a decision by the first day of school on whether to stay at Dalton or transfer to McKinley. And given Blaine's outfit in this scene, it seems he's still at Dalton. They share some cheeky banter about their situation.
If you stay at Dalton, you and I are competitors.
That's true.
And I'm just not sure that our buddying love can survive that. And I know what that does to you when I win.
Kurt clarifies that he just wants to spend more time with his boyfriend during his senior year, and they clasp hands as we are shot back to McKinley for arguably the least thought out storyline of the show thus far.
Senior year, and I've finally found myself. I'm not sure what the tipping point was. Dyeing my hair, the nose ring, my ironic tattoo of Ryan Seacrest. But one thing I know, I'm never going back.
I really just do not buy Punk Quinn at all. Maybe it's Diana Agron's portrayal, or maybe it's the god-awful writing Glee has for anyone who isn't named Kurt. But regardless, be prepared for me to really hate on who the show calls Skank Quinn. Britannia do their best to coax Quinn back to Cheerios, but she rejects their invitation with just an awful, awful line delivery.
People grow apart. Deal with it. I've got new friends now, and they accept me for who I am.
We get introduced to the Skanks, or the group of gals that Quinn is hanging out with under the bleachers, looking intimidating and blasting darts. Rachel comes by and tries to do her own coaxing of Quinn, this time trying to bring Quinn back to the Glee Club, but once again, Skank Quinn, aka Squin Kank, rejects the offer. Next up, Sue's Corner, as Sue lays out her new political campaign messaging.
And you know what's getting me down, Western Ohio? The arts in public schools. Why? Because America is failing. China is on our ass, people. This isn't the 1960s anymore when jobs were plentiful. If you honor me by electing me your representative, I will suspend all public school arts programs and reject all federal and state funding for the arts until every single student reads at or above grade level.
Xenophobia? Defunding the Department of Education? I mean, minor speculation warning, but I think what we're learning here is that Donald John Trump is a Gleek. And not to get too political, but Will takes his personal qualms to Figgins' office as if the principal of the public high school in Lima, Ohio, has any say on whether or not Sue's political campaign is successful. And now I know we are at this point 14 minutes into the first episode of season 3 of Glee, and I can hear all of you hoshers clamoring for more news about Will's cock. So get ready for an update. Because while Will tries to worm his way into seeming worried about his students and students in the arts statewide, we are unfortunately force-fed some Wemma plot.
You're not just threatening an arts program, you're threatening my livelihood. I need job security. I'm in a relationship now. I'm thinking about starting a family.
No, how is it going with Emma? I'm sure everything in the bedroom's just completely normal.
Yes. No. It's so frustrating. I get the green light and the red light comes just as quickly.
Okay, first off, Will Schuester, consent king. I didn't see that coming. Second off, why are we talking about Willie Schuester for the second time in less than 15 minutes? Sue leaves Will and Figgins by letting Will know that she's got a temporary truce on the Glee Club as she runs for office and threatens him to not interfere. She then calls Becky and Santana into her office to let them know that they're being named co-captains of the Cheerios, and this scene is just rife with ableism and body shaming and little tinges of pedophilia. So let's just run the clip.
No way. I can't work with her. Nah. See, let me tell you how this gonna be, if I may. When I look at a person, I don't see someone who looks a certain way or has this or that amount of chromosomes. I just see someone who I may or may not have to destroy. So if you ever tell me what to do, I will end you. But damn bags.
Ladies, I am aroused. However, we have a more pressing issue at hand.
Sue tasks her new co-captains with destroying the Glub's purple pianos and to make it look like an accident. So another, let's say, 500 Glee-VIL points to Sue. Now, loyal Hashan fans, I know what you are thinking, and this time, it isn't about Will Schuester's dangly bits. No. This time you're thinking, boy, this is a show about Glee clubs and we're 16 minutes into the episode without a performance. And you are right. At lunch, Rachel calls out to the rest of the Glee club for not performing with the purple piano so proudly placed in the one room students have to not think about homework for a couple of minutes, the lunchroom. So anyway, they use the purple piano to play a song. What are some famous songs that only use piano that the Glee Club might play? Beethoven's Bagtelli number 25 in A minor? Chopin's Nocturnes? Chomsky's The Seasons? Okay, I'm being a little silly. Let's be fair to the show and suspend our belief a little bit. They surely can't do a song that's entirely piano. So what's a famous song that prominently features piano? If you're thinking 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton, you are close. Maybe the phrase How to Save a Life, that's a good one. Clocks by Coldplay would even work. The possibilities of pop songs that feature piano are nearly endless. What, pray tell, did Glee decide on? The Go-Go's We Got the Beat. The song that opens with kick, kick, kick snare features a prominent bass guitar riff and, most importantly, not a single key instrument in the entire original arrangement. And I said this before, I'm willing to suspend a little bit of belief for the show here. Like, they're making a dramedy for television. But when the plot is to sing around a piano, and then you just bring in an entire session band to perform the song, and none of their instruments are even purple, it's just like a little upsetting to me as a certified Glidiot, to put it lightly. And they could like have done a different arrangement and like use the piano, but no, the Glee music team decided to effectively replace the rhythm guitar with the piano and perform the song nearly identically to the original. And while I'm obsessed with how lazy of a song selection this was in terms of its plot relevance, the song does seem to catch the eyes of one prospective Glee Club member as seen here.
We got the beat.
As the song closes, Becky throws what appears to be broccoli onto Rachel, which incites a food fight, so minus 200 gloints to Becky, who is really starting to take after Sue. The Glids are very frustrated that Mr. Schue's nearly flawless P-cubed plan backfired so hard. Or did it? Because someone comes in to join the Glee Club.
You guys sucked ass. I'm Sugar Mata, and I have self-diagnosed Asperger's, so I can pretty much say whatever I want. I'm like a diplomat's daughter.
How can we help you, Sugar?
Here's the deal. I'm awesome, and I want to be a big, big star. And when I saw you guys singing and dancing in the cafeteria, I thought, I'm so much better than you. Sorry, Asperger's.
Look at that! We finally have autism representation on the show. Never mind that it's an incredibly offensive and reductive representation, it's representation nonetheless. Now, Hoshers, once again, I know what you're thinking, and it's the same thing as Kurt, so we'll just let Mercedes answer that question for you.
Sugar Mata, why does that name sound familiar?
Oh, her dad is a rich dude that donated the purple pianos.
Sugar is then asked to perform a song to showcase her talents to the Glee Club, and let's just say, as someone who can't sing very well, I'm also feeling represented by Sugar Mata.
The minute you walked in the joint, I could see you were a man of distinction, a real big spender.
This performance leaves everyone unimpressed, but Mr. Schue insists that anyone who auditions for the Glee Club gets in, prompting a rant from Rachel.
You're not doing her any good sheltering Sugar from the truth, okay? High school is where you learn. It's survival of the fittest. She's gonna drag the New Directions down, and that's not fair. You said the other day that you would do anything to get us to nationals. Okay, and she is gonna keep us from winning that elusive crown. If anything, she's gonna kill all of our chances.
Will discusses Sugar with Coach Beast, who seems to have taken over the always eating on screen role now that Lauren is gone, as she starts to work on a full rotisserie chicken. Beast gives Will the advice of creating a more competitive environment to foster a winning culture within the club before Emma interrupts with some Sue news.
Curveball. Sue just passed undecided and anyone white in the polls.
What are you gonna do?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Sue wants to declare war on the arts? Well, General Schuester is about to launch a counteroffensive.
General Schuester is the kind of vibes the guy who hangs around the high school seniors parties, even though he graduated 3 years ago. It's just General Schuester vibes. Before Warhawk General Schuster's offensive plans are unrolled, we are treated to another performance of a Wizard of Oz inspired IP by Kurt and Rachel, this time being Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, as performed by Barbra Streisand and Harold Arlen. The scene is meant to be like this lame excuse to use another purple piano, but also as like a warm-up of sorts for Kurt and Rachel's NYADA gathering, where they hope to intimidate the other NYADA hopefuls. Meanwhile, the Cheerios are holding tryouts, and you'll never guess who launches an offensive.
Candidate Sylvester, I think you could use a little showbiz sparkle. Every tiny grain of this glitter represents a kid whose dream won't come true if you get elected and end school arts programs. John F. Kennedy once said the arts are the roots of our culture. The arts enrich our lives and help kids achieve in all walks of life. Sue Sylvester, you just got glitter bombed. You get that? Okay, come on.
Now, this may sound a little crazy. But Will Schuester, Luigi Mangioning,
you just got glitter bombed.
Allegedly. Sue Sylvester,
I will suspend all public school arts programs.
An obvious stand-in for UHC CEO Brian Thompson here, is actually kind of sick. It's true activism. It's standing up for what he believes in. It's General Schuester. We cut away and we see Blaine standing at a distracted Kurt's locker.
Hey, you.
Aren't you a sight for these sore eyes?
Bad day?
Bad week, more like it. Wait, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at a warbler practice? You know, putting the fine-tuning touches on a new Katy Perry showstopper?
Okay, for someone who loves clothes so much, I can't believe you haven't noticed that I'm not in my warbler outfit.
Blaine, turns out, has decided to transfer to McKinley. Not for Kurt, but because he can't stand to be apart from Kurt. A very cool move, Blaine. No gloints, of course, but I'll never say no to more Darren Criss Angel. A sentence I'm sure I'll never regret saying. As a sort of hello to McKinley High and the New Directions, Blaine gets the entire session band in the quad to perform Tom Jones' It's Not Unusual. Really cramming in the musical numbers now, aren't you, Glee? Also, can we take a look at Kurt's scarf? I mean, congratulations to Wardrobe for finding the ugliest thing I think I've ever seen. Surely this never looked good, right? Like, not even in 2012. Blaine kills the performance as he is wont to do, and I'm just glad that Blaine being out of the Warblers might just mean less a cappella on the show. I still have to deal with the show tunes and probably tap dancing, but I'll take the small wins when I can. Quinn's had enough of the performance and she flicks a cigarette onto a piano doused in lighter fluid. While Santana distracted everyone while dancing, and yes, that is the actual plot. Minus 500 points to Santana for setting up a dangerous gasoline fire in a public place that could have resulted in serious injury, and minus 500 points to Quinn for being the arsonist. Kurt has now ditched his last ugly scarf for a new ugly scarf as they head to the NYADA mixer. And scenes like this are what makes me come back to Glee for two reasons. The first reason, it really shows how much the showrunners can do with their IP. As Kurt and Rachel show up to the NYADA mixer, they are greeted by Harmony, along with a bunch of other aspiring applicants. And remember earlier when I said that Rachel and Kurt would have a fair shot at getting into NYADA as long as they don't go against clones of themselves? So as long as they aren't set up to compete against near clones of themselves, they should be alright. Well, each one of these actors was chosen to be a clone of sorts of either Rachel or Kurt, and they are all actually wearing pieces of Kurt and Rachel's past wardrobes on Glee. Harmony even has a star necklace as a nod to Rachel's connections to gold stars. This meeting with other, frankly more prepared and successful versions of themselves is a harrowing look in the mirror for Kurt and Rachel as they realize there are many other talented people in the world, a big fish, small pond type beat. A very well thought out and meaningful moment for two of our main characters. And then there's the second reason why this scene reminds me of the reasons I come back to Glee. Harmony is portrayed by one Lindsay Pierce, who, if you don't know, has made quite a name for herself by portraying Elphaba in Wicked for her Broadway debut in 2020, and had her national tour debut as Janice Sarkeesian in Mean Girls. But that's not why. This show has sunk its claws into the recesses of my mind, leaving my thoughts to unrelentlessly be consumed by all things Glee. The reason why this God-forsaken show is constantly on my mind is because Lindsay H. Pierce, born April 30th, 1991, was a contestant on a show called The Glee Project. Now, I hear some of you asking, Hosh, what is the Glee Project? Well, let me tell you. It was a reality TV competition show where the winner of the competition would get a 7-episode arc on Glee. It took place between seasons 2 and 3 of Glee, as well as between seasons 3 and 4. So I thought, hey, I'll give it a watch. It'll be worth a few laughs and maybe a little paragraph in this Glee script, but no, it was so much more. I watched 11 episodes of the Glee Project, each nearly an hour long, on 2 times speed in a row. And if you want to see my thoughts on that, head on over to patreon.com/Hashon, where we have a nearly 2-hour video going over this entire series in a much looser form than this video. We also have other bonus content such as outtakes and even figuring out who the most cringe person on Pitch Perfect is. But to not spoil too much of that video or the Glee Project as a show, Lindsay was actually given this role before the competition had even ended. I highly recommend watching the Glee Project as it gives this really interesting behind the scenes look on the egomaniacs that run Glee. And Blake, let's just show a clip here of what people are missing. Bryce, I think, tried to do too much with the register of the song, and he kind of is messing up, and it's not great because he's already like got Zach pissed at him. So let's just check in to see how Zach is enjoying Bryce's downfall. Self-plugs aside, Rachel and Kurt want to show off their rendition of Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, but before they can get that chance, the Niata crew bust out a performance of potentially my worst nightmare, a mashup that includes tap dancing. They mash up Anything Goes from the musical of the same name and Anything You Can Do from the musical Annie Get Your Gun. And as I have said many, many times before while watching the Glee Project, Lindsay Pierce is a very talented performer in a very similar vein as Leah Michele. And the song selection is just like perfect to really show off how talented she is. Roses all around for this scene. I genuinely mean that. And then on top of all of that, I learned that Rachel and I both drive a Chevy Volt. And this screenshot of Rachel's Chevy Volt is at time code 3333, an angel number. And the next scene has one of the funniest gaffes in the entire show that my wonderful girlfriend Aurora pointed out to Blake and I on our first watch of the episode. Oh, what a great time to be alive, folks. But what is that gaffe? Well, Rachel and Kurt go to cry in the Chevy Volt as they realize they've big fish's small pond. And while they've come to terms that their life is just going to suck and they're destined to be losers, Kirby gives this extremely motivational speech as it begins to rain. And it comes down in buckets. And not metaphorically, literally it comes down in buckets. Look at how bad the fake rain is on the window of the car.
Look at yourself. What do you see? Come on.
Sad, puffy, red eyes filled with dashed hopes and dreams.
Okay, so they have more experience. They have more talent, but you are fierce, Rachel.
This is a very nice scene between Rachel and Kurt, and that has a ton of emotion and character development implications, and it's just like completely undercut by the props and effects department just absolutely flubbing the rain. And mind you, I too am an owner of a first generation Chevy Volt, so I know what rain looks like on a Volt window, and it's not that. The scene is ultimately saved at the end as we get this seemingly improvised moment between Chris and Leah.
Swear it. We're gonna do this.
You realize we just did the gay high five?
Yeah, we did.
As Rachel and Kurt's dreams have been brought down to earth, it's time for Mr. Schu to end the dreams of one Sugar Mata. Emma gives him a pep talk at home and he's off to Sugar's locker.
Obviously, your ears are busted because I worked that song like a hooker pole. It's no biggie. I'll come in and I'll do it again.
Sugar, I'm sorry. You can't sing. The answer is no. But I love your enthusiasm, and I'd be so happy to work with you. So...
You know what? Who cares what you think? Nobody. You're a washed-up Broadway wannabe who's stuck in Lima and has led the Glee Club to how many national wins? Oh, I'm sorry, 0. Not Asperger's.
Okay, Sugar, welcome to the Gleaderboard. You see, if she would have said yes, Asperger's, I couldn't give her GLEE-VIL points because that would be mean on my end. But she ended her line of insults with not Asperger's, which means I'm safe from being called ableist. Checkmate, liberals. Blake, do you think I can ironically say checkmate liberals in the new Glee video? No, you don't think the joke is worth it? And you don't think putting on this fake phone conversation is worth it either? Okay, just cut it all then. Sue takes this moment of Will's low point to inform him that his glittering actually helped Sue win the polls, somehow. Which kind of just goes to show that activism doesn't really accomplish anything and we should just thank our corporate overlords for the treats they give us. Wait, no. That can't be what I meant to write. Blake, we'll get a second take with a more progressive message. Just give me a second. Blaine is then introduced to the New Directions as their newest member. But this introduction isn't quite as warm as you might expect. Especially cold with his welcoming is known homophobe Finn Fimbo Hudson.
Is there a problem, guys?
I just want Blaine to know that we're not the Warblers. You know, we're not into the bells and whistles or the ball hog. You know?
I'm sorry, did I do something wrong?
Well, yeah, you set a bonfire in our courtyard.
Actually, Doorknob, that was an act of political protest.
Which leads me to the next order of business. Santana, you need to leave. It was you and the Cheerios who set fire to our piano. How could you do that?
Mr. Schu, Sue made me.
Brittany didn't do it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna help, but I don't know, I'm a water sign, so.
Wow, I mean, you know, I've had my fair share of criticisms of Glee and its writing, especially in season 2, but season 3 is actually shaping up to be a good season. Rachel, determined to build her resume for NYADA, announces that this year's school musical will be West Side Story, a show that I've never seen, so I can't wait to watch yet another piece of media for this show. Kurt also announces he's running for class president, and we get one last P-cubed as Rachel starts singing You Can't Stop the Beat from Hairspray, before the club takes the auditorium stage donning purple costumes as the episode comes to a close. The club is still down 3 members as Quinn is still a skank, Sam is still in a different state, and Lauren is still written off. And Blaine's transfer merely offsets the loss of Santana. This was by far the lowest total GLEE-VIL points scored in a season premiere, which makes sense as this was also the first season premiere of Glee that didn't have someone walk in on someone showering. Sue takes the top spot for the GLE episode with minus 1,500 gloins. Episode 2 opens and we see Kurt still has a reminder on the inside of his locker of what the lion from The Wizard of Oz was missing. Brittany approaches him and asks to run Kurt's class president campaign. Brittany, aka Brit Glee, yes, Brit Glee, I know sometimes I don't really enunciate, but it's Brittany and Glee, reaching out and telling Kurt all of the things that make him awesome in her eyes is one of the sweetest moments in the show that I can remember. So plus 300 GLUD points to Brittany. The first GLUD points of the season, and let's just hope it's not the last. Kurt wonders why Brit Glee doesn't want to run for class president herself, and she replies that she isn't smart enough, leading to one of the best out of context clips in the show.
Then why don't you just run?
I'm not smart enough.
What's the capital of Ohio? Brittany.
Oh.
What? Do you even know who the president is?
Well, I am.
Kurt accepts Brit Glee's help and they make a plan to work on campaign posters. Will then gathers the club and reminds the viewers as well as the kids that Vocal Adrenaline didn't win nationals, they took second place, which led to their coach Dustin Goolsby getting fired. The coach position is still vacant as the position is too stressful of a spot for anyone in their right mind to take it. At least that's how Hosh sees it. With Vocal Adrenaline hamstrung, Will announces that he is not leading the school musical as he wants to focus purely on the Glee Club. We'll get into the musical stuff a bit later, but for now, let's see what Will's plan is for the Glee Club to overtake Vocal Adrenaline this year.
Focus has to be in here. Nationals, nationals, nationals. And it's not just me that's gonna have to focus harder this year. I've been too easy on you. So every day after choir practice, I am instituting a mandatory booty camp so that we can work on our dancing. Now, it's not for all of you, just the people that I think need help. Like
Ben.
How did you know? And Puckerman, Hummel?
I must protest.
You can't have one move, Kurt. It's like this sachet, and it's super distracting.
Jones.
What? Hell to the nizzy no.
You told me once you were Beyonce. You don't think she spends extra time in the dance studio?
Now, I hate to be the one to criticize Will Schuester's teaching methods, but what? If you're having a booty camp, is it not kind of messed up to single out kids in front of the others? Especially Mercedes, when Rachel is like far from an excellent dancer herself and actively does more destructive things to the Glee Club than anybody else in that room. And almost as proof of Rachel's lackluster New Direction support, she follows up the booty camp announcement with this.
Hey, Mr. Shu, I'm glad that you're so concerned with our special needs members, but what about me? Okay, who's gonna direct the musical?
Ladies and gentlemen, your co-musical directors, Miss Pillsbury and Coach Beast.
Mr. Shu, with all due respect to Miss Pillsbury and Coach Beast, this is crazy. They have absolutely zero experience in directing a musical.
The teachers at this school are already overworked, and unfortunately, a lot of them agree with Sue that the arts are a waste of time. Besides, they are going to have some help. I've decided to include a student director this year.
Mr. Shu, I'm honored, but Barbara was 40 when she directed herself at Yandel, so it's too soon.
I hear you.
I was actually hoping that Artie would take the job. Me?
Okay, so there's a lot to go over right here, and maybe I'll just say it right now. When I first watched this season of Glee in preparation for this video, I was hyped because after episode 1, I thought Glee might be good again. And by the end of this episode, my hopes were shattered. I think it is by far the worst episode of season 2. So there's my bias out of the way, but it's also a good sign that it gets better from here. So a couple of things. Firstly, Rachel being self-centered about the musical seems pretty in character, but Will being so flippant about her directing attention away from the Glee Club is directly hypocritical to the way he's treating Mercedes. Secondly, Emma did costume design on Rocky Horror poorly, might I add, lest we forget the Sam and Finn being naked debacle. I don't know how that means she's going to be good for West Side Story. Thirdly, Beast is coaching football. If Will has no time for the musical, how in the world is Beast supposed to have time when she has to focus getting the team back to championship?
We didn't even have to win this game to go to championship next week, but nobody took it off.
And lastly, Artie gets tapped to direct as well. I guess playing into that storyline of him wanting to do behind the camera work from last season. And as we will see going forward, that plot has its own pitfalls. It's a very, very sloppy beginning to this episode, and trust me, it only gets worse. But before it gets worse, we are reintroduced to a wickedly talented familiar face.
You still make a mean cup of coffee?
Shelby. Oh, great. Someone update the Will Schuester Glee Wiki article that he is rumored to make a mean cup of coffee. Hey, you know what? Be the change you want to see in the world, right? Turns out Shelby is back as a part-time teacher thanks to one Al Mata.
Guy named Al Mata.
Mr. Mata, just so I'm clear, in exchange for this very generous donation, all I have to do is hire Miss Cochran to start a second show choir at McKinley, which features your daughter.
For which I will cover any and all expenses. My sugar's a supernova, Figgy.
You have a deal.
So now there's even more competition for Will and the Glee Club coming from within the halls of McKinley High. Will, to his credit, mentions that he is worried about Shelby's presence negatively affecting Rachel. And you know what? Yeah, fuck you, Shelby. Telling Rachel to fuck off and then adopting Beth and leaving Quinn and Puck out to dry, only to then come back and rub it all in their face. You could have said no to the position or taken a different Glee Club position at a different school. So minus 250 times 2 points to Shelby. I hope you've learned your lesson. Shelby tells Will that she's just waiting for the right time to speak with Rachel, and she's trying to make things right with Puck and Quinn as well. They shake hands as competitors and they walk away. Up next, Quinn and the Skanks are giving a student a very violent swirly to get her lunch money.
Give us your lunch money.
We're hungry. We need something to barf back up.
Don't test me. I was a foster kid, which means I'm used to stabbing people.
Minus 1,000 points to Quinn and the background Skanks. Though as is tradition with background characters, they will be left off the master list. Sue walks in on the Skanks, and I'll give her the benefit of the doubt in that she doesn't know why that girl ran out of the bathroom crying with sopping wet hair. I mean, maybe she fell into a mop bucket and didn't want to tell anyone because she thought she'd get made fun of for being clumsy, so she tried to play it off like she was sweaty and needed to rinse her hair and face, but actually she likes the wet hair and face look, so she didn't bother drying herself off. You know what? Maybe she looked so good that it brought her to tears. Sue takes away Quankskin Sig and drops a truth bomb.
First of all, smoking kills. Second, It really does make you look cooler, doesn't it?
Quinn talks to Sue about how he has nothing else to lose, and Sue takes this opportunity to blame the Glub for Quinn's loss of her child, her friends, and her high pony. Sue offers Quinn a spot in her political campaign to target the Glub, and Quinn accepts given Sue provides couches for the skanks under the bleachers on account of all the smoking they're doing, leading to difficulty with standing. But damn, do they look cool. Brickley and Kurt are working on his glampagne, and we get a sneak peek at some of the glowsters.
Okay, we're gonna make 100,000 copies of each poster, and then we'll give each student a swag bag full of this. We're gonna call it Kurt Hummel's Bulging Pink Fun Sack.
And if you look closely, you might just see the joke, which is that Kurt is gay. And Brickley doesn't know that she made very gay glowsters. She just thinks they're unique, because even though she's queer herself, Brickley is so dumb that she doesn't understand why this might be a bad look in the year of our Lord 2011. And I don't know, maybe I'm not the right person to explain the issues with this campaign strategy, so take it away, Kurt.
You know, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but, you know, it's just all wrong. I think it's just, you know, a tad too...
Unicorn?
Gay. I feel like I might as well have a big neon sign above my head that says, you know, gay, diddy, gay, 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 gay.
I mean, you'll need a long extension cord, but I love it.
I'm joking.
Brickley then fails to understand why Kurt doesn't want to be known as a token gay president, and the scene closes. Back at school, we are cranking back up the drama as Puck leads Skank Quinn back to Shelby, and boy, does she have something to say.
You're back. Yeah, I went to New York. Thought I'd do it all, the whole working mother thing. But when I was in rehearsal, even performing, I couldn't stop thinking about Beth. How I could miss her milestones, you know, her first steps, first words, first ever bets. I get it.
Yeah, you're just describing life for like the majority of Americans. Do I agree that sucks and our society should be changed to have less working hours and more time off as a means to allow growth and personal freedoms and foster a healthier world? But you chose to adopt Beth as a single mom after denying having a relationship with Rachel. Why should I feel bad for you? You know what? Maybe I'm not the right person to explain issues with Shelby's sloppy plot. Take it away, Skank.
Neat story. I'm late for a meeting on the roof.
Shelby goes on about how when she gave up Rachel, she would think about every night Rachel's first steps, Rachel's first words, her first everything, and it ate her alive from the inside, knowing that she wouldn't be there. And so Shelby took this job at McKinley High out of the goodness of her heart as a means to allow Quinn to be around Beth if she gets her act together and stops being a skank. And now the show really wants to paint this storyline as a Shelby and Quinn were both forced against their will to adopt out their baby. But Shelby was a surrogate. Quinn was a minor in a hyper-conservative household. Did you just forget that, Glee writers? Because it feels a little important to keep that distinction. Diana Agron and Mark Salling give the acting performances a lifetime as Quinn channels the inner rage of every angsty teen in Ohio.
If you're really serious about Beth, clean up your act.
You think you can tell me what to do? Just because you signed a couple of papers? You're not her mom. I'm her mom.
Quinn.
Me. So, you can pretend all you want. But that is something you are never going to be.
And bad acting aside, god damn is Idina Menzel's face card crazy. Booty camp is officially underway, and we get a slow motion Mike and Mr. Shu dancing in a way that finally answers the question, can you make an extremely talented dancer look lame as hell? And the answer is yes. Mercedes talks about being a park and bark, a performer who, in lieu of doing choreo, stands relatively still and uses her vocal talents the others don't have while the others dance. Mr. Shu talks about the importance of everyone participating in booty camp to have better team cohesion, which immediately falls flat because half of the Glee Club isn't in attendance. While practicing some grapevines, Blaine and Kurt talk about auditioning for the musical. Turns out, both of them were planning on auditioning for the lead male role in West Side Story, Tony.
I'm going to put my light under a bushel, if only to shine brighter for the auditions tomorrow.
I'm still trying to decide between Maria and Something's Coming.
Those are Tony songs. Are you auditioning for Tony too?
Would that be weird?
No, not at all. I mean, you'd be a great Tony. Be the perfect Tony, actually.
Blaine senses Kurt's uneasiness and he volunteers to not audition as Tony, since that role should go to a senior anyway.
Well, except I'm a junior. Tony's the lead, which means that a senior should probably play that part.
Yeah, that is kind of how it works, huh?
Another 300 glued point action this episode that benefits Kurt. We cut away from booty camp to our first mother-daughter interaction between Shelby and Rachel this season. Shelby does what she does best and disrespects Rachel's wishes by interrupting a private singing practice. This is meant to be a pretty powerful scene, and understandably so. Rachel holds her family very highly and feels that Shelby has rejected her not once, but twice. Shelby is searching to make amends with Rachel, and she wishes to become a part of her life now. Emotions are going to be high, and these actors are some of the strongest the series has to offer. This is shaping up to be one of the biggest moments of the show. Unfortunately, the gliding doesn't quite match the moment.
Rachel, like we talked about before, I'm your birth mother.
Okay, but not my mother, I know, okay? I almost had to go to therapy because of you.
Rachel.
Look, I'll be polite, okay? Don't worry. If I see you in the halls, I'll make eye contact and I'll nod. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my rehearsal.
Somewhere there's a place for us.
I just said that there wasn't.
Talking about the song. I played Maria 18 times. Somewhere is the perfect audition song for you. You should do it.
So yeah, they went with that trope of character says a line that means two things, and it just misses. Shelby goes on to give some more small advice about not playing things safe, and then Rachel starts to perform Somewhere from West Side Story, with Shelby joining in later. I have not seen West Side Story, but I can still say this is much more listenable than their last duet of Poker Face. The performance ends with Beast, Artie, and Emma applauding Rachel alone on the stage. Then we see a documentary-style video of Skank Quinn being recorded by Becky and narrated by Sue. Quinn goes into Will's office and goes on this rant about how Glee Club ruined her life as Sue and Becky continue recording. Now, obviously Quinn is giving in to Sue using her for political reasons, but that does not mean Will has any right to react like this.
You know, there's only one person in this world that you care about, and that's yourself.
You have no.
I'm not finished!
Oh.
You're not a little girl anymore, Quinn. How long do you plan on playing the victim card? You know, since day one, you've done nothing but sabotage the same Glee Club that has been there for you over and over again. So now you're a train wreck. Well, congratulations. But you stride into my office and tell me that it's my fault? Well then, I have something to say to you. Grow up.
Now this is bad for myriad reasons. 1. Sue got all of that on camera and will certainly use it to further her anti-arts agenda. 2. Quinn is very clearly a teenager who needs assistance and guidance, and Mr. Schuester here looks past that and attacks her personally. And 3, what is it with men in authority positions yelling in professional moments? If you're a guy, maybe you won't get it, but ask a gal in your life about a boss, a teacher, or a colleague that was male that yelled at them when met with the slightest amount of resistance or criticism. All that to say, minus 250 times 2 to Will here. Bro is canonically in his mid-30s at this point, screaming at an 18-year-old in his office who was clearly being manipulated by Sue. Luckily for Will, Sue didn't get it on camera because she doesn't know how to operate a camcorder, so he gets off the hook a bit. Now, this episode's Glee budget was allocated to Idina Menzel, so you know they're going to get their money's worth. Shelby gets a surprise visit from Puck, and the red flags are red.
Hey, I hope it's okay that I just stopped by.
How do you know where I live?
I have friends in law enforcement.
Hey, ACAB till I die, baby. Puck produces a clean drug test, mentions he's not drinking as much, and he shows off his commitment to homework by citing some Napoleon Bonaparte knowledge. He's trying to get his act together to impress Shelby, and during this discussion, baby Beth wakes up with some screams. Shelby rushes to soothe her, and Puck's heart melts.
I was happy, you know, that she was with you, and it made it easier. I drew a picture. It was supposed to be a clown, but it kind of turned out like a pig, so I call it a clown pig.
A clown pig? Is that what you call the police officers who doxed a public school teacher to a known deviant? All right, thank you for your time. I've been Josh. Take care later. Shelby then gives Puck a chance to hold Beth, but Beth is unsure. So Puck promises he'll get his act together for his chance to be in Beth's life, and we leave the apartment as we see Shelby consider his pleas. Back at the school, Puck walks in on Quinn in the girls' restroom, so as is tradition, minus 1,000 to Puck, he lets Quinn know that he's seen Beth, and Shelby's offering a pathway for them to be in Beth's life as long as they get their act together. In the auditorium, Kurt is auditioning for the school musical, but chooses to perform I'm the Greatest Star from Funny Girl, which is a Barbra Streisand song. Not quite Tony material. For those unaware, Tony is meant to be a pretty masked, rugged character. Now, Kurt's performance is still, great. Chris Colfer is climbing up and down scaffolding, absolutely nailing the vocals, and he even does this cool thing with sighs, but I don't want to just show you the performance from the Glee episode, but also this conversation on Jonathan Ross's talk show.
Anyone here know how to use a sigh? Chris apparently is quite an expert with these, is this correct?
I'm kind of a ninja, yes.
That's quite slow, isn't it?
After Kurt's performance, we see the casting trio discuss roles, and the gliders take this time to make some crass little jokes like this.
Okay, Maria's
For me, it's Rachel Berry. I'm just a huge fan. She's got the eye of the tiger, which I like. She's Jewish, but I think that helps with the whole Puerto Rican thing.
But we do have Mercedes Jones coming in. For my money, she has the most soulful voice here at McKinley.
Yeah, and she's not white either, which I like for Maria. So we'll keep an open mind.
This conversation is what Republicans think happens during DEI hiring processes. Beast goes on to talk about Kurt not quite filling the shoes of a Tony as he listens outside through an open Gluck window. Emma asks Artie if he thinks Kurt can pass, but he shares the same concerns as Beast. This, understandably, hurts Kurt and makes him feel insecure. He returns to the hallways of McKinley to see Britt Glee and Santana putting up his campaign posters.
This is not the poster we agreed on.
The poster that you wanted gave me crippling depression.
I wanted something toned down.
This is toned down. In the original, the unicorn was riding you.
Britt Glee reiterates that Kurt is special and should embrace his unicornness. This, in turn, hurts Britt Glee's feelings, and Santana consoles her, letting her know that she, too, is a unicorn, and Kurt doesn't deserve her help. Back to the woke DEI liberal hiring process for the school play.
Are we seeing more ethnic Marias today?
That's rude. Is there any more?
Sorry, I thought you two auditioned already.
You heard me sing, but I wanted to show you the pure masculine power and intensity I would bring to Tony if and when he graced me with the part.
Sorry.
Kurt goes on to perform Romeo and Juliet's iconic scene that takes place as Romeo leaves Juliet after sharing the night together. And while yet again Chris Colfer and Leah Michelle kill the scene, the casting team can't help but laugh at Kurt's attempt to be traditionally masculine as he leans in for a stage kiss.
I have more care to say than will to go. Home, death, welcome, for Juliet wills it so.
We can keep going. It's fine, you can kiss.
Kurt leaves feeling even more hurt than before. And as not to leave the viewers feeling left out of feeling pain, we are immediately subjected to Sugar Mata's vocal talents.
I am a shining star. I am a shining star. I am a shining star.
Stop! I am a shining star. I am a shining star. Do you hear the difference?
Yeah, I sound good.
Shelby is trying to teach Sugar as she is the only member of the competing Glee Club. For now. Quinn enters the room as Sugar leaves and wants to talk to Shelby about caring for Beth. Shelby takes this time to ask Quinn if she really knows who she even is at this point in her life, given her new look and whatnot. Quinn asks to see Beth, Shelby declines, and then concedes by showing her a picture.
You wanna know who you really are? Look at that sweet, special little face. She looks just like you. You can be a part of this family too, Quinn. I really want you to be. It's all up to you.
Shelby then walks out of the room and leaves her phone with Quinn. It's a very strange way to end that scene. Finn and Rachel are talking as Finn is at work in Bert's body shop, and might I just say, Finn really pulls off the greased up mechanic look. Rachel asks him to try out for West Side Story, but he declines because he's too busy with booty camp and his part-time job. Then Rachel asks if he has considered applying for NIADA, and he did for a moment, and then they share a kiss, and it's an overall nice little scene showing a semi-healthy relationship dynamic, which are very few and very far between in this show. Bert walks by and spots Kurt also in the shop as he wants to talk with his father about becoming more manly.
Dude, you're gay.
Excuse me?
You're gay. And you're not like Rock Hudson gay, you're really gay. You sing like Diana Ross, and you dress like you own a magic chocolate factory.
Okay, why are you being so mean to me?
What is wrong with any of that? It's who you are.
Bert's, dude, you're gay, might go down as top 2 quotes from TV dads to their TV sons of all time, and I don't think it's number 2. Bert shores up the talk by making Kurt feel confident in himself with this nugget of wisdom.
I'm just tired of being a unicorn, Dad.
You know what they call a unicorn without a horn? A friggin' horse.
And then the scene ends because we need some more slow motion dancing. Booty camp is kicking everyone's ass, Finn included. He slips on his own sweat, and Will Schuester sees a teenager at a low point and goes for the jugular by insulting his intelligence. A real kicking him while he's down moment.
Who knows more about dancing, you or me?
Okay, that was an edit on our end. But what Will is trying to say to Finn is that he is a dance expert and he sees Finn's potential. It's crazy that it's taken the Glee teacher 3 years to try to teach his weak link how to dance, and still quite poorly, might I add. But Finn nails the steps and everyone claps as if it were a made-up story on Tumblr. Blonde Quinn then jump scares the glub and asks to rejoin the crew, though her true intentions are shown to Puck and the viewers.
I'm proud of you.
I have to get her back. If that takes dyeing my hair blonde and pretending that I think I'm special, that's something I'm willing to do. We're gonna get full custody.
And boy, does this Quinn arc feel weird and not interesting in the slightest, huh? In the teacher's lounge, the teachers are lounging. Though nothing important or super funny happens other than finding out Sue is 9 points up in the polls, which means she's slated to win the Senate race. Emma, Will, and Beast are forced to come up with a last-ditch plan.
What are we gonna do? We cannot let her win.
Then we gotta find someone with credibility to run against her. I mean, the anti-Sue.
But before we get this big anti-Sue reveal, we are back to Brickley and Kurt in the halls. Kurt apologizes for his reaction to her campaign, but she shares that she is stepping down as his campaign manager.
I decided to run too, because the last 6 senior class presidents, they've all been guys, and look where that's got us, teetering in a double the procession. Besides, I'm also a unicorn. Maybe a bicorn. Either way, I'm starting to believe in my own magic. Good luck, Kurt. I will see you at the debate, okay?
Ooh, drama! This is almost as enticing of a plot line to me as Prom from last season, so I'm sorry if I'm not as invested in who ends up as fake class president in Gleason 3. But let's get back to things I do care about, and that is Blaine Mind Gleek Anderson. He is auditioning for West Side Story with the song Something's Coming from the musical itself. And like one final arrow striking true in the ankle of Achilles, Kurt watches on from the balcony as his boyfriend crushes on stage in the masculine way Kurt has been failing to achieve. Artie offers Blaine a chance to read for Tony, and the episode closes before we get an answer. It turns out, I really dislike this episode, mainly because of Quinn's seemingly thrown together plot and character choices, because the Kurt storyline is like as good as it's ever been. It's so enticing. Sue's villain arc also seems a bit bleh early in the season, though her comedy still holds strong, so I guess I can't complain too much. We get 2 ties at the top and bottom of the Glee board in this episode, with former lovers Quick, Quinn, and Puck getting minus 1,000 gloins total, while the 2 Bs, Blaine and Brickley, end in the green with 300 glid points. Asian F. Yet another Glee episode that is meant to tackle the idea of race and culture, this time centering on Mike Chang, who has 2 features the gliders care to focus on. He can dance well, and in case you didn't know from the show making Asian jokes at his expense,
Asian. Other Asian.
He's Asian. Another plot of this episode involves Mercedes, a character who has 3 traits. Those, of course, being she's black,
Aretha.
she's fat, and she's constantly overlooked by Mr. Shu in the Glee Club because she's black and fat.
Is there any music in particular that you guys want to do?
Could we maybe try something a little more black?
So it kind of really just sounds like she has 2 traits. As we move into this episode, I want you all to think about these 2 storylines and how they are handled by asking yourself the following questions. Are both characters being put in situations that align with their previous characterizations? Are both characters being afforded a way to resolve their storylines through their own personal growth? Are both characters being portrayed sympathetically? We'll check back in at the end of the episode. Asian F opens up with booty camp mid-session as Mercedes walks in.
You're late.
No, I overslept.
It's 4:30 in the afternoon.
My alarm clock went off 30 minutes late this morning. Kind of shifted my whole schedule. Anyway, what's Santana doing here?
I've resworn my allegiance to the Glee Club without telling Coach Sue.
Will graciously lets Santana completely off the hook. Okay, so sick. Turns out setting a piano on fire only gets you a 1-week ban from the club. Surely his punishment system will be fairly applied amongst all of his students. Mercedes begins to dance and nearly vomits immediately, complaining of stomach pain. Turns out she ate right before booty camp because, she's fat, I guess, and mentions that Will has the Glee Club scheduled wall to wall between school, the Glee Club, and now booty camp. And Will does not like this excuse.
It's not about eating, it's about attitude. Sectionals are coming up. If we don't give it our all...
I am doing my best.
No, you're not. It's not about doing your best anymore. It's about doing better.
And now it may feel like this whole Mercedes is selfish and lazy storyline came out of nowhere this season. Back at the Schuester residence, Will finds a stash of wedding magazines in the pantry in a sort of play on the trope of a woman finding a man's porn stash. Because, to women, getting married is like porn or something. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to figure out this new writing team's jokes. I'm not really sure I'm supposed to keep up with such brilliance as this.
But because I don't like secrets, I thought I'd share my secret stash with you. I was a bachelor for over a year. Kept me off of Craigslist.
Okay,
We'll just put that over here.
Yes, we got a canonical Will Schuester porn box that is stored in the kitchen where he has had his students. Why is this in the kitchen? Will takes this moment to ask Emma why he has never met her parents, and she stammers, saying they're dead, they're ghosts, she doesn't want to rush things, etc., and she speeds out of the room. It certainly seems like something she doesn't want to do at this point in her and Will's relationship, and I'm certain Will respect that. We are then taken to Principal Figgin's office where Mike's dad is worried about Mike's recent grades.
Chang Sr., this is highly unusual. I have no grounds to drug test your son every day.
My grandmother in China knew 3 English phrases. Coca-Cola, kiss my grits, and Harvard University. Deep in Hubei province, this old woman knew the best school in the United States. That's where my son belongs.
But what makes you think he's on drugs? He's one of our best students, a football star, and he can bust a serious move.
My son got an A- on his chemistry test. An A- is an Asian F.
So there's our titular plot device. Mike's father is the stereotypical strict Chinese dad who is upset that Mike got an A-. Figgins responds by implying the amount of stress that he's putting on his son may be a bit much, so honestly, plus 100 points to Figgins here. It's a good way to stand up for your students. Mike's father retorts, however, that he is worried that Mike's girlfriend, Tina, is too much of a distraction, which seems like a conversation that shouldn't need to be had with the principal, right? Wrong!
It's the girlfriend. She's a distraction.
Here's where we agree, sir. Tina Cohen Chang and her vampire ways have no place in this school.
Excuse me from gym all year, or I'll drain your spicy curry blood.
I actually like this little running joke and commend the gliders for the callback, though Tina will of course be receiving 250 GLEE-VIL points for the racist curry comment, and another 250 for physically threatening Figgins. And while I do like the silly vampire bit, I do question why this throwaway joke was even written in. First, we see Mike's dad wanting Figgins to drug test Mike every day, blaming drugs for his failing grades. Then he blames Tina, leading to the scene we just saw. Next, he says this.
It's clear to me that either Michael is on drugs or that he's bitten off more than he could chew. He needs to quit Glee Club. Performing is a waste of his time.
What? Okay. So the writers just really wanted to write in that spicy curry blood joke. Again, all for Glee having a silly Figgins thinks Asian vampires are the worst, etc. But that just felt like a long road to get to Mike is being forced to choose between his father's love and Glee Club plot with a pit stop in being anti-Pakistani. Presumably after this meeting, Mike is in the football locker room with Coach Beast and the rest of the players. Beast tells everyone she expects the football players to dance in the upcoming West Side Story production she's co-heading unless they have a good reason, and not yet 60 seconds from the last unnecessary racist stereotype, we get another one.
You're all dancing in West Side Story unless I specifically excuse you.
Tire shop every afternoon.
Coach, no disrespect, but my dad, he didn't raise me to be no damn ballerina. In fact, my dad, he didn't even raise me.
Yes, very worth the joke of absent father figure in a black household, gliders. Beast gives her players until Wednesday to learn how to dance as they all look towards Mike for lessons. We cut to a football player once again, but this time it's Mercedes' boyfriend Shane. In the lunchroom, he sees Mercedes hugging Rachel. Shane lets Mercedes know his feelings about that.
Baby, what was that?
What?
You just hugged your arch nemesis right before the audition. You think before I cleat some dude, I'll hug him?
It's not like that. Rachel and I are friends.
Not right now, you're not. People are saying that Rachel Berry's the one to beat. Why don't you know that you're the one to beat? You always make me watch Dreamgirls. You say you're Beyonce, but on the inside you feel like Effie White. You're better than Rachel Berry, baby.
I mean, is this sentiment wrong? Like, maybe the don't hug your friend part is a bit over the top, but Mercedes being told, finally, by somebody, that she is talented and should be appreciated feels like a long time coming. We got a glimpse of this in season 2 in the episode A Night of Neglect, and it would not surprise you to learn that plot also relied on the idea that Mercedes is being a diva, and that's bad, but Rachel being a diva is just who she is. Mercedes performs Chicago legend Jennifer Hudson's Spotlight, with Brittany and Tina giving backing vocals. The song is meant to highlight, or rather spotlight, that the Glee Club and more recently the casting crew of West Side Story constantly overlook her for Rachel when she feels that she deserves a fair shake. It is a great performance that ultimately grabs the attention of Emma, Beast, and Artie.
Mercedes, I've never seen you like this before. Really, you're so
Glamorous.
Well, I just wanted you guys to see me the way that I see myself now. As a leading lady.
I mean, look at that smile. She's so confident and proud of herself. I mean, you'd have to be a real Glee of work to stare angrily with your arms crossed from the other side of the stage at this moment.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, flick. Rachel is staring angrily with her arms crossed from the other side of the stage, right behind me, isn't she? Tina asks Mike about his upcoming audition for the role of Riff in West Side Story. And you know what? At this point, they've referenced West Side Story so much, I'm just gonna have to watch it. So I will be right back. Okay, it's been 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 51 seconds as I have now watched Steven Spielberg's 2021 West Side Story, starring Ansel Elgort as Tony, Rachel Zegler as Maria, Free Palestine, and Challengers Rat Boy number 2 as Riff. Now, it's important to note my previous knowledge on this film before going in. I mainly know Steven Spielberg from this cameo in Austin Powers Goldmember.
So, Austin, what'd you think of the opening credits?
And the closest thing to West Side Story I've seen is this episode of Scrubs.
You see, surgical and medical interns are kind of like two rival gangs. Not real gangs, more like those cheesy gangs you see in Broadway musicals.
Now that that's out of the way, I've written down some of my thoughts while watching the movie. I don't know why these guys keep fighting. They clearly just want to kiss each other. Wait, no, sorry, that's Challengers. To summarize, the singing voices are all pretty good, but the acting is like barely passable at times. Wait. That's just Glee. Hang on. That's one of the most homoerotic movies I've ever watched. God damn it, that's just Challengers again. Or is it? Hi. The joke here is that those comments could be applied to West Side Story and the other IPs that I mentioned. All right, anyway, back to Glee. Tina is asking Mike about his audition for West Side Story. She mentions that since he's been practicing his singing, aka retconning the fact that Mike is unable to sing well, he would be perfect for the role of Rat Boy number 2, also known as Riff. Mike then relays to Tina all the stuff we already know about his dad coming down hard on him for getting an Asian F.
I got an A-, Tina.
You got an Asian F?
My dad is all over me.
Tina tells Mike to just be honest with his dad, and he hits her back with the, oh, like you were honest about having a stutter? Remember that? Remember when Tina was goth girl who faked a stutter? And then Mike walks away, still stressing about how to balance everything he loves in life. Kurt and Rachel then take us back on the campaign trail. Britt, Glee, and Kurt are the only two in the running for class president. For now. And Kurt is feeling good about his chances. Until we are reminded about the Pat Gleearchy.
So I assume I can rely on your vote, Rachel?
I'm sorry, Brittany, but I've already pledged my fidelity to Kurt.
Oh, so you're cool with flushing McKinley High's future down the magical poop-stealing water chair?
Did you know that in 6 years at this school, we've only exclusively had male student council presidents? And yeah, Kurt looks like Jimmy Fallon's butch daughter, but a vote for him would only empower yet another Frankenbeans.
Yes. Where has that patriarchy gotten us? Double-digit inflation, economic freefall, oil spills, war in Afghanistan.
2 terms of Donald Trump, my local Taco Bell's removing their breakfast menu, this guy being relevant, Logan Paul being relevant, Jake Paul being relevant, Mr. Beast being relevant, the perpetual wars brought on and continued to further the military-industrial complex, Luigi Mangione being arrested, the list goes on and on. Damn it, it seems like Santana and Brickley may have a point. They plan to have a flash mob in the gym to show the girl power coalition behind the Britannia ticket. And we are shown their rendition of Beyonce's Run the World, Girls. Quinn, Emma, Santana, and even Sue rally around Britt at her assembly and cheer on her message as she announces her goals to roaring applause.
Hi, I'm Brittany S. Pierce, and I'm your next senior class president.
Then we see Emma and Beast discussing the role of Maria. They mention that Mercedes has really owned her new self and her confidence has grown, but Rachel is just the de facto Maria? Like, the show really gives us no reason as to why they think Rachel is good here other than just saying she's Rachel, as evidenced when Will jumps in to give his 2 cents.
We have 2 very strong but very different candidates tied for the role.
Rachel Berry and...
Mercedes. I don't know what you're doing, Schuester, but it's working.
Well, I have been pushing her pretty hard in booty camp.
Will takes the credit for the Mercedes' new attitude from pushing her hard in booty camp as a narcissist would, and then offers a solution that is sure to make everyone happy.
Let me get this straight. You can't make up your mind, so we have to try out again?
In the biz, it's called a callback. With such an iconic role as Maria, it can appear as if they're just giving me the part. I can't speak for Mercedes, but I'll be singing the timeless Maria classic, I Feel Pretty.
Actually, that's too easy, Rachel. We've picked a song that we think has the potential to show off both of your talents in unexpected ways.
Out here on my own, from the seminal behind-the-scenes musical fame.
I know it.
I lived it.
Rachel tries to congratulate Mercedes with a hug, but Mercedes hits her with a hug me after I get that part, which it's a bit rude. But at this point, I think Mercedes is just understandably upset that she isn't being given a fair shake. I mean, really, who embodies the role of Maria? A young immigrant who has to fight for everything she wants and needs, yet always puts her loved ones first and takes all the road bumps along the way in stride. Rachel, a character who to this point of the show is canonically the stuck-up, ignorant, kinda racist holier-than-thou character? Or is it Mercedes, an equally if not more talented singer who is constantly pushed against by not only her peers, such as Rachel, but also has to fight against Mr. Shu for even a crumb of recognition? I'll let you make up your own mind. Rachel doesn't take Mercedes' statement positively, and she walks away angry. This brings us back to Mike. School has just ended for the day, as we see him on the phone with his father. He mentions that he's on his way to meet with a chemistry tutor, as he's promised to get his grade back up. He ends the call with, "Dad, I'm so sorry for disappointing you." Yet as he walks out to do as his father wishes, he passes the dance room. He takes off his shirt, tosses it away, and does what he loves yet knows he won't be able to do if he wants to keep his promise to his dad. Dance. We see his anger and pain painted across his face, sliding from one side of the studio to the other, and then his father appears in the mirror behind him. This mental projection of his father starts spouting his criticisms of Mike and his love for dancing. "You're wasting your time. There's no future in dance. Dancing is a hobby, not a career." These words echo in his mind as he attempts to throw them off, returning to dance. But his father reaches out once more and stops him. "What if you hurt yourself dancing? Then you'll have nothing." Mike spins away and dances some more as he intentionally ends across the room on his knees in front of Tina. Light piano notes are struck as now Tina's words reach out to Mike. She relays that Mike doesn't speak very much. Dancing is how he communicates and shows his feelings, and this is why she fell in love with him. Mike embraces her, yet she disappears, leaving him holding nothing but the air in front of his chest. He stands and turns, looking across the now empty dance studio. At one end, his father warning of the disappointment of failure, and at the other end, Tina telling him that his art is worth fighting for despite the risks. Artie calls for Mike Chang, and we can't just have one segment of actually good and enticing dramatic writing, so we throw in a kind of racist joke.
Mike Chang? The kid's never late. He runs like an expensive Swiss watch reproduced cheaply in China.
But unlike the Glee writing team, Mike shows up and pours his heart into his art. He auditions for Riff, performing Cool from West Side Story as the football team backs him up with dancing. A moment where we not only see Mike's growth as a singer and overall performer, but also showing that he was able to teach the football players their choreo, even against their own initial wishes. The casting team watches in awe as Mike kills the performance, embodying the role of Riff perfectly, a person very confident in what they're doing. The audition ends with a callback to the studio scene as Beast notes that she hopes Mike didn't waste his time by teaching the football guys how to dance so well. Mike responds like this.
Wow, Chang, you must have worked really closely with my boys there. That was some really fancy footwork. I just hope you didn't waste too much of your time.
It's what I love to do. It's never going to be a waste of my time.
While Beast was the one delivering those words, Mike wasn't responding to her, but to his father, and, more importantly, to himself. He now fully understands what he wants, to be happy, and to be happy for Mike is to dance. And I mean, wow, you could try to hit me with, I don't know, man, sometimes the curtains are just blue, but I'd say you're wrong. This bit of the episode, I think, is the best part of any Glee episode ever. There was so much communicated that they didn't just outright say. They just allowed us as viewers to feel the emotions that Mike was feeling. And just a huge shout out to Harry Shum Jr. because he knocked this out of the park. In the teacher's lounge, teachers are lounging and Beast is eating a giant bowl of pasta because, haha, she's fat and carbo loading. And beware, misophonia havers, because the bit of the scene is that she's constantly talking with her mouth full. In a spiritual successor to the season 2 scene of Rachel and Finn whisper talking with Mono, I can see the vision, but the execution is just not good for TV. Will confides in Beast that he's upset about not having met Emma's parents yet, and she just tells him to just go for it and introduce himself without her knowledge. Huh? That's horrible advice, and I, for one, cannot wait to see how it plays out. Next, we see Kurt and Blaine meeting up between classes on the stairs where Kurt and Blaine confronted background bully so many episodes ago. Blaine is standing a few stairs above Kurt, giving this feeling of smallness to him as he wrestles with feeling like he's not enough. He's not enough for the role of Tony. He's not enough to be class president. He's not enough for Nyada. And he maybe feels that he's not enough to be Blaine's boyfriend. He hands Blaine flowers and congratulates him on his probable casting of Tony in the upcoming musical. Blaine thanks him as he steps down to the same step as Kurt, symbolizing how Blaine sees Kurt as equals, and that to him, Kurt is more than enough. He thanks Kurt, smells the flowers, and they walk away together with Kurt accepting that he may not get every role he wants, but he can still be happy for his loved ones who did. A real whiplash in writing quality on this episode, folks. Back at booty camp, Will has tasked all of his students with learning what he calls show choir's hardest dance move ever, the Widowmaker, which I thought looked like this. But unfortunately, I was wrong. Double unfortunately, I was unable to find a video of what the Widowmaker even is. And even more unfortunately, I accidentally stumbled across this video of Matthew Morrison giving a dance tutorial.
I'm gonna break it down for you. Let's do this.
The Glids all perform the move until they get it right and get tapped out. Quickly, one by one, the students get pulled out. Quinn first, then Santana, then Brickley, down to just Mercedes and Finn. Finn, I guess, gets it?
Good job, buddy. Down.
So apparently the Widowmaker is just jumping in a circle a couple of times. Anyways, Mercedes is struggling with the move and Will tells her to push through the pain, which just causes her to break.
Okay, did you even practice this?
Stop picking on me. You're always singling me out, making me look bad.
That's crazy.
No, you're crazy for not letting me shine. Where's Rachel, huh? I don't see her here. Everyone knows that Rachel is your favorite.
That's not true.
You give that skinny Geronimo wearing ass kisser everything. And for 2 years, I took it. But not anymore. I'm done.
Mercedes, you walk out that door, you're out of Glee Club.
This cuts directly into Mercedes and the booty camp performing It's All Over from Dreamgirls. And at this point, I guess I'm also going to have to watch Dreamgirls. Okay, it has now been 2 hours and 10 minutes and I have watched the 2006 movie version of Dreamgirls, which if you don't know is a story based on the 1981 Broadway musical that revolves around the exploitative music industry of the 1960s and 70s, loosely based on the Motown record label and how they treated their star performers, notably Diana Ross and the Supremes. Dreamgirls stars Beyonce herself as Dina Jones, a play on Diana Ross's name. Jamie Foxx is sleazeball Curtis Taylor Jr., and Chicago legend Jennifer Hudson as Effie White, based on Supremes member Florence Ballard, among many other talented actors. Now, it is also important to note my previous knowledge on this film prior to going in. I mainly know Beyonce as her role of Foxy Cleopatra, which is doubly ironic for all you Dreamgirls heads, in 2002 hit film Austin Powers and Goldmember.
Mr. Roboto is lying to us.
Tell me something I don't know.
I open-mouth kissed a horse once.
Say what?
That's something you don't know.
I mainly know Jamie Foxx as that guy who does all those Bet MGM ads.
It is live, baby.
And I mainly know Jennifer Hudson as a Chicago legend who was robbed on American Idol Season 3.
Jennifer Hudson.
First off, if you haven't seen Dreamgirls, you should go watch it. It's an amazing film. But let me describe the plot leading up to the scene that Glee is doing an homage to so we can all be on the same page, as I think it's really important to understand Mercedes and her character arc this season on Glee as a whole. Effie, Dina, and Laurel are three young friends looking to make it big in the R&B world are in a group called the Dreamettes, along with Dina's brother Cece, who is their songwriter. Curtis Taylor Jr. notices their talent and immediately starts courting Effie, leading to the trio being signed on to this record company as Effie and Curtis's relationship turns sexual. Effie, the more vocally talented but bigger performer, is forced to take a backseat to Dina, who is more presentable to the broader white audience that Curtis is trying to appeal to with their act. Throughout their success, Effie is constantly being told to suppress her voice so as to not overpower Dina's, and eventually she breaks and storms out of the recording booth, remarking that she knows Curtis and Dina have actually been sleeping together. Effie comes back a few days later, apologizing and looking to make amends with her lover Curtis, her best friends Dina and Laurel, and her brother Cece. But as she tries to take stage and learn the routine for the number they are set to perform that night, she finds out she has been replaced in the group, now called Dina Jones and the Dreams, by Curtis's secretary, Michelle. This results in Effie pleading for the love of those around her, people who she has sacrificed her own personal growth for out of love, just so they can appeal to a white audience and be considered successful. This is the powerful moment that Glee attempts to recreate. In Dreamgirls, It's All Over / And I'm Telling You I'm Not Going is a moment for the audience to see Effie being tossed aside by her loved ones for the sake of money and fame. At the same time, the audience learns she's pregnant with Curtis's child, something she withholds from those around her, even her brother. She is cast aside, raises her daughter alone in Detroit, while the rest of the group sees major commercial success. I won't completely spoil the movie, and again, I would highly recommend just go giving it a watch. But let's just see how Glee has been handing up and setting up for this homage. First off, let me remind you that this is not the first time Mercedes has sang Jennifer Hudson in this series. Earlier this episode, Mercedes sang Spotlight for Jennifer Hudson, but all the way back in season 1, episode 13 of Glee, the group is trying to decide who is going to do the ballad at sectionals, Mercedes or Rachel.
What about the ballad? I would be thrilled to contribute a ballad from my repertoire.
Okay, you know what, Miss Bossy Pants? Enough. I've work just as hard as you, and I'm just as good as you, you know, you always end up stealing the spotlight.
Mercedes sings, and I'm telling you I'm not going, and Rachel concedes that she is better suited for the role. So yes, we are still hashing out the exact same plot point for Mercedes 2 full seasons later. Also, side note, Amber Riley actually played Effie in the West End's production of Dreamgirls in 2016, which is just kind of a cool fun fact. Dreamgirls was a very intentional choice for Mercedes' plotline. This is a continuation of the season 3 plotline that Mercedes sees herself as a Beyonce, someone who can do it all, someone who people love and respect because of her success. But notably, she is not Dina in this performance, who was portrayed by Beyonce in the movie, but instead she is Effie White, played by Jennifer Hudson. Now the lyrics in this number are nearly 1-to-1 with the original, with some minor changes like saying Mr. Shoe instead of Curtis and so on and so on. So I'll just describe the song's plot as it works kind of as a dialogue. Mercedes opens and laments Mr. Shoe, who she feels hasn't given her the love and recognition she deserves. He retorts that he's been warning her to clean up her act, which Mercedes avoids by saying she hasn't been feeling well. Santana, who is like partially Dina, talks about Mercedes being late and gaining weight, which again, Mercedes rebukes. She lashes out and attacks Brittany, who is also partially Dina. Finn tries to step in and de-escalate, but at this point Mercedes is ready to go all out. Kurt voices his concerns with Mercedes being a problem for the group, and Mercedes accuses Finn and Kurt of being in cahoots to screw her over. Mr. Shoe comes in to blame Mercedes of being selfish and only thinking of herself. Puck pleads to Mercedes to cool off and not make a scene, standing in for Effie's brother Cece. Mercedes instead pushes further as Mike comes in to say, "Hey, I'm new here, I don't want any trouble." Mercedes reiterates that she feels unwell and has pain, which falls on deaf ears as the cast all sing, "We all have pain." Mercedes can't believe that after all she's had to put up with the club, that they are kicking her out. She reiterates that she doesn't want to leave, but they sing in unison, "It's all over." Now, was this a good performance? I mean, Mercedes killed it. The rest of the crew kind of were all over the place, not with their singing, but with the continuity of the plot. And I know it feels like I'm dragging the Dreamgirls section of this episode on, but I promise it's important when it comes to the analysis and critique of Glee and how they've treated Mercedes Jones as a character. Effie is pregnant in Dreamgirls, something that doesn't excuse being difficult, but helps to explain it. Mercedes has been complaining of being hungry, tired, feeling sick, nearly vomiting. All symptoms shared with Effie and those who may be pregnant. Mercedes, however, is not pregnant in Glee, which really means Glee is just telling us Mercedes is fat and lazy, something I don't really feel matches the other 2 seasons of storytelling that they've put into Mercedes' character. And while there are definite parallels between Mercedes and Effie in terms of being suppressed as a talent for someone that, while also talented, just fits the societal norms better, in Dreamgirls, we get a payoff. A moment at the end of the movie where all of her loved ones realize, hey, we messed up and we're sorry. In order for that to actually happen in Glee and complete the parallel, we would need Mr. Shoe to actually take accountability for his favoritism of Rachel, the rest of the Glee Club to turn against Mr. Shoe and apologize to Mercedes for not listening to her, and for Rachel to take second fiddle to Mercedes. And I think we can all understand that that's not where the show is heading. So the homage ultimately falls flat, especially when you directly compare it to Mike's storyline in this episode. Especially considering we've had the same storyline of Mercedes not being listened to like 50 times at this point in the series. And this is more of a minor gripe, but they completely shoehorned Brittany into the scene with this line.
Okay, so before we dive into today's booty camp, I just want to say how impressed Mike and I have been with everyone's progress. Brittany, why are you here?
Because I intend on, dancing my way into the voters' hearts.
Okay.
And this never really pays off to have her character here. Why not have Rachel in this spot? Then she can portray Dina, which actually makes the homage more complete, no? I think it's because the show is too afraid to actually commit to the idea that Mercedes is being wronged. By keeping Rachel out of this scene, it just further frames Mercedes as actually being selfish and a diva, and that this is all her fault. To put a bow on the Dreamgirls portion of the video, Mercedes is left alone in the auditorium as she says under her breath, "It's over." Mercedes is out of the Glee Club. Yet again, we are left contrasting Mercedes' lackluster plotline with Mike's. Mike is back in the dance studio, but at this time, his mom is actually there. She confronts him after Mike's chemistry tutor called her to let her know that he didn't show up. She mentions that she covered for Mike to his father, and now she's a liar too. She wants to know why Mike is becoming untrustworthy. He lets her know.
I auditioned for the school musical. I don't want to be a surgeon or a lawyer, Mom. I want to be an artist. Special. And the only time I really feel special is when I do. That.
Okay, so silliness of that aside, we are getting into the emotions once again. His mom mirrors his sentiments.
My job is to encourage you to live your dreams. Not mine, not your dad's. I was raised a certain way, and my parents had expectations of me, and I simply was not as courageous as my son. I let go of my dreams, but I never want you to do that. Do you hear me? So, do you know if we earned that part in the school musical yet? Well, when you do, we're going to tell your father about it. Together.
They embrace as they both cry, no longer ashamed of their love for the arts, but still afraid of the repercussions of letting their love be known. Mike releases from the hug and asks his mom, "So, what dream did you let go of?" And she replies,
So what dream did you let go of?
Like you, I love dancing. But your Waigong never let me take lessons. So.
Some people think I'm a pretty good teacher.
Mike teaches her how to dance for a bit, spinning her effortlessly across the studio as they both smile, embracing what they love, dance and each other. And like, wouldn't it be cool if this level of writing was present for the show outside of anybody not named Kurt? That would be sick. And finally, the Maria off is beginning. Everyone is gathered in the auditorium to watch Mercedes and Rachel compete. Finn in Rachel's corner, Shane in Mercedes. Rachel wins the coin toss and allows Mercedes to go first. She begins their duel, singing the opening lines to Out Here on My Own from the musical Fame. We cut back and forth between the two characters belting out the song, and I know I've said this many, many times before, but to no surprise, they are both amazing singers, with Mercedes having a bit more emotion and Rachel fitting the theatricality side just a little bit better. Everyone applauds, though even Rachel admits what should be clear at this point in the Dreamgirls sequence.
That was excellent. You were amazing.
She was better than me.
We see Rachel speed walking to the locker room as she tells B she wants to discuss something important with her. But we don't get to that quite yet because we have a third subplot to get to.
Are we having a romantic dinner?
Sort of. I invited your parents over.
Is that my little freaky deaky?
Okay, I'm gonna say hi in 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh my God.
Emma is upset that, I don't know, her boyfriend scheduled a surprise dinner with her parents, which she has effectively communicated she didn't want to have happen. So minus 100 to Will. He asks if she is ashamed of him, and she replies thusly.
I'm ashamed of them.
What? Why?
My parents are ginger supremacists.
We're not ginger supremacists. We're more ginger preservationists. Did you know that if we're not careful, redheads will be extinct in 30 years?
Extinct.
It's a recessive gene. If we keep heading down the road we're on, with everybody just mixing with everybody, we gingers will cease to exist as a species.
Yeah, to add on to the episode that is titled Agent F, about the complexities of the cultural pressures put onto Mike and the racial favoritism on display between Rachel and Mercedes, compared directly to Dreamgirls, we are given a subplot about Emma's parents being not eugenicists. Out and about eugenicists. I feel like at this point, I can just tell which plot points are being written by the new writers and which ones the original three have tainted. Ryan Murphy, Brad Falchuk, and Ian Brennan are kind of like King Midas, but instead of everything they touch turning to gold, it just turns into something kind of racist. Emma starts to have an anxiety attack, and we get a little bit more backstory as to how her OCD and anxiety started.
Oh, I'm sorry, amigo. You're not our regular waitress.
Cindy!
Can't be too careful.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but has anyone ever told you that you're both a little racist?
Bold of you to say, Mr. Schuester. Also bold of the writers to just gloss over the backstory that we've already been given in the show.
When I was a little girl, it was my dream to work on a dairy farm.
Really?
When I was 8, we finally visited one, and after the tour and the yogurt tasting, my brother pushed me into the runoff lagoon.
What?
And ever since then, I've had a little trouble forgetting the smell.
So either Emma in season 1, episode 2 was a liar, or the Glee writers were so horny to make jokes where the punchline is haha racism that they retconned a serious condition one of the main characters has. And as a side note, I get that the point of the jokes are that Emma's parents being racist is bad. I'm just criticizing the material. It's hack, it's lazy, it's just lame. Will tells off Emma's parents as he activates his once every 3 episodes good guy button.
If Emma and I were blessed enough to have a child, I wouldn't care what he or she looked like. And you know what? If my child had OCD, I'd maybe try to show a little compassion instead of calling her a name that makes her feel like a freak.
Emma's parents get upset and leave as Emma grabs Will's arm to thank him. Kurt confronts Rachel in the hallways, and we learn Rachel told Beast she was running for class president. Rachel is worried that she'll lose the role of Maria to Mercedes and wants the class president title to look good on her NIADA application. Kurt then serves her a big ol' slice of I thought we were friends pie.
You understand? You're just as ambitious as I am. That's why we're friends.
Rachel, in 10 years, when you look back at this time, you're not going to be thinking about the clubs you belonged to or the parts you had. You'll be thinking about the friends you had and the ones you just tossed aside.
From one Rachel scene to the next, we descend upon the casting committee revealing who will be Maria in the West Side Story. Finally, we can all see the writing on the wall, right? Mercedes will get her flowers and will be allowed to shine as Maria, while Rachel still gets her chance to play a role in the musical, right?
Everybody wins. We're double casting Maria.
What the hell is double casting?
It means that we'll both get to play Maria.
Actually, Rachel, we're adding a week. You'll both get 4 nights and 2 matinees.
Are you double casting any other roles?
Mercedes, obviously not happy with this lackluster decision, asks if any other roles were double cast. They reply no, only Maria, and Mercedes gets up to leave.
Where are you going?
Tell me you were better than me. Tell me.
Oh, no.
Why is it that no one ever wants to hurt her feelings? You know, it's always been the Rachel Berry show around here, but it's not gonna be for me. No, not my senior year.
Mercedes, don't make this a stupid pride thing.
Oh, it's a pride thing, but it's not stupid. Congratulations, you got the part. I don't want it.
You know what? It's not the right decision in universe to double cast Maria, but boy, is that the right decision for Mercedes. Know your worth. So now Rachel won't be running for class president, right? She got the role of Maria.
Maybe I can change the world.
By being student class president?
Look, make fun of it all you want, but you need to start thinking about your future, too. Did you talk to Kurt about the election?
Yeah. He asked me who I was voting for.
What did you say?
I said I didn't know.
So Rachel is being ambitious, but it's coming at a cost. She's pushing away her best friend Kurt, forcing divides between brothers, and losing Mercedes as a friendly rival. I feel like they're almost trying to make us feel like Rachel is the Effie here. Like, why is the show making us feel empathy for Rachel in this episode instead of Mercedes or Kurt? Tonally, it makes no sense. And to tie up the last plot of the episode, we see Will and Emma in their bedroom. Emma is still struggling with her OCD and is counting while rubbing hands. Will tries to help, I guess.
I'm so sorry. I should have believed you when you told me you didn't want me to meet your parents. I didn't get it. Emma, stop. Please. Come on, let's go to bed. What are you doing?
I'm praying.
Emma turns to prayer. She prays for help. Help with her OCD. Help with her relationship with her parents. Will joins her in prayer as he struggles with the reality that this isn't something that he can fix. He wants to help but doesn't quite know how. Another very touching moment in this episode. If it wasn't ruined at the end.
When you try your best but you don't succeed.
Fix You by Coldplay? Excuse me? Is that what you think we needed in this moment, Glee writers? I mean, I have nothing against Coldplay, but what an uninspired song choice. Add on to the fact that the song is written about grief after Chris Martin's wife at the time, Pepper Potts, aka Holly Holiday, aka Gwyneth Paltrow's father, had passed, and it feels weird to imply that Emma is like a broken person and Will can fix her OCD. Like, I don't know, that feels like a job for a licensed therapist to do. I just don't think I can take any performance seriously that involves Fix You as a huge, like, emotional moment. It is so overdone. As Fix You plays, we see Artie posting the casting call for West Side Story. For one person, elation. Mike has gotten the role of Riff, and another, dejection. Mercedes walks away knowing what was taken from her. She continues her stride away from her former colleagues of the New Directions and towards the office of one Shelby Cochran. The episode ends, and it's a hard one for me to judge. In terms of gloints, Figgins ends up with 100 and Tina with minus 500. Mercedes and Will in between them. But what about the Mike and Mercedes of it all? Let's look back at those questions that I asked before the episode recap started. Were both characters put in situations that align with their previous characterizations? For Mike, I'd say yeah, mainly because we hadn't seen much screen time for his character before this episode, but nothing really felt out of place outside of the, oh, by the way, I can sing now. Mercedes, on the other hand, prior to season 3, Mercedes was not seen as lazy. This is just added this season to set up her departure from the group as a both sides have points plot device. Were both characters afforded a way to resolve their storylines through personal growth? For Mike, I'd say, yeah. Again, he had to choose dance and lose the support of his father, or drop what he loves doing to make his family proud. He paved his own way, choosing dance, being confident in himself, and making a plan with his mom to confront his dad. Mercedes, no, she did all she could. She sang better than Rachel, jumped through all the hoops, asked for leniency on her tardiness and lack of energy due to her feeling unwell. She tried to rise above the system holding her down by playing by the rules, and still she was denied. And lastly, are both characters being portrayed sympathetically? Mike, once again, was portrayed as a student overwhelmed by life and trying to make the best decisions he could. Anyone can relate to that in some regard. Mercedes' storyline, even through all of her strife, still ends with the audience being made to feel upset for Rachel. Mercedes is offered no grace by the showrunners and is almost set to be the villain for abandoning the Glub to join Shelby. I think I enjoyed this episode. The highs far outweighed the lows, and if this storyline was done in season 1, maybe I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it. If anything, the Gliders tried to do art, and it's not just a cheesy TV drama episode, and I have to applaud them for that. And maybe this is a sign that they'll move away from characters just being lazy tropes, pigeonholed to be a stereotype of the first impression Ryan Murphy gets when meeting the actor. Episode 4 of the season is called Pot of Gold. And remember earlier when I said maybe this is a sign that they'll move away from characters just being lazy tropes, pigeonholed to be a stereotype of the first impression Ryan Murphy gets when meeting the actor? You know what, Blake, just play the clip. And maybe this is a sign that they'll move away from characters just being lazy tropes, pigeonholed to be a stereotype of the first impression Ryan Murphy gets when meeting the actor. Well, I hate to have gotten your hopes up, as this episode is the introduction to a new Glee character named Rory Flanagan, played by Irish actor Damien McGinty. This character was also cast as a result of Glee's spin-off reality TV competition show called The Glee Project. To bring it all back around, however, here is a clip from The Glee Project of show creators and writers Ian Brennan and Ryan Murphy's impressions on Damien and how he might fit into the show.
I wake up in the morning and I think performing. I go to bed at night and I think performing, Well, you did great, as always. Thank you. Thank you.
He's great. I mean, he would be like a good freshman to bring in. Brittany would eat him alive. Or she would just never understand. Brittany would never understand. What do you say?
It writes itself.
Yeah.
Does the show write itself, Ryan Murphy? Let's keep this clip in mind as we go forward with the episode.
Top of the morning, Brittany. Top of the morning, Brittany. Top of the morning, Brittany.
So not only was the very first thought Ian Brennan had about Rory's character actually what they used in the show, but the first line of dialogue was the stereotypical Irish top of the morning, which, you know what, I'll let Damien explain why that's so messed up.
You were the Irish person on Glee.
Do you know what I mean?
Did they make you say top of the morning?
Yes, they did.
They did not.
I swear to God, I'm not even lying.
Did you tell them Irish people don't say that?
Yes, it was my first line. My first day in with Heather Morris, and the first thing I was doing on the set of Glee.
I'm scarlet for you.
I know,
oh my God.
It was actually really hard because, as we know, that's so unnatural. Yeah. So yeah, that was tough going.
Yes, as it turns out, Jacksepticeye was taking advantage of his audience's preconceived notion of what Irish people be like by using this phrase, and you ate it right up, didn't you? Anywho, Brickley thinks that Rory is a leprechaun who will grant her 3 wishes, when in actuality he's an Irish exchange student who is playing into Brickley's stereotyping and trying to leverage toward getting a kiss from her. She asks for a box of Lucky Charms, but oops, all marshmallows, and he promises he will grant her wish. Finn notices this conversation as background hockey guy shoves Rory into a locker and tell him to go back to Mexico, ending the scene. Puck and Quinn are still angling to get custody of Beth, and their master plan, I guess, is to neg Shelby into letting them take her.
We got you something. Concealer? To help with the bags.
Don't get us wrong, Miss Corcoran. I mean, you are still the most tappable teacher at McKinley by far.
You've been looking tired, which makes sense. You're a single mother, you've relocated, you have a new job. It's no wonder you've stopped working out. Let us babysit Beth for a couple of hours any night of your choosing for some me time. Have you ever babysat before? Ask Mr. Shale. We took care of his sister-in-law's 3 demon spawn, and they were practically purring by the end of the night.
Okay. In-universe reasons for Shelby to actually allow Puck and Quinn to babysit. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I could do without Puck hitting on Shelby given he's still, you know, a high schooler, but I'm sure that won't come back around anytime soon. Next, we get a Sue Sees It segment where she leaks to the masses that McKinley High spent $2,000 on acquiring West Side Story's rights to put on the play, which causes outrage and prompts Figgins to cut the musical.
McKinley High, please hold. McKinley High, please hold. McKinley High.
You can't just cut the musical. Sue's pom-pom budget is $4,000 a month.
Can't put a price on cheer, William.
I really expected more from you, Figgins. I thought you were a friend of the arts.
William, I'm caught between a rock and a different yet equally hard rock. Just this morning, I was assaulted in the parking lot.
You! My son can't read, and you want him to sing and dance?
Okay, so minus 100 points to Figgins for canceling the musical after they've already paid the $2,000 for the rights. You already paid the money, why not make some of it back with the ticket sales, Figgins? Will then suggests that he raised the money himself, which given the show's history with money raising, probably will go off without a hitch. We see Mercedes approach Santana at her locker, looking to recruit her to Shelby's new group and away from the New Directions. She mentions that Santana only got one solo in Glee last year, and mentions the all-girl group Shelby is putting together focuses on allowing everyone to get solos and duets, something that doesn't really align with Shelby's past as the vocal adrenaline coach, but hey, who cares about all that nonsense? With Sam no longer at the school, we don't have an out-of-focus chore to overhear conversations and push the plot forward, but have no fear, because out-of-focus Finn is here to save the day.
You know, honestly, I wish I could, but somebody's got to look out for Brittany. I mean, that special place where she lives, yeah, it's beautiful, but someone's got to help her cross the street. Could never just leave her. Get her to come with you.
So the New Directions are now at risk of losing 3 of their members. Will really needs to bring people together. In the glove room, the kids are mourning the loss of Mercedes and are understandably worried about their chances moving forward.
Kind of hard not to blame you, Mr. Shu. Think you were too hard on her at booty camp.
I blame Artie. Why couldn't you have just given Maria to Mercedes?
Because that would have damaged my integrity as an artist.
Look, stop it, everybody. So we lost a singer, so they canceled the musical.
Wait, what? No. You can't cancel my musical.
Sue cut the funding.
The point is, right now, we shouldn't be turning on each other.
I agree. I can only speak from my experience with the Warblers, but no show choir is just one person, it's a team. When we lost the Warbler, we just...
What? Why does Finn look like he wants to murder Blaine? It couldn't be because Finn is homophobic and Blaine is gay, could it? Finn covers his tracks by insinuating that Blaine doesn't know what it's like to be at a school where the Glee Club is unpopular. It's totally not because he's homophobic, and this is how it ends.
When we lost a Warbler, we just replaced him with another one.
Which is easy when your waiting list has a waiting list. Dude, I know you're a big deal at Dalton or whatever, but we don't wear blazers here. So have a seat. I'm trying to give a pep talk.
Didn't you just say something about us not turning on each other?
And then, when you get rid of this
Well, give the pep talk, Finn. Don't just sit down and stare at him himbily. Will suggests selling ads in the musical program to raise the money they need. Kurt volunteers to spearhead the advertising initiative as the kids all set out to work towards their goal of being teenage Don Drapers, or I guess you could call them Dick Whitmans. All my Mad Men heads will love that one. Finn doesn't understand my Mad Men reference, however, and just becomes a madman, sneaking in a jab at Santana.
Let's do it. Hey, Santana, ready to help out the team?
Yeah, of course. Why?
Just checking.
Next, we get a formal introduction to Rory as Finn runs into him sorting some Lucky Charms.
So, who are you?
My name's Rory Flanagan. I'm a foreign exchange student from Ireland, and I love everything about America. I'm staying at the home of Brittany S. Pierce, and she thinks I'm a leprechaun.
Yeah, she's kind of like Rain Man with boobs.
She said if I grant her 3 wishes, I can get into her pot of gold. So I'm pretending to be a leprechaun. Her first wish was for an all-marshmallow box of Lucky Charms. I really want to snog her.
Okay, so minus 1,000 to Rory for knowingly manipulating Brittany just to try to sleep with her. That's pretty bad. The only thing worse than that is the acting between Damien and Corey here. I mean, these two are having a bad acting off so hard that it would make Tommy Wiseau jealous. Damien talks about being lonely and not feeling accepted in America. He asks Finn to be his friend, and Finn uses this opportunity to take advantage of Rory's closeness to Brickley and spy on her through him. So minus 250 to Finn and Rory here, which is not a great start for our new Irish friend. Back in Quick World, that's Quinn and Puck, Shelby hands off Beth to the young parents as she goes for a run. Puck takes Beth as Quinn reveals her master plan.
What are you doing?
Proving that Shelby is an unfit mother. First we plant the stuff, then we call child services, starting in the bathroom.
Quinn plants books about baby sacrifice, some skincare items that could cause a reaction in infants, and hot sauce because apparently it's illegal to give babies hot sauce, at least according to Quinn.
What's wrong with Shelby eating Mexican? Is that like a boob milk thing?
It's illegal to give hot sauce to babies. This mom used to put a drop on her kid's tongue when he was bad. She went to jail for a year.
Jail seems a little extreme. Shelby's a good mom.
Do you want her baby back or not?
Okay, so this is going to be a lot of negative points to Puck and Quinn here. They're destroying a child's home and security for nothing but selfish reasons, as well as potentially putting an innocent woman at risk of being subjected to America's harsh penal system. So minus 1,500 to Puck and Quinn, which is about right in line with what I'd normally award for a full-blown physical assault. So let's just double that to minus 3,000 because it's a baby and we'll call it a day. I mean, I don't even mention how stupid this plan is, by the way. Even if it worked, why would the state give the kid to two high schoolers who already gave up the child for legal adoption? Kurt is at his dad's shop, and I was just kind of joking before about the whole Mad Men thing, but take a look at Kurt's outfit and compare that to an image of Don Draper. I actually think the costuming might just be a subtle nod to Mad Men. I think I might be the first person to piece this together because I can't find anything online about this. Kurt is trying to sell ad space for Bert's shop, and he gets more than he asked for from his father.
You fund Sue's cheerleading squad, but you can't find a couple grand for the musical? Figgins, allow me to introduce you to some friends of mine down at the Rotary Club. These are the owners of Lima's 3 funeral parlors.
These businessmen donated enough money to the club to put on West Side Story, so good on you, Bert. Plus 500 coins. You should run for office or something, man. You're like the only consistently good character on the show. Bert and Will confront Sue and let her know that the musical is back on, and Bert vows to raise money after the musical to fight against Sue getting elected, something she takes issue with.
You mess with me, I will Temple of Doom my fist through your chest and pull out your still pumping artificial heart, which I will then hook up to my car, power us down to the Lumberjack Convention for some deep discounts on the Midwest's largest selection of ill-fitting flannels.
Bullets don't have a very good track record of messing with the Hummels.
I heard, and I am literally horny with fear.
Sue calls Bert bald, but none of it really lands as Bert and Will smile and walk away, taking their small victory. Rory walks by and we see he's lying to his mom about having a good time in America. Background hockey guy hits the phone out of his hands, but his luck picks up as he spots Glee standing by her locker.
One all marshmallow box of Lucky Charms, as requested.
This is magic. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Rory Leprechaun. You know, now you're only like 2 wishes away from getting my pot of gold.
She makes her next wish, which is for Lord Tubbington, her cat, to poop candy bars. Rory takes this moment to ask Brittany out in a more traditional way than girl boss gaslight and gatekeeping, but he gets rejected.
Brittany, I was wondering if maybe you'd like to do dinner tonight.
Oh, I can't. I have plans with a friend. And you're not supposed to eat anything but 4-leaf clovers anyways, so. Thanks.
It's not that easy being green.
And yes, the very first song of the episode and of Rory's time on Glee is Kermit the Motherfucking Frog's It's Not That Easy Being Green, as he's wearing a green shirt. I swear, a toddler with a typewriter could write this show. Brittany, post-Muppet Serenade, is at Breadsticks with Santana, and Santana is wanting to talk more openly about their relationship.
Are we dating? Or what? Wait, isn't this a date? Aren't you paying? Because I ordered shrimp. Wasn't last week when we were taking a bath together? Wasn't that a date? Are you crying?
It's just that I'm really happy.
Well, I told you last year that if I'm single and you're single, that we'd mingle. And if there's any controversy that interferes with my presidential campaign, then I'll use one of my leprechaun wishes to win the election.
Santana then asks Brittany to join Shelby's new group with her so that they don't have to play second fiddle to Rachel anymore. And Brittany says she'll consider it, but doesn't want it to look bad for her presidential campaign. Then Santana asks for a second wish from Glee.
But in the meantime, I do have one more wish.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you'd hold my hand. Like under the napkin.
A scene that would be more sweet if not for the comic relief Italian song in the background. The sound designer really missed the mark here tonally. And like, I get motifs and that this song always plays in Breadsticks, but like, we couldn't have switched it up for this one scene. We get a quick look into Puck and his pool cleaning business, citing climate change as an uptick in work due to longer and hotter summers. Though this scene more serves as a purpose to show us that Puck is no longer sleeping with his cougar clients, instead having his much younger employee take those duties.
Puck, why don't you ditch the kid and come on back? I need some help with a clogged pipe.
Sure thing, Mrs. Figler. Oh, hey, did I show you the picture of my baby? She's so cute.
You know what? Why don't you just send Pony in?
The pool cleaning business isn't quite doing it for Quinn, however.
How many pools are there in Lima?
I don't know, 25, 30?
You need to quit messing around and get a real job. Do you have any idea how much it costs to raise a child? I called Child Protective Services and they're backed up, but we should have our baby back within like 2 weeks.
Holy crap, I can't believe you actually called them.
Everybody has their big plans. Colleges, New York. Even you have your stupid pool cleaning business. I mean, what do I have?
Man, and like, you just couldn't pay me to be interested in this plot. It's so contrived and forced, and the overacting in this scene from Diana just really makes me want to skip the rest of it, so I'll save you the boredom and summarize it as Quinn is feeling pressure to be perfect and sees Beth as an easy way to feign success in life. Will lets the Glub know that they are moving forward with West Side Story and gives the floor to Blaine to share some thoughts and song, and oh my god, is this show going to make me hate Darren Criss? I mean, just look at his millennial-ass smirk at the end of the sentence.
Blaine, you actually had something you wanted to say, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, come on up.
I just wanted to acknowledge that we've all had a really rough week, what with Mercedes leaving. So I prepared a little something to show what Mr. Shu just said, that the magic is still here. So this is to remind us of what Glee's all about, which is just fun.
It's just fun. It's just fun. Ugh. Millennials, death to all of them.
Death to all of them.
Darren Criss Angel, aka Blaine, aka Mind Gleek, begins singing Katy Perry's Last Friday Night (TGIF), and boy, what a fun fact do I get to share with you, straight from the Glee Wiki. On the Season 3, Episode 4 Pot of Gold page, we can see in the trivia section that this is one of my least favorite episodes due to the handling of Rory's character, but also Blaine's little smirk. But just above that, we can also see that Kevin McHale and Darren Criss, who performed Last Friday Night in this episode, were also in the original Katy Perry music video. So you know I had to go looking for their cameos. Mind Gleek appears first at only 31 seconds in, and poor Kevin at 2 minutes in, cursed to play the nerdy guy fighting against the jock character for nerd Katy Perry's attention. It's like an incel meme come to life. Oh, and Rebecca Black is there on a nice little nod to her song Friday. And you know what? I'll say it. I like this song. I've always liked this song. Yeah, Katy Perry kinda sucks, and yeah, the sax solo is unnecessary. Does that make me a millennial for liking this song? Maybe. I've said this in this video series once and I'll say it again. Max Martin knows his shit. As for the Glee Clever, I mean, chalk it up as another why wouldn't I just listen to the original one. Santana takes offense that she wasn't featured in this one song and lets her concerns be known.
No concerns about showcasing any other voices this year at the competition?
Oh, come on, Santana. You were featured last year at sectionals.
Yeah, I know, and we won. Oh, no, you know what? I get it. Since Mercedes is gone this year, it's going to be the Blaine and Rachel show. Yay! You all know it's true. Noted. Good to know.
I don't disagree with her observation, but boy does this seem to come out of nowhere. It's just one impromptu Katy Perry cover with Da Boys. I don't know why she gets so bothered in this moment. She then takes to the hallways to harass Rory about his crush on Brickley. She warns him to back off her girl and then asks for a wish to be granted on her behalf. Rory immediately gets to action and is nearly caught placing a candy bar in Lord Tubbington's litter box, which he and Brittany then eat. Then he reveals what Santana wished for.
She wished for you to leave the New Directions and join the all-new girls singing group.
I don't know what to do. I love the Glee Club, and I don't want to abandon my friends, but if you wish on a leprechaun, it has to come true.
And with just one wish, it definitely has to come true.
Okay, so minus another 250 from Rory and Santana here for using leprechaun magic to manipulate poor Brittany here. Santana is supposed to be her friend slash partner, and this level of manipulation is even more messed up because of that fact. Speaking of messed up, Will Schuester exists, and he is visiting Bert in his shop. He is there to petition Bert to run against Sue in the upcoming election. He preaches about his blue-collar status, his no-nonsense attitude, and his relatability. Bert is already one step ahead of the shoe.
Carol, check out the election rules. I'm too late to get on the ballot, but I can still run as a write-in candidate. Yeah, some chick in Alaska won doing it last year. Her name was way harder to spell than Hummel.
Wait, are you serious? I mean, you really want to do this?
Bert feels that the glove saved Kurt's life and is planning on using this as a reason enough to run and save the arts and schools. Unfortunately, Bert doesn't have the best political instincts.
I want to be your campaign manager.
Well, Kurt already claimed the gig, but I guess he's gonna need some adult supervision, so welcome aboard.
That's right.
Agreeing to have Will on as a campaign manager is not a good look, especially if you pair that with Bert's known weakness of bribery.
It's like frogs.
Good luck, Frogman.
Bert will then later go on to the local news to announce his candidacy and takes this time to attack Sue directly, mainly how her pro-Cheerios spending and anti-art stance is going to negatively affect students, leaving her look worried. Shelby puts down Beth to sleep, and just as she does, Puck knocks on the door and disturbs her. He is thanking Shelby for a job reference that I didn't talk about earlier because it didn't seem relevant, and you know what? Hey, that's on me. Puck then asks to use the bathroom, and we see him taking away all of the planted items that he and Quinn had left on their earlier visit. So plus 100 to Puck, I guess. It's just a little bit off the top of the points from planting them in the first place. Then he helps to soothe Beth by grabbing a conveniently placed acoustic guitar and singing Waiting for a Girl Like You by Foreigner. Then Shelby complains about being a single mother, which, if I didn't know any better, I'd think that this was setting up for a pedophilic romance arc between Shelby and Puck. Two problems. Firstly, it was established earlier that Puck is no longer being abused by cougars. And secondly, Puck is 18 now. So, oh my god, no, they're actually going to kiss, aren't they?
If you ever need any help, I'm here for you. Always.
Okay, thank God they pulled away. Crisis averted. Rory rats to Finn that Britley is leaving the new directions, causing Finn to confront Brittany, leading to Santana telling him off. She says some hurtful things here, mainly in the body shaming categories, but that doesn't necessitate Finn's response.
And all that stuff about Santa being real last year was cute, but this leprechaun crap, I mean, at some point you just gotta grow up and stop being such an idiot.
What did you just call me?
Brittany, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah, all the guys in Glee Club call me that. And you're the leader, so that makes you the worst of them all.
Calling Brittany an idiot isn't a very surefire way to keep her in your club, so minus 150 to Finn. That's now 3 members of New Directions poached by Shelby's crew. Santana walks into the new all-girls club, and we see her hypocrisy in full effect.
Awesome! More backup for me. Oh, okay. You know what? I did not just leave one diva-driven Glee Club to join another, so let me write you a reality check, Richie bitch. I've seen what you can do, and what you can do is stand in the back, sway, and sing very, very quietly.
I, just wanted to be on the winning team for once. Then turn down the toot and you will be.
Shelby joins the convo and wants to brainstorm a new name for the group.
Okay, I was thinking something that more captured our essence, sums up who we want to be, who we really are.
But what we are is trouble for the other groups.
Mm-hmm. The Trouble Tones. I like it.
That's good.
I like that too.
The Trouble Tones, notably not the Troublemakers from Pitch Perfect, because they are boy and this group is girl. The Trouble Tones perform Candyman by Christina Aguilera as Will and Finn gawk from the seats of the auditorium, the two people most responsible for this splinter group even forming. Finn approaches them in the hallway the next day and apologizes to them, Brittany especially.
Thanks. I guess I'll see you guys around.
Okay.
Brittany! Your third wish has come true. You wished that by quitting Glee Club, you wouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. And Finn was all happy and smiling. So, I'm ready for my pot of gold.
Okay, no, my wish didn't come true. He wasn't smiling because he was happy. He was heartbroken.
My god, Rory, get out of here, you creep. Way to get his ass on a technicality, Britt.
Leprechauns don't exist. I realize this now. It'd be really cool if they did, but they don't.
But wait, hang on. So Brittany isn't upset with him? Also, they still live together, right? Like, isn't dinner at the Pierce household going to be, like, really awkward now? We won't ever find that out, but what we do find out is Bert is breaking some big news to Finn.
But you know, Kurt's going to be in college, and, you know, you're going to be technically an adult, too. You know, on a football scholarship. Or, I don't know. Going to need a lot of help at the tire shop.
Like, running it?
Only if that's something you want. This should be good for all of us, not just for Bert and me.
Finn running the shop is genuinely such a perfect plot point. Kurt voices his hesitations about Bert's health and Sue's ruthlessness, but Bert reassures that he is taking care of himself and not afraid of Sue's attacks. Sue then shows up and tries to give Bert a heart attack via burger and then starts spitting some truths.
Of course I'm cutting the arts. You know what public school program is the first to go into recession? Special education. They're special needs kids at McKinley, yet there's no special ed classes, no special ed teacher. I think that might be a better use of school funds than flying the Glee Club to New York without a set list, only to lose at nationals with a song they made up the night before. Have a good aneurysm.
On one hand, there should be room in a school budget for both the arts and special needs classes. I am an advocate for more, better, and affordable schooling. Neither of these programs should be axed for the other. But, on the other hand, showing up to New York Nationals without a set list should immediately DQ Schuester from ever leading a school glee club again. I'm really stuck between a rock and a really hard rock on this one. Rory is getting bullied by the hockey guys one more time, but now Finn is there to save him. He threatens to tell Coach Beast, and they leave with a background cheerleader who definitely is not high school age. Rory apologizes for ruining Glee Club, but Finn gets an idea.
What happens when the Pope dies?
Heaven, you'd think.
You get a new Pope. There's always new talent to be found. Always a new voice, right, Mr. Shu?
Yeah.
Well, everybody, I'd like to introduce my friend Roy Flanagan. He's interested in joining the Glee Club.
When we lost a warbler, we just replaced him with another one.
Which is easy when your waiting list has a waiting list.
Rory sings Take Care of Yourself by Teddy Thompson as the club watches their newest prospective member. And they really can't say no. I mean, their roster is looking very depleted. As he sings, we see the divides growing between New Direction members and the treble tones. But everything seems to be ending up fine. Wait, why are they showing Puck and Shelby? No, why? Glee, I beg of you, have one season go without this plot device. Who wanted this? Okay, so Puck is canonically 18, but this is still a teacher and someone who knew him as a minor. So minus 4,000 times 2 to Shelby here, technically not pedophilia, but still illegal, and in my eyes, still very Glee-vil. This was a relatively gloint-heavy episode, and we really don't get a lot of those anymore. Shelby takes the top spot, though, with the buzzer beater with minus 8,000 gloints, while Bert takes home a cool 750 glud points. An episode to forget, with plenty of stereotypes and inappropriate relationships to go around. We finally have arrived at the West Side Story episode. Let's hope Glee's take is better than the film version that I watched. We open with an internal monologue by Artie, and methinks Ryan Murphy got sneak dissed by staff writer Roberto Aguirre-Sacasa.
Thanks to Mr. Shu and the school musical, I finally discovered my true passion. Bossing everyone around. I mean directing. The key to being a director is having opinions. About everything. No, even stuff you have no idea about. No.
I think it's great.
We then see Rachel and Blaine practicing Tonight, the iconic song from West Side Story. A song about Maria and Tony coming to realize their star-crossed love is worth doing anything for, even dying. And no, that's not a spoiler because you should know that West Side Story is based off of Romeo and Juliet. The duo do a top-notch rendition, but not all the judges are fully impressed.
Are you gonna cry every time we sing? Such a girl.
My only note is more teeth.
Can I be honest? This song is about sexual awakening, as is the entire musical. You two lack passion. Have either of you two actually...
Wow, okay, I have to go.
Those footballs aren't going to inflate themselves. I'm out of here.
Artie goes on to describe how he's a sex expert since he's had relations with Brickley, and boy, what a weird way to ask your peers/friends. Also, actors don't have to have lived the exact experience their characters have gone through. Isn't that right, Kevin McHale? Rachel and Blaine are tasked with having sex to better fill their roles by Artie. Though indirectly as to not come off as bad, I guess. But still minus 750 to Artie for this unneeded peer pressuring that pretty much amounts to him calling Rachel and Blaine virgins. We immediately see the ramifications of Artie's actions as Rachel approaches Finn in the hallways.
So you still haven't told me who you're voting for yet.
Well, I haven't decided. Kurt's my brother. It's kind of hard to vote against your brother.
I mean, you can't do this with your brother.
Rachel says her confidence is at an all-time high, but Finn warns that it might take a dive. He mentions that a recruiter from Ohio State Buckeyes football team is coming to McKinley Friday night. Previously, Rachel has been kind of disapproving of Finn playing football, but she's also concerned about their relationship post-high school. She takes this news well, however, and wishes Finn and her dreams can come true. Together, Finn lets her know that no one will be home this weekend and invites Rachel over, which she takes the hint and accepts the invitation with a kiss. This transitioned into Blaine and Kurt's own talk about sex. Kurt is feeling insecure about not having enough sexual energy in their relationship, and Blaine responds in a totally normal way.
I mean, we are playing it very safe by not granting our hands visas to travel south of the equator.
Oh, I thought that's what we wanted.
It is. I'm just wondering, have you ever had the urges to rip off each other's clothes and get dirty?
Yeah, but that's why they invented masturbation.
Hey Blaine, have you ever thought about how hard it would be to give a sperm donation if you needed to have sex in order to do it?
That's why they invented masturbation.
Sometimes I'll be bored sitting at home and need something to fill up 1 to 6 minutes of time. I wish someone would invent something for that.
Masturbation.
Man, I live in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and I really want to piss off John Harvey Kellogg, the guy that Kellogg's cereal brand is named after and the inventor of cornflakes as a cereal. I wish there was something I could do to really make him angry.
Masturbation.
Blaine eventually calms Kurt's nerves and reassures him that they'll be comfortable enough together eventually to have sex, but that doesn't mean they need to force anything right now. Blaine ends with a little joke at Kurt's expense.
And besides, tearing off all of your clothes is sort of a tall order.
Because of the layers.
Because of the layers.
Blaine, why is lasagna so good?
Because of the layers.
Okay. And how are onions and ogres alike again?
We both have
the layers.
Okay, and what about a third thing where the punchline is you saying because of the layers?
Because of the layers.
I'm inserting these jokes here because in true Glee fashion, the episode about sex and healthy sexual awakenings is kind of boring and poorly handled. To hammer this home, teenage boy and student Artie is talking with adult woman and educator Coach Beast about her sex life. She tells him that asking her if she's a virgin is inappropriate. We get a joke that's just, haha, Coach Beast is masculine, but she still likes guys, and it all leads into Beast talking about her current crush.
There's this one gentleman, he's the bee's knees. His name's Cooter Menkins. He's a recruiter for Ohio State.
Yes, the whole point of this is to make the joke of, haha, Beast is into Cooter. It's so hack. Like seriously, this joke name is even worse than when Holly Holiday got that acting gig in Austin Powers Goldmember.
Hi, I'm Dixie. Dixie Normus.
Beast describes her lack of flirting ability and the scene ends, concluding the very inappropriate conversation to have with a student. So minus 250 times 2 to Beast for crossing that line, and minus 250 to Artie for pressuring her into talking about it. Blaine is back at Dalton Academy, for a reason I'm sure we're about to be told. We see the Warblers performing Billy Joel's Uptown Girl a cappella-ly, and we are introduced to antagonist Sebastian as he pulls Blaine in to perform with the group, serenading a random teacher, I guess, in the halls of Dalton. And as per my usual critique of a Warblers performance, there is very clearly an electronic drum kit playing throughout this entire a cappella performance, so there's that. Girl! The group asks Blaine to rejoin the old singing crew, but he instead invites them to watch his performance in West Side Story. The unimportant ones disperse, and we're left face to face with Trust Fund Kid number 2, aka Sebastian.
Sebastian Smythe.
Hi, are you a freshman?
Do I look like a freshman? So you're a legend at Dalton.
Well,
Don't be modest. I was like, I don't know who this Blaine guy is, but apparently he's sex on a stick and sings like a dream.
If you're bad at picking up on symbolism, the bells tolling are a clear sign of danger for Blaine. Sebastian never explains what class he is in or how he has come to join the Warblers without Blaine knowing him, even though Blaine was just with the Warblers only a few weeks ago. Instead, we get some lines delivered sexily as a means to show the Sebastian guy means business, and his business is trying to get Blaine to cheat on Kurt. This conversation is woven in with Santana and Rachel performing A Boy Like That from West Side Story. This is a song where Anita, Maria's brother's girlfriend, is warning her that Tony, a member of a rival gang, is going to be trouble. So just in case you really can't pick up on the bells tolling or Sebastian's over-the-top antagonistic lines, the show really makes it a point to let us know Sebastian has impure intentions with Blaine, a member of a rival show choir group. Sebastian has to go to lacrosse practice, evil coded. So he leaves, asking to meet Blaine at a later time. Blaine meekly agrees. Finn goes to Puck in the locker room and asks him for advice on which brand of condom to use with Rachel. Yes, Finn asks the only guy in the show who canonically has unintentionally fathered a child about which condom to use. You are never beating the himbo allegations, Finn. Puck mentions he doesn't use condoms. Evil coded. And then we see some Cooter.
Y'all know Cooter Menkins. Best eye for talent in the country, if you ask me.
Yeah, which is why I spent so much time with you, Coach. Hey, are those new tube socks?
I got a whole new six-pack if you need to borrow a pair.
Mr. Menkins lets the kids know he's looking for men to play for Ohio State, not boys. And it seems like he's come to the right place because McKinley High might be the only high school in the nation filled with dudes in their 20s pretending to be teenagers. Blaine meets with Kurt and asks if he wants to be more adventurous. Kurt responds positively and starts listing off some bucket list items, including this.
And okay, number 5. All right, this one's really embarrassing. I wrote this before I met you. Have relations on a dewy meadow of lilac with Taylor Lautner before he gets fat. Yeah, I know. It's stupid. It's stupid.
No, it's not. It's hot.
I'm glad that you think that, Blaine, because what if I told you Taylor Lautner does eventually become a recurring character as one Nicholas Chang on Glee, fanfiction titled Glee New Beginnings that is meant to follow the children of Glee's original cast being coached by none other than Mr. Shu many, many years in the future, starring notable actors such as Austin Butler from Dune, Ashley Tisdale from High School Musical, the Sprouse twins from being married to Barbara Palvin and being one of the most potential podcast guests of all time.
Do you mind if I have a cigarette?
Please have your cigarette.
Okay.
You know what, Gold? Let's open the door.
I don't know. People are all cool about
It's fine.
everyone smoking weed in like a studio,
But
and then
not a
someone's
fucking
like, "Can I have
cigarette?"
tobacco?" And everyone gets like this.
It's fine. It's fucking fine.
Fanfic writer X Happy Face scripted out a couple of episodes of the first season, so let's just read a bit and see how it is. Tomorrow, the school will start again after the summer break. It was Sunday evening and Will laid in his bed with his arms around Emma, his wife, who laid closely next to him with her head on his chest. They watched the news together. Emma? Will said. Yes, honey? He turned around to look at her. I thought about starting Glee again, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea. He smiled. What does my guidance counselor thinks? She thinks that you should really try it. She smiled too. But what if no one wants to join? Or Sue starts to stress again? Or what if... Hey, don't worry. You can do this. I believe in you. Emma turned around and kissed his forehead. Will smiled again. Thank you. For what? Emma said, confused. For everything. I love you, Em. Will smiled and kissed her back. I love you too, she said before cuddling into him. After a while, they were stuck in kissing and cuddling that they didn't even notice how Grace, their daughter, entered their room. The 6-year-old girl climbed on her parents' bed and smiled at seeing her parents so in love. Hey, what's up, Pumpkin? Emma asked, smiling to see her girl. Grace was close to cry. I can't find Patches. I searched everywhere, but I can't find him and I have no idea where he could be. She started to cry. Oh, don't cry, Gracie. We'll find your teddy bear. I promise, Will said while pulling Grace into his arms and wiping away her tears, which rolled down at her cheek. So, come on, Grace. Let's go start searching. Will got up. He picked up his daughter and pulled her into his arms. Emma wanted to get up too, but Will stopped her. Lay down, Em. I search it with her alone. You need to take rest. She laid back down and he kissed her forehead before getting out of room. Will took his car key and went out of the house. He went to the garage and unlocked his car. He opened the door and looked at Grace's booster seat. Patches laid next to the booster. Grace forgot to take him out of the car after their visit at his parents this morning. Will took the teddy bear and closed the door. He locked the car and went back to his house in Grace's room. Is somebody missing a teddy bear? He asked. Grace went out of the room and looked at her father. She saw Patches in his hand and ran towards him. Patches! She shouted. Shh, Gracie, Mommy wants to sleep, Will told her. Sorry, Daddy, Grace said. She took her teddy bear in her arms. Thank you for finding him. Don't mention it. I'd do anything to make my little girl happy. Now go to bed. You have to go to kindergarten tomorrow, he said. You found Patches? Emma asked. Will thought she was already asleep, so he was surprised to see her still awake. Yeah, Grace forgot him in the car. She always forgets stuff in the car. She smiled. Why didn't you tell me that before I searched the whole house? You told me to take a rest. I thought I didn't need to tell you. She smiled. Sassy girl. Let's sleep. He turned off the light and laid down close to Emma. Good night, honey. He kissed her cheek and they slept in a few minutes later. The alarm clock rang. Will turned it off and turned around to his still sleeping wife. He pulled his arms around her and kisses her forehead. Good morning, sleepyhead. I don't want to get up. Come on. Or you don't want to come late to school. That's not Emma-like, is it? He smiled. I'll go into the bathroom right now so you can sleep until I'm back. He bent down and kissed her again. Thank you. She pulled the covers over again and closed her eyes. Will walked into the bathroom and he took a shower. He changed into his clothes and then went back into his bedroom. Now, out of bed! He pulled the covers away. He pulled Emma over his shoulder and carried her into the bedroom, where he lay down carefully. I do breakfast. He went out of the bathroom. Okay, so obviously I took a darker reading that I personally felt was more true to the characters, but I am hooked on this spin-off series. Why did I do that? How did we get here?
Have relations on a dewy meadow of lilac with Taylor Lautner before he gets fat.
Oh, right. Kurt's bucket list. Blaine tells Kurt he wants to be more adventurous while they are young, in direct contradiction of what he told Kurt before, and a clear sign that Sebastian's influence is already affecting Blaine and Kurt's relationship. Next up, we get Artie pulling Cooter into the auditorium to hit him with the hard questions.
You like Coach Beast, right?
Yeah, of course I do. He's the best football coach in the state.
Yeah, but do you like her?
And if that phrasing doesn't underline how ill-equipped Artie is to have these conversations with adults, then I don't know what will. Cooter mentions that he has asked Beast out a ton, but she just doesn't take the hints. Artie implores him to ask her out again, this time making it super obvious and lets him know he has the perfect idea for their date. Quick question, why is Cooter just hanging around McKinley? Does he not have better things to do as a football recruiter for one of the highest profile college football programs in the nation than spend an entire day in Lima, Ohio? I mean, don't get me wrong, talent can come from anywhere, but Lima? According to famousbirthdays.com, the only NFL player with relevance from Lima is Ben Roethlisberger, infamous two-time alleged sex criminal. Not the best track record of football players in Lima, Ohio is all I'm saying. Blaine and Sebastian meet at the one coffee shop in the entire metropolitan area, and Sebastian lays it on thick.
You're just so, you're out there.
And your whole bashful schoolboy thing, super hot. Look, Sebastian, I have a boyfriend. It doesn't bother me if it doesn't bother you. No, I mean, I really care about him. He doesn't need to know. I just never want to mess my thing up with him in any way. He's really great.
Who's really great?
Okay, so welcome Sebastian to the Glee board. Make yourself at home. That's minus 150 for hitting on Blaine, knowing he is uncomfortable and has a boyfriend, and minus 150 to Blaine for setting up this meeting without telling Kurt. Like, I don't know, a simple, hey, by the way, meeting with a friend text would have sufficed. But I know, Blaine can only text single words that Sora from Kingdom Hearts shouts out while having Simba summoned. Kurt and Sebastian trade a couple of passive-aggressive comments, and then Sebastian invites them to hang out the following night at a local gay bar, Scandals.
Scandals? That's the gay bar.
Yes, Blaine, I already said that. Sebastian brags about meeting a guy on the dance floor and implies that they hooked up at the club, and Blaine backs away from the conversation and declines the invite. Kurt, however, emboldened from Blaine's desire to be more adventurous, takes Sebastian up on the offer and agrees to meet at Scandals.
That's the gay bar.
Yes, Blaine, we know. From Scandals
Gay bar.
to, well, Scandals, I guess. We see Finn and Rachel eating dinner alone at Finn's house in a dimly lit room, and Rachel can't say no to eating the food Finn has made for her because of the implication.
That was amazing. I've never had meat substitute before that tasted that much like real meat.
Of course, because you're a vegan, which I remember. Because we know each other so well. More sparkling cider?
Mm-hmm.
They toast to their relationship going so well recently, and Rachel invites Finn to snuggle by the fire before dessert. They lay on the floor, begin to kiss, and then this.
Wait, before we do this, I need to know, why now? And the last time we talked about this is you said you wanted to wait till you won a Tony.
Any other major award, Emmy, Golden Globe, People's Choice would have gotten you to third base, but I don't know what changed. I mean, even the thought of going to New York or Virgin felt silly to me, but when and who is going to feel more right than you and now? And I love you.
I mean, that's actually like really sweet. Good thing the clip ends there and she doesn't fuck anything up.
I just want to make sure this is special enough for you. I've been saving up for a hotel for us, someplace nice, like a Marriott or something. If we wait a couple of weeks, I could probably.
No, I can't wait a couple of weeks. I have to get this done before opening night.
Get this done?
I can't play a girl who has a sexual awakening if I'm not woken up myself.
Rachel is left feeling like she fucked up, and that's probably because she fucked up.
So you're doing this so you can act better?
No, I'm doing this because I love you and so that I can act better, but that's my business, okay? It has nothing to do with you, so.
I think both things, though, could be true. Like, she can feel like she's ready, and she can feel like this may help her act. But to say to Finn, it has nothing to do with you is very callous, and I'll say it, GLEE-VIL, minus 150 points to Rachel. You know what? Let's just give Finn like 25 GLUD points for saving up money for the hotel to make Rachel feel comfortable. It's a nice move by the Fimbo himself. Mike is at his locker when his father aggressively approaches and slams his locker shut. He overheard from Mike's mom that Mike is still doing the school musical and berates him for lying and making his mom a liar as well. But Mike doesn't take his father's request to quit the musical lying down.
No, I love being a dancer.
When I was in high school, I wanted to be a tennis player. But then I had to wake up and realize that I wasn't good enough. Grow up, Michael. You need to learn the difference between grown-up dreams and kid dreams.
I'm not going to be a doctor. I will be a professional dancer. I'll pay my own way through college. I don't want your money.
As long as you continue to waste your life with this silly fantasy, you will no longer be my son.
Then I guess I don't have a dad anymore.
Mike's insistence on doing what he wants to do has led to his father disowning him and removing access to a college fund. Yet Mike still stands with his convictions. It's a very well-written plot. Can't say that about this next scene though, as Beast is working out alone as Cooter meanders in.
Need somebody to spot you?
No, I'm good. I lift big and solo.
Yo, you'd be surprised how much I can bench if I got the chance.
Gotcha. I'll be through here in a sec. And then they're all yours.
Beast is benching 5 plates. Each one of those plates is 45 pounds or 20 kilos. This means Beast is bench pressing and repping 495 pounds or 220 kilos if you're in a country that was settled by the losing side of the American Revolutionary War, or about 34.6 stone if you're British. The current raw, meaning no gear to assist the lift, world record was set in 2016 by April Mathis, is 207.5 kilograms or 38 pounds less than what Beast is repping. And Cooter is just not impressed? I thought you were a top tier scout. Do you not recognize the incredible human feat happening right before your eyes? Also, shouts out to whoever made that bar because it's not bending at all. Here's what a normal bar would look like with 500 pounds on it. Cooter tries to give her some flowers, she misses the hint, and they have a conversation about going on a date.
Why are you doing this, Cooter? Somebody put you up to this?
Jeez. Why don't you get that I'm attracted to you?
Because you're the kind of man that could have any pretty girl he pointed at, and I don't look the way pretty girls look.
Well, good. So I don't date girls. I just date women. Beautiful women. Like you.
This scene would be a lot sweeter if Cooter Menkins didn't give off such heavy John Gruden energy.
You know, when I was calling plays, I just loved it when our quarterback shredded the defense. I mean, just ripped them. That's what has me feeling really nicey. Like watching Jared Goff go 18 for 18, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns. Got me feeling nicey. I couldn't do that pregame warm-up.
And you're welcome, Blake, for the Jared Goff reference.
Nice. Like watching Jared Goff go 18 for 18, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns. Got me feeling nicey.
Great protection.
Beast accepts the flowers from Cooter and asks Cooter out Friday night after the game. Holy shit, high school football games get over at like 10 p.m. at the earliest? Just do it on Saturday. Rachel has called the gals together to seek advice regarding her mess up with Finn. Quinn suggests remaining celibate. Santana warns how bad Finn is in bed, and Brittany is more nonchalant about her first time.
I lost my virginity at cheerleading camp. He just climbed into my tent. Alien invasion.
I think they just made a sexual assault joke. I'm not sure how else we're supposed to receive that information. Was that like worth the laughs, Glee writers? Tina shares how losing her virginity was a great experience because she was with someone that she loves. And as she recants her first time with Mike, we cut back to Santana and Rachel performing I Have a Love from West Side Story, in an obvious mirror of Blaine and Sebastian's conversation earlier this episode. Tina's reassurance convinces Rachel to approach Finn again with more clear and pure intentions in the future, knowing he is the one she loves and feels ready to share this experience with. Blaine and Kurt show up at Scandals.
Scandals? That's the gay bar.
And they get in with their fake IDs super easy, just like in real life, kids. It's drag night, so they get some weird pot shots at the drag queens at the bar. Sebastian is already at the bar doing an impression of Steve from Blue's Clues, I assume, and Blaine gets a beer, and a Shirley Temple for designated driver Kurt. Sebastian and Blaine go to dance as we get a jump scare come into frame.
Better watch your boyfriend. Can I get a beer, please?
So how's life at your new school?
Fun.
You know, I just want to have a normal senior year and play football without my teammates hearing rumors about me.
Just to let you know, I would have never told anyone. It's not who I am.
That's right, folks. Background bully is a foreground plot point now, and believe me, no one could have seen this coming. No one warned me that he becomes more plot relevant as the show progressed. No siree, not a single person. Not a single person. So, the only thing I could do is go back and watch every single episode thus far and rescore this character. And that is what I did. 44 episodes between the first 2 seasons, 18 of which he directly appeared, more when he was just mentioned. And what did that lead me to? Background Bully totaled 7,675 GLEE-VIL points throughout this point of the series, putting him in the all-time standings right around Finn/Britt Glee range, which didn't really feel right. So just like when I did this for JBI, I doubled the points and gave it to the next person, who just happened to be someone named David Karofsky. Tough break for that guy. Minus 14,300 points puts him right between Terry and Santana, and firmly in the shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet of a school tier from the last video, which seems right. It's almost like this is a fully scientific and foolproof process, huh? So Karofsky shares his experience as being a little more accepting of his own sexuality and bonds with Kurt over their uneasiness with their sexuality. They clink glasses and Kurt storms the dance floor, breaking up the dance session between Sebastian and Blaine, owning his sexuality. Blaine drunkenly stumbles back to the car, holding on to Kurt for stability, leading up to a very upsetting moment.
Hey, come on, I only have 1 beer. Hey,
Sure.
kiss me.
Oh,
Kiss me.
no.
Come on.
Come on, you're right in the back. Come on, lay down.
All right,
It's likely
all right.
to throw up that way. In there.
Whoa, wait. Okay, all right, all right, Blake, all right. Hold hand.
Come on. Hey, Kurt, let's just do it. I want you.
No,
I want you so.
no, stop it.
Hey, listen,
Stop,
I know you wanted to do it in a field of lilacs with Sting playing in the background and all that, but who cares what we are? It's all about us,
Yeah,
right?
it's about us, which is why I don't want to do it on a night that you spend half of dancing with another guy, and that you're sober enough to remember it the next day.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because I've never felt less like being intimate with someone, and either you can't tell or you just don't care.
We cut immediately to Emma looking into a packed auditorium and then back at a couple of virgins.
Just so you know, your Maria has disappointed you. I'm still a virgin.
And your Tony has disappointed you. Me too.
Look, the audience is smart. The only sensible solution is to just cancel the show. I'd rather send everybody home than give a false, inauthentic performance.
5 minutes. Rachel, darken your eyebrows. Blaine, tone down the blush.
The show must go on, even with both Maria and Tony's actors not really understanding the idea of informed consent. Artie has some pre-show jitters, worried that the show isn't going to be perfect. The cast gathers to give one last message to Artie before the show starts.
But I didn't know what I was doing either. When you're in a chair, it's hard to ever feel like you've grown up. Everyone's always doing stuff for you. They get freaked out about saying the wrong thing, so they coddle you. Sometimes it's hard to ever picture a life of being totally self-sufficient. But directing you guys, the way you trusted me, the way you looked at me and listened to me, it was the first time in my life that I ever felt like a grown man. That's the greatest gift you could give a guy, so thank you guys.
You know what would make this scene hit harder? Showing Artie actually being a good director. All we saw was him harassing his cast for not having sex, being overbearing with his design choices, and just being overall overconfident in his abilities, none of which seemed to cause any negative backlash for Artie, only really receiving praise. The theory that Artie is meant to portray Ryan Murphy in this episode is making a lot more sense as it goes on. We then see the cast performing America from West Side Story, a song meant to portray the optimism that immigrants have when coming into the United States. The American dream, something anyone can achieve. The girls' optimism being cut down by the men's more real assessment, citing things like prevalent racism and how low wages are for the Puerto Rican migrants into New York. Blaine and Rachel express their concerns about following up such a great performance as virgins, but head out confident regardless. We also got a glimpse of Mike taking the stage, catching eye contact with his mother in the crowd. We then cut to after the show, where Blaine is alone on stage practicing a move he missed. Kurt walks in on him, complimenting Blaine's performance before bringing up the Warblers.
And you were right. Our first time shouldn't be like that. I was drunk, and I'm sorry.
Well, it sure beats the last time you were drunk and made out with Rachel. But I'm sorry, too. I wanted to be your gay bar superstar, but try as I might, I'm still just a silly romantic.
It's not silly.
You take my breath away. And not just now, but tonight on that stage. I was so proud to be with you.
I hope so. I want you to be.
They share how proud they are to be with each other, and Blaine asks to attend the party at Breadsticks with Kurt. He declines.
Would you accompany me?
No. I want to go to your house.
Rachel heads over to Finn's place, ready to properly apologize. He compliments her performance and they take a seat on the couch together. Finn is distant, but it's not for the reason Rachel fears.
The recruiter. He watched the game, and then I waited like an idiot for 20 minutes while he talked to Shane. I didn't even shower or change out of my uniform because I was afraid I'd miss him. So you guys are going after Shane?
Kid's a monster. Look, kid, just because your football career ends in high school, it doesn't mean your life does.
Wait, I don't understand what any of this means.
It means they suck.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember what Finn looked like throwing the football? Finn is worried that he'll be stuck in Lima for the rest of his life, having peaked in high school. Not a good enough quarterback to get a scholarship, not a good enough singer to get into NIADA. And this scene would maybe hit harder if we didn't just learn last episode that Finn is being handed the auto shop if Bert wins the election. Like, put that scene after Finn feels so dejected, and it could be like this nice, sweet, like, hey, you're really good at car stuff, and that's something to be proud of. Look at Bert. He's had a happy life as a small business owner, but we don't get that. Instead, we get this.
You're special. You know how I know that? Because I'm gonna give you something that no one else is ever gonna get.
Yeah, guy only wants sex with virgin. Now his life is magically gonna be better, right? Tying Finn's happiness to this moment is so lazy. I don't know, it just like strikes me in the wrong way completely. We cut between couples cuddling and having implied relations. Finn and Rachel, Blaine and Kurt. As we see Rachel and Blaine singing One Hand, One Heart from the musical, a song sang between Tony and Maria during their secret wedding. Again, you can't be upset about spoilers, it is based off of Romeo and Juliet. The episode closes as we lost 3 stupid virgins, or whatever the moral of the story was. 3 new characters were added to the list this episode, being Sebastian, Cooter, and Karofsky. 7 characters ended up more GLEE-VIL than before, with the notable inclusion of Darren Cross's Blaine picking up minus 850 gloints, being just edged out by Artie for the most GLEE-VIL in the episode with minus 1,000. We are back to the tried and true mashup episode, making this the 3rd and final season in a row where the 6th episode revolves around taking 2 good songs and making them into one slightly worse amalgamation. Season 1 had the glutens abusing cold medicine supplied by substitute nurse Terry Schuester. Season 2 saw students thinking of Beast while trying to edge, and in season 3 we get this.
It's happened. The Lion King Puck Fossa has been caged. I've been in love before, but this time feels different. This time feels grown up. Don't judge me, I'm 18, it's legal. Besides, the age difference isn't that crazy. Just look at Ashton and Demi, Indiana Jones and Ally McBeal, Woody Allen and that Chinese girl.
Yeah, it's still illegal. She's a teacher. And according to Ohio's Title 29, Chapter 2907, sexual battery applies when the offender, Shelby, is a teacher or other person in authority employed by a school and the other person, Puck, is enrolled or attends that school. It's not pedophilia, I guess. Technically. And before the worst person you know starts typing, actually it's a phebophilia because Puck would be post-pubescent and the age of consent in Ohio is 16, let me just say this. Shut up. You're not Mike Trapp or Effing Wadiway. You don't need to actually your way into defending morally degenerate behavior. Puck is dead set on vying for Shelby's love. We were subjected to a Glee version of Van Halen's Hot for Teacher, which is kind of insane that it took Glee 3 seasons to feature the song, given the show's affinities for teacher-adult relationships. But don't worry, I'm sure Mr. Shu will call out this inappropriate behavior that Puck is exhibiting and Shelby is enabling.
Wow, Puck! Guys, spectacular! What a way to start off this week! You guys didn't even need an assignment to work on this, you just did it!
Mr. Schuester, while the performance was excellent, particularly the drumming, don't you think that the subject matter is a little inappropriate?
Well, that depends on what Puck's intent was when he chose this song.
I guess I just dig Van Halen.
All right, rock on!
Great work, Shu. We see a political attack ad from Sue attacking Bert and his baboon heart she claims he received from his heart procedure last season, which really angers his campaign managers Will and Kurt. Kurt confronts Sue about her blatant lying, and we get a little tongue-in-cheek political messaging from the gliders here about politics being about lying and shit-slinging, something Britley has taken up for herself.
Okay, listen, a vote for Brittany is a vote for repair water fountains and robot teachers.
Did you say robot teachers?
Yep.
Radical, I've always wanted one.
And also, listen, Rachel Berry's still on MySpace and thus unfit to lead.
That's ridiculous. Brittany's making promises she can't deliver on. It's lying, and no one is even on MySpace, not even Rachel.
It doesn't matter. Brittany's got their attention, and you're playing all nice campaigning for a salad bar in the cafeteria. It's boring, it's tired, it's not going to get you elected.
Sue reveals the causes that she cares for in her campaign, aka hating the arts, and gives Kurt the same advice. Find a cause you really care about and start shit-slinging. Kurt rejects Sue's advice and storms out. Shelby, the teen lover, meets up with Will, the racist, womanizing creep, in the teacher's lounge to lounge with other teachers and to talk about how well they get along. But they fear that their rival glee clubs may be at odds. We learn that New Directions and the Troubletones are facing off against one another at sectionals, and to channel the animosity between the gloops, they ask them to meet in the auditorium. Some harshities are exchanged between students before Will and Shelby appear, singing a duet mashup of You and I by Lady Gaga and You and I by Eddie Rabbitt and Crystal Gale. What a sentence. Oh, and if you're worried about each club needing 12 members to compete at sectionals, have no fear, as I believe this is the first time we are introduced to some extremely unimportant background cheerleaders who are on the Troubletones. Though I think I only count 6 members and a teen lover in Troubletones, and 10 members in the New Directions. So we'll have to see how the Troubletones plan to double their numbers by sectionals, and the original club finds 2 more total numbers. And hey, I'll admit it, this is the only time I've not cringed the entire way through a mashup. Probably because Lady Gaga's You and I is such a bop, and that's the bass instrumental used in this mashup. Teen Lover and Mr. Creep then decide to pitch a mash-off. Each group will create a mashup and face off against one another. The Glids are excited, but I am not, for obvious reasons. We then get a scene where Puck tries to confess his feelings for Shelby, and that he loves her, but she's kind of backing down from her teen-loving ways. For a second.
Beth needs a dad. I mean, why shouldn't it be her actual dad? Look me in the eye and tell me you don't feel something too. I mean, you want a mashup? We're the ultimate mashup. 2 things that maybe shouldn't work together, but do.
I would lose my job.
Yeah, that's not the only reason you should have a hang-up about this Glee-relationship. She denies his overall advances as Puck leaves, and if it feels like I'm zooming through this episode, it's because it's very boring and the plot is lame, and I call that the old Glee double down. Speaking of lame, the New Directions are talking mashups, and Finn wants the club to go with a band that hasn't broken up as a nod to how important it is for the Glee club to stick together. Definitely not because they're currently 2 members short of qualification status, and they can't really afford to lose anybody else. He pitches Hall & Oates, which I'm sure has aged wonderfully. Wait, hang on, I'm sorry. I cannot believe that I'm just now learning his name is John Oates. Like, maybe I'm out of touch and I don't mean to speculate, but maybe they both fell for the same lady? Some rich girl who turned out to be a man-eater? Or I guess in this case, men-eater? And it resulted in John Oates punching Daryl and getting his Jingle Bell Rocked (Daryl's version? Hey, all my Hall & Oatesers will love that one. Finn preaches inclusivity and being kind to each other and directly takes a shot at Blaine, probably because he's gay.
I think we should give this solo to the new guy. Get him prepared for what's in store when the stakes get high. Rory, I think you'll do a good job.
Thanks, Finn, but I don't think I'm ready for that honor just yet.
Come on. You're totally ready, Rory. You'll kill it. We'll all help you. It's a great idea, Finn.
Thanks.
This will become relevant later, a Chekhov's Blaine of sorts. Puck and Quinn are talking CPS, with Quinn still being oblivious to Puck sabotaging her plans and kissing of Shelby's lips. Quinn's next step in her plan to suck up to Shelby and steal Beth back is to ask to join the Troubletones. Shelby says she'll have to think about it. Spending an awful lot of time thinking about not letting someone in your Glee club and not on the ethics and morals of actively sabotaging your biological daughter's life and making out with teenagers, aren't you, Shelby? Next, we see Finn and Rory walk in the halls of McKinley, and Rory mentions not liking how mean Santana is to Finn. Finn tries to explain the American culture of trash talk between rivals and implies the best thing they can do is just trash talk Santana back. And here is how that goes.
Hey there, Orca.
Hey, Santana. You look like an assless J-Lo.
You're skinny like all the crops failed on your family's farm.
That is the lamest thing I didn't understand a word of.
Not one word.
Is that really all that you can come up with? You seriously think that you can out-insult me?
Then we'll have to settle this another way. Today, after school, bring your Troubletones.
Are you suggesting what I think you are?
Yeah, I am. Dodgeball.
Oh. That's not what I thought he was going to say. Okay, yeah, dodgeball it is. Certainly better than Fimbo getting into a fight with Santana. Rachel goes to Shelby alone in a dark auditorium with no one else around to ask her to sign a pre-written letter of recommendation for Nyada, and Shelby can't say no because of the implication. And also, it's the least she can do for being such a Gleese of shit to Rachel. She signs, and as Rachel walks away, Shelby stops her and tells her she's proud of her. She gushes about how talented she is and how successful she will become. Rachel is moved and asks Shelby to write her own letter of recommendation. The scene ends with Shelby remarking how impressive Rachel's resume is, even if she doesn't win class president, and that she feels bad for other students who won't have as nice of a CV. And can you tell where this is going and what Rachel is going to have to do in the not so distant future? Oh, look, it's the not so distant future. At the dodgeball meetup, Rachel is trying to talk to Kurt, but he's still upset with her betrayal.
So, you know that our Nyada applications are due next week. I only need one more letter of recommendation. I wrote to Patty LaFawn on her website, but I haven't heard from her yet, so. I really miss you, Kurt. And I really want to be your friend again.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you walked all over me and your borderline sociopath that climbed to the top.
Cut to the beginning of Dodgeball, which makes it glaringly obvious Heather Morris has never tried to be intimidating ever.
Let's do this.
I mean, she can dance and she can sing, but boy, can she not threaten to give someone a knuckle sandwich from across the lunchroom. The dodging of balls commences in a mashup of Hit Me With Your Best Shot by Pat Benatar, which you might know from YouTuber Chipmunk Mania, and One Way or Another by Blondie, which you might know from YouTuber Alvin Weeworky Chipmunk Music Video HD. But real quick, let's check in on how many treble tones there are. If we count pairs of feet, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They gained an extra member. Shouldn't that be important for us to know? And Quinn is still in New Directions, for those wondering. I'm counting Glembers because this performance is boring and non-consequential to the plot. They do some flips, completely ignore the rules of dodgeball, and the treble tones completely wipe the floor with the New Directions, as seen in a montage of headshots, culminating in Santana headshotting Finn, then ganging up on poor Rory.
Okay. Good game.
Boy, oh boy, that was a cracker.
What? Stop it! Stop it! For God's sakes, he's bleeding.
And we are supposed to believe that he is the only person to get a bloody nose after watching balls drill the New Directioners in the face for like 3 minutes. Post dodgeball victory, the Treble Tones are having a power struggle between members.
Santana, the dodgeball thing was fun until the end, but enough.
No, honey, I'm just getting started.
I'm the leader of this group, and I'm telling you, lay off those guys.
I'm sorry, the leader? Who died and made you queen, Aretha?
I brought you guys in, and I came up with the idea for our mashup while you were wasting time trying to figure out how to make Finn Hudson cry. So, I nominate myself as president of the Treble Tones. All in favor?
And I'm not sure why they're having such an important vote without all of the members there. I mean, where's the 7th member? Santana vows to play nice with the New Direction members, which she immediately tries to do.
Hey, Tubbs.
Hey, listen here. You can't make fun of Finn anymore.
Shut your potato hole. I'm here to apologize. I mean, at some point, I must have liked that you look like a taco addict who's had one too many back alley liposuctions.
Whoa.
Please stick a sock in it or ship yourself back to Scotland. I'm trying to apologize to Lumps the Clown. I am sorry, Finn. I mean, really, I'm sorry that the New Directions are going to get crushed by the Treble Tones. I'm also sorry that you have no talent. Sorry that you sing like you're getting your prostate checked and you dance like you've been asleep for years and someone just woke you up. Have fun riding on Rachel's coattails for the rest of your life. Although, you know what? I would just watch out for her come holiday time if I were him, because if I were her, I'd stick a stent in one of those boobs and let the Finn blubber light the Hanukkah lamp for 8 magical nights.
And that, folks, is how you speedrun to the bottom of the leaderboard. Though calling Finn fat and talentless for a minute straight is just one technique. Finn takes a direct path, one with one giant XP drop.
Hey, Santana.
Why don't you just come out of the closet?
You know, I think I know why you're so good at tearing everybody else down. It's because you're constantly tearing yourself down because you can't admit to everybody that you're in love with Brittany and she might not love you back. That must hurt not to be able to admit to everyone how you really feel. You know what I think you are? A coward.
Thank you, Finn, for not only ridiculing Santana for her sexuality, but also publicly outing her. Very cool and not homophobic of you. Will and Bert are getting frustrated that Sue's campaign has been so effective and vitriolic. Bert pushes Will to fight fire with fire. Next scene. Puck is at Shelby's watching Beth as she puts together some IKEA furniture. You know, some real couple shit. Then Puck tells Shelby about Quinn's plan to have CPS take Beth from Shelby. He apologizes and goes on about how he now sees that Beth isn't an accident, but a blessing from God or nature or whatever, his words. Next scene. The mash-off is about to commence with the New Directions going first, with Hall & Oates' I Can't Go For That / You Make My Dreams being combined into one worse version. The costumes are fun though. Then we cut to the class president debates for some reason. Brickley promises to go topless on Tuesdays. Kurt stands up for himself against the attacks from other candidates and pushes to ban dodgeball from the school on the grounds that it's too violent, you know, like a nerd. Rachel then gives up her class president candidacy and pushes for Kurt to win because he's the only one who didn't get negative in his campaign. Next scene. Rachel and Kurt make up after she properly apologizes in the hallways. Next. Quinn surprises Shelby at her house with a gift for Beth. Shelby denies Quinn's request to join the Troubletones and mentions the CPS plan. Quinn calls Shelby a cash whore for being a surrogate, prompting Shelby to push Quinn out and prevent her from seeing Beth anymore. Scene. Santana is called to Sue's office as she takes responsibility for the bullying that Santana has been dishing out, given that Sue has been such a bad example. Finn's outing of Santana was overheard by a political rival's niece, and he ran an ad outing Sue for having a lesbian cheerleader, Santana, in her ranks. Bert and Will are also there, and Santana runs out crying, upset that she has been outed so publicly before she was even able to tell her family. Then we are back to the mashup, with the Troubletones mashing up Rumor Has It / Someone Like You by Adele. And surprise, it's good. Partly because Naya Rivera and Amber Riley are so talented, but also partly because it's nearly impossible to mess up Adele. However, as the song ends, Santana spots Finn whispering into Rachel's ear, causing this reaction.
What did you just say to her?
I said I thought you were great.
No, you're lying.
No, he literally just said that.
You tell her too?
Santana.
Everyone's gonna know now because of you.
The whole school already knows. And you know what? They don't
Not just
care.
the school, you idiot. Everyone.
What are you talking about?
There was 17 minutes of the show between Finn publicly outing Santana and then Santana slapping Finn at the end of the episode. Everything in between that was not important, boring, barely even a good joke. So while I will gloss over the Puck Shelby Quinn storylines and even the Kurt Rachel stuff, the real meat here is the dynamic between serial homophobe Finn and Santana. And if we look at the gloint totals, it may surprise you to see Santana topping the GLEE-VIL list at the episode's end with minus 2,300 gloints. But I counted 12 separate times she body shamed someone in this episode. Finn wasn't far behind with minus 1,650. However, it really feels like the writers had Santana be like extra mean this episode to almost like justify Finn outing her. Like she really leaned into the Finn is fat bit when they could have just had her be hyper competitive and like talk about beating the New Directions at sectionals. So like, don't blame my system if you think that these gloints don't add up. Blame the gliders. Besides, I've already explained in previous installments how my system is infallible and super scientific and there's no way just a gimmick to make a Glee YouTube video more interesting. This next episode picks up right after the last as we see Finn, Shelby, and Will in Figgins' office as he is informing Santana that she will be suspended for slapping Finn.
I'm sorry, but since a student had lit firecrackers stuffed down his pants 3 years ago, we've had a zero-tolerance physical violence policy.
Is that why you've suspended all the kids who have been tossing slushies in our faces for the past 2 years?
Slushies are not on the school board's approved list of suspend-worthy weapons.
They try to do a little self-aware, oh, why hasn't bullying resulted in suspension before, teehee? But it really misses considering Santana has been in not one but 2 actual fights before slapping Finn. Once with Quinn and once with Zeises.
You have a surgery when you get your appendix out. You got a boob job. Yep, sure did.
So what is the plot point that Glee had to so awkwardly shoehorn in here? Well, Figgins suspends Santana and her alter ego Snicks. Don't ask, it's a lame joke by the gliders.
My other evil personality. Call her Snicks.
For 2 weeks, and sectionals is next week, which means the 6 to 7 members of the Troubletones will have an even harder time reaching the required member total of 12 with Santana not being able to compete. Unless the show completely throws out that requirement that has been in place since season 1 and has driven multiple episode subplots, and the gliders wouldn't dare to be inconsistent. My personal obsession with Glee's competition rules aside, Finn has come up with a day-saving plan all by himself.
She didn't slap me. I know that it looked and sounded like she did, but she actually didn't. What is it called in a play or a movie when you pretend to hit someone, but you don't?
A stage slap?
It was a stage slap. That's what it was.
What is your angle here, Finn?
The truth. If she didn't actually hit me, then you can't suspend her, right? No.
And you know what? That's like the least Finn could do here, but we'll still give the poor schlub some gloints. So 150 to you, Finn. That's effectively one free body shaming on the house. Way to fall on the proverbial sword for Santana. Finn reveals to Santana that he wants the treble tones to be at full strength and that he feels bad for her having to hide who she is, which I guess kind of counts as a wholesome moment. Technically, Santana accepts his half apology, but then we learn of his true intentions.
If you think that in exchange for keeping me from getting suspended, I'm gonna come
Back to the Glee Club, exactly. You and all the treble tones. I have an idea for a lesson, but it won't work if you're not there.
Did Miss Corcoran and Mr. Shue already agree to this?
Look, it's up to you. Either you can come back to the choir room and embrace your awesome, or take a 2-week vacation and enjoy your seat in the audience for sectionals.
Okay, so that's just blackmail, Finn. So let's just take those 150 gloins back, and while I'm there, I'll just take another 1,500 gloins for leveraging Santana's sexuality against her, which is something that Santana did herself all the way back in season 2, episode 18 with Karofsky. Next, we take a visit inside the mind of Rachel Berry. We learn she's really worried about Kurt not winning class president because then she will, quote, have to move to New York without her best gay. Rachel and Finn really do deserve each other with their selfishness disguised as altruism, huh? A match made in Glevin. We learned through JBI that Brittany is leading in the polls by 17 points and the election is today, so Kurt is getting desperate.
What's the point? I'm gonna lose unless I pull a JFK.
Wait, you're gonna shoot Brittany?
No. No, when Kennedy ran against Nixon in 1960, he had all his mob buddies in Chicago stuff the ballot boxes so that he'd win Illinois. Win in the presidency.
Back when the Democrats had a backbone. And you know what? This is one Illinois political scandal that I stand behind. And trust me, as an Illinoisan, we have plenty of them to choose from. Kurt walks away, feeling his chances of winning class president and thus making Niata slipping away. Back in the Glub practice room, Finn unveils his master plan.
Can someone tell us what's going on, please?
This week, the Treble Tones and New Directions will both be singing music created by ladies and for ladies.
Oh, hell no.
Next week, all of us will be going to sectionals, and one of us is probably going to win. But Santana, we're worried about you.
Worry about yourself, fetus face.
Finn mentions that Santana and Brickley's relationship has always been accepted in the Glub. Finn's really the worst person to deliver that message, but I'd say that's more true than false. He wants this assignment to show Santana she is loved, but also wants to bring everybody together. And to help bring this point home, Kurt and Blaine get up to sing the first Lady Week song of the episode. Yes, that's right, in classic Glee fashion, two men are singing the first song in the episode about accepting lesbian relationships. The Lady Week song for ladies is Pink's Perfect, which is of course very fitting because just like Darren Criss, in 2016 she certified her allyship by being named culturally queer. Plus, I mean, who can forget this iconic moment in pop culture history from honorary lesbian Pink herself?
I'm gay. Actually, I'm not.
Kurt takes the lead on vocals, with Blaine doing the talk rapping part, and the Glub members all seem to enjoy it, including the entire strings section that they have. I'm sorry, but how can they afford an entire string section? Anyways, Santana was not impressed.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Finn, especially. You know, with all the horrible crap I've been through in my life, now I get to add that.
Dealing with her own sexuality crisis, Sue is being attacked by political rival Reggie the Sauce Salazar, the same pizza magnate that outed Santana in the last episode.
Dear Journal, my campaign is in crisis. Polls have me neck and neck with Reggie the Sauce Salazar, and his ad is set to run any day now. Why would someone assume I'm a friend of Ellen just because I'm mannish and highly aggressive and have short hair and I only wear tracksuits and I coach a girls' sport and I married myself? It just doesn't make sense. The truth is, Journal, I'm attracted to men. Sure, I can't stand watching them meet or talking to them, but when it comes to getting sexy, this gal's got a hole in her heart only a fella can fill.
Sue's plan is to get some arm candy to get the heat off of her, and her options include people like actor Todd Bridges, Vladimir Putin, and Stephen Baldwin. One of these names isn't really like the other, I fear. Sue sets her sights on a man who is unnamed to the viewers. However, much more perceptive Glee fans may get a hint as we pan to the next scene involving Coach Beast and Emma. So anyway, Coach Beast is doing her best 2011 impression, eating a turducken. Epic sauce the bacon narwhals at midnight, my good sir. Beast outlines how well her relationship with Cooter Mancoons is going, and the joke you're about to see is, haha, it sounds like sex, so don't say I didn't warn you.
So I take it things are going well between you and Mr. Menkins?
Last night, Cooter asked me to do something I never imagined I'd be doing.
You think you can handle it, Shannon?
Give it to me, Cooter.
Wow. Hey, I, for one, I'm in stitches. Did you hear that moan move down a few semitones?
Comedy.
Surely Sue wouldn't ruin this budding romance. We then cut back to Lady Week, and it's another guy singing. This time Puck staring directly at Shelby while serenading her with I'm the Only One by Melissa Etheridge. And how did I forget about this song? You know what? I'll say it. Maybe it's because I was 17 when this season aired, but season 3 song choices have been so great. Like, Puck's performance is whatever, but Melissa Etheridge, welcome to my Spotify playlist that I never listen to because I would rather be watching a YouTube video on 2x speed while playing old school RuneScape. And if you don't believe me, here's my YouTube watch time the last 7 days as of writing this sentence, with an average of 5.5 hours a day. And here's a picture of my Iron Man account chopping trees in Sears Village. Quinn confronts Puck after his performance, calling him out for singing directly to Shelby and not to her. She then propositions him for a hookup.
My mom is going on a Christian wine tasting boat down the Ohio River on Friday.
A Jesus Booze cruise.
So I'm gonna have the house to myself. Wanna come over, order in, rent a movie, and not watch it? Remember in the hospital after Beth was born? Told me you loved me. We can get that back.
Sorry, not interested.
Turns out, Quinn is just a little bit too young for Puck and a little bit too old for Mark's sailings. Puck declines her advances and walks away, leaving Quinn with next to nothing. She's scared away Shelby, pushed away Puck, and is more isolated than ever. Finn has concerns that Santana may be feeling the same way, given that Santana was recently publicly outed. Weird. Here's what he has to say to Santana.
Forcing you to deal with this.
Why are you getting so worked up about this?
Because I don't want you to die. A few weeks ago, some kid who made one of those that gets better videos killed himself. All right, you deal with your anxiety surrounding this stuff by attacking other people, and someday that's not going to be enough, and you might start attacking yourself.
Well, thanks, but that's never gonna happen. I'd miss me too much.
You were my first. That means something to me. You mean something to me. If something ever were to happen to you and I didn't do everything that I could to try and stop it, I'd never be able to live with myself.
Boy, if only she wasn't publicly outed. Wonder whose fault that is. And yes, you heard that swelling music correctly. We are on to the third Lady Music Week performance, and we are now 3 for 3 on guys singing and 0 for 3 on the treble tones getting a chance to contribute. This time around, Finn is singing Girls Just Want to Have Fun, except it's not the Cyndi Lauper version. It's the original version written and performed by not Lady Robert Hazard. Ladies Music Week is at an all-time low right now. Finn's performance does get through to Santana as she cries and hugs him, thanking him for the gesture. At Breadsticks, Beast runs into Cooter and Sue, or Suitor, doing a photo op and getting a little too touchy-feely.
Hey, Cooter. What are you doing here?
Oh, hey, Coach. Just grabbing some dinner with Sue here.
Well, excuse me, Bluto, but I'm on a date with my man enjoying some disgusting creamy pasta and phoners with several major media outlets. And listen, home perm, Cooter's been my regular booty call since the late 1990s. Oh, my iPhone 5 is vibrating. It's a new feature of the iPhone 5. They vibrate now. And I have to take this. It's a reporter from USA Today, newspaper for people who can't read.
So minus 500 to Sue and Cooter for both the cheating / name calling here. Cooter asks if Beast is okay, which is an insane question. He now communicates that they've had a lack of communication and breaks things off with Beast. And I'm sorry, doesn't this guy need to be helping run a college football program? Also, I don't need to point out that this is not the first time, and I assume will not be the last, that Glee does a pro-woman episode that has a subplot of women fighting over men. Election time is here, and we get insight into each Glub member's voting decisions and whatnot. But also, because we have a 40-something minute runtime, Beast's subplot is crammed into this scene as well.
It's like she's rubbing it in my face.
Don't take it personally. It's all just a big campaign strategy for her.
Coach Sue wants you to have this. She said she hopes it webs in your face.
I don't understand what happened.
You said I was uncommunicative. Oh man, I'm so bummed out. I feel like I'm living one of those tragic country music songs.
Cue the music, because Beast sings Dolly Parton's Jolene for Lady Music Week, which is obviously an iconic song, but it's about a woman being defensive of her man being stolen by another woman. Not exactly passing the Bechdel test here. And again, it just feels like an awkward thing to include in the episode meant to be about Santana's lesbian acceptance. Also, Beast's man has already been taken by Sue. Like, beg all of you want, but he's cheated on you and is doing photo ops with her. It's Jover. Speaking of Santana, she's walking down the hall post-election, and is getting some unwanted attention.
Saw the commercial. Smoking.
Who the hell are you?
Josh Coleman, sophomore rugby captain. Girls like you are a challenge. You just need the right guy to straighten you out, and I'm just the man to do it.
Move your busted creeper ass.
Now.
Easy, girls. I'm just trying to make her normal.
She is normal. It's not our choice, idiot, but even if it were, you'd be our last choice.
Oh, I get it. You're all a bunch of lesbos.
Oh, so what if we are? You don't stand a chance either way. Bye-bye. Walk away.
So now, 25 minutes into the episode, we finally get some slight commentary on how comp het standards are pushed onto queer women on top of the fetishization of lesbian relationships. And look, I'm a cis het guy, so maybe I'm not the best person to pontificate on this, but I don't know. Something about immediately following up this moment with the Glorals singing Katy Perry's I Kissed a Girl is just so weird. Not to mention that this is the only Trouble Tones performance of Lady Music Week, and it involves the over-sexualization of the Glee girls done in a very male gaze-dominated way, as seen by the guys' reactions throughout the song. To wrap up the song, Santana does some exposition by just telling us, oh, by the way, I came out to my parents, and it was all chill, but I want to tell my abuela before she sees the ad. And just a heads up, we are eventually going to see the abuela scene, but way to tell and don't show, Gliders. Like, you're just telling us that she told her parents already? Like, what the fuck? And just take a second and compare this to the season 2 episode with Santana and Brittany, where she serenades her with Fleetwood Mac, and you can understand my frustrations with how lazy this storyline has become. Biggins enters and asks to see Kurt in his office.
Now, can you tell me why I'm here today?
There seems to have been some irregularities with the student council ballot boxes.
What do you mean by irregularities?
Kurt won, but by 190 votes.
Well, that's great. Right?
Well, the problem is there's more ballots than there are seniors, and Kurt won by a suspiciously wide margin.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't cheat. I thought about it, but
What do you mean you thought about it?
I thought about it because I wanted to win so badly, and I was worried that I wouldn't, but I didn't cheat. I worked really hard on this. I didn't cheat.
Turns out Rachel is the one who stuffed the box, JFK style. Rachel is told by Finn that she has to come clean, though she fears a suspension if she does. Puck is in maths class if you're British, and in numbers and sometimes letters class if you're American. And turns out running the books for his business has made him good at school. But he gets a call in the middle of a lesson, and you'll never guess who it is.
What happened? Where is she?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you. I don't have anybody else.
No, you shouldn't have called a teenager who is in class. Beth fell and busted her lip open, but is going to be okay. Puck strong-arms the doctor into having a plastic surgeon do the stitches instead of the nasty ER doctor, ER doctors. And seeing this teenager doubt a medical professional really got the Shelby Mobile revving.
You're very pretty. You know, the advantage of a relationship with a younger dude is that I still got 4 more rounds in me before I need a steak sandwich and a Coke Zero.
You need to go before Beth wakes up.
Yes, they have now canonically had sex. Before it was maybe just a kiss, but now this mid-30s woman is having sex with an 18-year-old high schooler. It's a nice touch for the Lady Music episode. Shelby asks him to leave, embarrassed for having a severe and continuous lapse in her judgment. And Puck gets angry, unable to understand that he is in fact being taken advantage of. And finally, we cut to Santana and her abuela. She is the stereotypical you look famished, please eat kind of grandma. She mentions Jesus in her first line of dialogue she has on screen, hammering home her traditional and conservative views. Santana asks her to sit, and she comes out to her favorite person.
I love girls the way that I'm supposed to feel about boys. It's just something that's always been inside of me, and I really want to share it with you because I love you so much. I want you to know me, who I really am. When I'm with Brittany, I finally understand what people are talking about when they talk about love. And I've tried so hard to push this feeling away and keep it locked inside, but every day just feels like a war. And I walk around so mad at the world, but I'm really just fighting with myself. I have to just be me.
Everyone has secrets, Santana. They're called secrets for a reason. I want you to leave this house. I don't ever want to see you again.
Oh,
Go now.
I'm the same person I was a minute ago.
You made your choice. Now I have made mine. The sin isn't in the thing, it's in the scandal when people talk about it aloud.
So you're saying it would have been better if I would have kept this a secret?
A harrowing reality sets in for Santana, and it's what she's always feared all along. Her identity is not accepted by everyone, but most importantly, it's even turning her loved one away from her. Not for something she's done or chosen, but for something immutable, her sexuality and her feelings for Brittany. And now I know what you're thinking. Damn, what an emotional and powerful moment to end an episode of Glee on. I can only imagine what it felt like in 2011 when this first aired. Homophobia rampant, gay marriage still not legalized. And here we have a show brave enough to have multiple queer characters so proudly portrayed and celebrated while showing detractors as what they are. Bigots and frankly, GLEE-VIL people. Wow, GLEE-VIL. That's a fun pun. Some guy should overanalyze the entire series and track who the most GLEE-VIL person in the show is, but not in 2011, not now, no. He should wait until, I don't know, 2024-ish. And he should take like half a year between videos. I'm sure by then, society will have advanced enough that queer and trans people won't be demonized in the media or society at large. Boy, I can't believe I have to wait a whole week for the next episode. Well, unfortunately, there's still 9 minutes left in this one. So we immediately swap from Santana to Puck and Quinn back at her house. Puck doesn't want to have sex without a condom, and Quinn is confused.
Under normal circumstances, I'd take my chances, but we have a pretty crappy track record.
Maybe we'll get lucky again.
You mean unlucky?
Look, trying to get Beth back was a stupid idea. We made one perfect baby. We can make another.
Is this why you invited me over?
Why are you angry at me? Fine, you don't want this? There's 20 other guys at the school who would kill to give me what I want. They would kill to love me.
I'm not angry at you. I let you down. We all did. You just spent a whole week helping Santana with the secret everybody already knows, and not one person took 10 seconds to help you. And you're a freaking mess. Yeah, I've been for 3 years. Ever since I knocked you up.
It's not the nicest way to put that, but Puck isn't wrong. He takes a moment to console Quinn and her bright future. Then he spills to Quinn that he's in a relationship with Shelby. But before we see how she reacts, we cut to Suitor. Sue loses the election, and Beast comes in to confront them on their sham relationship. Cooter says he likes both Sue and Beast, and he just doesn't know what to do. Beast confesses her love for Cooter, and again, I cannot believe they named him this, and she storms out, promising to fight for Cooter. Boy, do I hate saying that. Back in the Glee Club practice room, Shelby and Will are addressing their students about the success of Lady Music Week.
Okay, guys, Shelby and I just wanted to say that you really inspired us.
When we face off at sectionals, it will be with more empathy and a deeper understanding of each other.
That's right.
It's crazy that that's the lesson they were supposed to take from this episode. Rachel is not present as Kurt clears the air and congratulates Brickley on her presidency. And it's all feel good as Santana brings home the episode by leading the club in song, performing Katie Lang's Constant Craving. A song about the human condition that a craving is always beneath the surface, pushing one towards their love and desires through darkness and light, regardless of the pain they may have felt before. Makes sense for Santana to sing. Hell, even Kurt gets in a bar or two, upset about his Niata chances. But Shelby is also given a chance to sing about teen Puck, and I just don't need this storyline anymore. Finally, we end the episode. Rachel walks into the glove room crying.
I just told Principal Figgins that I rigged the election so that Kurt would win. He said that he had no choice but to put it on my permanent record and that I'm suspended for a week. Also, he said that I was banned from competing at sectionals.
Because why end on an emotional moment for Santana when all we really care about is if the Glee Club in the show called Glee that is on its 3rd season out of 6 total is going to win at sectionals, sans Rachel Berry. Overall, kind of a light episode in terms of goings handed out, with Finn taking the top spot with a net minus 1,500. This is season 3's sectionals episode. Rachel Berry will not be available to perform due to her suspension. The original Glee Club has been split into 2, thanks to Sugar Mata, teen lover Shelby Cochran, and Will Schuester's general ineptitude. Will the show care that neither team has a required 12 members? Will someone other than Rachel actually get a chance to shine? Will I hit 78 woodcutting before I finish writing this episode's script? There's only one way to find out. We open on Quinn talking to Rachel, who is conveniently allowed on campus even though she is suspended to pick up her homework. Rachel tells Quinn that the New Directions need to be on their A game to beat the Treble Tones at sectionals, but Quinn doesn't really seem to be all too worried about that.
We're not going to have any trouble with them. Not as soon as I have Shelby Corcoran fired. She's sleeping with Puck. Okay, look, there's a really
really dangerous rumor to make up, okay? You're gonna ruin her entire reputation.
That's the plan. And it's not a lie. I heard it from Puck.
First of all, Puck is 18, so what he and Shelby are doing, even though it's just wrong and so gross, it's not illegal.
Wrong! It is illegal. She is an educator. Rachel argues that by getting her fired, Quinn would be taking away Shelby's income and thus harming Beth. Which, I mean, weird to pin that on Quinn and not on, I don't know, the person breaking the laws about sleeping with students? Rachel mentions that Quinn telling anybody about Shelby would be her hitting rock bottom and walks away, with Quinn second guessing the one moral thing she has tried to do this entire season. Also, kind of weird for Rachel, of all people, to be the one delivering this message, considering in season 1, she was the one who told Finn about Beth's true father, as she understood that keeping the secret while hurting less people's feelings is not the correct thing to do. It just feels out of character for Rachel Berry, of all people, to not want to be 1, a rule-following snitch, and 2, give her team the best chances at nationals for her NIADA application. Meanwhile, Rachel's dumber half is talking with Will. He mentions that they need more students with star power and wonders if Sam Chord Evans is still available. We learn that he is currently in Kentucky, just across the Cincinnati-Ohio border, because Finn Facebook stalked him. Maybe they do care about this whole 12 members thing? Blaine and Kurt are getting coffee and both are upset. Kurt is afraid they'll lose at sectionals and hurt his NIADA application, and Blaine feels shut out by infamous bigot Finn Hudson. Their event sesh is interrupted by Warbler Sebastian. Both Blaine and Kurt seem uneasy from his presence, though we find out that the Warblers have won their sectionals, paving the way for the eventual showdown between the groups at regionals. Blaine gets up to get some more coffee, and I would make a note that a teenager doesn't need 2 large cups of coffee, but here I am drinking White Monster to get through one 7-hour recording session of Glee ranting, so who am I to judge? Kurt and Sebastian take this time to exchange blows.
I don't like the way you talk to my boyfriend. I don't like your smirky little meerkat face. I don't like your obnoxious CW hair. I'm onto you.
Let's get a few things straight. Blaine's too good for you. New Directions is a joke, and one of us has a hard luck case of the gay face, and it ain't me. Odds are, by the end of the school year, I'll have Blaine and a nationals trophy, and you'll have khakis and a lima bean apron and that gay face.
You smell like Craigslist.
What are you guys talking about? Duh. The next time we're all going out drinking, killer.
Very smooth. He won't suspect a thing, Sebastian. Finn and Rachel have made the drive down to Kentucky to find Sam at his place of work, completely unannounced, which totally isn't a weird thing to do. They found out he's working in a bar during performances, though it's not quite what they expected.
Oh God, no.
And ladies, let's give a warm welcome to White Chocolate.
Rachel takes $1 and uses it to get Sam's attention. They then meet backstage and he explains that Dairy Queen barely paid minimum wage, which means he was making about $10.50 an hour trying to support his family. Shame on you, Kentucky Dairy Queen. This dancing gig pays much better, and I'm sorry, can we just pause for a second? Remember that Cord Overstreet, the actor who portrays Sam, originally left Glee because he was trying to pursue his own career? Does this plotline not seem like a direct dig at Cord and his failures and how he has to crawl back to Ryan Murphy, aka the Glee Club? Add on top that there was an entire storyline in the Rocky Horror episode about Cord being uncomfortable showing off his body, and now he has a job where he's kind of like forced to do that? This plot is like, does this not add up? Is this kind of like fucked up? Am I the only one seeing this? Rachel and Finn do some swerve shit and shame Sam for even having this job at all, and then ask him what it will take for him to come back to New Directions. Because who gives a shit that Sam and his family are barely getting by and are struggling to keep food on the table? Rachel Berry and Finn Hudson have a sectionals to win. All 3 of them end up going back to Sam's house to ask permission to move across state lines, and Sam's parents have to have a conversation with Sam alone.
Son, we've had a really tough year, but now we're back on our feet. You've had to become a man much sooner than other kids your age.
I'm proud of what we've all done. It's just that I miss being a teenager. Mom, please don't. Look, if you cry, I won't go.
I'm just crying because it just makes me so sad to think of not seeing your face every day.
So Sam, a child, young adult at most, is given permission to somehow enroll in a school he does not have a permanent address at, get into said school, and then compete in a competition he hasn't been practicing for at all. Solid work, Gliders. You really pulled this storyline all together. Speaking of plot points being hastily solved, here's the answer to our first question of how are the New Directions going to get 12 members?
Are we sure yet which band members are joining us?
Well, looks like Floppy Hair Bass Dude, Chaplips McGee, and Johnny Tromboner.
Love that for the Gliders. Way to go. 2 for 2 on plot points this episode so far. Mr. Shu comes in and wants to make an announcement that is sure to lift everyone's spirits. Sam is back. They pop open some sparkling cider and get to singing Toby Keith's Red Solo Cup in a real nod to my small town Illinois being in high school in 2011 ass. Cord has a really good voice for this song, or whatever, I don't know. Talk to me when he starts playing Chicken Fried by the Zac Brown Band. Santana comes in and makes fun of Sam's physical appearance like 15 times in one sentence, but Sam hugs her, so I'll pass it off as friendly banter, instead of the usual body shaming that Finn is subjected to. Quinn then immediately asks to date Sam to help raise Beth when she gets her back, and Sam does not hesitate to chop her down to size.
When you've got what I call rich white girl problems. It's a tough world out there. I know, I've been through it. You only get one senior year. Enjoy it. You know that song Jack and Diane by John Mellencamp?
Please don't sing.
My favorite lyric is this one. Hold on to 16 as long as you can.
Hey, that's the name of the episode. Also, that is some huge I'm 14 and this is deep energy radiating from that sentence. Up next, Tina and Mike are talking about their future, and it turns out Mike is still going along with his father's plan of pre-med at Stanford instead of pursuing dance full time. Turns out his father still has not spoken to him since he did West Side Story. He supposes that by doing dance on the side, it'll make everybody happy, but Tina correctly points out that Mike will not be happy. And Mike needs to prove to his father that dancing is not just a hobby, but she strikes a nerve, causing Mike to lash out.
So maybe your dad's right. Maybe you should be a doctor.
Or maybe he's right, and we shouldn't be together.
Mike is very clearly stressed about his future and his relationship with his father, while Tina is there to take the brunt of the damage, so -50 to Mike. His first negative score of the entire series. Later, Tina goes to Mike's father's office and hands him a bootleg of West Side Story. Not sure how she got her hands on that, as that's very illegal, and I, for one, would never encourage people to use illegal streaming websites and or ad blockers. Mike's dad doesn't really seem to care about this visit, though, and he asks her to sit and grills her about being realistic. That performing isn't a career that would be easy nor kind. Tina pushes back, saying this is what she feels that they are born to do. Mike's father pushes away the bootleg and goes back to work. Tina throws one last Hail Mary to get through to him.
You know, you're always talking about honor, Mr. Chang. Help your son honor his gift.
I'm sorry, that's what got him to consider respecting his son's wishes? The stereotype of honor, which I searched through the transcripts of Glee's past episodes that have featured Mike Sr., and not a single time did he mention honor. Like, the least the Gliders could have done is in this conversation have him bring up honor if they didn't have the foresight to mention it in the episodes past. But they didn't. I mean, how lazy can they be? Next, we get one of the funniest moments of the entire series for me, personally. I don't think I've audibly laughed while watching Glee since season 1. Well, laughed when I was supposed to. I've laughed at the show plenty, don't get me wrong. Anyway, the guys are worried that they don't have the appeal that the girls will have, and Blaine steps up to help remedy this issue.
And, come on, to the beat. What does it even matter anyway? It's not like we have a chance of winning. Not without the girls.
Sir, girls smell better than ham. And when they're dancing and bouncing around, you can't help but watch them.
Well, that's it then. We'll take what's most appealing about us as a group, and we'll use it to our advantage.
Yeah, how about, something like that.
How about something like this? It's so stupid. It's just like so funny. Like, just doing a little circle will save the Glee Club. Sam ends up stepping in and he puts his skills to work by adding in body rolls and being sexy. Blaine then gets like really fucking weird about it for no reason.
And that's awesome. That's exactly what we need. No, that's not what we need. We don't have to resort to that. It's cheap. It's selling out.
Look, I came back here to win. When you're desperate, sometimes you gotta, use your assets and do what you gotta do to get back that advantage. This is the advantage.
Of course, that's what you think. You have to think that in order to sleep at night.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that I'm not for sale.
Hey.
Forget it.
There is a much better way to say what Blaine wanted to, which is, I don't feel comfortable doing that move with my body. But again, in season 2, Blaine had an entire warehouse dancing scene where he tries to be sexy.
As you know, the Warblers are competing in our show choirs regionals competition next week. So what we're going for here today, ladies, is something a little Little sexy.
Blaine goes to the locker room to get his frustrations out by punching a punching bag.
Is that Sam's face?
Yep. Yours too. Don't act so surprised. After getting bullied so much, I took up boxing. I also started the Dalton branch of Fight Club, which I obviously can't talk about. What is your problem with me anyway? Ever since I got here, you've given me nothing but crap.
Finn admits he was jealous and threatened by Blaine. It certainly isn't because he hates gay people. Finn apologizes and tells Blaine that he is their best hope of winning with Rachel gone. He pushes Blaine to give in to Sam's suggestions, and Blaine accepts. I guess finally feeling like Finn accepts him a little bit. Small detour happens as we see Sam grabbing Mercedes' hand in the hallway. He tells Mercedes he's going to fight to get her back regardless of her new boyfriend Shane. She walks away smiling, receptive to Sam's admiration. We're now at sectionals, which is crazy how that happened so quickly. Equally as crazy is how the Treble Tones have 12 members now, I guess. I guess they were able to bolster their ranks with some Cheerios. If only these two groups could, I don't know, be one group together.
In the event of a New Directions loss, Trouble Tones has voted to allow any of you to join us at regionals.
You're welcome.
Excuse me? Thank you for the offer, Miss Corcoran, but right now we're gonna concentrate on winning this thing.
And we will be winning, Shelby. We've got it in the bag. Puck here is gonna come through for us. He's such a shining star in every conceivable way, don't you think? Good luck, everybody. See you on the ice.
Oh my God, hang on. Is that a Frozen reference? I mean, it's not. I was just being silly. Frozen didn't come out for another 3 years on November 27th, 2013. And this episode of Glee aired in 2011, specifically on, oh my God, no way, holy shit. I just hit 78 woodcutting. This is huge for the account. I would like to thank everyone who doubted me. You all just pushed me to go harder. We then get introduced to the judges for this year's sectionals, including one, Tickles the Birthday Clown, and the Unitards are up for their first performance of the night, led by none other than Harmony, the rival Niata hopeful from Kurt and Rachel's nightmares. They perform Buenos Aires from the musical Evita, and they're good, causing Mr. Shu to be a bit worried for their chances.
Yeah, I didn't count on that one.
Quinn then gets up to let Figgins know about Shelby and Puck, but Rachel stops her. She begs one last time, Hamilton style, to not tell Figgins until after the Treble Tones perform, as to not have all their hard work go to waste. Rachel leaves Quinn with one last thought.
I got a taste of what it's like to do the wrong thing. Okay, and it feels awful.
This, of course, is referencing her ballot stuffing, but I feel like I'm repeating myself here a little. Shelby hasn't committed a crime, one that puts other students at risk. That is not the same thing as stuffing a ballot box for a class president election. Quinn didn't listen much to Rachel, however, and she goes to meet with Shelby.
Puck told me about you too. I'm gonna tell Figgins to get you fired.
I'm ending it. Not that there's that much it to end.
You shouldn't have come here with her. I would have been fine. What you did was wrong. What you're doing with Puck is wrong.
You're so young. Pretty.
Don't talk down to me.
It goes away, you know. It happens really slow and you don't even notice it. And then one day, everything just feels different.
I can't wait to feel different.
Is that your excuse? Well, I mean, what? Did you feel like being with an 18-year-old would make you feel 18 again? Because newsflash, that would just make you feel older.
I think I thought that being with an 18-year-old would make me feel 18 again, but mostly it just made me feel even older.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I don't think that would hold up great in a court of law, Miss Cochran. Mentally, I'm 19 isn't exactly a superb legal defense. She walks away from Quinn, apologizes, and says she is going to enjoy her last few moments of being a teacher. The Treble Tones perform a mashup of Destiny Child's I'm a Survivor and Gloria Gaynor's I Will Survive, and it's great. I mean, Naya Rivera, Amber Riley, what's there not to love? Apparently that talent didn't get spread to the costume department though. After, we cut immediately to the New Directions performing the Jackson 5's ABC, then Control by Janet Jackson, and finally Man in the Mirror by Michael Jackson. A trio of songs meant to portray the stages of life in an episode that is focused so heavily on holding on to 16, and not Adam Sandler clicking your way through life. It's a very nice touch by the Gliders. As they perform, we see Mike Sr. take a seat in the audience to watch his son perform for the very first time. The crowd is going crazy the whole time, believe it or not, and Tina, Mike, Quinn, Artie, Puck, Blaine, Sam, Kurt, and Finn all get a chance to be in the spotlight, sans Rachel. Who would have thought that this was a possibility to spread around performances amongst your Glee Club members to make them all happy? Everyone except Rory. Sorry, I guess the new guy gets kind of left out on this one. Hopefully, Mr. Shu can take this performance and learn something from it. Apply it to his teaching style. Mr. Shu, I implore you to
make that change.
After the performance, the New Directions all prematurely celebrate, which is interrupted by Mike Sr. asking to speak with both Mike and Tina. He gives Mike his blessing to follow his path of becoming a professional dancer, promising to help any way he and his mom can. A nice little button on the Mike Sr. timeline. The unitards end up coming in third place, or as I like to call it, last. Only first place matters.
In second place, we have the Trouble Tones. In first place is New Directions.
I mean, is this a surprise? The New Directions got 3 songs and the Treble Tones only got 1. Doesn't really seem fair to me. They all slow-mo jump as Mercedes, Brittany, and Santana see their dreams crush and fold all around them. Meaning the whole plot about how Will needs to learn his lesson and cater to all of his students' needs, or else it might come back to hurt him, kinda falls flat. He pushed away 3-star students and still wins sectionals. I guess he really isn't going to make that change. The next week, Rachel is back at school and Quinn tells Rachel that she's decided to not tell Figgins about Shelby, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. Quinn wonders about going to Yale, which yeah, I don't know, really hard college to get into, kinda late to start considering it, Quinn. Quinn then meets with Brickley, Santana, and Mercedes in the girls' restroom and tries to lure them back to New Directions to spend their senior year together. Mercedes has some objections.
We know what it feels like to be out front now.
What if Mr. Shu agreed to let the Treble Tones sing at least 1 number per competition?
Well, even if Mr. Shu did agree to that, Rachel never would.
What if I told you that they both already did?
Oh my god, so he did make that change. Good for you, Mr. Shu. But you know what? I'm gonna believe it when I see it. Quinn apologizes for going a little bit crazy, and then we cut to the last performance of the episode with Rachel leading everyone in 2012 bop We Are Young by Fun featuring Janelle Monáe, and boy, did they ruin this one. Tonight. The Treble Tones all join in as New Directions are whole once again. Not a lot of gloints given out, just Mike with -50 and Blaine with -150, but I think we can all agree that ending the awkward Puck Shelby Quinn storyline has to make the season better, right? I can't wait to see what they do next episode with a relatively clean slate in terms of storylines. This is this season's Christmas episode. Again, not a holiday episode, but Christmas episode specifically. Features 10 performances by the Glee cast, starting immediately with Mercedes covering Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You as the glove decorates around her in the practice room. Mercedes holds a mistletoe over Rachel and Finn, and dear God, please don't be another Rachel and Finn Christmas episode. After the title card, we are greeted by Rachel and Finn. She gives him a Christmas list with some expensive items on it, which stresses him out a bit.
But I can't afford all this stuff.
Oh, no, silly. No. I just put 15 things on the list and you can pick out 5.
Rachel is worried about the upcoming NIADA results and wants these 5 things as like good luck charms, but Finn is just a little put off by Rachel's demands.
I love you.
Holy crap, I'm dating Kim Kardashian.
Do you get it? Because Kim Kardashian woman purse be shopping Rachel gift money present? Oh, good one, writers. Sue is talking with Kurt, Artie, and Blaine in her office, and then this happens.
Just minding my own business. Oh.
Okay, not really. I just saw that video and I had to shoehorn it into this video somehow. Turns out Sue is planning on volunteering at the local homeless shelter on Friday night and wants the Glids to sing Friday night at the homeless shelter on Friday night. Sue reflects on having lost her sister and this being her first Christmas without her, and is planning on giving back to the less fortunate to help fill the hole. Which is nice, regardless, and will be given points when we see her put her money where her mouth is. Rory! Remember Rory? He's missing home, as he is unable to spend it with his family. So he dedicates a rendition of Elvis's Blue Christmas to them in a very obvious shoehorn in of another song in a seemingly devoid of any plot Christmas episode. Shoehorn. Wait, why does that sound familiar?
In your new book, you admitted that you and Matthew Morrison, our buddy, dated a little bit.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Right.
How was Matthew Morrison in the sack?
My dad is right here. This is horrible. Plead the fifth.
Okay. That's right. I'm using this nothing burger of an episode to put in all of the random Glee class vids that I've seen, so strap in. Mr. Shu makes his first appearance of the episode and announces that the local PBS affiliate lost rights to broadcast a Yule log burning, and you know what? I call balls and strikes here. That's a funny joke, and a very Glee premise to set up this.
He loved what we did, and he is offering us
A Christmas special featuring all of us? Okay, please say you said yes.
Not only did I say yes, but when Dawn said that they were looking for a director for the special, I nominated you, Artie. Me? Yeah, he saw West Side Story, loved your work, and he wants to take a meeting. But I swore I would never sell out and do television. I'm really gonna have to think about this, Mr. Shu.
So after this good news, it's back to Rory's story with recently re-added Chor to help with some stuff that fell out of his locker.
I'll have to show you my locker stacking secret so that never happens again.
Another good joke! Gliders are impressing me right now. With their comedy, not the dogshit slop Christmas episode they put together here. Chord invites Rory to spend Christmas with his family, and he accepts, eager to see American Christmas for the very first time. We then get a scene with Artie and the PBS affiliate head, and we get some of Artie's demands, wanting to have nods to both the Star Wars Christmas special as well as Judy Garland's Christmas show by including Chewbacca and shooting it in black and white. The guy that I assume we'll never see again outside of this episode says, okay, as long as it's under $800, and they shake hands, so that's what we have to look forward to. Next, another shoehorn song as Rachel sings Joni Mitchell's River to only the Glee Club in the auditorium, which seems like a waste of this set. I mean, look at the production put into this. It couldn't have been cheap. Blake, play the clip of the set, but put it side by side with Matthew Morrison making a very awkward masturbation joke at Corey Monteith's expense.
Tell us the truth. Do you get your hair permed every week?
Absolutely not. I hate that woman. No, but actually, it's a running theme in the show that she always comments on the products or lard or whatever that I put in my hair. So I actually, in real life, I just use Lubriderm. 6 squirts. What's Lubriderm?
Daily.
Like the body lotion, he actually uses it in his hair.
Oh, really? You probably use it for other things, but I use it for my hair.
I don't.
Oh, snap.
What? Turns out this was just an audition of sorts for the Christmas special or something. What's more important is that Artie puts into words what I think every time I hear Matthew Morrison about to rap.
Rachel, could you come see me?
Yes, Artie, of course. And if this is about my ears, I know that they're a little naked right now, but that's just because I'm waiting for something special. Something that's really gonna sparkle and, catch the light. So, what's up?
It's not about your ears, it's about your song. It makes me want to kill myself.
Artie then lays out his vision for the Christmas special of his dreams, with Blurt hosting their friends for a fun night of songs and no sadness, but Chord gets a little emo and presses him to have a sad Christmas special.
What's wrong with a story that's a little sad or a song that's a little depressing? I mean, that's part of Christmas too, right? It's the sad things that make you remember what's really important.
Sorry, Sam, but the phrase is Merry Christmas, not morose Christmas. That's the vision. That's what you have to buy into.
Well, sorry, Artie. I'm not buying into it. I'm gonna go downtown, see if I can ring one of those Salvation Army bells. Come on, Rory. I'll give you a ride.
I should memorize my parts, son.
Rory, I mean, would it have been so hard to back up the guy letting you stay with his family over Christmas? Rachel pushes Finn to give her a Christmas present early, not so subtly hinting at the earrings that she wants to help brighten up her TV appearance, and Finn gives in. All right.
Okay. Usually comes in a box, but... Where's my bling?
Well, that was a little out of my price range, but then I saw this commercial for these African sow pigs you can adopt. You pay like $2 a month to fatten them up for a whole year, and then they feed a family for like a month.
You gave me a dead pig for Christmas?
No, it's not dead yet. You gotta get it fat first.
It's very sweet that you gave me a pig.
It's an African sow
Whatever
pig.
it is, I appreciate it. But I made you a list so that you wouldn't embarrass yourself like this. I'm not asking for much.
Youch, Rachel, way to be a bad person. I mean, who is Finn dating? Caitlyn Jenner? You see, this is a play on the gliders joke of Kim Kardashian, as Caitlyn has direct ties to both being in the Kardashian universe, a la having been married to Kim's mother, and also being a giant piece of shit, a la killing a person with her car. Kinda like Finn. And that's how you write a Kardashian joke. Take notes, gliders. Shoehorn time as we get a Glee original Christmas song by Blaine and Rachel called Extraordinary Merry Christmas, which is the title of the episode. And to be super honest, I don't like it at all. In a few words, I'd say...
It makes me want to kill myself.
Dues are up for my shoehorn, so here it is.
What's your go-to karaoke number?
Baby Got Back.
Oh.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh.
Those O's are just, they're so loud. I love that clip so much. The way she's just like, oh. Artie enjoyed the original song for her special, and Sue comes back in to check on her Friday night plans on Friday night.
I just wanted to confirm with you, Artie, that we're on for Friday night.
Oh, Friday. It's no can do on Friday. We're taping our Christmas special for the Lima PBS.
You told me you were in.
This is a huge opportunity for us. Can we just do it another night?
Almost will be homeless for a while. That's sort of the problem.
I promised them. You don't want to disappoint these kids.
Like, your behavior has disappointed us for years?
Yeah, I don't know, Artie. I know the Glee Club is all minorities.
You're all minorities. You're in the Glee Club.
But you can't just make it seem like Sue being a demon to you. A semi-successful Glee Club is anywhere near the struggles a homeless child faces. Sue walks away disappointed that nobody will be with her and the homeless kids on Friday night on Friday at Friday night on Friday. Next up is the Christmas special, and nothing plot-worthy happens as it's all scripted, so let's just do a quick recap. Let It Snow by Kurt and Blaine, followed by My Favorite Things by Blaine, Kurt, Mercedes, and Rachel. Then Santa Claus is Coming to Town by Finn, Noah, and Joe Hart? I'm sorry, Glee Wiki, you are kind of slipping here. I'll edit it for you. And delete. And Noah Puckerman. And while we're here, trivia, this was clearly meant to just increase album sales by releasing a full album of Christmas songs. Very thinly veiled capitalistic intentions from the gliders, glow runners. And then we'll do Glee show runners. I'm using slang chat. Okay, Britt, Glee, and the Cheerios then perform a very cool rendition of Christmas rapping by the waitresses. Then Rory changes the script. He was supposed to read an upbeat rewriting of Frosty the Snowman. Instead, he reads scripture from the Bible, the same passages that Linus reads in A Charlie Brown Christmas, Luke chapter 2 verses 8 through 14. A cool nod to a third Christmas special. And hey, in the spirit of Christmas, I'll give a little gift to editor Blake by referencing yet another piece of timeless media. So all of the Glids are wrapping up their Christmas special and being self-serving when instead, they could have been singing for homeless children. The Glids are kind of acting like the devil from the Bible.
Again, I am the devil from the Bible. I am the winner of everything.
Speaking of homeless children, we see not everyone was recording for PBS, as Chord and Quinn are serving up food at the shelter. Sue makes note that food is running short as the economy is doing very poorly. And just in the nick of time, the rest of the Glids show up to save the day.
I know we're late, but we were all hoping there's still time to help. We brought the turkey from the special with all the fixins.
Yeah, it's a prop, but it's real.
Why don't you put it on the table over there, kiddo?
I'm sorry, but was that turkey and the fixins kept at temp? Or are you just serving up old foodborne illness-infested food to homeless people? The Glubs saved one last song for the homeless shelter as they sing Do They Know It's Christmas by Band-Aid, which is like if white Christian colonialism was a song. If you're unfamiliar, I'll read some of the lyrics. And there won't be snow in Africa this Christmas time. The greatest gift they'll give this year is life. Where nothing ever grows, no rain or rivers flow, do they know it's Christmas time at all? Now, the song was originally written to generate proceeds for victims of the Ethiopian famine of the 1980s, but let me ask you this. Why say Africa? It's a whole ass continent. Why tie it to Christianity and making the Ethiopians seem stupid for not knowing when Christmas is? In 2016, Ethiopia was tallied at 67% Christian and was at around 57% Christian in 1980. I'm sure they're aware of when Christmas is regardless of snow. Also, where nothing ever grows? Yes, there was a drought that brought on this famine, but this makes it seem like Ethiopia isn't a robust culture that is known partly for its cuisine? I get that this song and its future renditions probably raised a good amount of money, but could it not have been done in a way that doesn't otherize or demean an entire nation of innocent people who were suffering? And if we tie it all back to this Glee episode, you might see what I mean. Here, a group of pretty well-off students and teachers doing a nice thing and giving up their time and resources to serve the less fortunate. And the song they chose to perform is about a famine-stricken people who deserve to know it's Christmas time? What if these homeless people aren't Christian? Do they still deserve to be fed? And maybe I'm off base here, but if I were homeless and in Ohio in December, I don't think the knowledge that it's Christmas would help quite as much as food, shelter, and healthcare. But hey, enough of that. We have to give out gloints or something. Whatever the fuck the point of this video is. I don't know. 500 to Sue, but then minus 200 to Sue for this comment.
Portion control, bee sting. Come on. Guess you're just not used to being on this side of the serving line.
500 to Quinn and Cord, and 200 to the other Glove members, Will included. The next week, we are back at school, and we see Rachel thanking Finn for the African sow pig, which she named after Barbara Streisand, and apologizes for not understanding Finn's gift and being selfish. A good way to end the episode on the whole true meaning of Christmas type beat. If that's what they did, because of course, they couldn't end with a good message. Rachel gotta get what she wants.
So I got you something else. You ready? It's It's your own star.
You named a star after me?
No, I thought about that, but then I named it Finn Hudson. Because there's already a star named Rachel Berry. And she's right here on Earth, and she's brighter than any of those stars up there. So I just wanted to make sure that whenever she feels lonely, she can look up in the sky, and no matter where I am, she can know that I'm looking down on her.
Okay, I totally thought they were going to give her the earrings. You know what? Whoops. That's my bad. That's my bad. I got a little happy with the trigger finger there. And I get the idea here, but boy, is giving someone a star named after yourself fucking weird or what? Again, on paper, I get it. There's already a star named Rachel Berry works as a great line, but like, why not name it Finchel to signify their love for one another? Or like Crack House to like remind her of what she did? Or like, I don't know, Rachel Berry? That way you can say because Rachel Berry is a star, like that works just as well, if not better, as there's already a star named Rachel Berry. And it would work if they like tried to play this off as like Finn being a himbo, but no, it's just taken as like a good idea. And then this happens.
It's too much.
No, it's okay. I hawked my Letterman jacket on eBay, so.
No.
Yeah, they just give her the earrings too. So top-notch writing here, folks. You really outdid yourself with this one. Rachel decides she wants to give back even more. We cut to Rory and Sam working the Salvation Army bell, sharing how Rory misses his family and bonding over their situations. And then, and let me be clear, this is exactly what happens, this touching moment is interrupted by Sam being hit in the testicles by Finn. I am not making this up.
You did such a good job being a Christmas sponsor. I figured you'd have no problem helping me land a snog or two by February. Deal. But you have to help me learn to perfect my Sean Connery. I'm telling you, impressions are the best way to get a check.
Can we not just let a moment be nice for a second, Glee? Finn and Rachel want to contribute some money to the donation pot. They sold the earrings Finn had just gotten her, then pick up some extra bells and get to ringing as the show fades. If you cannot tell, I did not like this episode, not even one bit. I mean, seriously, like, who directed this thing? My God. Why is it always you, Matthew Morrison? You nearly ruined my life with this show last season. I have half a mind to take it up with you directly, mano y mano. But no. I'll let cooler heads prevail. There's no reason to act irrationally. I mean, like, what could I even do? Buy tickets to see one of your shows live and then overpay to try and get a meet and greet lottery ticket? No, that wouldn't make sense at all. That's exactly what I did. After posting our Season 2 Glee video, I got a message from a friend about one Matthew Morrison performing at the Aurora Theater in Aurora, Illinois. I immediately messaged Blake and we took a look at the tickets. 8 p.m. concert. Wait, is that a gala? Chapter 1. Ordering the tickets to the Matt Gala. This is what I've always wanted, to finally have the chance to tell Matthew Morrison off face to face for ruining my life. So we purchased the tickets. It was only $50 for the show or $300 for the gala access, which we will be calling the Matt Gala. With the tickets, we would get free drinks, free food, and free vibes. There's a little bit of a downside / an upside to it, which is we had to wear semi-formal attire. However, we also were like helping the Aurora Theater or whatever. I didn't really care. It was a no-brainer. We spent $900 on 3 tickets. One for me, one for editor Blake, and one for Aurora. Not the city, my girlfriend. The date was set, October 12th, 2024. And do not look at what date this video was uploaded. I'm a liberal. I was going through a mental health crisis, okay? I don't like to work. That's like the liberals' whole thing, is that I don't like to work. Now, about a week before the event, I'll say it, I'll admit it, I'm man enough, I was nervous. I've never been to a gala before, let alone a Matt Gala. So I get a week from the customer service of the Paramount Theater, where the Matt Gala was going to be held. The person was just calling to confirm a couple of things. So first off, she asks, "Did you buy tickets for the upcoming gala?" I had to think fast. So I said, yes. She then makes a second remark. "Have you ever been to the Paramount Theater before?" I had to think faster. No. She digs further. "So, what made you buy tickets for the upcoming show?" The fastest I've had to think yet. But I did not think fast enough, as before I could respond, she asks another question. "Are you just a big fan of Michael Morrison?" Michael Morrison. Now, I thought fast. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of Matthew Morrison, I said. This was surely a test, and I had just passed. She goes on about being excited to see us there and to call her if we have any questions. I guess this is just one of the hidden perks of being a Paramount Theater Matt Gala attendee. Now at this point, I had only one question on my mind. Can we fast forward to the Matt Gala already? Chapter 2, Pre-Matt Gala. Now, I live 1.5 hours from Aurora, Illinois, in a random direction. Editor Blake lives at least 7.5 hours from Aurora, Illinois. The plan? Take a 12-hour Greyhound bus from Tennessee to Chicago where I would pick them up. Why not take a train? We'll let this picture speak for itself. The day comes where Blake makes it to Illinois for their first time ever being in the state, and so of course we had to have fun in the city. We went to the Shed Aquarium, and while we were in line, I was pointing out the Sears Tower, also known as the Willis Tower if you're a big old dumb idiot. Blake didn't even know what the Sears Tower was, so made me feel like a fool. Now, a good YouTuber would have recorded this entire time with commentary and sort of vlogged about it. Here's our experience via Blake's 3DS recordings. Now, of course, we did not have Blake come to Illinois just for the nation's best aquarium. So after a couple of days of treating Blake to the mid-best, it was time for the Matt Gala. Chapter 3, the Matt Gala. We donned our festive attire, as you can see here, and we were ready to make the 1.5 hour trek to the Aurora Theater. On the way, we decided, hey, why not listen to Matthew Morrison's discography? That way we can familiar ourselves with the man. After all, if I did happen upon meeting him, I couldn't just talk about Glee, right?
Hi, chat.
Tell me, Prince. Oh. Whole new world. Fantastic point of view. Tell me paradise. You got a friend in me. You've got a friend in me. I guess I'm the type of guy who, when I want to listen to an iconic song from a Disney movie, I say, turn on the Matthew Morrison cover.
How long did this album come out? 2021?
2020.
What the hell?
The COVID album.
This guy sucks.
Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Plenty of sunshine headed my way. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. The simple bare necessities. Fucking love this shit. Of course, we were so excited we had piss up to our ears, so we had to stop and relieve our bladders. We stopped at a gas station and we walked in. I also took these very cringy videos in the bathroom. Blake, play the cringy bathroom montage. I don't know why I shot any of this. A better YouTuber would know why he shot that. We got back in the car and the Matthew Morrison listening continued until we got to the Paramount Theater. We took in some of the downtown sites like the Riverwalk, this church, then this circle thing, and then we continued walking to the venue. And unfortunately, we accidentally double booked. We had to throw away our Sonic Symphony tickets as the Matt Gala happened to be on the same night. Don't they know that the Venn diagram of Sonic fans and Glee fans is a circle? After our seconds-long walk, we finally get to the Paramount. We get inside, and I mean, just honestly, look at how beautiful this venue was. I don't know who Dr. Eric Nolan and Mike Finnan are, but this place was dope. Oh, hi, Aurora. So we waited in line, and I got to the booth and I showed our tickets. The lady then asked something through the glass divider, but I could not hear a single word she said. I said, what? And then she said, do you have a card? So I handed her my credit card. I don't know why I handed her my credit card. I have no idea. I already paid for the tickets online. Why do you need a credit card? After this, we get handed these little paddles with numbers on them, like it was an auction, but it wasn't an auction. It was a Matt Gala. Like, what are we auctioning off? Anyway, we grab our paddles and then we check out the drinks. The signature cocktail, the Shumosa. And no, I'm not making that up. So we grabbed a couple of Shumosas and we had a couple of hours before the show started. And you know how we kill the time in the Midwest? We drink some Shumosas.
Joshua! No way. I genuinely don't. Complete the number, we'll cut it later. What the fuck?
It's not recording.
Oh. Wait, what? It's facing towards me, you dumbass.
Fix it.
Well, we can't fix this in post. It's looking at me.
Yes, we can.
How do we fix this in post?
We cut off the front half.
How do I flip the camera? How many Shumosas are you having tonight?
I've already had 5.
Sorry, you weren't in the frame. Should I have gotten her in frame? No. How many Shumosas are you having tonight?
I've already had 5.
How many Shumosas are you having tonight? I already have 3! Send. Here you go. Okay, here you go. How many? Now we have to wait so that you're not laughing. How many Shumosas are you having tonight?
Double chunk chocolate cookie.
How many? How many Shumosas are you having tonight?
Twice.
How many Shumosas are you having tonight?
3 drinks.
And then it was shoe time. We take our seats and we get to rifle through this nice little pamphlet. And on the second page, it says that we were going to have Brad Ellis perform with Matthew Morrison. Now, if you don't recognize Brad Ellis, he's the guy in the background of like every episode of Glee playing the piano. However, he didn't perform. He was sick or something, so he couldn't make it. Also, we weren't allowed to record or take pictures during the show, so I guess I'll just have to describe it and pair it with some official videos and photos that the Paramount Theater posted on their socials. So the show opens up and a literal child comes on stage and hits us with the "Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Morrison," and this kid was like 7 years old tops. And they did not explain who this child was. Matthew Morrison then starts singing some songs from Finding Neverland 2, and I don't know this shit. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask, what the fuck is Finding Neverland 2? Then he does this weird thing where he was singing Fix You by Coldplay. Like in that one Glee episode about Emma's OCD when he sings Fix You by Coldplay. And he would sing for like 15, 20 seconds and then talk for like 15 to 45 seconds. And he kept doing this back and forth over and over. And I shit you not, his monologue focused on how much it sucked to be famous from being on Glee. Like singing this emotional, sad song, talking about how he was upset being known for this.
Bell.
Mr. Shu, what if some of us don't know how to twerk?
Have no fear, your twerktorial is here.
Yeah. And at this point, I was about to storm the stage. I wish I could fully elaborate to all of you just how disconnected this song made him come across as. It was such an entitled little monologue. I hated it. Then he transitions into Pure Imagination by Willy Wonka himself. I was laughing under my breath through this entire performance at this point, you know, trying not to ruin the time of the nice people around me. And then as the song ends, I look to my left in a sort of get a load of this guy look, and Blake had a completely different interpretation of the show, so I'll let them give their thoughts. I'll stand here while you do that. Thanks, Blake. After that, we're at intermission. The lights come up and a video starts playing talking about giving money to the Aurora Theater. Now, I had already given $900. What more could they want? That's what I thought at first. But then the grand prize was announced. There was something about this all expense paid tickets to New York to see some show on Broadway, but I could not care less about that. Those who donated had a chance to have a meet and greet with Matthew Michael Morrison. I knew what I had to do. The paddles we had received earlier were numbered so that the theater could charge the card that I had handed them earlier. It was all starting to come together. I grabbed my paddle, ready to give money for a good cause. Not, you know, the arts and performing in theaters that are constantly being defunded by administrations. No. A chance to meet Will Schuester himself. Now, as I had said before, I had already spent $900 on these tickets, plus another $300 or so on these clothes, and I'm not made of cash. I mean, I only post 2 videos a year. I had an idea of what was expected to give. At our table, while we were eating and drinking pre-show, they had a little QR code to scan that you could donate at. Where this code took you was to a page where, I shit you not, the smallest donation was $125. Now, at the table, there was no way in hell I was giving $125 more to the Paramount Theater of Aurora. However, with the added prospect of getting to meet my sworn glenemy, I thought, I could do $250. I could swing $250. It's a business expense. I can write it off. The donations began. The Paramount worker says, okay, do we have any donors? We're going to start out at $50,000. Starting at $50,000. Clearly, they're starting high and going low, okay? Now, no one could be giving this much money though, right? 2 people raised their paddles. Then they lowered it to $25,000 donations. 10 people raised their paddles. $10,000, 25 paddles. $5,000, $1,000, more and more paddles yet. My chances of meeting Will Schuester, aka Michael Morrison, aka Justin Timberlake if he was less charismatic, were dropping. They didn't say up top what the lowest amount they were going to get to was. I had to get a paddle up for content. The worker yells out $500. My arm almost by itself raises. Yes, I gave $500 more to the Paramount Theater. And it was a damn good thing I did, because that was the smallest amount that you could donate. He walks off stage saying the winners of the Broadway tickets, who cares, and the meet and greet, yay, would be announced after the show. During this segment, they raised over $300,000. Matthew Morrison comes back out to roaring applause. And he talks about how normally he would do a ton of songs with his wife, and he goes into this backstory of how him and his wife had met. And it's pretty much just a story about how he kind of like harassed his wife at work. He was talking about how he was at an award show for Glee, mind you, the thing he was complaining about being famous for. And he saw her performing, like as a job, as a performer. And he walked up to her and just started speaking to her in Hawaiian. Apropos of nothing, just like guessed her ethnicity and guessed that she spoke the language, which apparently Matthew Morrison speaks Hawaiian, which is not a tidbit I knew. Crazy work, just straight up profiling her. But apparently this night at the Matt Gala, she was sick, which is fine. I didn't even know she existed before this moment, so I wasn't too bummed to hear that we wouldn't hear her sing. But then she just walks onto stage and then talks about how she's sick for like 5 minutes. And then they do a song together. Like, play the B-roll. Like, if you're sick and you can't sing, then don't sing. After that first song, however, they mention it's their eldest son's birthday. They bring him on stage, and it turns out it was the child from before, and they have him stand dead center. He very clearly did not want to be on that stage. He looked very uncomfortable. He doesn't have the natural stage presence that someone like Matthew Morrison or Hashan from Hashan YT would have. They then tell this story about how their kid, the one standing directly in front of them, was upset because for his birthday, they were in Aurora, Illinois. Hey man, it's your job. Don't blame Aurora, Illinois for your poor scheduling. You didn't have to do do the Matt Gala. Nobody was forcing you. He talks about how his kid was sad because he couldn't go to Disney World in Florida. This was like seen as like a joke, like they were saying like, haha, you can't go to Disney World, that sucks. Let me remind you about what happened around October 12th, 2024 in Florida. It was this little thing called a Hurricane Milton. You know, the one that was actively destroying North Carolina with flooding. Like, people were actively having their entire lives completely destroyed and erased. And Matthew Morrison was on stage complaining about being famous from Glee, hitting on his wife inappropriately, his wife now having a sore throat, and his kid upset that he's in the Midwest instead of Florida. After all of this, he had the entire crowd sing his kid happy birthday, which he lamented he did not like, and then he ran off stage, hopefully to have a better birthday. Then they did a couple more songs, and the last performance of the night was Somewhere Over the Rainbow. You know the one. Performed with Renee Puente, aka his wife, which again, if you're sick, don't sing, it's fine, nobody was expecting. It wasn't a night with Matt and Renee, you know what I mean? The curtains closed. The performance was over. 15 minutes short of the advertised runtime. However, the real time was here. Would I get my chance to meet Matthew Morrison face to face? Well, how about you see for yourselves? Checkmate! We got to meet Will Schuester himself, and these images definitely aren't fake. That would be lying, and I don't do that. Chapter 4, Finn. Like the character, but also French for end. Well, mission was kind of accomplished. I mean, we like totally got to meet Matthew Morrison in real life, and I didn't waste $1,400 plus on this experience. And I would tell you what I said to him, but however, that's Hoster glaciant confidentiality, so I can't really leak that. Just know it was scathing. We left the theater, walked back to the Riverwalk, posed in front of the circle again, and then we walked to the left, and there was this insane light show going on. We walked back to the car feeling the opposite of Hamilton, satisfied. Riding high off our accomplishments, we thought, hey, let's confront another Glee cast member. Surely we get our second picture with the star of Glee. Yep, picture number 2. Definitely the second one that we would have gotten. And guess what? As it turns out, Lea Michele, who plays Rachel Berry, if you weren't aware, was heading out on a national tour. So naturally, we bought some tickets. And then on top of the ticket price of $50 a pop, we had to pay an extra $200 per person for the VIP meet and greet. And so we did. We were doing it for the content. Leah's show was in Nashville. So in a sort of reversal of before, I drove down 7.5 hours to meet with Blake in Tennessee this time around. And then just a few days before the event, I got an email. Postponed. It was postponed. Not canceled, not rescheduled, postponed. Did Lea Michele hear about our plan to confront her? Did Matthew Morrison tip her off? We'll never know. Just like we'll never know what an image of us with Lea Michele looks like. Or will we? Because we have an artist rendition of what it would have looked like here. Okay, can I admit something? That wasn't actually a photo of us with Lea Michele. You see, this image is actually a photo of Lea with Darren Criss and a random fan. And at this point, I need to admit something to all of you. That image of us with Matthew Morrison, that was a commissioned Photoshop job as well. We hired an expert photo manipulator to fool every single one of you into thinking that we met Matthew Morrison. And I bet you all feel like fools. Not me. I do not feel like a fool for spending nearly $2,000 on what was probably a rigged lottery system to meet Matthew Morrison, and then another $800 minimum to meet Lea Michele, which is still unable to be refunded and is still yet to be rescheduled, all just for a YouTube video. Nope, I don't feel like a fool at all. All right, now back from whatever silly bit I tried to do in the middle of the video to spice things up, we arrive at an episode that this YouTube series has featured briefly before. Yes No revolves mainly around Will Schuester's second engagement and Emma Pillsbury's third, as well as a few other romance plots. Because what else does Glee need if not more relationship drama? We open with the Glorals pressing Mercedes for more information on the glances that her and Sam have been giving each other and what their summer lovin' was like. Oh wait, summer lovin'? That's gotta be the start of a musical number.
Summer lovin'.
Sam stands in for John Travolta and Mercedes for Olivia Newton-John as the Glove performs their rendition of Summer Nights from Grease. You know, the song you've probably heard like a million times before. And I'll say it, it's a pretty good Glee cover. They detail their fling, of course it ends as Summer does, and then fast forward a few months and here we are in Yes No. Two characters lusting after another in a way that only Ryan Murphy can come up with. Entirely off screen because God forbid he gives Mercedes prominent screen time in a positive fashion. Ryan Murphy's alleged genius strikes again the very next scene.
I, Becky Faye Jackson, am the hottest bitch at McKinley High School. I'm not only co-captain of the Cheerios, I'm president of the Perfect Attendance Club, and I've won a participation award in rhythm gymnastics. You may be wondering why I sound like the Queen of England. It's simple. In my mind, I can sound like whomever I want, so lay off, haters.
Ryan Murphy, in his infinite wisdom, understood that giving Becky's internal monologue parts to one Dame Helen Mirren might look bad/weird by, you know, making it seem like Becky's speaking voice is lesser than, and therefore even Becky would want to have a different voice in her own head. So he got ahead of the haters by writing in, "Suck it, haters." Masterful gambit, sir. And the thing is, it worked, because this voice swap was received overall pretty glowingly, but I don't know, to me, it just kind of rubs me the wrong way. There's just no way that Becky's actress Lauren Potter couldn't have done these lines and given the character more depth. Oh, and what, pray tell, is the storyline going to be for Becky this episode?
Okay, let's get reals. I could easily snag any dude east of the Mississippi, but I'm extremely picky. For instance, Rory grins too much, he looks like an insane person. Is that a mohawk, Puckerman, or did someone glue a squirrel to your head? Now that's more like it. Sweet, sexy, and handy-capable like me, with a voice as velvety as my favorite Sunday church dress. It's decided. Artie Abrams, you're my new boyfriend.
Yes, in true Ryan Murphy form, every woman in this goddamn show just has to have a love interest. And to have it be Artie also just seems like the cherry on top of an already ableist pie. I don't know, maybe they'll handle this storyline with tact and grace? Yeah, and maybe I'll deliver a line perfectly in one take. Next, we see Emma entering the teacher's lounge where the teachers are lounging and she sits next to Beast instead of next to her boyfriend, Will Schuester.
Mind if I join you?
Sure, Ems, but your man's over there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let him be. He totally tanked his fantasy football season, so.
What an idiot. Imagine tanking a fantasy football season. I would never do that. Blake, do not post a screenshot of how poorly I did in the Judges Fantasy Football League last year. There is a small football gripe though, which may as well be my nickname at this point of the series. This episode takes place canonically in January, post-winter break. Will would have known his fantasy football season was tanked long before January. Unless she means that like he lost in the playoffs or something, but the final week of regular NFL football play ended on January 1st of that year. So like, why is Will Man Baby Schuester still pissed enough multiple weeks later that he can lounge in the teacher's lounge amongst other teachers lounging, but not his girlfriend lounging? And I'm sure none of you care about this fantasy football stuff as much as I do. So why exactly are we getting this Emma Beast scene, gliders?
So, 2 chickens today, huh?
Emma, I'm celebrating.
What?
Cooter and I eloped.
You what?
Immediately, we get a Glee marriage and I'm just certain, so certain that it will not go poorly. Emma then takes this moment to make it all about herself and say, "Oh no, I'm so happy for you, Shannon, but I don't think Will wants to marry me." And then Sue is all, "Dude, what's wrong with you? It's 2012. Why don't you just ask him?" And then we get a whole musical number of Laura Nyro's Wedding Bell Blues by Emma Pillsbury with backing vocals by Sue and Coach Beast. Now, I had never heard this song before, and I'm looking forward to never hearing it again. The number ends with a shocked Will, a shocked Emma, and 2 random teachers who are lounging, mind you, that we will never see again. Oh, and they're also shocked.
Emma, did you just ask me to marry you?
What? No. No, I didn't. Was that out loud? No, I didn't. Oh my god.
Will, ever the healthy and mature adult, immediately takes news to a room of children.
Finn, give me a drum roll.
Yes, I'm proposing to Miss Pillsbury.
What do you mean? She just proposed to you. You're immediately gonna steal her thunder? In 2012 of all years? And I cannot stress this enough. Why is he telling this to children?
This is the kind of news that you share with your family.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. This isn't your family. He goes over his plans to propose with the students, aka offloading the emotional work you might have to put into planning such an important event by tasking the students to come up with a proposal number for him. And now I'm sure Emma will be thrilled that Will's proposal, after Emma already proposed, mind you, will be the mind's child of people who still say wanky wanky. Sam and Mercedes then walk out of the Glee room and he tries laying the moves on her, but she reminds him that she is actively dating somebody and he needs to back off. Then Artie asks Sugar to work on Mr. Shu's assignment together and she just straight up rejects him.
Look, Artie, you seem really sweet. You're really just not my type.
No, I wasn't really asking you out. But
I just think we'd look really weird together. Not that you're disabled. It's because I'm abled and people are really mean. I'm really worried that people are gonna think your legs look thinner than my arms.
Cue Becky then asking Artie on a date, which we don't hear an answer for just yet. Instead, we get the desperate pleas of one Sam Chord Evans to one Shannon Coach Beast, where he's trying to get onto a sports team, that way he can get a Letterman's jacket, that way he can impress Mercedes. So you're not really listening to her telling you to back off, Sam, huh? Turns out the only team that has an opening for him is swimming. Synchronized swimming. The tap dancing of water sports. The gale of water deep of pool activities. The yodeling of athletics. Each of these three things might be impressive, but boy, do I not care to be performing and or spectating any of them. The coach of the team is a new character who becomes a series regular, being Roz Washington, and her opening monologue tells you exactly what she'll be as a character, so we'll just play it.
I need to think a nickname to embroider on the back. It should be water themed. I'm Vinny the Gill.
What's your mouth word?
Sam Evans. I'm Coach Roz Washington, and you are one strange looking kid. I've never seen lips like that on a white child, and one of your nipples is higher than the other. I bet you had to overcome a lot with those crooked nipples. Well, I know a thing or two about overcoming. When I was growing up, they said that black folks couldn't swim, but I had a dream that one day I would get to the promised land. So I swam my way and got my 40 acres in a pool.
Coach Ross was an Olympian.
That's right. I won this bronze damn Olympic medal in Beijing, China for individual synchronized swimming. I bet you didn't even know there was a such thing as individual synchronized swimming. Nod to me if I'm getting through to you. Nod to me. I'm gonna say one thing to you, Sam Evans, and I'm only gonna say it to you once. If you pee in my pool, I will kill you.
So her character serves almost as a return to early Sue Sylvester in some ways. A hard-ass coach who throws insults here and there at her student athletes. Let's just hope that she isn't as Gleevil as Sue. Or maybe we should hope that, because when Sue is at her Gleevilist, the show is at its best. Sam then goes to tell Finn about his new sport, but apparently synchronized swimming is about as cool in the Glee universe as it is in the real universe. He gets synchronized slushies by the background hockey bullies, and Mercedes momentarily helps before Shane tells her to just leave Sam alone and come with him to class. Artie and Sam meet with Will in the auditorium to tell him that going with a ballad is lame and predictable. Instead, he should do this.
I'm proposing you subvert expectations and lead with your hips.
A what?
So modest. You have rock star hips, Mr.
It's
Shu.
true. Mick Jagger hips.
Yeah. Unleash the moves we've been practicing on Miss Pillsbury, and she will swoon. Don't be alarmed by the disco ball. Huh?
I mean, you want to talk about lame and predictable? Has any song ever been more shoehorned in than Maroon 5 featuring Christina Aguilera's Moves Like Jagger? Oh, it doesn't stop there, mind you, because this is actually a mashup with Jumpin' Jack Flash by the Rolling Stones. This performance was mainly Artie taking lead vocals, doing a modest Mick Jagger impression, with Will, Puck, Blaine, Mike, and Finn doing backing vocals and dancing. The only person in the audience to witness whatever this is.
Jack Flash, oh yeah.
Becky. Becky applauds as Will shoots down the dancing idea as it gets him sweaty. Oh, is that too much effort for your proposal, Will? That you might get a little misty? Then we find out the real reason Artie wanted to perform this song.
Wait, please.
Artie, that was awesome.
Thanks, Becky. So you had fun?
That was a great part one.
Part one? No, that was the date. The entire date. I mean, I invited you here so you could see me bring my sexy, which I think you'll agree I did.
Part two is dinner at breakfast.
Oh.
Artie, Just say no, man. This like awkward dragging Becky along is more harmful than good, and believe it or not, people with Down syndrome have feelings, and you're just going to hurt Becky's more and more the longer you take to be normal and treat her like an actual human instead of doing these weird halfway pity dates. Minus 100 coins to Artie. Speaking of pity, I have absolutely none of that for Will as we see him ring shopping with Finn. A child who offers such infinite wisdom as this.
Rachel says you're supposed to spend 2 months' salary on the ring. Or was it 2 weeks? Honestly, I just zone out every time girls start talking about this stuff.
Yeah, I can see why you'd want him there instead of an adult with a brain. I mean, what's next? Is Will gonna ask Finn to be his best man or something?
I just don't want to fail again. Finn, I want you to be my best man.
Are you screwing with me right now?
You taught me more about being a man than anyone I've ever known.
I was joking. I didn't think he would actually do that. And how, as an 18-year-old you've known for less than 3 years, a guy who you walked in on while naked and then blackmailed by planting weed in his locker, how has he taught you about being a man? Do you have friends? Do you have family? What about the lounging teachers from earlier in this episode? And I don't know, what about having no best man? I mean, that would be preferable to admitting in front of your friends and family that you only have an emotional connection with a child who is your student. Finn accepts because, you know, he's a child who doesn't understand what is really happening. I mean, a dumb guy with anger issues getting in over his head, what's next? Is Finn gonna join the army?
I've been thinking about my future too. So, I met with a recruiter.
I thought you said you were giving up on football.
For the army.
I need to stop joking. Everything I say is coming true. Okay, let's try manifesting something positive. Please die, please die, please die, please die, please die. Okay, now I can't legally say who I was talking about, but I think we all know. The girls all sit Mr. Shu down in his office to get some info about Emma and his relationship to help with his proposal.
In order for us to help you propose to Miss Pillsbury, we're gonna need some salient information first.
Okay, come on, ladies. It's not like this is the first time I've ever proposed.
Why are you pushing back against him? That's the whole point of this episode, is that you're too lazy and sociopathic to be able to propose on your own. They're just trying to do what you told them to do and to help you. We get Will flashing back quickly to the first time ever he saw Emma's face, which is where we see the infamous vest that he was lying about back in season 2, and then Rachel, Tina, Santana, and Mercedes sing Roberta Flack's The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face. We get to see the first moments each of the girls saw their respective loves. Santana and Brittany, Rachel and Finn, Tina and Mike, and Mercedes and Sam. She's realizing who she is truly in love with. Will applauds as Mercedes gets up and walks to the bathroom. She tells the other girls about her feelings for Sam, and they encourage her to listen to her heart if she feels as strongly as she does. This very touching scene closes and is immediately followed up with some Ryan Murphy comedy.
It's the middle of January. Why is their Christmas tree still up?
Just be grateful Comrade Obama still allows Christmas.
Do you think it's like contractually forbidden to let a single nice moment just like exist on Glee? Like, if they write a moving moment legally, do they have to write in like a 6 out of 10 joke immediately after, or else the Fox executives will shoot a puppy or something? And I even like this joke. You got War on Christmas, Obama is a communist. It's funny stuff. But I don't know, give it like 3 minutes after a moment of Mercedes realizing who she loves before you show canonical Nazis. Yeah, like that shouldn't be that hard to do. The canonical Nazis are, of course, Emma's parents, and the scene is Will asking for their permission to marry Emma. They deny him, citing how much Emma sucks due to her OCD, and like this horrible line of thinking seems to maybe convince Will a bit.
And if there's one thing Emma can't handle, it's a mess.
And that's before babies, and the diapers, and the sticky hands, and the runny noses. I'm telling you, she will not know how to deal with it. Are you sure you want that for your kids?
Forget kids. Is that what you want for yourself?
I swear Will Schuester would fall for anything. Like, can you just not let the eugenicists convince you that the woman you allegedly love and want to marry is actually too annoying to marry? You've been dating her. You know what living with her is like. Have a backbone, Mr. Shu. Speaking of a lack of backbones, the entire Glub is telling Artie to stop leading Becky on. And he tries to give this speech about how much he likes hanging out with Becky and she's super cool. And yeah, man, you're describing a friendship. You have no intentions of being in a romantic relationship with her, right? And she does have those intentions. And by you continuing to go on dates without clarifying further your expectations of the relationships, you are, say it with me, leading her on. That's right. I mean, just have a fucking backbone, Artie. Speaking of lack of backbones, yet again, Bert, Carol, Emma, and Will call Finn into a classroom to talk about his decision to join the army. Bert reiterates his desire for Finn to run his shop, but Finn brings up that his father was a war hero, something that Carol had suspected was the driving force between Finn's army desires all along. Carol then shares some information about Finn's dad that he wasn't quite keen on.
Your dad was a good man. He was brave and true, and he had the same goofy sense of humor you do. But he didn't die in Iraq. He served over there, but something happened to him. I never found out what. I don't know if he did something or saw something or just lost his way, but he broke.
You died a hero's death, right?
He died in Cincinnati. After being dishonorably discharged, honey, he had a drug problem that he tried to get over when he came home, for you mostly, but then he would just disappear for a day or a week sometime. One day he just didn't come back. It was an overdose.
So yeah, we learned that his father suffered from PTSD, leading up to an eventual drug addiction and overdose. Finn gets upset that she kept this a secret from him for so long, and he storms out, not able to handle the perfect vision he had of his father being changed. Now, you know the rules, and so do I. Interesting and emotional scene, that means we get a haha funny one next. This haha funny scene is implying Becky sending an illicit picture to Artie and asking him to have sex with her.
Hey, Becky, what's up?
Hey, hottie. My place. We're going to do it.
I'm sorry?
I just sent you a taste of what you're gonna get on Friday night.
Oh, my.
She got a cute little shape.
Yes, that is Sue looking at implied illicit picture of Becky Jackson, 17-year-old Becky Jackson, and letting us know that she has, quote, a cute little shape. So minus 5,000 times 2 to Sue, that is the dictionary definition of CSAM. This is not what I meant when the show is at its best when Sue is Glee-VIL. Sue explains to Artie that Becky is a human and deserves respect from Artie, and he should be truthful to Becky that he doesn't want to date her. Artie thanks her for her help, and then the scene ends. Back at Will and Emma's house, they talk about if they want to be married.
Well, I mean, Sue said that I should be all liberated and ask you to marry me, but, do you want to be with me?
Of course I do.
Brad?
I love you. You know that. But what if we get married? What happens when we have a house and a baby? How are you going to handle spit up on your special Wednesday sweater? Sweetheart, you can't control another person. What if it's all just too much?
Okay, holy shit. So, couple of things real quick, and then one thing real long. First off, you already asked him to marry him. Second off, you guys really should have had this conversation about wanting to be married before either one of you proposed or planned to propose. Thirdly, and this is the long one, how did the neo-Nazis convince you, Will? Are you unable to have individual thought? People with OCD can get married and have kids, believe it or not. Sure, it may come with its individual hurdles, but that is true of anything. Like the hurdles of, I don't know, being married to a loser who can't figure out that in a PPR league, you may want to prioritize receivers and pass catching running backs early in your draft, or else you might tank your fantasy football season and not be able to sit next to your wife in the teacher's lounge where teachers lounge for months after the season ends. Emma talks about working on her OCD and taking pills, and then Will calls it a disease and mentions that it all feels hopeless sometimes, which is insane to say to your fucking fiance. Emma cries, pouring out that their future will be filled with rubber gloves and cleaning with toothbrushes, but also with love for each other, and that should be enough. It's like Eliza said. Eliza Schuyler. She tells Will to figure out his shit and walks away, leaving him at the table alone. Finn, Kurt, and Rachel are all morose about their prospective futures as they feel their life aspirations are vanishing right before their very eyes. In this moment, Kurt wants to order 2 cheesecakes to help drown out their sorrows, and he does this.
I'm actually kind of scared. I thought the world would care more.
I got 2 cheesecakes. I actually thought we were all gonna get out of here.
Gross? I mean, I can only scientifically give you minus 50 points for snapping at a waiter, but spiritually, I want to give you like minus 10,000. As Nyada dreams feel like a long shot for Rachel, Kurt feels directionless, and Finn talks about his father's image being changed, Rachel breaks into song, specifically David Guetta's Without You featuring Usher. This being my third least favorite David Guetta moment, number 2 being Becca's Titanium remix in Pitch Perfect. Why would you mix David Guetta with the Proclaimers? Holy shit, that is terrible. And number 1 being David Guetta's own tribute to George Floyd's family.
So, shout out to his family. I have a dream.
And yes, I will use every chance I get to share this amazing David Guetta moment with as many people as I can. Is that what he actually said? Yes. Is that the actual music he played? Rachel was singing this song to/at Finn, and it touched all of the Glupples, Glee couples, and then they just make out in front of everybody. Will thanks everyone for the submissions for his proposal, but lets them know he needs more time to think about things. Then Chord gets an idea, and no fucking way they're gonna use synchronized swimming to do a proposal.
This is all for you.
Yes, they are, in fact, doing that. All set to Rihanna's We Found Love featuring Calvin Harris. I guess the idea is that synchronized swimming relies on things being exact and in order, like Emma's OCD demands things to be or something. I don't know, because this is never explicitly stated as to why Emma's ideal proposal would be a bunch of scantily clad teens singing as Will turns into a Glee Jesus and walks on water. This seems a lot more like an ideal Will Schuester proposal to me. And small thing, but wow, at 37.42, Matthew Morrison looks a lot like a young Jake Gyllenhaal, and I've never once thought that before. Like, imagine Donnie Darko, but with this fucking dweeb, because that would be so fucking funny. Anyway, the children all watch in the pool as Wet Willie Schuester proposes to Emma, as he is able to overcome the Nazi propaganda, as Emma gets a propaganda at the diamond she's about to get, and she says yes. From a high to a low, Artie finally comes clean to Becky about his intentions. Kind of.
I haven't been clear with you. I really like being your friend, but I don't think we should date.
Is it because I'm too intimidating?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that works for me. But you see how you could have just done that from the beginning? We get one last monologue from Helen Mirren as we see she's upset that she knows Artie doesn't want to date her because of her Down syndrome. Sue consoles her and offers some ice cream to Becky as they both sulk in their recent dumplings. As anybody would do. Dumplings or dumpings? Maybe that's a typo. Maybe I meant it. Plus 100 to Sue for being a great mentor/teacher in this moment. Doesn't really make a dent in the pedophile points she racked up earlier. In fact, maybe Sue should just take this moment to talk about how Becky shouldn't send implicit photos to people, as it's dangerous for anyone to send those.
You know what the third thing is?
What?
You're gonna take my hand, because you and I are gonna get through this together.
No? Just gonna sit there and stare off camera and eat ice cream? Nothing to say about the pictures? Okay, I mean, I don't know why at this point I'm still surprised. The last scene of the episode is Finn calling Rachel to the auditorium. He is looking at a picture of his father and he reminisces about their first kiss. Him and Rachel's, not him and his father's. That was kind of worded poorly.
I was gonna lay out a picnic like the one you had for our first date, but I couldn't really figure out where you got those cool airplane cups. So.
And I told you you could kiss me if you wanted to. I never understood why you ran off so quickly.
Yeah, I was just nervous.
Yeah, he glummed his pants. Look, folks, I don't have any witty jokes or quips here. We all know where this scene is headed, so let's just skip to it.
I opened up my first credit card to get this. I know it's not a swimming pool full of dancers or a tux, or it's not very big, but it's a promise. A promise to keep loving you for the rest of my life. All you've got to do is say yes. Rachel Berry, will you marry me?
And that's where it ends. Will it be a yes or a no? A yes/no, like the episode title, Cinema. The return of the pedophile arc makes a giant splash as Sue ends up with the most GLEE-VIL showing of the season so far, with minus 9,900 gloints this episode, with Sugar, Artie, and Kurt all picking up a few gloints in the negative of their own. Now, you may be wondering who the title Michael is referring to. Well, I'll let Kevin McHale and Harry Shum Jr. tell you.
It's Michael Jackson.
This episode acts as a tribute to Michael Jackson, who passed away on June 25th, 2009, just 2 days before my 15th birthday, which really pissed me off as a teenager. Why did you steal my spotlight, dying Michael Jackson? Allegedly. Look, I'm not going to say anything more about Michael Jackson's alleged actions, which he was found not guilty on, because I don't want to make anybody else mad like I did in the first Glee video on this channel, but I will say this. Did you know his death was ruled a homicide? That's kind of crazy. Also, this episode of Glee was set to air on January 24th, 2012, and they pushed it back to January 31st to not air at the same time as the State of the Union, to give you an idea of how desperate Glee was for views at this point. I'm not sure what the Venn diagram of Gleeks and State of the Union enjoyers looks like, but I know for sure it isn't a circle. Now, to be fair, this episode had the highest number of viewers for the season since episode 1, with just over 9 million viewers. This is also the last time the series will ever reach 9 million viewers. In fact, the show never breaks into 8 million viewers again. I bring this up really just to portray the show was starting to fall out of the zeitgeist, and naturally, the show's decline soon followed. Anyway, this episode opens up with Mercedes lamenting the fact that the New Directions did Michael Jackson during sectionals, and the girls who were in the Trouble Tones missed out on performing Michael. Will then says like, oh yeah, like maybe we can do Michael for regionals or something, and Blaine takes the inch and moves a yard.
We hate that we missed our one chance this year to do Michael.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about regionals, and maybe we can do Michael again.
Well, I, for one, know exactly what song we should start Michael Week with.
No one said anything about Michael Week, Blaine. You really jumped the frickin' shark here. It's a little too fourth wall breaky for my taste. The Blainester leads the New Direction stirs in a performance of Wanna Be Startin' Something, and it may come as no surprise to most, but I have no sentimental connection to Michael Jackson's music. My parents didn't really put him on much while we were growing up. I heard more AC/DC and Rolling Stones, and even when I listened to my own music, I was more into 3 Days Grace and Paramore as a teenager. The closest I even get to admiring Michael Jackson's work is Alien Ant Farm's Smooth Criminal, so forgive me if I say something harsh about this tribute episode. This performance, however, is fun, and you can tell they put a ton of work into the choreo and wardrobe, and I'm sure that's going to be my review for all 8 of the performances we'll see. Yes, I said 8, and that's with one performance cut for time. Speaking of time, Finn tells us, the audience, and Rachel how long it's been since he's proposed.
Okay, it's been exactly 3 days to the minute since I proposed to you, which is the amount of time you said you needed before you give me an answer.
Look, this isn't the kind of decision you can make on a deadline.
Look, I understand you said you needed some time, but now your indecision's kind of bumming me out.
No, look, I love you, okay? And I want to marry you someday, and I'm open to anything. This is all just happening so fast, and I don't understand it. I mean, I need you to help me understand.
I mean, if you want to marry him someday, just say yes. I mean, if you were to ask me about the situation in real life, I'd say run away and change your plans from Niata to BYU. That way you'll fit in better. But in the Glee-verse, why would Rachel not just say yes if she wants to be married to Finn someday? Finn voices that his insecurities about the relationship surviving Rachel's move to New York is what sparked his proposal. And Rachel tries to calm him, assuring Finn that she doesn't need a ring on her finger to know that she loves him. But again, just 2 episodes ago, Rachel was gushing over some jewelry. So I don't get her hesitancy. Like, it just doesn't fit the Rachel Berry character to not say yes to me. Maybe you disagree. Finn tells her to take her time with her decision as she doesn't quite feel ready to answer in full. Next scene, the Glids are sitting around the coffee shop and discussing their favorite Michael Jackson memories, and we learn, unfortunately, Rachel and I have something in common.
I have to be honest, I never really got him.
And we are no longer on speaking terms.
No, I think he's an amazing performer, but I've never really just got what he was about.
Rachel, he is best friends with Liza Minnelli and Liz Taylor.
No, all I'm saying is that I haven't connected with him the way that I have with the likes of Barbara or either of the Stevens. Sondheim, Schwartz.
I'd throw the smoke in your face, but it's not nearly scalding enough.
Okay.
Rachel, seeing how much everyone loves Michael, admits that doing a Michael song for regionals might just be the best idea. Any objections from snooty villains who look like their parents are real estate developers?
That might not be the best idea.
Thank you, Bradley Uppercrust III. Or should I say Brad Glee Fucker Crust the Turd?
Ew!
No? I shouldn't say that? Okay, then I won't. Jeez, it was just a joke, relax. Turns out Blaine told Sebastian about the Michael plans. Again, Blaine really jumped the shark there. And now the Warblers are doing Michael at regionals, and they are going first. So the New Directions couldn't possibly do a different song by one of the most famous and successful recording artists of all time. That would be crazy. Minus 150 to Blaine, by the way, for effectively cheating / lying to Kurt by not telling him that he still regularly talks with the guy who is actively trying to break up their relationship. Santana gets defensive and Sebastian retaliates with some racism.
All right, Twink, I think it's time that I show you a little Lima Heights hospitality.
Unless you want to join your relatives in prison, that's probably not the best idea. You see, my dad is sort of what you'd call a state's attorney. But if you had a piñata you wanted delivered, I bet he could make sure that got to them.
Sebastian then tells them to play nice and the scene ends. There's no way Sebastian tells them to play nice.
All right, so here's what you guys should know. I am captain of the Warblers now, and I'm tired of playing nice.
Back in the glove room, the New Directions are a little weary of Blaine and his intentions given he leaked their Michael plans. Finn and Will instead want to focus on beating the Warblers and not just talking about beating them. Will unveils his lesson plan.
Our lesson for the week is...
WWMJD? Weapons of mass Josh destruction? That doesn't sound fun.
What would Michael Jackson do?
Oh. What would Michael Jackson do? Again, I'm not commenting on his alleged actions, which he was found not guilty on, but maybe not the best thing to come from Will, guy who walks in on minors and then has an inappropriate relationship with them, Schuester. The club decides to continue on with Michael Week and have a Jackson off to decide who can do Michael at regionals. The Warblers meet with the New Directions to Jackson each other off in a dimly lit parking garage where no one can hear them yell, and they can't say no to Jackson each other off because of the implications. They battle each other by performing a parody of Weird Al's Fat that Michael Jackson did called Bad. And what did I say before? This performance, however, is fun, and you can tell they put a ton of work into the choreo and wardrobe. It all ends with Sebastian hitting Blaine with a slushie in the face, so minus 150 to him. And Blaine takes it really bad.
Who's bad?
Oh my God.
Damn, man, it's just a slushie. I mean, is this the first time they've shown the slushie being used as an actual weapon with consequence? Every time before this, it was just a joke. Turns out Blaine's right cornea was scratched and will require surgery, and I'm sorry, but in all my years of YouTubing and Glee watching, I've never known a slushie to do that kind of damage.
In all my years as a teacher and a student, I have never known a slushie to do that kind of damage.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. In reality, Darren Criss had to go fill in for one Daniel Radcliffe on Broadway's How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. And this is the best the writers could come up with, I guess. Finn comes up with a conspiracy that Sebastian put rocks or something in the slushie to intentionally hurt Blaine, and the rest of the club buys into it. They want some eye for an eye type retribution, but Will outright refutes the idea.
Dalton's old school, Mr. Shu. They're not gonna turn their backs on one of their own. We need payback.
An eye for an eye. No, I have a zero tolerance policy for violence of any kind. That's not how we do things.
No, we sing, and that's all we ever do.
Do you want to get disqualified from regionals?
I don't give a damn about regionals. What do you expect from us? We're people. I know the rest of the world may not see us like that, but when they tease us and throw stuff at us and toss us in dumpsters and tell us that we're nothing but losers with stupid dreams, it freaking hurts. And we're supposed to turn the other cheek and be the bigger man by telling ourselves that those dreams and how hard we work make us better than them? But it gets pretty damn hard to feel that way when they always get to win.
I get how upsetting this is.
No, you don't. And don't give me any of that it gets better crap, because I'm not interested in it getting any better. I want it to be better, like right now. I want to hurt them the way they hurt us. No, worse, I want them to feel my pain, because frankly, that's all I have left to give.
Artie, take a break. We'll be here when you get back.
Who's with me?
Okay. We played that long clip because I wanted to show you how completely out of place this felt. And now it makes sense. They wanted another excuse to give Artie an out-of-chair experience because God forbid Artie is able to come across multi-layered while in a wheelchair. You see, the wheelchair is where he does misogyny and black sense. When he stands up is when he's cool and suave. Artie and Mike performed Scream by Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson. And this performance, however, is fun. And you can tell they put a ton of work into the choreo and wardrobe. Except this song has a fun little tidbit. Listen to this bit of the Glee cover. Okay, and now the beginning part of Bo Burnham's song Rant from his Words, Words, Words special. Ryan Murphy confirmed Man Rub Ob fan? That's Bo Burnham backwards for all my real Bo heads out there. That sound isn't in the original song Scream by Janet and Michael. And I'm sure it's just like a preset noise in whatever audio engineering package Bo and Glee happen to use, but just a silly little coincidence. We flash back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity, and Artie leaves the Glee room, as Will requested he do. Next, Rachel is talking to Quinn in the bathroom. Hey, remember Quinn? And she asks for some advice on Finn's proposal. Quinn ignores her though and makes the conversation entirely about herself.
Well, Finn. What's this? My ticket out of here. I got into Yale early admissions.
Okay, I mean, really seems like not the right time or place, Quinn. Quinn uses her Yale admission to show Rachel that relationships are temporary, but college admissions are forever. Or something. It's meant to be played off on like a critique, I guess, of like a hashtag girl boss moment as driven home by Quinn here.
Look, you wanted straight and thoughtful. I guess at one point it made sense to love somebody for your whole life, but it doesn't anymore. Women are finding themselves in their 30s now. Every magazine says it. We hardly know what we're gonna want in 15 years.
But it comes off as like unnecessarily rude from Quinn, while admittedly being a bit more realistic for someone as career and fame driven as Rachel Berry. Though again, what better for Rachel Berry's career than a himbo who has no real aspirations of his own other than loving her? The whole plotline is just all over the place. This then cuts to Quinn performing the Jackson 5's Never Can Say Goodbye, so I guess the show is trying to make us feel sad for Quinn in her senior year as she is looking to say goodbye to Lima, Ohio, and Finn and Puck and Sam as she looks forward to New Haven, Connecticut. She dances momentarily with each of her past boyfriends, looks at pictures in her locker of her friends and daughter as she finishes her performance in the Glee room. She shares that she got into Yale and everyone claps and is happy for her as she thanks everyone and apologizes for the bad times she may have caused along the way. She uses this time to also speak directly to Rachel.
I was the only one standing in the way of myself. Can't change your past. But you can let go and start your future.
Yale, yeah.
Yeah, Yale really sucks, but we can see Quinn's message getting through to Rachel just a bit. Next, we get a short scene where Santana and Kurt are expressing their disgust with Sebastian and voicing their desires to hurt him back. Ultimately, though, Kurt says he's fought against violence for so long that he morally has to take the high road. Santana agrees on taking the high road too, as she has college dreams. They vow to beat Sebastian on the stage, not the body. Sam texts Mercedes to meet him in the auditorium and requests that they sing their first duet together. She initially declines, but once old Sammy boy starts plucking on those golden strings and the session band miraculously appears in shot, Mercedes gives in. They perform Human Nature by Michael Jackson, but the Boyz II Men version. Kind of a cop-out for Michael Week if you ask me, but hey, I'm not complaining about two of my favorite voices singing together in a performance I can only describe as fun. And you can tell they put a ton of work into the choreo and wardrobe. As they finish the performance, they share a kiss. So while I support the Sam-Sadie's relationship, that will be minus 250 to Sam and minus 500 to Mercedes for the cheating on Shane of it all. Also, Blake, show the kiss here, but boy, is that kiss not worth the gloints. I mean, if you're gonna cheat, may as well go all out, right? Their kiss is like when you put two Barbie faces together as a kid. Or if you're autistic, when you put Sonic and Shadow together. Is that a funny joke? Like, leave this in if it's funny. We then cut to Will's Spanish class. Remember, Will is a Spanish teacher, and Bert pulls him out of class.
So, Will. Kurt, your dad wants to talk to you.
What's wrong? Is his plane okay?
He's fine. The mail came.
I'm sorry, this is a hardly pull your kid out of class moment. I mean, come on, Bert, you gotta have some respect for the classroom. Turns out the NIADA letter lets Kurt know that he's a finalist. They embrace in a hug and Bert hypes his son up, talking about all of the things Kurt has overcome to reach this moment. Kurt rushes through the halls, excited to share the news with his best friend.
I got my NIADA letter. I'm a finalist.
It's so great!
Oh, what did yours say?
I didn't get one.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, that just means they haven't sent it yet.
I didn't even make it to the finals. I knew it. I had this weird feeling in my stomach all week long.
Rachel, don't be stupid.
Stupid? Stupid is watching all of your friends make plans for their future and realizing that you have none at all. No plans, no college, nowhere to go. All I have here is my boyfriend, and I have no idea what I'm doing.
I mean, damn, is Finn that bad of a consolation prize? Also, I don't feel bad for Rachel here at all after all she did to Kurt this season to try to bolster her own NYADA chances and then consequently tank his. Finn and Rachel meet up with Kurt at Blaine's house with some movies and food to check in on his injury. Blaine offers a toast to Kurt for his NYADA finalist status, followed by some awkward eye contact between Kurt and Rachel. Blaine laments missing Michael week on account of his eye patch, and so to make it up to him, Finn, Kurt, and Rachel sing Ben by Michael Jackson, which is like kind of fucked up considering Blaine didn't even participate in the song, which means this scene was Blaine saying, "Man, I really want to sing and dance some Michael," to which his friends and boyfriend said, "Shut up! We're gonna sing and dance some Michael." Also, Blaine already did 2 Michael performances already, so I mean, like, don't be too greedy, mind gleek. Speaking of bad people, Santana goes to comfort the Warblers by herself, and I can only assume she's about to sing a Michael song, given her silly little fedora and white handkerchief in her breast pocket. We learn that Sebastian meant to hit Kurt with the slushie that got Blaine, and Santana pressures him to admit he'd spiked the slushie with rocks and or glass. We are then given a Glee cover to remember as Sebastian and Santana perform Smooth Criminal with the 2 cellos version, and the people playing the cellos are the actual 2 cellos guys, who, if you don't know, are 2 Croatian cello players who were impossible to escape in the early to mid 2010s on YouTube. Now, this Glee cover is no Alien Ant Farm, but you can really tell they put a ton of work into the choreo and wardrobe. Santana and Sebastian disagree on who did better, but that's not really that important, as he finally admits he put rock salt in the slushie so as to harm Kurt, and then he slushies Santana. So minus 150 for the Santana slushie, but we'll give another minus 1500 for the intent and eventual harm of the Blaine slushie. We cut back to the Glee room and Santana reveals her master plan.
We've got the Warblers right where we want them. And because he's the smoothest criminal I know, Artie was able to find a spy store that sells top secret surveillance equipment.
Not top secret. I just got a tape recorder from Office Max.
Okay, whatever. In any case, I taped it to my underboob when we went to Dalton, and I got Sebastian on tape admitting that there was rock salt in that slushie that blinded Blaine. Now all we have to do is send this tape to the popo, and that little bitchlet is headed to juvie.
Admit it. Tell me the truth. What did you put in that slushie?
Rock salt. No, we're not doing that.
Why? Kurt, this isn't violent. This is clever. I taped it to my underboob.
Yeah. Why? I mean, ACAB till I die, but the guy literally assaulted a person? That definitely warrants a call to the police. Like, he is unsafe to be around at this point. Kurt talks about how payback isn't always worth it or something, and instead suggests that they all follow him to the auditorium for his plan to unfurl. But before we see that plan unfurl, Finn asks Rachel to hang back. He wants to redo his proposal by adding a song, and so he serenades her with "I Just Can't Stop Loving You" by Michael Jackson featuring Sita Garrett. Rachel joins in the duet, and I'm sure it'd be a really nice secret moment if there wasn't an entire session band. Like, for real, Glee, for one emotional scene, maybe we just have a character hit play on a CD player or iPod or something. The moment gets to Rachel and she says yes to Finn's proposal, embracing the love of her life, in front of the session band who is trying to look away awkwardly. Turns out Kurt invited the Warblers to watch them perform Michael as they decided to take the high road. The New Directions performed Black and White to the Warblers, who drove, again, nearly 2 hours and 90 miles from Westerville, Ohio to Lima on a school day. The Warblers get moved by the music and Artie's rapping, and then they join them on stage. All of the Warblers except Sebastian. He slow claps after the performance, followed by a few biting words, unaware of Santana and Kurt's plans.
Very moving.
Come on, Sebastian. Give it up.
That is the kind of attitude that lost us regionals last year.
I could call the cops or your headmaster and get you kicked out of school or even arrested for assaulting Blaine with that slushie.
All of this would be just awfully terrifying if you had any proof whatsoever.
You mean like you on tape admitting to it?
But you know what? It just wouldn't be as much fun winning regionals if you weren't there to suffer through all the agony of defeat.
At least now all your teammates get to know exactly what kind of guy you are.
Now get the hell out of my auditorium.
And is this just not the lamest way to take the high road? I'm sure the Warblers know that Sebastian sucks. It's not like he's like subtle about it. Like, they could have just kept the tape as insurance in case he does, oh, I don't know, another violent crime. We get one last scene of Rachel showing Kurt that she received her NYADA letter. She too is a finalist. So now Rachel has to deal with the fact that she told Finn yes when she was afraid she would have nothing else. Poor Rachel, or whatever Ryan Murphy wants me to feel after this scene. Sebastian has really started to take stage as a Glillin, that's a Glee villain, as he racks up 2,200 Glee-VIL points this episode alone. And what's really crazy is that we still have just now hit the halfway point of the season. Buckle in, folks. It's gonna be a long one. Remember when I said it was gonna be a long one?
La cucaracha! La cucaracha, la cucaracha. Hey, hey! Ya no puede caminar porque le...
Yeah, I think Santana's face says it all.
I should have known by the looks on my students' faces that I'd really stepped in it.
Yes, you should have known.
The truth is, I'm ashamed. To be a teacher is to offer students a gateway to the future, and I blew it. How could I have become so out of touch?
William.
What do you mean you received complaints? Who complained?
I didn't. I complained. Not because I don't understand that this is a TV show and the whole point is that Will is being a little culturally insensitive and that's driving the plot here. No. It's because I have to watch this God-forsaken show. Figgins acts on the complaints that he's been receiving, calling into question Will Schuester's teaching abilities. And I don't even think that this performance is even that crazy. Like, the shitty fake Mexican accent they used is certainly offensive and cringe, but like in the same way that Artie does a black accent every single time he raps. That being said, I've seen how Will chooses to teach Glee, if you can even call it that, and I'll have to give Figgins and the anonymous complaints the benefit of the doubt on this one. We'll go minus 100 to Will here for being culturally insensitive, not for the sombrero and poncho combo, but for having his students do a Mexican accent on Taco Tuesday. What's kind of crazy, regardless of how you feel about Will's Spanish class fiasco, we can all agree that the example they used to compare Will's Spanish lesson to...
As you may have heard, our history teacher, Mrs. Harkberg, has been forced into retirement due to some memory problems.
And that's how Germany won the Second World War.
We can all agree that's worse, right? Like, it's a bit of a stretch to imply that Will is doing something akin to Holocaust denialism. You know, like one of the worst things you can do. The Nazi being ousted means that there's an open tenure position, and Will is one of several teachers Figgins is considering. He mentions Will has a PR problem and insists that Will turns his image around by learning Spanish. Wait. I'm sorry, what? Will doesn't know Spanish? He's been shown teaching and speaking Spanish on the show before, albeit rarely. If I didn't know any better, I'd think this is just a lazy way to shoehorn in a celebrity guest for Will to learn Spanish from.
Senor Martinez?
You can call me David.
Okay, my vida is officially loca, and boy am I living it. The Ricky Martin is here to teach some racist people how to speak Spanish and inform them that the future of America is Latino.
I know we're all here for different reasons. Most of you need your GED, some of you want to go to Cabo San Lucas, and order like a local. But did you know that the US Census believe that by 2030, the majority of Americans will use Spanish as their first language?
Okay, so as a reminder, this episode came out in 2012. So let's just check in on how America feels about Spanish speakers in the years since this episode was released. Surely we are more on board with expanding our culture and accepting of people who just want to live a normal life, right?
This is a country where we speak English, not Spanish.
Oh yeah, we speak English? Then how do you explain this?
We are also praying for the people of Puerto Rico. We love Puerto Rico.
Oh, so that's why his administration is implementing a white supremacist agenda. Because he can't roll his R's? David then goes on to teach the class what Trump cannot do.
Thank you so much. Remember, roll those R's. Exactly.
Hey, David, I'm Will Schuester. I teach Spanish here during the day. Can I buy you a cup of cafe?
Sure.
Man, I hate Will so much. David and Will get some coffee and he realizes that Will can't speak Spanish even though he is a Spanish teacher. So Will does a microaggression to put David on the defense.
Ahora, no entiendo. Tú eres maestro de español, pero estás tomando una clase de español?
You know, could you maybe say that a little slower? I think your accent's throwing me off. Where are you from?
Ohio. But my parents are from Chile and we only spoke Spanish in the house growing up.
Oh.
We learned David had just recently started teaching as his teeth modeling job was not fulfilling to him, and he wants to make a change in the world that lasts longer by being a teacher.
I want to make a difference that lasts longer than a grin, you know? I want to teach kids. I want to give them something useful, something they can take with them their whole lives. I want to help them find their duende. You know duende, right?
Of course. Yeah, duende, yeah.
He shares how he learned English growing up through song and how music helps people learn faster.
I love to sing. I actually learned English watching reruns of Solid Gold.
Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, they've done studies in it. The brain takes in information, like a new language or a math equation, much more quickly and retains it better when that information is delivered through music.
Well, there's a lot of duende involved, too.
Okay, why is this episode so funny? It almost feels like a slight return to season 1 of Glee's comedy, where they just have most of the main characters be like a lovable heel and have other people play the straight man or face opposite, as opposed to seasons 2 and 3 of Glee, which focuses more on a good versus evil dynamic that lacks any depth or character. David suggests that Will has his students sing Latin music to learn Spanish, and I'm sorry, isn't that how this episode started? Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely a difference between just singing La Cucaracha and diving into exploring Latin music as a whole, but Will talks about the power of teaching through music and song all the time. That's kind of like his whole thing as a Glee teacher. Will plans to teach his Glee students some Spanish through song in order to impress Figgins. Sue is talking to the guys at the Glee Club about Jackson off for some reason.
Why not head on down to the clinic and put your virile teen years to good use? You'll have $5 more than when you walked in, and the gratitude of lonely ovaries everywhere. But not you. You can keep tossing your tissues into the trash.
I was in an accident.
Still, same goes for you, Porcelain. Let the strangeness end with you.
What's going on, Sue?
Will meets with Sue and she reveals that she's looking for a sperm donor, and the guys at the clinic didn't seem good enough, and so she wanted to elicit some semen from the students at McKinley, and no, I am not lying.
Honestly, I was a little bit dismayed by the quality of men holding Dixie cups down at the sperm bank this morning. 0 viable options. Looked like the cast from Ice Road Truckers. So I thought it'd be best if I found a sperm donor here.
Oh, hold on a second. You're serious?
Yes, William. I've decided to have a child.
Boy, Gliders, you really knocked it out of the park with this one. Sue is excited about the prospect of getting the newly opened up tenure position, so Will now knows at least one of his competitors. Sue gets called to Figgins' office, and while she assumes that it was to get offered tenure, we instead learn Will is not the only educator receiving complaints.
Complaints? Who's complaining about my teaching style?
I can't tell you that, sir. A student who shall remain anonymous.
Well, then who's this?
So the show is setting up a Roz versus Sue plotline. Since the Cheerios didn't win nationals last year, Figgins is allowing Roz to offer some criticisms to Sue's coaching strategies as she joins the Cheerios coaching ranks. Will brings his lesson to the club and lets them all know that every song sang this week will need to be Latin, sung by Latinos, or people of Latin descent, or English songs performed bilingually. Santana questions Will's motives and he gets to pull out the I have a Latino friend card.
Mr. Shu, though, I love that we're finally getting a Lima sound machine in here. Why now?
Santana, because it's long overdue. The truth is, I love all things Latin. I mean, I love Latin food, Latin art, Latin people.
You don't know any Latin people.
Hola, Will. Disculpa la tardanza, pero es que me estaba lavando los dientes con hilo dental, man.
I know,
All of the teenage students immediately crush out on the adult in the room before Will tells them David's idea.
David here is one of my many Latin friends, and he's interested in starting his own night school glee club after hours, so I invited him to come watch us get our duende on.
Duende?
Ugh, it means dwarf, you ass.
Now I'm completely confused. So what's the assignment?
To sing in Spanish with duende, which, yes, literally means dwarf, but metaphorically it means to have Spanish soul, to be filled with Spanish passion.
Will, can I hablar con ella?
That's right.
A performance with duende transforms you. Makes you sing, makes you cry, makes you laugh, makes you want to kiss a person you love. A song sung in Spanish must have duende, or else...
Would you mind showing us?
Oh, dear God, please, yes.
Be my guest.
Okay, so what song will Ricky Martin, aka David Martinez, sing to encapsulate Latin music and showcase what he means by duende to kick off the Latin Music Week?
Yeah, I got passion in my pants and I ain't afraid to show it, show it, show it, show it. I'm sexy and I know it.
That's right, LMFAO's hit single Sexy and I Know It, and I know what you're thinking. What the hell was Finn doing? Is that supposed to be a body roll? Also, we didn't play it, but he sang the song partially in Spanish, thus checking off the English song sang bilingually metric.
Soy sexy y lo sabes.
Boy, is this song a product of its time. Kind of a lame cop-out for the first song of the week. After commercial break, we are brought back to Mercedes and Sam in Emma's office asking for advice on their relationship status.
Just trying to figure out a way to work this out without anyone's feelings getting hurt.
Actually, you're in luck because I just got my new series of pamphlets back from the printer, which uniquely address the modern day issues of today's 21st century teen. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you're a two-timing hoe.
So you're dating a two-time in hoe.
Right? They get your attention. don't they? I mean, that really makes you want to read on.
Mercedes refutes the two-timing hoe accusations. Emma goes on to talk about how social media is ruining this generation.
You know, there's a lot of communication in your lives these days. With texting and IMing and Facebooking. I mean, you don't have any quiet time with yourselves to make informed decisions on your true feelings, for instance.
Sam just tweeted that I smell good.
Oh, it's not till it's trending.
This is my point.
She tells them not to communicate with one another for a week to better understand their feelings for one another, which is crazy that her advice is don't talk about the complex feelings you're having. Push them down deeper until you can't bear it anymore. I mean, that's just like a recipe for a school shooter, but don't worry, that doesn't happen until next season. Roz has her first session with the Cheerios, and it seems the girls are enjoying her style of dance and teaching that she's brought.
Swimming hole to dunk those behinds in, because those donkey booties need to cool off. Now, ain't no mind reader, Sue Sylvester. And I come from a very superstitious household where such things are not allowed. But I got a feeling that those Cheerios, like my modern dance moves, a little bit better than the most stale white bread routines you've been making them do.
You know, Roz, the English language lacks the requisite words to express just how much I dislike you.
Sue is nervous that Roz is trying to steal her job while Sue goes on maternity leave, which Roz finds funny on account of Sue being very old. Roz is confident in her ability to earn the coaching position from Figgins and ousting Sue, and then she has some pretty harsh words.
What you need to do is wake up and smell the menopause. You are done as a coach. And all the hormones in Thailand can't change the fact that you are done as a woman. What you need to do is start praying that you give birth to a child that likes to eat sand, because that's all that's coming out those old wrinkly boobs.
We then get our second Mercedes, Kurt, Rachel sleepover moment of the series, and we get Mercedes' take on Twilight.
How is a girl with no ass supposed to choose between the juiced up wolf and the depressed vampire? She's into both of them.
Oh, come on, Mercedes, she just knows.
What if they both make her feel amazing in different ways?
No, you don't get to choose when it comes to true love. True love chooses you. You better be certain when it comes to marriage, because marriage is a promise and it lasts for forever.
Ooh, they're using 17-year-old Bella from Twilight and her choice between a 104-year-old vampire, Edward, and 16-year-old Jacob, who imprints on a baby, as a parallel to her situation. Now, I'm not sure which predator Sam or Shane are supposed to represent, but I see the vision here. Rachel lets Mercedes and Kurt know that she's engaged to Finn, and they don't react super positive. Rachel asks them to respect her decision and to keep it a secret, which they agree to. Cut to the Glee room as Mercedes sings Gloria Estefan's Don't Want to Lose You while mixing in some Spanish lyrics. She sings to Sam, letting her feelings for him be made clear. In response, Sam and the boys perform a mashup of Bamboleo by the G Kings. I'm not saying that word. And Enrique Iglesias' Hero. I think the more up-tempo Hero kind of sounds, oh, I don't know, a million times worse than the original, though to Glee's credit, the performance is extremely short. Will enjoys the performance muy much.
Guys, that was some muy serious footwork. Muy means very.
I was in it mostly for the boots.
Yeah, what's the deal with those boots? Because, wow.
They're Mexican hipster boots. It's kind of like a fad for groups of guys that are into dance music, and we're kind of like a dance crew. Senor Martinez told us about them.
The teeth, the duende, the bizarre Mexican fads. Senor Martinez is like the best Spanish teacher ever. I can't wait to see your performance, Mr. Shu.
My performance?
Yeah, to defend your Spanish teacher honor. I'm sure you have something muy amazing planned.
Leave it to Schuester to be surprised that he's being asked to sing in Spanish when he's a dual Glee and Spanish teacher. Emma has a scene with Sue where she explains why she wants a kid, specifically why she asked Will for his sperm donation. Yeah, I left that detail out before, but Sue loves Will's eternal optimism in the face of her bullying and wants that for her kid, which is kind of a dumb reason to sexually harass a coworker, but hey, go crazy, I guess. Next up, Kurt meets with Finn in the gym doing some preacher curls and offers some college pamphlets in a passive-aggressive manner.
That's sweet, dude. But, you know, college isn't for everyone.
Neither is marriage.
I can't believe she told you.
I can't believe you didn't. We're supposed to be brothers.
Look, I didn't want to put you in an awkward position with Bert. Okay, I don't want him to know yet.
Hey, you think something you have to keep from everyone you love might not be the best idea in the first place?
Don't get down on me about this, dude. Rachel's like the only good thing I've got going in my life right now.
No, she isn't, Finn. Look, I get you've had a rough year with finding out who your dad really is and losing the scholarship. But you're a star, Finn. Just as bright as Rachel. You just don't believe in yourself.
Yeah, well, the proof's in the pudding. Okay, my pudding pretty much sucks.
Pudding proof or not, it sucks to see Finn kind of just admitting that he is relying so heavily on his relationship with Rachel to be happy. That's not a healthy way to go about things, man. You can be unhappy and in a relationship just like you can be happy and not in a relationship. The two things aren't mutually exclusive. Here, I'll prove it right now. I'm pretty happy, right? I had cottage cheese this morning. I have a kick-ass job. I'm dating my beautiful girlfriend of nearly 5 years. And to prove that I can maintain happiness regardless of relationship status, I will break up with her right now and I will continue to be happy. Watch. Hey, babe. Yeah, so I've been thinking and I think we should probably go our separate ways. No, like break up. No, I already have movers here to box up all your stuff. I know it feels like it came out of nowhere, but like, I don't know. Don't you think that we could be happy without each other? Okay. All right. Well, listen, I'll talk. I'm recording the video right now, but I'll talk to you later. Okay. All right. Bye. Don't love you. See, I'm still happy. Hey, so I'm sorry. I love you and I want to take you back. Is that okay? Okay, good. Woo! Close one. My point being, relationships can obviously be great, but you shouldn't be codependent. It's not fair to Rachel, Finn. Kurt tells Finn that he's important and unique in his own ways, like how he's a hot, straight football player who can sing and dance. And now a few of those adjectives I might have issues with, but the sentiment is very nice from Kurt. Finn thanks Kurt for the encouragement as he walks out of the gym. Back at the Wemma household, we see Will studying hard to nail down his Spanish performance for the Glids.
Conversación, of course. Conversation in Spanish is conversación.
Emma hands Will a pamphlet to try to get through to him and calm his nerves.
Do you realize how important this tenure is for us? If we want to start a family, it means we will always be able to feed our kids, get them health insurance. Emma, enough! Can't you see I'm doing this to take care of you?
Okay, I think I can take care of myself. And you know what? I'm sorry. I just wanted to show you my new pamphlets. I'm really proud of them.
They're silly, Emma. I'm sorry, I love you, but do you really think the kids take them seriously?
You know what? I know that the titles are silly. That's the point. Sometimes you have to be a little provocative if you want to get teenagers' attention. They're conversation starters. You're being really mean.
Well, you got a pamphlet for that.
What the hell, Will? What happened to the nice guy that Sue wanted your cum for? Speaking of dudes to come for, Ricky Martin, aka David Martinez, performs La Isla Bonita by Madonna with Santana, and the performance kind of gets stolen by this moment.
Mr. Shu, what's with the shiny coat? I thought you were Kurt.
I'm an authentic Spanish matador.
Hell yeah, you are, Will. You keep telling yourself that. After the song, Will sees red. You get it? Like a bull. Matador. You're allowed to laugh. He is feeling threatened by David and his much superior grasp of the Spanish language and overall duende. Up next is Will's turn to perform his song that he worked oh so hard on.
A little less conversation, a little more action, please.
You know what? I fuck with this. Taking a little less conversation by Elvis and changing the arrangement to have Spanish instruments is kind of what I think Glee could have done to be great all along. Most covers they do are kind of just karaokeing over the original track with maybe a little bit of a cappella layering in it. I mean, just swing for the fences once in a while. I correctly rag on the Poker Face performance back in season 1, but it's done out of appreciation that the show tried to do something. That being said, in the universe of Glee, it makes sense for Santana to have this reaction.
It was you. You're the one who complained to Principal Figgins about me.
Yeah, and I do it all over again after that performance.
You're messing with adult things here, Santana. This is my job. This is my life.
This is my education, and it's not a joke to me, although it seems to be one to you.
What are you talking about? They all loved my performance.
Because they don't know any better. It's your fault. You're their teacher. You went from La Cucaracha to a bullfighting mariachi. Why don't you just dress up as the Taco Bell Chihuahua and bark the theme song to Dora the Explorer? You don't even know enough to be embarrassed about these stereotypes that you're perpetuating.
That's not fair.
Isn't it?
When you consider the source of who is doing the songs, aka Will Schuester, it makes sense to call out his obvious cultural colonialism as a means to get what he wants: tenure. It's shallow, it's offensive, and it's half-baked. That being said, let's take a look at the song selection for this episode. 5 songs, 3 of them by Madonna, Elvis, and LMFAO. In the week about Latin music. Just off the top of my head, maybe we could have thrown in some Selena, Shakira, hell, even Pitbull. And these are just American market focused performers. There's an entire world of music that the Glee showrunners didn't even consider to touch on in this episode that's meant to finger wag at white people like Will Schuester who rely on stereotypes to understand culture. So the whole message that Santana delivers here, while powerful like in-universe, kind of falls flat if you consider this episode of Glee as a whole. We learned that Will didn't mean to be a Spanish teacher originally. It was the only position open when he needed a job, which does not excuse him never learning Spanish. Then she reminds him of an important lesson.
I want to remind you of something that an amazing teacher once taught me. Without passion, you can't succeed.
Who taught you that?
You did. And you do. When you teach Glee.
Plus 100 points to Santana. This is a lot of emotional work to explain to a white guy how he's being racist, let alone your own teacher. Back in the teacher's lounge, teachers are lounging, and Will gets served another slice of humble pie.
Your little pumpkin's pamphlets.
Taint misbehaving.
Mm-hmm. It's all about the importance of thoroughly washing your jockstrap. Hey, bub. MRSA bacteria infection is no laughing matter. No matter how much I talked to my guys about the steamy, lurking dangers, nobody cared until Emma found a way to get through to them. Come on, guys! Why, just last week, 3 Fort Wayne gymnasts had to have their junk amputated.
I stopped washing down there because it seemed kind of gay.
I thought that's what the hair was for, catching the dirt.
Huh, lift and scrub. Who knew it was so easy?
Beast goes on to let Will know that Emma's passion and pamphlets even went on to the Big Ten via Cooter Menkins and Ohio State to help the students in NCAA football as well. Emma and her pamphlets have helped more students than Will has ever even thought about helping himself. Back in David's Spanish class, Will is given the Most Improved award, and the class comes to an end. And Will gives David something as well.
Most improved. I don't think that's the award a Spanish teacher wants to get in Spanish class.
Will, man, you work hard, you take care of your kids. They're very lucky to have you, man.
They deserve better. They deserve you.
Oh, so when do I start?
How about Monday? I spoke to Figgins. I had all the kids go in and talk to him as well. They all want to take Spanish if you're the teacher.
David thanks Will as he tells him that he might pick up teaching history, which is insane that they would just allow him to switch subjects willy-nilly. David asks who ended up getting tenure as we cut back to Sue, who is receiving a fertility injection from Becky. Becky then confesses something to Sue.
Coach, I have a confession to make. Take a seat. Now, if this is about the complaint you lodged against me with Principal Figgins, I already know.
You do, Coach?
Oh, Becky, I've known ever since I Tinker Tailor Soldier spied my way into Figgins' file cabinet and read the evaluation cards. And when I saw one written in crayon, I knew it was either you or Brittany, and you're the better speller.
Becky stands by her criticisms as Sue takes the feedback on the chin. She begins to look forward to her future as a mother. Becky tells her that she's going to be a great mom and walks out of her office. Mercedes and Sam's week of no communication ends and they meet in the hallway, briefly.
There you are, baby. You ready? For lunch. We're going to our campus, right? Hey, Sam.
And that leaves just one last storyline to wrap up. Will gives a couple of pamphlets of his own to Emma.
So you are a jerk to your fiancé. Not particularly clever, but I appreciate your pith. Congratulations, I love you. These are wonderful. They're wonderful.
It's a pretty cute moment from Will. They share a kiss and Will congratulates Emma on getting tenure. And can I just say, sure, Emma did her job half well this episode. She passed out some taint pamphlets or whatever, but do we not remember the 2-timing hoe pamphlet and telling students not to talk to each other? And the entire rest of the series where she kind of just like sucks ass at her job? Whatever, I guess she does deserve it more than Sue and Will, so I guess there's that. The episode then ends with Will recommitting his confidence in Emma as he vows to believe in her more moving forward. I received many comments from people along the lines of, oh man, I can't wait till he gets to the Spanish teacher episode. And I'll say this might be my favorite episode of Glee since season 1. The comedy across this episode is top notch. We see Will being problematic and getting it put back in his face multiple times. We have through-line jokes and callbacks like, Duende. Hell, there was even a wanky reference from Santana. The whole point being that Will isn't a great Spanish teacher, in my opinion, was done pretty well. This episode, titled Heart, or Fart, if you're funny like me, aired on Valentine's Day in 2012. So, yes, we are getting a Valentine's episode for the second time in the show's history. The first being season 2, episode 12, Silly Little Love Songs. In that episode, we were given the origin of Out of Focus Chore. In Fart, we are given an entirely new character plucked from the Gleeality competition show, The Glee Project. But we'll get there when we get there. Let's just begin the episode. Love is in the air for the couples of the Glee world. Rachel and Finn, Mike and Tina, Kurt and Piano. Mr. Shu, of course, assigns the Glids to perform one of the world's greatest love songs. Keep that in mind moving forward. And he also mentions that they must raise $250 for costumes and hairspray for regionals, which is next week? I mean, that really just snuck up on me. I don't know about you. So let's hear Will's master plan to raise the cash.
Oh God, not another bake sale.
If any student gives $10, we will sing these world's greatest love songs to their Valentine. We will serenade each classroom.
No!
Yes! No way.
2 years ago, we went room to room Christmas caroling, and they threw food.
And shoes.
I know it's a small throwaway line, but I'm sorry. 2 years ago you went Christmas caroling? That was season 2, episode 20, A Very Glee Christmas, starring Damien from Smosh Haas. And sure, technically, Fart aired in 2012 and A Very Glee Christmas aired in 2010, but they're only separated by 14 months. No one, as a junior in high school, as Tina is, would refer to their sophomore Christmas caroling as 2 years ago. Again, it's a small throwaway line, but it means something to me. Sugar then bravely gives $250 of her own rich dad's money. In true Glee, money isn't a real plot device anymore fashion. And hang on, Sugar is just in Glee Club now? I know it's been a couple of episodes, but do we not remember episode 1 of this season when she was so bad that they changed their everyone gets in Glee Club rule? The rule change that resulted in teen lover Shelby Cochran to create a splinter Oops All Glorals Glee Club? It was kind of a big arc this season for multiple characters. Sugar is just canonically a DEI hire as a POC. The POC here is person of capital, of course. I mean, whatever, she's throwing a party for Valentine's Day and inviting the New Directions members. It's held at Breadsticks and will be called the Sugar Stack, but one stipulation, you gotta bring a date. Mercedes points out that Sugar is herself single, and the show sets up a classic love triangle as Artie and Rory are both setting their sights on Sugar. By the way, if this episode doesn't include Pour Some Sugar on Me and the easiest of layup song performances ever, I will officially have lost all hope for the Gliders. You know what? Let's just check. Okay, Google search. Okay, let me just get Google Chrome. Okay, and search Glee Wiki Season 3, Episode 13. All right. Scroll down past the spoilers and aha! Song selection. No Def Leppard. Sick. I mean, at least we get some gym class heroes, right? We cut back in after the title card where Finn and Rachel have been summoned to the auditorium. They walk to the stage as they hear singing.
Oh, God.
Is that your dad's?
Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married.
Leroy, thanks guys, thank you. Thank you. Leroy, we agreed to sing it straight, no vocal runs. That's how Jennifer Hudson got kicked off of American Idol.
I would love to hear you sing something straight.
Dads, what are you doing here?
What they are doing here is they found out through Finn's parents that Rachel and Finn are planning to get married, which really feels like a conversation you wouldn't have at school, but rather at home. But hey, I'm not a gay dad or gay or named Jeff Goldblum, so what do I know? Finn apologizes, but he is cut off as Rachel's dads, Haram and Leroy, give their blessing. Kind of. Leroy is more on board with the idea of the spontaneity and romance, whereas Haram gives more of a realistic, what the fuck are you guys do when you're 18 type vibe. They invite Finn's family over for a Valentine's dinner to celebrate their engagement. Overall, a fun introduction to Rachel Berry's parents, and boy, if there's one thing this series needed, it's 2 more whole-ass adults not telling Finn and Rachel that marriage is a dumb idea at their age. Next up, the God Squad, a thing we're supposed to believe has been happening for a while.
I now call this meeting of the God Squad to order. Thank you guys for coming. Our first order of business is to welcome Quinn Fabray back into the fold. It's nice to see you, Quinn.
Thank you.
I know it's been a while. When I was at my lowest, I turned to prayer. Not even sure who I was praying to, really, but it seemed to lead me on the right track.
Amen.
Praise.
Can I ask a question? What's with the tarantula head over here?
This is our new member. This is Joseph Hart, but you guys can call him Joe. He just transferred here to McKinley.
Yeah, I guess I'm a sophomore.
Yeah, I guess I'm a sophomore because the showrunners needed a new character to last at least 2 more seasons. Never mind that my entire look will become outdated in 3 months. I'm definitely here to stay.
In Gleeality, he was homeschooled and a Christian. And where have I heard this before? It sounds so familiar.
And then Sam, he gets given My Funny Valentine by Frank Sinatra, which he says he had never heard before, and it's very hard on his vocal cords. And overall, he does pretty well, again, considering he didn't know the song. He just gives nothing in the face other than smolder. And unfortunately for me and the merits of the show, Ryan and Ian loved the performance, and they loved the idea of Sam coming in and being Christian.
Yes, Joe Fart is played by Samuel Larson. If you check out my full Yappy Hour on the Glee Project Season 1 over on our Patreon, you see that Sam was slotted in to fulfill the role of a much more talented performer of Cameron Mitchell, a Christian who was effectively bullied and harassed off of the Gleeality series because of his faith and not feeling comfortable being forced into romantic scenes with other contestants.
And he knows that it's interesting to him, like the concept of having a conservative character that goes backward and says, but what if we need you to kiss Leah Michelle? So Ryan Murphy is like horny over the idea of getting Cameron, a conservative Christian guy, to come on the show and play a conservative Christian guy, and then writing Cameron's character into no longer being a conservative Christian guy. Pretty fucked up, Ryan Murphy. Just pick a different guy to do that. Cameron ends up quitting the show. He does his performance and he says, I don't want to take the spotlight from another competitor who's giving it their all. I don't feel like I'm right for this show. Even though I love being here, I want to quit.
This isn't to take anything away from Sam. I mean, he doesn't have that much to take outside of smolder and dreads, and trust me, Glee takes one of those things away from him eventually. No. Instead, this is just yet another indictment on just how lazy the gliding team is when it comes to introducing these new characters that are supposed to be mainstays for years to come. Rory, Irish. Sugar, autistic. Rich, hold the autism except for when she's being mean. Joe, Christian conservative. You bring in characters that are already flanderized and then expect to flesh them out over time because you cowards afraid to commit to something unique. Now that would be something. The Glee runners introducing unique to the show. You know what? If that happens, I'll read all 3 of these canonical Glee novels and then I'll maybe make a video about it, but I don't think Glee is gonna be unique. Back to Joe Fart. Let's see what his character is like.
Oh, what's with the tats? Bible quotes. And each one of my dreads is named after a book of the Bible.
You've got to be kidding me.
I play guitar too, but I only know Christian stuff. My dad only listens to talk radio and we don't have a TV. Oh, you guys mind if I take off my shoes? I'm sort of used to going to school barefoot.
It's like a teen Jesus.
I'm just glad there's another dude around here.
What a weird shot. Did Quentin Tarantino direct this scene? Sam points out that Shane isn't present, which causes the God Squad to get back on track as a distraction. They plan to fulfill the lovegrams that Will had proposed before. The money raised would be used to adopt a highway and start a shoe drive. A very nice idea that will receive points if completed. You don't just get good points for thinking about doing good things. It's not always the thought that counts. Sometimes you have to do things that are... what's the word?
Righteous.
Thanks, Joe Fart. The kids are all trying to figure out their dates for Sugar's party. Puck is practicing non-monogamy by bringing an entire college sorority. Hilarious. Kurt, similarly, may have multiple people wanting to be his date as well.
And apparently it's for Blaine, too. Look, even from his sick bed, he's managed to send me a new Valentine's Day card every single day this week.
It says from your secret admirer.
So romantic.
Oh.
Ooh. A gorillagram? Pour moi? To Kurt from your secret admirer. Again. Well, I wonder who it could be. Will you tell me who it is, Valentine Gorilla?
Kurt rubs the idea of true love in Puck's face, and we are all formally introduced to the Rory versus Artie plot. I'll spare you the details as it doesn't really matter, but they both want to ask Sugar to be her date to the party, completely unaware and uncaring of her feelings about either of them. They share some insults and we get some more Irish stereotypes.
You can just pick up the girls that fall off old Prom-asaurus here. This is a 4-leaf clover, kid. Because you're going to need all the luck you can get.
Do you people just carry those around?
Really high IQ jokes coming from the gliding staff, folks. Do not let any of these bangers go over your head. Tina and Mike are serenading each other with LOVE by Nat King Cole. You know the one.
Extraordinary.
As they sing, we see Rory and Artie fighting for Sugar's attention by giving her candy hearts, but she wants the bigger one. And by giving her a cushion, but she wants the grander option of confetti. And finally, by giving her a stuffed dog, but she wants a real dog. If you don't get it, she's materialistic. You know, women be shopping and all that noise. We cut to Santana and Brickley. Brittany has curated a playlist for Santana of all the songs she hears in her head when they're together. And that is true autism representation, because that is exactly the kind of thing my girlfriend would have us do, and my girlfriend's playlist would be filled with Postal Service and The Cure and other obscure British bands, and mine would just be filled with me trying to explain why Animals by Maroon 5 plays on a constant loop in my ADHD-riddled brain. Baby, I'm preying on you tonight, hunt you down, eat you alive, just like animals, animals like animals, moles. We get a little peek into Brickley's playlist, and let's just say her list is closer to what mine would be rather than my girlfriend's.
Thank you.
Teen lesbians! I must see you in my office right now.
Yes, just what we needed, a Figgins homophobic arc. Let's just hear his explanation.
Why can't Brittany and I kiss in public? Because we're two girls?
Please don't make this about your sapphic orientation. This is about public displays of affection. PDA simply has no place in the sacred halls of McKinley High. We've had complaints.
About us? When?
Most recently, yesterday, 12:16 p.m.
That? Our lips barely even grazed. And by the way, did you get any complaints about that hideous display that started at 12:17 p.m. and lasted for several uncomfortable minutes?
Believe me, I'd much rather see you and Santana kiss than that so-called Finchel. But if a student files a complaint because for religious reasons...
Oh, great. So it was some Bible thumper that complained.
I wonder what Bible thumper could have complained. Could it be the new guy whose only trait is that he's Christian? Figgins is failing to use his position of authority to override the PDA complaint that is clearly homophobic in origin. So we'll give him minus 250 times 2 gloins for failing to stand up for Britannia's right to smack lips. Santana points out the double standard and leaves Figgins to himself. Back in the glove room, Rachel and Finn make their engagement public knowledge.
Finn and I are proud to announce that we're finally getting married.
What? Oh, when's the baby's due date?
Like, guys, have you both carefully thought this through?
Yes, and our parents are totally behind us, and your plan to stop us by telling them totally backfired, Mr. Shu.
Actually, I'm the one who told them. Because I think you guys are making a mistake. A huge mistake.
When's the wedding?
The date is TBD, but I can assure all of you that we're going to have a very simple and elegant ceremony at the Justice of the Peace, which all of you are invited to, and we're registered at Samuel French.
You guys aren't mature enough or old enough to properly face this type of commitment.
If you don't support us, then I feel sorry for you, and you're not invited to the wedding. Which makes me really sad, because I would have loved to have seen you in a bridesmaid's dress, Quinn. And you as well, Kurt.
Very mature, Rachel. Almost proving Quinn's point, Rachel. Artie pushes to change the subject and clear the air as he performs a song for Sugar, Let Me Love You by Mario. Rory doesn't look super impressed, but Sugar eats it right up.
Wheel me to class, baby.
Santana voices her support to Rachel, but is stopped quickly as we get back-to-back musical performances as Joe Fart leads the God Squad in Stereo Farts by Gym Class Heroes featuring Adam Levine of Maroon 5. And then I have Animals edit too, but we don't need to do that. Baby, I'm preying on you tonight, hunt you down, eat you alive, just like animals, animals like animals, moles. And the performance is fine. I mean, the song is a banger, but look at Joe Fart's reaction to hitting the opening note.
It beats for you, so listen close. Hear my thoughts in every note.
I can only headcanon that this is like the 15th take of him trying to make this note look believable to overlay in post, and Ryan Murphy was about to kick him off set if he didn't nail it on this one last try. Does that sound like a believable enough headcanon, Chord? Yeah! Chord raps as Mercedes and Joe do the Adam Levine parts, and Quinn is also there. They conclude the lovegram, and Santana recognizes her opportunity to cause some righteous havoc.
So you guys are a Christian group?
Yes.
And if I pay, I can send a vocal Valentine to anybody I want, right?
$10, that's the deal.
Awesome. In that case, I would like to send one to my girlfriend, Brittany. And by that, I don't mean my friend who's a girl. I mean my girlfriend. How does that sound?
Uh-oh, he's a bigot, folks. Speaking of bigots, Kurt's secret admirer is still sending him cards. And speaking of Glee Project Season 1 winners, Rory performs yet another song about being homesick. I mean, I get it, but come on, writers. He sings Michael Bublé's Home. Though if I know anything about Rory, he had a secret second reason for singing the song, which is to wow one Sugar Mata. And it does that and more as it brings many of the New Direction members to tears.
Rory, I feel worse for you than I do for Artie. Will you be my date for Valentine's Day?
It would be an honor.
Man, I bet that sounds great. Getting a girl because she feels bad for you. She's a keeper, Rory. The God Squad has called a meeting to discuss the Britannogram, and Chord voices the hypocrisy better than I can.
All right, guys, we have to have a discussion and figure out what the God Squad feels about singing to gay people.
Well, 3 of us are in Glee Club, so we pretty much sing to gay people all the time.
Should be the end of that conversation, right? Well, Joe talks about how he's trying not to judge anyone, but he's never met anyone who is gay, and Quinn is all, dude, come on. And then she gives some stats on gay people.
Yeah, they say 1 out of every 10 people are gay. And if that's true, that means one of the 12 apostles might have been gay. And my guess is Simon, because that name's the gayest.
The Bible says it's an abomination for a man to lay down with another man, but we shared tents and Cub Scouts and slept next to each other all the time. So that would make Cub Scouts an abomination.
You know what else the Bible says is an abomination? Eating lobster, planting different crops in the same field, giving somebody a proud look. Not an abomination? Slavery. Jesus never said anything about gay people. That's a fact.
Well, maybe he wanted to, but he didn't want to hurt Simon's feelings.
You guys, we have to figure out where we stand, especially if we're going to be asking volunteers from my church to sing backup for us. Now, I don't want to hurt Santana's feelings, but I also don't want to make someone do something they're not comfortable with.
Oh, I can't believe Glee went woke. More like lesbian, glee, bi, trans, queer, intersex, and asexual. Am I right? I had to do this to really hammer home the point that that was satire. But the wolf tail stays on. I do love the framing from Mercedes here. Like, God forbid we treat people as equals regardless of their sexuality. It might make someone uncomfy. It's such ridiculous framing to defend the heteronormative standards that our society lives by. Joe wants to think about things further. Sam meets Mercedes at her locker and gives her an early Valentine's present. She reveals some important information.
I told Shane about us.
Wow. Was he mad?
He was sad. He cried and said it felt like I punched him in his heart.
I saw this MMA guy get punched in the heart once. He died for like a minute. It sucks. At least it means we can be together for real now.
Oh. What we did, what I did to Shane was wrong. I lied. I cheated. And it makes me feel awful.
Mercedes refuses Sam's advances and says she wants to be alone right now to figure out who she is. Sam walks away, frustrated, as Mercedes begins to sing Whitney Houston's version of I Will Always Love You. We get a couple of shots of Mercedes singing to Shane as he cries and Sam as he sulks. And I don't really know how I feel about this, because I think this could be an interesting decision by the Gliders to explore Mercedes as a character who is a woman who doesn't need to be in a relationship to be happy, which would be a series first. However, Mercedes is a senior, and there's only 9 more episodes of this season. And given the series' reluctance to explore Mercedes' character, I think we can all expect that this will be the last we see of Sam Sadies. Which sucks, because I'm totally team Sam Sadies for Endgame, and if you aren't, you are wrong. Enough about Sam Sadies though. We have to get to the real underrepresented characters in Glee, Rachel and Finn, as we see Rachel and her dads perform a song shortly for the Hudsons before their planned dinner. They go over some small talk discussing how Rachel's dads met, they give an awkward toast and express their love for Finn and Rachel, and then things get really weird.
Now, dessert. Oh, you know what we've got? Velvety Viennetta. And then we're gonna commence with the teenage lovemaking.
What? Teenage lovemaking?
No, just kidding.
Oh, thank God.
No, we don't have Viennetta. They discontinued Viennetta years ago. We're gonna go straight to the teenage lovemaking.
What? Teenage lovemaking? What the fuck is this lousy excuse for a scene? Finn and Rachel retreat to her room, though they decide not to have sex, considering, I don't know, how fucking weird that teenage lovemaking thing was. To diffuse the tension, we get a look into Rachel's nighttime routine, and then Finn asks to poop in her bathroom, which is where we get some real tension introduced into the relationship, which is kind of insane.
Hi.
Hey, I kind of need to use the bathroom. It was a really big meal.
No, you can't do that here.
Where am I supposed to do it?
At your house?
Hilarious. I'm just gonna jump in beside you. I don't mind if you stay.
Oh, for God's sakes, Finn! Can't you at least try to keep some sort of mystery until we're married?
What do you think it's gonna be like in New York?
We'll be on opposite schedules, so you can use the bathroom while I'm at school, and I'll use it when you're working or whatever.
What's that supposed to mean? You don't think I'm gonna be doing anything in New York? I'm just gonna be around to bring you Diet Cokes and cheer you on?
I knew it. I knew one day you'd be intimidated by my success, but I didn't think it would be before we graduated. Where are you going?
The bathroom downstairs. Look, I can guarantee one thing you're not gonna have to add to your little crazy town nighttime ritual. Getting into bed with me.
Okay, so attempted domestic violence at the end aside, we get this glimpse at their parents' plans. Make Finn and Rachel realize they aren't ready to get married. Two things, though. First, was this easier than just talking with your children? Like having an open dialogue and saying you respect their autonomy but fear they don't understand the weight of marriage at their age? And then secondly, what if they actually just started having sex? Would Haram and Leroy just be listening, hoping that Finn got no pipe game and the argument would then ensue? And forgive me for missing the idea that these borderline pedophiles were actually just joking in a show that shoves pedophiles down the viewer's throat every chance they get. I probably could have worded that better, but you get the point I'm trying to make. We cut to the Sugar Shack, aka Breadsticks reimagined as Sugar Mata's birthday party hangout. Kurt is the first one to arrive, and he finally meets his secret admirer.
I knew it. Oh, C's candies. Dear Kurt, happy Valentine's Day. I think I love you. Wait, you think you love me? Karofsky.
Yes, in a move that truly shows the Gliders are allergic to understanding the power of any endgame relationship amongst its characters, Karofsky is reintroduced as a potential romantic partner for Kurt. The person he relentlessly bullied, harassed, called slurs, sexually and physically assaulted, and shared a drink with at Scandals.
Scandals? That's the gay bar.
Kurt rejects David's advances.
David, look, I am so proud of you for coming so far, and I want you to be happy, and you will be happy. But I'm with Blaine. And I like you. But just as friends.
I should go.
Wait, no, you don't have to go.
I hope you like the candies. The butterscotch ones are my favorite.
Mine too. Hey, Karofsky.
Nick?
You guys hanging out for Valentine's Day?
No, we used to go to the same school. We just bumped into each other.
That's exactly what it looked like.
I gotta go.
David.
Talk to you later.
And just when I thought he may return to his background ways, we are introduced to a plot to keep him relevant. I'm so excited. I can hardly contain my joy at the idea of exploring a character who is a white guy football player who used to be homophobic, but now he's trying to be better and get into a long-term relationship despite what other people think about him. Is that not just Finn? Speaking of Finn, Rachel and Finn have kissed and made up. Their parents' horrible, terrible, downright bad plan has backfired as the young couple amicably repair their relationship. They decide to go to Breadsticks for Sugar's party, to the chagrin of her dad's.
Carol, after 3 Chardonnays.
Listen. Silence. They're not fighting anymore. It's not working. What is he, defiling our baby?
Do you need a Xanax?
I only took 3. This is a stupid plan.
And what if they are having sex, huh? That's what you told them to do. We hear them discuss their thoughts on Finchel and how they're trying to reverse psychology their way into getting them to recognize they're being immature. And to Rachel's dad's surprise, it works.
I hope this little experiment doesn't cause you to postpone the marriage for a few months.
Right, or years. Don't do that.
Actually, it's the opposite. We just decided that, since it's going to take us a little while to get used to one another, that we might as well just, get started.
We're getting married in May.
Right after Nationals, it's going to be a spring wedding.
Oh, did I say it works? I meant the opposite of that. Sorry, English is my first language. Back at the Sugar Shack, we have Sugar Mata give out some gifts Oprah style for the second time this episode as she gives the stage to the God Squad.
Hi, my name's Joe. Santana Lopez asked me if the God Squad would sing a love song for Britney S. Pierce, and after thinking and praying about it, I knew there was only one right answer. Absolutely. Love is love, man. So here's for Britney from Santana.
Okay, so let me get this straight. No pun intended. You intentionally wrote on a conservative Christian character. And then, in the first episode Joe Fart is in, you have him realize his conservative Christian views, something that he had been indoctrinated into his entire life, mind you, are wrong, and he recognizes this. What is the entire point of this character, then? We have other Christians already in the show. Mercedes, Quinn, Sam, just to name a few. And I recognize that those three are graduating this season, but I don't know. It might have actually been an interesting plot point to have Joe struggle with his ideology for more than what, like 2 scenes in this one episode? It just feels cheap, as if homophobia and other forms of bigotry are not deeply ingrained into our society that sometimes require hard work to unlearn and atone for. Glee, so far, has had 3 blatant homophobes within their main cast. Finn, whose misdoings against Kurt were washed away the following season by implying Kurt was asking for it, and whose misdoings against Santana were hand-waved away as an accident. Karofsky, whose wrongdoings were explained away because of his own internal struggles with his sexuality, and now Joe Fart, who just magically unlearned his homophobia because love is love. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it kind of feels like the showrunners are afraid to actually tackle and discuss the indoctrination and ramifications of said indoctrination into the mindset of being a bigoted person, and instead are taking the coward's way out yet again of just having their characters go, "Oh, I was wrong. Oopsies." I think it would have been interesting to explore a main character who has to work through his misunderstandings of queerness as a result of his conservative upbringing. It might have added a relatable and real element for many people watching, but instead we get the God Squad singing a mashup of Madonna's Cherish and the Association's Cherish, which I assume is not going to be a riveting critique of homophobia. We cut from couple to couple as Artie looks onto Rory and Sugar dancing, and Finchel makes their appearance. Kurt is alone at a table, which means he should be kicked out. It was the one rule Sugar Mata had for the party. Britney and Santana share a kiss as Sugar makes an announcement.
Okay, everyone, it's time for my extra special guest, back from the dead, and cute and compact as ever.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Oh, so that's why he didn't get kicked out. The episode closes as the New Directions perform Love Shack by the B-52s. Tin Roof! Rusted.
Tin Roof! Rusted.
The episode ends with both Rachel and Figgins amassing 500 GLEE-VIL points without a single character earning GLUD points in the episode about love. A real quick content warning, this episode talks about self-harm and suicide. On My Way sees the Glee Club competing in regionals, which, not to spoil too much, but I think we all know they're gonna win, considering it's the senior year for many of the students and we still have 9 full episodes to get through. Because of the banality and predictability of the show choir portion of the show at this point, the showrunners seem to want to tackle more social issues in this episode like self-harm, pregnancy, texting and driving, and most important of all, Finn and Rachel getting married. So let's start there. At the one coffee shop in Ohio, Rachel and Kurt are going through some wedding planning and notice a sulfur smell waft through the air as Sebastian materializes from the pits of hell. He makes some snide remarks and hands Rachel an engagement present.
Rachel, I brought an engagement gift for you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh my God!
Whoa.
Oh no,
Whoa.
that is photoshopped. His thing is not that small or brown.
And he could never fit into those pumps.
Sebastian uses this falsified image to blackmail Rachel. If she doesn't drop out of regionals, he'll upload this image to the internet where it shall remain forever. He picks up minus 1,500 gloints for this as he gives Rachel 24 hours to make his decision. I mean, who the hell would falsify an image to put on the internet? Back in the show choir room, the Glub is trying to figure out how to get back at Sebastian.
That's it. I'm done. I'm leaving this classroom and I'm gonna beat that Sebastian kid's ass.
Hey, chill.
No, I'm not gonna chill. I'm done chilling.
The official show choir rulebook states that any real or perceived threat of violence, vandalism, or humiliation will be met with a swift and unquestioned disqualification of the threatening party's team with extreme prejudice. It's right here, page 72, bylaw 15, section 6, article 44.
But there is no rule that says dogs can't sing show choir, so I say replace Rachel with a moderately trained golden retriever. Will mentions he's already reported Sebastian and the Warblers to their headmaster, but Dreamboat Blaine points out that Mr. Shoe had done the same thing when he was attacked by the spiked slushie, and no repercussions ever materialized. Rachel remains adamant that she is going to perform.
None of this matters now anyways, okay? We're not gonna let him beat us like this. I'm gonna perform at regionals.
Even if he's gonna post a photo like this of me if you do?
Finn, I'm not gonna negotiate with terrorists.
If someone posted a picture like that of me online, I'd probably kill myself.
Just a little insensitive of a joke to make given the upcoming storyline. Like, I get it, but also I don't. You know what I mean? Finn gets upset that Rachel isn't taking his feelings into account, and she seems more worried about winning regionals to help her Niata chances than protecting her fiancé. He leaves the glove room, frustrated with his soon-to-be wife. Sue has called Quinn into her office to inform her that she is pregnant. A kind of interesting twist on Quinn becoming pregnant, causing Sue to disown her. Sue looks to Quinn for some advice on how to deal with morning sickness and other pregnancy issues, but Quinn has her own reasons for meeting with Sue.
I wanted to ask you a favor, actually, Coach. I would love to rejoin the Cheerios.
I beg your pardon?
It's my senior year, and I want to finish high school in a Cheerios uniform with the national championship. I mean, other than Glee, this was the rest of my high school experience.
Well, I'm sorry, Q, but that wouldn't be fair to the girls who've been practicing all year long who didn't quit. And if you'll now please get the hell out of my office, I just caught a whiff of hot dog water wafted in from the cafeteria, and I think I'm gonna blow some serious chunks.
After Quinn is denied her bid for the Cheerios, Kurt meets with Blaine in the auditorium. Blaine wants to sing a new song that fits the theme for regionals, Inspiration. As Blaine is about to begin, we cut to Karofsky walking into his school's locker room. He gets to his locker and time slows as his peers are awaiting his reaction. Blaine begins to perform Cough Syrup by Young the Giant as we see Karofsky's locker has been vandalized with the F-slur. Karofsky tries to leave as he gets slammed into a locker. He looks distraught as his former friends are now threatening him with violence. He goes to his computer and sees his Facebook wall has been plastered with more homophobic comments and threats. He begins to cry, throws his laptop, and looks around the room. He breaks the CD case and shuffles through the sharp plastic shards. We see him sitting on a chair, laying in bed, wondering what his life will be like now that he has been outed to his school. These thoughts become too much to handle. He opens his closet and grabs a belt. He briefly collapses on his bed in tears as he contemplates what he's about to do. He puts on his suit, looks up to a rafter in his closet, and attempts to take his life as Blaine's performance of Cough Syrup closes. The final shot of the chair beneath Karofsky's feet cuts to Sue, Emma, Will, and Beast in Figgins' office. They are discussing how to deliver the news to the student body as he had many connections in the school from when he attended McKinley High. Also, he notes that events like these can sometimes induce others to take similar actions, which they obviously want to avoid. The educators express their own personal remorse for not doing enough and how hard it is in today's world with social media. We get a brief shot of David's father finding his son hanging. Then we cut back to Figgins trying to reassure the others that they are not to blame. Emma is not so sure about this. Next, we see the God Squad's reaction. Mercedes and Quinn talk about praying for David and hope that he finds peace, praying for his family and what they must be feeling at this moment. Sam wonders what could drive him to do something like this, and Mercedes shares the information about his Facebook wall and how he was outed after Karofsky was spotted at Sugar's party with Kurt. We get an update to David's current status.
How is he? Is he gonna live?
Well, he's in the hospital, but thank God his dad found him in time. I feel sorry for Karofsky, but what he did was selfish. He didn't just want to hurt himself, he wanted to hurt everyone around him. I went through the ringer, but I never got to that place.
Quinn, please. Sure, you had a baby when you were 16, and you had a bad dye job for 2 weeks. But seriously, the world never stopped loving you. And you're going to Yale. You have no idea what Karofsky was struggling with.
You really want to try to compare?
The despair, the self-loathing.
It doesn't matter. I just can't imagine things getting so messed up that you would consider taking your own life.
That is so harsh and reductive.
Okay, so I actually kind of like what the showrunners are doing here. Quinn, while having gone through her own hardships, there's no question about that, is having trouble empathizing with Karofsky's situation as she personally never dealt with the thoughts of self-harm to such an extreme. Kurt pushes back, calling Quinn's analysis harsh and reductive, which it is. A character like Quinn is needed for this show to really talk about self-harm and the effects of bullying, especially when it comes to queer people. This will not be the last time I mention the Trevor Project, but according to their website, suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 14, the third leading cause of death among 15 to 24-year-olds, and LGBTQ plus people are at an even higher risk due to the social ostracization that they often encounter. In 2023, a survey they conducted found that 41% of LGBTQ plus young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year alone, including nearly half of transgender and non-binary youth. These are harrowing statistics, and ones that come after so many social advances in the past 12 years since this Glee episode has aired. Quinn's inability to understand Karofsky's attempt is unfortunately not uncommon, and Glee is using Quinn's ignorance and Kurt's proximity to the situation to try to teach the audience just how dark it can be for queer youth in America and push for a better world where that level of hatred no longer exists. I just want to take a second to say here, if you or anyone you know are struggling with any thoughts of self-harm or suicide, please contact a trained counselor with the Trevor Project. They offer support 24/7, and it's as easy as texting START to 678-678. Just know that there are people in this world who love and care about you, and people who you haven't met yet who will also love and care about you. Back to Glee. Kurt mentions that the comments being left on Karofsky's wall include remarks such as, "better luck next time." Quinn, feeling upset that she has been rightfully called out, questions why Kurt is even there if he doesn't believe in God. Joe Fart mentions that Kurt had asked him if he could attend, and again, I know this is me criticizing Glee in the middle of a pretty intense episode, but do you see how if Joe was still harboring his homophobic tendencies, this scene would mean a little bit more? Like denying Santana and Brittany's relationship and then having to come to terms with the idea of a gay person being denied his ability to self-express and leading to an attempt at his own life would have been a much more interesting and powerful way for Joe to understand that his conservative upbringing denies humanity in some people instead of what actually happened was, and I quote, "love is love," with no explanation on how he got to that revelation. Kurt talks about how he feels responsible for David's suicide attempt. He tells the God Squad about David asking him out and that he rejected him. Then Kurt shares that David kept calling him, but Kurt never answered. Mercedes invites Kurt to the hospital to deliver an edible arrangements with her. Now that was a very intense section of the show. So after that, we cut to, you guessed it, Finn and Rachel, because they were the actually important parts of Glee. They both apologize, and then Finn says this.
Look, I've been thinking about what Dave did, and I just want you to know that there's nothing that anybody could do, and there's nothing that anybody could say about me that would make me want to do that.
Good. Because I don't ever want to be without you. So I'm not going to perform at regionals.
You have to. Look, I don't care about these pictures. I don't care about what anybody says about me, except for you.
Okay, so real life stuff and how sad these lines are now looking back. This line really misses the mark for me. He's kind of just saying the same thing Quinn did, but nicer. Also, it's totally valid for him for not wanting a fake nude being released online. And it kind of seems like the show is making us think that Finn is being like noble for saying that it doesn't matter anymore. In these dark moments, Rachel makes a major decision about her future with Finn.
Life's too short.
What?
Look, I don't want to wait for some arbitrary date to start living it up. I want to get married. Now.
I have gym.
No, it's Saturday, after we run regionals.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Awesome. But wait, what if we lose?
Well, I thought we agreed that I was singing.
Thank God. I mean, maybe by getting married sooner, we can stop paying as much attention to these two dweebs. Speaking of dweebs, Sebastian has called some of the McKinley students to the coffee shop for a meeting. He apologizes for damaging Blaine's perfect eye and admits to having deleted Finn's photos, which means the previous scene did not need to have Finn just completely blow away the severity of the fake photographs. You could still have that same scene, talk about how short life is and that they want to get married sooner, and then still have an excuse to have Rachel perform at regionals. Sebastian and the Warblers have decided to dedicate their performance to Karofsky and invite the New Directions to do the same. We get some flashbacks to Karofsky asking Sebastian for some dating advice when they were at Scandals.
Scandals? That's the gay bar.
Yes, the gay bar, Blade.
So how do you get a guy to like you? You get a guy. Please. Why? What's wrong with me? Well, first off, you were about 100 pounds overweight. Quit waxing your eyebrows, you look like Liberace. In fact, just stay in the closet, buddy.
He expresses remorse one final time, and the scene ends. It's peanut butter time. And no, I'm not joking.
Well, it's come to my attention that our good friend Rory Flanagan has never tasted peanut butter.
What? Are you serious?
No way, it's impossible.
Rory, if you don't mind.
Oh my God. That's the best thing I've ever had.
Now, I agree. Peanut butter is good, but what's the point of this?
Mr. Schuester, wow, that's incredibly moving. It's kind of been an emotional week for some of us.
Yeah, Mr. Schuester, what's the point of all this? The point is, Rory just had a brand new experience. Something as simple as peanut butter. You guys are young. I want you to promise me that no matter how depressed you get, no matter how hopeless or alone you feel, you'll try your best to imagine all of the amazing experiences you have ahead of you.
So I guess he's trying to do the like, no, don't kill yourself. GTA 6 hasn't come out yet. But like, as an educator, Mercedes questions that anybody in the Glee Club would ever consider taking their own life. But Mr. Schu then shares his own experience during his junior year of high school.
I cheated on my math midterm, peeked at the answers of the guy next to me, and the teacher saw me do it.
Just because you got caught cheating? I get caught cheating all the time.
They called my dad at his office, and he was coming to pick me up. I mean, how was I supposed to look him in the eye? I just kept picturing my dad so disappointed in me. So I walked up to the roof. I went right to the edge. One step and all the pain and humiliation would be over.
Is that true?
That day, I promise you, felt like it was the end of the world. But you know what? It wasn't.
He tells the students that there may be something that might take them up to their edge in their life, but if you were to do it, you would miss out on the entire rest of your life. He then asks the students to share things that they hope to accomplish in their future. Sam talks about wanting to buy a house for his parents so they never have to worry about being homeless again. Mercedes mentions meeting Rachel Berry's children. Artie wants to see his own kids' steps. They each go one by one sharing meaningful things that they can't wait to see happen, including winning at regionals. Regionals are here, hosted at McKinley High, probably to save budget. They introduce their silly judges, including a vampire, which I only include now so that way when there's a clip of him later on announcing the winner, you don't go all Figgins on me. Then the Warblers begin their performance with Stand by Lenny Kravitz, followed by Glad You Came by The Wanted, and we are really starting to get into the realm where the songs Glee is choosing to perform make me feel really old, because I'm sorry, there is no way Glad You Came is from 2011. The Warblers kill their performance because if they were really bad, we wouldn't wonder if the titular Glee Club in the show called Glee would win at regionals. The New Directions are in the Glee practice room before their performance, feeling the pre-show jitters. Man, it's like they've never heard of plot armor or something. They arrange in a circle and Finn wants to speak to the Glee Club to hype everybody up.
Oh, Finn, you wanted to start us off?
Yeah, I know it's kind of short notice, but after the competition, Rachel and I are going to get married at the Justice of the Peace at the Lima Municipal Center.
There'll be some light refreshments afterwards. My dad's and I were rolling finger sandwiches all night long.
I mean, way to make it about yourselves? I cannot believe they reduced these two multi-layered fun characters into this. It's so boring to constantly cut back to, hey guys, remember Finn and Rachel are getting married. They ask everyone to come to their wedding, win or lose, and give one last hands in and shout before they take the stage. They take the stage, a mashup between Nicki Minaj's Fly and R. Kelly's I Believe I Can Fly, and boy, does it start strong and then immediately turn into dog shit. You know that adage that every band is someone's favorite band? Is this anyone's favorite Glee cover? Because I highly doubt that's the case. After Fly / I Believe I Can Fly, the Trouble Tones are allowed to sing a song, and they choose Kelly Clarkson's What Doesn't Kill You, (Stronger), which I mean, great song, don't get me wrong, but in an episode about suicide, maybe just a little tone deaf? Like, yeah, the chorus, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger, in a void makes sense, but the song is about the idiom, focusing on the end of a relationship. I don't know, I just feel like they could have had a little more tact here is all. The New Directions all take stage for the last song of regionals. They perform Here's to Us by Hailstorm, and maybe I'm alone in saying this, but what? By who? The performance is a Rachel Berry solo. The entire crowd claps along, including her dads, who must have been absent from every other previous competition in series history, but they just seem to have made it for this one. The rest of the Gladies join Rachel on stage as the Gloys bring in some backing oohs and ahs from the balconies. The crowd goes crazy because the show is called Glee and is about this Glee Club, and there's still 8 more episodes this season. Mr. Vampire comes on stage to announce the winners of regionals.
The 2012 Midwest Regional Champions from McKinley High, the New Directions.
And in the surprise of the century, the new directions take it home. After their win, Quinn meets with Sue in her office one last time.
I've been doing a lot of thinking this week, and I don't know if it's this Karofsky thing or even seeing you perform, but I realized something. I always admired you, Quinn. At first I thought it was because you reminded me of a younger, somewhat less striking Sue Sylvester. But then I realized that I admire you for all the ways you're not like me. You proved that it's never too late to turn your life around. And with that in mind, I'm giving you this.
This marks the first time in a long time Quinn is back in a Cheerios uniform. She meets with Rachel in the hallway and finally gives her full-throated support of Finn and Rachel's marriage. We cut from that to Karofsky in the hospital. Kurt has brought some flowers.
The doctors took me off 72-hour watch. I get to go home tomorrow.
That's great. I'm really happy that you're alive, David.
Me too.
Kurt expresses his remorse in not returning his calls. David says he understands why Kurt wouldn't and details what he was going through.
I made your life a living hell for months. But when the same thing happened to me, I couldn't even take it for a week. I suppose a best friend telling me he never wants to talk to me again. My mom telling me that I have a disease. Maybe I can be cured. I don't know what to do. I can't go back to that school.
Then go to another school. I'm not gonna lie to you, it isn't gonna be easy. And there'll be some days when life just sucks. But you're gonna get through this. 'Cause I'm gonna help you. And so is everyone else who loves you and accepts you for who you are. And if they can't accept that, then screw them. Right?
I'm gonna give Kurt 500 points here because regardless of this situation, the endless bullying he endured from David, the personal troubles he had even coming to the hospital, his own personal remorse, Kurt put everything aside and still came to visit and comfort Karofsky. And if that isn't good, I don't know what else is. Kurt helps Karofsky envision a happy future to look forward to. David asks Kurt to be friends and he accepts as they grasp hands. Lastly, because you know we can't end without getting back to the Finn and Rachel of it all, Sue approaches Will before Finchel's wedding and congratulates him on the win, while sharing that she is now officially pregnant. She shares that she wants to help the New Directions win at Nationals with no catch. She just wants to help. Will is just as shocked as I am that the Glee writers are throwing away seasons of Sue's character motivations and tying it back to pregnancy hormones in a sort of implied nod that the only thing a nasty woman needs in her life to be happy is to be pregnant, and then we cut to Finchel's parents.
Okay, can we just have a show of hands that we all still think this is a crazy idea? Okay, good. That settles it. I'm pulling the plug.
Bert, calm down.
Calm down, Carol. Our kids are getting hitched. We screwed up big time. We started playing these crazy reverse psychology games with them.
Oh,
look where we are.
The blame game? This'll be fun. Bring it, Bert.
How did we screw up?
They make a plan to object to the marriage during the ceremony, whisking Rachel away to Broadway while Bert distracts Finn. Finchel meet in the halls and they share a moment to take each other in one last time before they are husband and wife.
You ready to go in there?
Just hold on just a second. I just want to take a second just to remember this. Us.
Oh, it's Quinn. Sorry. Ran home to get my bridesmaid's dress. Be there soon. Great.
Well, Miss Hudson Mary, everybody's waiting.
As they embrace arms to enter the chapel, we see Quinn stuck behind a tractor. Very Midwest. She gets a text from Rachel to hurry as the other bridesmaids are all there. And that is how the episode ends. In an episode that dealt with some pretty heavy topics, including ending on the dangers of texting and driving, I'd say overall it was pretty well done actually. Some misses for sure, but hey, Ryan Murphy leaves his fingerprints on everything he touches. My criticisms aside, the show reportedly worked directly alongside the Trevor Project to ensure the phone lines were prepared for a potential influx of calls after this episode aired, and the Trevor Project co-founder Peggy Rajski said the volume went up about 300%. So definite kudos for that. Kurt ends up in the green with 500 GLUD points, while Sebastian added 2,300 GLEE-VIL points to his season total. We're at the part of the season where, at least historically, the GLE episodes really start to slow down as they stall for time until sectionals. Of course, we were left on a couple of cliffhangers from the previous episode of the marriage status of Finchel and the is she alive status of Quinn, but we will probably start to speed through these later sods until the end of the season is upon us. We open up and learn that Finn and Rachel did not get married due to Quinn's accident. Rachel feels at least partially at fault for Quinn's accident, though we learn of her fate very quickly.
Quinn, we missed you so much.
Don't. I could have easily become one of those creepy memorial pages in the yearbook, but by the grace of God, I'm here. Believe it or not, this is the happiest day of my life. Come on, Artie. Artie, to the choir room.
Yes. Those are the opening notes of Elton John's I'm Still Standing, as sang by the now two characters who are unable to stand under their own power. Again, where is the tact, gliders? The two perform the song for the Glub as Quinn and Artie's friendship gets kickstarted, considering the only two things we know about Artie is that he's a misogynist and in a wheelchair. Quinn gives a little speech about how texting and driving is bad and lets everyone know that she can still shit and piss. Yes, really.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever done, besides sleeping with Puck. There's a lot of rumors floating around, so let's clear the air. First of all my plumbing still works, which is awesome. But my spine was severely compressed in the car accident, which basically means I can't move my feet or legs. But the good thing is that I'm starting to regain feeling. So with a lot of physical therapy and your prayers, I stand a good chance for full recovery.
Oh, thank God. I thought you might have to be doomed to a wheelchair as a broken shell of a person forever, like that loser Artie. The absolute gall of the writers to frame Quinn's accident like that is, I'll say it, tactless. It lacks tact. Quinn promises that she'll be out of her chair by National so that she won't be a hindrance on the performances like Artie or whatever. Up next, Figgins tells Sue that Roz is going to be the new Cheerios co-captain on account of Sue being 15 minutes late to Cheerios regionals because of a doctor's appointment. Sue's pregnancy is beginning to have negative repercussions. Roz throws in some insults about Sue being old as she revels in the opportunity to dethrone Sue Sylvester. Sue guarantees Figgins that the Glee Club will win Nationals, and if that happens, she maintains full control of the Cheerios. Sue's first Glee coaching session goes about as well as you'd expect it to.
Please stop. This is an embarrassment. Hey, Mercedes. Who you texting?
I'm not texting anyone. I'm donating to the Obama campaign.
My droid!
Good news, I booked a tour at the Railroad Museum on Friday, which means we're gonna have an awesome seniors ditch date. What is she doing?
Hey, Granny Panties, I'm taking over booty camp!
Wait, so booty camp is still a thing? And Mercedes is in it with no problems? So the entire Mercedes is lazy storyline is even worse in hindsight? Sue continues her aggressive style of coaching to the booty campers, and Will does not enjoy it. Not one bit.
According to the kids, you were your typical abusive, belligerent self, only more so. Just got this email from Kurt. Mr. Shu, save us. Coach Sue's meaner than Tabitha.
First of all, I have absolutely no idea who Porcelain is referring to. I'm assuming it's gay and niche. Secondly, based on the pathetic display I just saw, your Glee Club's back-to-back victories were flukes. Against Vocal Adrenaline on the national stage, you'll be like lambs to the slaughter. Why are you resisting my help, William?
Also, why is he surprised that Sue is mean? That's like Sue's whole thing. Sue blames her outburst on pregnancy hormones and mood swings as she mentions she's finding out the sex of her daughter this week. Her words, not mine. Emma and Will offer to go with as they find out she was planning going alone. From one B plot to another, we are introduced to Blaine's brother for some reason.
This your boyfriend here?
Actually, yes, it is.
Hi.
Kurt, this is my brother.
Nice to meet you.
Cooper Anderson.
Oh my God, you're the guy from the freecreditratingtoday.com commercials?
Guilty as charged.
Know your score, freecreditratingtoday.com. Savings.
I love those commercials. The jingle's my ringtone.
Sue, as it turns out, is also a fan.
Will you sign my breast?
My pleasure. Keep on dreaming yours.
Cooper Anderson. You do me great honor.
Please tell me we didn't just bring on a character for a 1-episode arc just to have him be hot and then leave. Spoiler, he's just hot and then he leaves. The Glee seniors are pitching ideas for Senior Ditch Day, which if you don't know is a day where seniors ditch school for the day. And Rachel makes it entirely about herself.
Quinn, I'm so sorry. It was my wedding that you were going to when you got into your car crash, and you were answering my text message, and now we're all sitting here and we're talking about this day that's supposed to be the most amazing and unforgettable day of our high school lives, and we're completely ignoring the fact that she's sitting in that chair? It's not right.
Rachel, not unlike the Gliders, cannot fathom a reality where people in a wheelchair can have a fun time. Quinn tells her that it's not her fault she's in a wheelchair and suggests that they all go to Ohio's favorite roller coaster theme park, the America's Roller Coast, located on the shores of Lake Erie, Cedar Point. Except, not really. They plan to go to Six Flags, which, not to rehash my rant from the Gleason 2 video, but Cedar Point is a full 3 hours closer than the nearest Six Flags to Lima, Ohio. It just boggles my mind how ignorant the Gliders are to Midwest culture sometimes. Puck pulls Finn aside to let him know that he is planning to move to California to expand his cleaning business and wants Finn to be his business partner. Finn declines as he intends to marry Rachel and move to New York City, but Puck doesn't fully buy that those things are gonna happen. He just asks Finn to help with a client later, and Finn accepts. What a fucking stupid storyline. Back in the Sue Ran Glee Club practice room, she introduces Blaine's brother to teach everyone how to act. We get a little look into the Blaine/Cooper relationship as they sing a dueling version mashup of Duran Duran's Hungry Like the Wolf and Rhea. They keep playing this episode off as if this guy is a celebrity guest, but am I the only person who has no idea who this actor is? Maybe Matt Bomer is more of a household name than I realized, but I feel like White Collar is a TV show that was made to be played on a hospital TV room with the volume so low you can't really make out what's being said, but all the people on screen are hot and there's occasional sex scenes and explosions during sex scenes and sex scenes during explosions. The brothers' performances make me want to Duran Duran off of a cliff, but that's just because it's a mashup singing an octave just a little bit too high for my liking. They get a standing ovation and we see why Blaine hasn't mentioned his brother much before now. They go to Breadsticks to catch up some more and Cooper continues to offer Blaine some criticisms about his performance. We get some flashbacks to their childhood to see this has always been a theme between them. Cooper apologizes and says he just wants to get to know his brother better. He then makes Blaine commit to coming to his acting class the following day. We get a short scene of Artie pushing Quinn to make herself go up the steepest accessibility ramp in all of Lima. It's meant to be a nice scene of the two bonding or whatever, but I don't know, it really gets cut down immediately as Artie tries to ruin her idea for Senior Ditch Day.
But honestly, it was one of the hardest things I've ever done.
Until you go to Six Flags. Look, I'm not trying to be a buzzkill, but going to an amusement park when you're in a wheelchair, especially if you're still getting used to it, can kind of be a drag.
Such a drag. Remember how being in a wheelchair is actually worse than dying? Because Artie wants you to remember that. Artie and Quinn then make plans for themselves on Senior Ditch Day, which we'll see what they are later. We cut next to Cooper's acting class. He tells the kids to stay away from Broadway and that LA is where it's at, and gives some tips for headshots in a comedic way, yada yada yada. He gives some acting advice that is questionable at best, and Blaine is pushing back a bit, causing some tension in the room. And maybe if I cared about Matt Boner or whatever his name is, I'd find this scene better, but the joke of I'm giving bad advice about acting goes on for a few minutes too long for my liking. They do a reading of an old NCIS episode which causes Blaine to break, which Cooper all but ignores.
There's rumor that Sergeant Pembroke was a transvestite.
No, Blaine, say that line again, but this time point your finger. Look, things are serious. A man in a dress is dead.
I don't really feel like pointing, Coop. It just feels a little stupid.
Well, when a choice feels wrong, it's actually a good sign. It means you're right on the edge.
I don't know about that. I feel like when
Why
a
don't you
choice
just
feels wrong,
take
it means
the
that
note,
I don't
man?
feel like
Coop,
you're my brother. Can't you just support me?
I'm sorry, are you talking to me right now? Because I can't tell if you're talking to me if you don't point your finger, right? That is lesson number one, guys, right?
You're so right.
Scene. Good work, buddy. We'll get him next time. Let's go. Woo! Let's move on to a little acting exercise that I like to call the emotion tornado.
We then cut to Finn and Puck fixing a hot tub as Puck pitches one last time to have Finn move to LA with him. He angles towards him as having always thought of Rachel and not enough about his own wants and desires, and this kind of gets through to Finn just a little bit. And you know it's a good Glee episode when you go between 3 scenes within 2 minutes, so we cut next to the doctor's office featuring Sue, Will, and Emma. The doctor delivers some news regarding Sue's future child.
Well, looking at your test results, your baby is a girl.
Yes. Come on now. There we go.
Oh, my toilet seats are spared.
However,
However,
your amnio came back with irregularities.
And now you might just think that this would be the part where we learn what that means, but nope, we gotta cut to a fourth scene. Cooper is hanging out in the hallway snapping pics with students as Blaine walks up and voices to Cooper how selfish he's been their entire life. This nearly immediately transitions into a Blaine cover of Christina Aguilera's Fighter, an anthem about how Cooper's lack of support makes Blaine fight harder to try to gain his attention or something like that. I don't know, I got kind of distracted by this totally unnecessary shot of Blaine in the shower.
How could this man I thought I knew turn out to be unjust, so cruel?
Like, seriously, what is the point of this shot of Blaine in the shower? Is the implication that Cooper was watching him shower? Because if so, gross. Next scene, we get a reminder of how Quinn ended up in a wheelchair.
Oh, dude, watch it.
Sorry.
My toes.
I'm sorry, man.
Hey, what were you doing?
Texting
while walking. That's exactly how I started.
That's quite a slippery slope you've got there, Quinn. Finn was ordering Six Flags tickets, but Quinn lets him know that Artie and she are not attending. Next scene. Becky comes into Sue's office and congratulates her on having a baby girl. They embrace as Sue says, yep, just like you. Next scene. Senior Ditch Day is here, and Artie has taken Quinn to a skate park for where other kids in wheelchairs and kids who have prosthetics can exercise and do sick tricks. We also get shots of the rest of the Glee Club at the theme park as Up, Up, Up by the Givers is performed by Quinn and Artie. Don't ask why Artie, Tina, Rory, and Sugar are present at Senior Ditch Day. Never ask questions. It's annoying when you critique this show, or anything for that matter. Just give up, enjoy the slop, enjoy the end times, enjoy Glee. Or be like me and hyper-critique everything because you deserve better. The roller coaster the Glids ride is called the Viper. Now, if you look up the Viper at Six Flags Great America, located in Gurnee, Illinois, as that's the closest Six Flags to Lima, Ohio, you'll find there is a ride called the Viper. But before you get too giddy and award the gliders some kind of kudos, let's take a look at the Viper. As you can see, the Viper is a wooden coaster. And despite the Wikipedia article saying it offers a smoother ride than the original attraction it's based off of, anyone who has been on this ride, like myself, will tell you this is a whiplash simulator. So, if this ride the kids are riding isn't the Viper from Six Flags Great America, where could it be? Well, I'll satisfy your curiosity and inform you it is the Viper in Six Flags Magic Mountain in Los Angeles, California. A steel roller coaster. And look, I get budget constraints for shooting a show like Glee. You can't afford to fly everyone out to Chicagoland just to have integrity in your artistic process. But why not choose a coaster that is present in both parks, like Batman the Ride? Would that have been so hard? All I'm asking for is a little bit of effort, gliders, as a concerned theme park enthusiast. And this is just a little extra funny because at 3140 they show a POV you're in the front car of a roller coaster and you can see the horizon and look at the rolling hills and mountains. How is anybody supposed to believe that this is the Midwest? Quinn had a ton of fun with Artie, but then the moment gets ruined with a nice splash of ableism.
I just wanted you to meet a cool group of people having a great time in the same situation as you.
Yeah, but I'm not. This is only temporary. The doctor said it's a matter of time before.
Look, I've been where you are. I know how it feels, but you can't keep denying.
I'm not denying anything. You're not me, okay? I'm not like you. This isn't my life. I'm going to Yale. I'm getting out of Lima. And I'm gonna walk again.
And what if you don't? When are you gonna stop pretending that this isn't really happening to you?
I think Artie might be projecting just a little bit. Back in school, Jo is walking with Quinn to class after helping her at her locker, and we get another moment of Quinn being a self-admitted, self-obsessed B-word. I'm not gonna say bitch. Oh no!
Can I walk with you? I've been praying for you.
I guess it could help for God to hear from a few people. I've been praying to walk again as well.
Oh, I don't pray for you to walk. I ask God to help you accept whatever your journey may be.
I appreciate your prayers. I do. But when you're done praying, you get to get up off your knees and walk away. Sorry. Self-obsessed bitch.
But I don't think you're being an SOB, Quinn. Your life has changed suddenly and drastically. I think it's fine to not want people to feel sorry for you all the time. I don't think that's what the gliders were trying to have viewers take away from the scene. In fact, I don't think the gliders really wanted people to take anything out of the scene other than it being a springboard for Quinn to introduce Joe Fart as a new member of the New Directions. He joins the booty camp as Sue addresses the Glids. She admits she was too intense with the kids before and reveals that she hopes her child can grow up with some of the optimism that the Glids express nearly every single day. They kick off the practice, and wouldn't you know it, we cut to the next scene. Blaine and Kurt are talking about Blaine's locker, about Blaine being absent from senior ditch day on account of how bummed he's been with Cooper being such an asshole. Blaine is frustrated that he can't seem to get through to Cooper while he's talking to him, and Kurt does the tried and true Glee method of saying, hey, why don't you sing about your feelings? And that's what he does. Blaine and Cooper perform Gautier's Somebody That I Used to Know, which goes down as yet another, the chorus fits the Glenario, so let's not worry about the rest of the song's lyrics. We get a few more flashbacks to their youth as the brothers share their feelings through their singing. After the song, Cooper apologizes for being so tough on Blaine, but he admits that he's only so tough because he's jealous of how talented Blaine is. He pushes him to be better so someday he can see him be more successful than he is. We come to the final scene of the episode as Rachel and Finn are talking about their future, because of course, it's a Rachel and Finn scene. Finn mentions moving to LA with Puck.
I'm thinking about my future.
I thought it was our future.
Of course it is. Okay. It's our future, but I just feel like the conversation's been a little one-sided lately. Look, even Blaine's brother said, Hollywood's where you want to go if you want to be famous as an actress.
A Hollywood actress, okay? New York is about the work that you do and not the work that you've had done. There's no other option for me here, okay? I'm Broadway bound.
Right, but if I'm going to be your husband, shouldn't I have something to say about it too? Just seems like you don't care about my dreams.
I care, of course I care.
Of course you care, as long as they don't interfere with yours.
I need to be in New York, and I need you with me. I can't do this without you.
I just want you to be really sure. I want you to be really sure that you're in love with me and not who you want me to be.
We're putting in that whole scene because I do not want to explain for the millionth time that Finn and Rachel are too young to get married. In my opinion, this is one of the most forgettable episodes of Glee to date. I mean, only Roz racked up any points. I don't even think we showed that on screen. This is the first and last time Matt Boner appears as Cooper Anderson on Glee, and the first and last time the show goes to a theme park, and for both of those things, I am glad. That's Glee, glad. We are on to episode 16, Saturday Night Glee-ver. And hey, gliders, leave the gluns to me, okay? The episode title is a play on the 1977 film Saturday Night Fever, starring the wickedly talented John Travolta. Which means, yes, it is time for me to watch all 119 minutes of the film Saturday Night Fever. I have now watched all 119 minutes of the film Saturday Night Fever. I'll fill you in when the plot is relevant. By the way, in case you haven't seen it, the plot is pretty much John Travolta's character, Tony Manero, being good at dancing, and then he sexually assaults his dance partner, and then she says, let's just be friends. Throw in some disco, some domestic violence, and slurs, and boom, you've made $238 million in 1977 box office money. The tribute starts immediately as we see Blaine, Mike, and Brittany perform the Bee Gees' You Should Be Dancing. And say what you want about disco, but dis goes hard. Not really, I just wanted to force a lame pun. Turns out the theme for Nationals is vintage, which inspired this performance and piques Will's interest.
Absolutely. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but back when I was in Glee Club, we took it all the way to Nationals with the pure power of unadulterated disco.
Yes, you've told us.
Funky town.
And guess what?
Disco sucks.
I don't really think that, but again, I had to force the joke. We get Will Schuester's internal monologue mulling over the future prospects of some of the new directions, notably the three seniors of Finn, Mercedes, and Santana. Each one lacks one of self-esteem, vision, and focus, according to Will, and he turns to Sue for guidance. Why? I don't know. Plot. Or something. Oh, she suggests something to drive the students forward. Something the show has done in the past. Focus on a singular album for a week. The album? We'll see what they're going to be fighting over in the future. For now, let's introduce a brand new character to the series, shall we?
I'm thrilled you got into Defiance College and Cleveland State, but what about NYU?
Kurt Hummel, Mercedes Jones. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm your biggest fan. I've been to every last one of your performances, except West Side Story. I boycotted that one because you two weren't Tony and Maria.
Why, hello, kind sir. I don't believe I caught your name.
Wade Adams. I go to Carmel High, and I'm in vocal adrenaline, and I know we're supposed to be arch enemies, but I swear, I'm not here to spy.
Now, this character is portrayed by non-binary actor Alex Newell. You may know him from, I don't know, winning a Tony in 2023 for Best Featured Actor in a Musical for their role in Shucked. Ever heard of it? Well, Alex got their start in a much more humbler stage. Not just Glee, but the Glee Project. Yes, that is right, folks. The fourth character introduced this season from the first series of the Glee Project. Alex was consistently one of the most talented competitors on the Glee Project. However, their immaturity, as they were only 18 and still in high school at the time of filming the show, alongside their arrogance led to their downfall as they were a runner-up in the competition alongside Lindsay Pierce, who portrayed Harmony earlier this season. Now, we know that Sam Larson, who portrays Joe Fart, and Damian McGinty Jr., who portrays Rory, were the actual winners of the Glee Project and the grand prize of a 7-episode arc on Glee. So tell me why Alex Newell appears in over 30 episodes of Glee moving forward. It's almost like that entire competition show was useless and probably, definitely, more harmful than good. Glee Project rant aside, we learn that Alex's character, who currently goes by the name Wade Adams, is a performer in Vocal Adrenaline who are currently being coached by Jesse St. James. Alex immediately comes out to Mercedes and Kurt as they reveal that they have a different person they feel they are inside. Unique. Yes, the name of this character is Unique. Unique is the first openly trans character on the show and uses she/her pronouns. If I see anybody misgendering this character or actor in the comments, you will be banned. Unique introduces herself to Kurt and Mercedes as the imagined result of their love child. She asks for advice on how to come out on stage at regionals as Unique in a dress and heels. Kurt and Mercedes look at each other, unsure about how to give that advice. We cut to the glove practice room where it seems like someone has stolen their floor.
Did someone steal our floor?
Don't worry, we'll have it back by the end of the week. In the meantime, Sue has lent us her...
My very own personal, one-of-a-kind, lit from within, shatterproof plexiglass dance floor.
Just an absolutely insane Deus Ex Machina that Sue just owns a dance floor that they can use. Will reveals their assignment of Saturday Night Fever, and Finn objects.
What? Come on, Mr. Shu, that's like a record our parents listen to.
Yeah, man who only sings rock ballads from the 80s.
You're a candle in the window on a cold, dark winter's night.
You have a really good point about the album from 1977 as being too old. Will gives the spiel of how this lesson relates to the students.
Tony Minero's story is your story. He's a guy who works at a paint store, struggling to figure out his life. And the only time he feels sure about himself is when he's performing on the dance floor. He has a dream to get out of his old neighborhood in Brooklyn and get to New York City. And by the end of the movie, that's what he's done. He's turned his dream into a plan.
Yeah, I guess that's the plot if you leave out all of the slurs, domestic violence, and sexual assault. Sue and Will offer the students a chance to compete in a dance competition in order to win a prize, which, yes, is the plot of Saturday Night Fever. The prize is a replica suit from the movie, and the students are thrilled.
Oh my god, I need that suit!
Boy, I bet that's worth a lot of money. I would totally put that suit on. eBay.
Good one, Puck. To kick everything off, Joe and Blaine perform with Will and Sue. Their song of choice is Night Fever by the Bee Gees, and we get a harrowing reminder why Jane Lynch doesn't dance very much in the show.
There is something going down, and I can feel it.
The New Directions all join in and enjoy disco, and let me just say, this performance goes hard. Not really. It's fine. Sue and Will pick 3 finalists, and it's the same 3 students Will had internal monologued about before: Santana, Mercedes, and Finn. Will pulls them into a dimly lit classroom with no one else around and lets his true intentions be known, and none of the students can leave because of the implication.
Hey, look, this isn't really about a suit. It's about living out your dreams. Of all the seniors in New Directions, you 3 have yet to decide what it is you want to do with your lives. So your assignment for the week: perform a song from Saturday Night Fever, and then share your hopes for the future.
No, wait. The dance thing is fixed? So what is this, some teacher's manipulative game to get us to tell you what we want to be when we grow up?
Hey, if you want to look at it that way, fine. But this is your game, your life. And guess what? Time's running out.
You can't just say, hey, this is rigged. Then when Mercedes says, oh, this is rigged, you go, well, if you want to look at it that way, what way, man? You just told them the way to look at it. Also, not for nothing, the plot of Saturday Night Fever involves the dance competition being rigged insofar as the Puerto Rican dance couple loses to John Travolta's dance duo because of racism. So we'll see how this plotline plays out, but my money's on the white guy who is notorious for being a bad dancer, beating out Mercedes and Santana for the suit. After the classroom meeting, we get an internal monologue of Mercedes, Mercedes thinking about having a desire for her future, but is just not fully aware of how to get there. Something that, I don't know, a competent guidance counselor may help a student with. Unfortunately for Mercedes, McKinley High's tenured guidance counselor has called Mercedes a hoe bag while she was asking for advice just a few weeks ago. So it makes sense she feels a bit lost. Mercedes, Brittany, and Santana performed the Tramps Disco Inferno to symbolize the burning desires that Mercedes has for her own future. And I know that this may have been said before, but this song goes hard. Not the Glee one, but the original. After they're done performing, Mercedes details her dreams and aspirations to be like musical legends Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, and Aretha Franklin. She dreams to be like them, but just doesn't know how. Doesn't know how to move across the country or where to go.
It's scary to even think about moving all the way across the country.
Well, I'm moving to New York, Mercedes.
You'll have somewhere to stay. You'll have something to do. You have 2 parents that support you. And my dad is a dentist. He thinks my dream is unreasonable and insane. You know what? He's right. I don't know the first thing about getting a recording contract or a manager.
The cream always rises to the top, Mercedes.
Yeah, well, I'm cream in here, Mr. Shu. But what if out there, I'm just skim milk?
Yeah, Will Schuester saying that we live in a meritocracy when Mercedes has had to fight and claw her way for even a fraction of the recognition she deserves within his own Glee Club is wild. I wonder where her lack of confidence and direction stems from, William Lee Harvey Schuester. I don't know that those are his middle names, but they kind of fit, so we'll roll with them. You know what? Let's make it official. Yeah, and there we go. That's better. Sam was recording Mercedes' performance on a cellular device, and he looks at it longingly. The scene ends, so we'll see how that plays a role in the future. Puck approaches Finn in the halls and asks one more time to move to LA. Puck reveals that he's afraid to move to the big city by himself, but Finn is adamant that he is not going to LA. Puck makes him promise that no matter what Finn does, he gives it his all. Sue calls Kurt Sadie's into her office and calls them traitors. A couple of Lee Harveys, if you will, Schuester. Sue lets them know that she is aware of their correspondence with Unique, a member of the rival Glee Club Vocal Adrenaline. They try to explain they told Unique to not wear a dress and heels to reveal her true self at regionals, and Sue takes this opportunity to be a bit Glee-VIL.
It's not a good idea. It's a great idea.
But Coach Sylvester, this is Ohio. I don't think many people are going to be down with that.
Exactly. He'll tank them at regionals, and the New Directions will coast to a win at nationals. I happen to have a pair of 13 wides right here. Where'd you get those? They were autographed by my good friend Janet Reno, and she wore them on the day they caught the Unabomber. Deliver these unto Unique. Get him to cram his ham hocks into these platoons at regionals, and we'll be well on our way to a national championship.
Minus 500 times 2 glowings to Sue for attempting to use a child's gender expression against them for her own benefit. Of course, if Kurt and Mercedes follow through with this plan, they will also be docked. Up next, we see If I Can't Have You by the Bee Gees, performed by Santana along with Kurt, Mercedes, and Tina. And might I say, disco's hard. I might not, but also, I might. We see each of their partners looking upon them while they perform the love song. Will doesn't quite get the message of the performance.
Incredible, and I could see exactly where you were going with it. This was more than just a beautiful love song to Brittany. It was also a powerful way to convey your dream that marriage equality will someday be a reality for everyone. And you're off to law school to make it happen.
Nah, man, sometimes the curtains are just blue, and I know that's crazy coming from me. Santana goes on to explain that she loves fame and wants to be famous. Will says that this is nothing to aspire to, which she rebukes and calls out the hypocrisy of the other students as they all aspire to be famous as well. Next up, Rachel has put the vibes into the ether that she wants to meet with Finn.
I got your tweet. Anyone who is engaged to me should come to the auditorium. Could I just text it?
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure if we were speaking.
Totally healthy relationship, folks. Definitely 2 people who should be getting married. They apologize for not speaking to one another recently, and Rachel lets Finn know that she is now allowing him to not go to New York if he does not want to. Very confusing. What a gracious thing for her to do. She details that she always thought New York was her home and that life would make sense if she just gets there as fast as possible. But now she realizes that Finn is her home and she wants to work on his dreams just as much as hers. I don't know. I'm not really buying this. She then performs How Deep Is Your Love? No, not the song by Calvin Harris and the Disciples, but the song by, surprise, the Bee Gees. As she performs, we see Finn and Rachel getting guidance from the school guidance counselor on different colleges and career paths. I wonder what life would be like for Mercedes if this was afforded to all students. Finn thanks Will and Emma and Rachel for the help and believing in him. He walks out of the office and then throws all of the paperwork into the garbage. But enough of that, let's get into what Glee does best: fetishizing the two characters in a lesbian relationship.
Santana, watching two girls when Cat was like staring into the face of God. Thank you. New favorite movie.
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm Finn and I just won a butter eating competition?
It's because you're famous. Everybody's loving the sex tape of us I posted on the internet.
What? Brittany, that sex tape was private. We made that for us.
No, I know, but I spliced it together with a video of Lord Tubington performing everyday household chores.
Why would you do that?
Because you said you wanted to be famous. So I looked up all the famous people that I knew, and they all have sex tapes. So I put ours out there. I'm really excited about it.
Okay, and back from that, Will has found Finn's garbage and confronts him about it alone in a room with no one else around, and he can't leave because of the implication. Finn finally speaks out about his fears. He wants to stay young as he's afraid that Rachel will realize he's a loser once he's forced to become an adult. Will does the unglinkable, and instead of talking with his students, puts on a movie. Saturday Night Fever, to be precise.
What was I supposed to say, man? Sorry, I'd rather puke than spend a minute in any of those places?
Is that what you're scared of?
It's the truth. Doesn't anybody understand that maybe the reason I don't know what to do with my life is because I'm not qualified to do anything?
No, you just don't know what you want yet.
What I want is for time to stop, okay?
Back to Santana. She has gained her fame that she asks for, and the monkey paw curls. Brittany looks for a thank you from Santana as she doesn't quite understand the ramifications of her actions. She tries to get Santana to capitalize on her fame by trying out for reality TV shows, but before Santana lets her know how she really feels, the bell rings and Brittany leaves. We then cut to Vocal Adrenaline's regionals, and we learn Kurt and Mercedes feel bad for giving Unique the high heels from Sue, so minus 500 to each of them for that. But hey, at least they feel bad about it? They find Unique backstage before the performance to try to change her mind.
Hey, Wade. We just came by to tell you to break a leg.
And to make sure you still dress as a guy.
Not for long.
Look, Wade, I know we sent you those shoes as a good luck gesture, but we talked it over, and you can't do this. I admit that I've worn some flamboyant designer outfits, but I've never dressed up like a woman.
That's because you identify yourself as a man. I thought you, of all people, would understand. I'm wearing them.
Wow. Look who Schuester sent to spy on me. The laziest person alive and the pasty-faced ghost boy.
Jessie interrupts their conversation as the performance is just about to start. Unique makes her debut, and Jessie is very upset. Vocal Adrenaline performs KC and the Sunshine Band's Boogie Shoes, led by Unique. Jessie tries to get her off stage, but she ignores him and kills the show, aka Disco's Hard. And I guess the New Directions lucked out that the song Vocal Adrenaline decided to perform for regionals is also from Saturday Night Fever, otherwise the title of this episode would have been ruined. Finn calls Rachel to the Glee practice room and reveals he needs a dance partner for his Saturday Night Fever song. He sings More Than a Woman by the Bee Gees as he dances with Rachel. The other New Directions couples join the dance floor throughout the performance. Afterwards, Finn has something to tell Rachel.
Mr. Shu made me watch Saturday Night Fever, and it was really good, and I realized I'm a lot like Tony Manero. Except for the whole being able to dance thing.
Just the not being able to dance thing? There's nothing else about Tony Manero that you don't resonate with, Finn? Maybe something like the SA? I mean, I won't mention the use of slurs because we all know Finn definitely resonates with that part of Tony Manero. Finn talks about Tony taking on the world in Saturday Night Fever, and that has inspired him to want to move to New York and try to get into the actor's studio to learn how to act. They just had Matt Boner on to talk about acting. This is such a weird storyline to have now. Finn and Rachel kiss as that's the only way a Finchel scene can end. Kurtzades are talking about how Unique's performance paid off for them, so we can assume we will be seeing Vocal Adrenaline at Nationals in the pretty near future. Sam then comes up to Mercedes to speak with her.
That's me.
Yeah.
Wait, did you post this to YouTube without asking?
Can you hear yourself? You're amazing. You look stunning.
485 comments. I can't look.
No, those are views, Mercedes. Mercedes enjoys that Sam believes in her so hard and thanks him for the vote of confidence. He tells her that she is not skim milk, she is cream. Then they kiss, and the scene ends. Sue has called in Santana and Brittany as she criticizes them for not caring about how they got famous. Santana realizes that what has happened is not the best way to do things, and then Sue hands her a letter with a full-ride cheerleading scholarship to the University of Louisville, which is kind of crazy to just drop out of the blue. Sue details that the opportunity to go to college will just just allow Santana to dip her toes in and figure things out. Something that I can't believe hasn't been mentioned up to this point on Glee. I mean, this is literally what community colleges are for, folks. A more affordable way to figure out if college is for you. We cut from that to the last musical performance of the episode as Mercedes, Santana, and Finn each don their own Saturday Night Fever white suit and perform Staying Alive from CPR class and also Saturday Night Fever. Eventually, all of the New Directions come out in their own suit, completely negating the idea of the episode, which is that one of them is meant to win the competition and fulfill the homage to the film. Though I guess this is a much better ending than Guy kind of accidentally jumps off the Brooklyn Bridge to end things after he finds out his girlfriend is pregnant and he doesn't want to marry her. Hey, sorry, I can spoil Saturday Night Fever. It's been out for nearly 50 years. Brittany takes the top GLEE-VIL slot for the first time in series history with minus 1,500 gloints. But hey, that's what releasing a sex tape without the other person's consent will do to you. Dance with Somebody is another tribute episode, though instead of a tribute to a movie soundtrack, this is dedicated to the legendary recording artist Whitney Houston, who had passed away on February 11th, 2012, at the young age of 48, just 10 weeks before this episode, and as such, all of the songs performed on this episode are Whitney Houston songs as a nod to her genius. The episode opens with Mercedes in the hallways of McKinley looking at a picture of Whitney Houston as she begins singing the opening of How Will I Know. Soon, Rachel, Santana, and Kurt join Mercedes as they walk around the school mourning Whitney. They end on the auditorium stage as we hit the title card. Will opens the episode with some fourth wall breaking exposition to explain why the Glee Club is now doing a tribute episode instead of, 10 weeks ago.
I'm just surprised they're taking this so hard. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will always love Whitney too, but you'd think after 2 months they'd let it go.
Emma tries to relay to Will how the death of a celebrity that people feel inspired by or connected to in some way can negatively affect people. For Emma, it was Princess Diana. For the Glids, it's Whitney Houston. Will decides to set the Glee Club up for this week's assignment, and wouldn't you know it, it's Whitney Houston. Just so you know, I'm trying to set a world record for the most time saying Whitney Houston in a YouTube video, so hit me up if you work for Guinness. And what I can only hope is the show attempting to quell any amount of racism viewers may have by featuring Whitney Houston. Sam questions the lesson plan.
We did a Whitney tribute.
Are we sure that's appropriate?
You did not just ask that.
I just mean, didn't Whitney kind of have a lot of problems?
She had a hard life, Sam.
Okay. Attention, look away from the second monitor or stop doing the dishes for a second. I want you to Google Whitney Houston controversies. I'll give you a couple of seconds to scour the Google AI. Okay, are you back? Why is Whitney Houston the person they chose to say this about? Whitney Houston struggled with drug addiction. Sure, but let's look at some of the other artists Glee has featured. Madonna, The Beatles, Michael Jackson, Amy Winehouse, Aerosmith. Those are just to name a few. Some of these artists have struggled with drugs in the past. Others may have more serious crimes, looking at you, Aerosmith. And yet never once did a show make note of these facts. And I'm not even saying Glee has to be a leader of conversation of separating the art from the artist. I'm just questioning why Whitney Houston, of all people, is the one they took a second to intentionally write a line of dialogue saying, are we sure about this one? Are we sure we should do an artist that we've already covered like 15 songs of? Are we sure that Mercedes can sing her 8th Whitney song of the series while Rachel attempts to keep up? Are we really sure? Will iterates that the week is meant to honor Whitney Houston and her accomplishments, not her downfalls, which, again, is drug use. Brother, if drug use is a disqualifier on one's life's accomplishments, then someone should burn my bachelor's degree because I used a weed once while I was an undergrad. And yeah, I've abused Adderall one time. But silly jokes aside, I don't want to downplay the effects of drug abuse, but man, does Glee suck for doing Whitney Houston like this. Do you think North Central College wouldn't have given me a Bachelor of Science, cum laude, in biochemistry if they would have known I would have used it for GLEE-VIL while wearing a foxtail? I like to think they still would have. Will attempts to relate the grief that the students are feeling for Whitney Houston to the grief that they are about to face when they graduate high school and lose some of the security and connections that they are familiar with. Santana then throws this back onto Will as him projecting his own feelings onto the students, which, I mean, fair, but Will's also not wrong here. Kurt and Blaine are in the halls discussing what songs Kurt will be singing for Whitney Week, and they are having some communication issues, we'll say. Blaine doesn't engage much and he walks away. Kurt heads to the record store and meets someone who is giving back the energy that Kurt was looking for with Blaine.
Ooh la la! What song are you doing?
I'm not sure. I have to find the perfect Whitney Houston song.
Oh my god! You must do One Moment in Time. Whitney's performance at the '89 Grammys was legend, and no one has done that song justice since.
But then again, there's also All the Man That I Need.
Oh my god, that song is amazing! You must do it. Finally, a love song where it didn't have to hurt to turn out right. Sorry, am I being really loud? When I get excited, I tend to start yelling.
No, you're just really enthusiastic. It's refreshing. Infectious, actually.
Then I should quit while I'm ahead. Nice to meet you, Kurt Hummel. I'm sure you'll nail whatever song you pick.
Thank you.
Oh, and good luck with your NIATA callback. Let me know if I can be of any help. We future New Yorkers gotta stick together. Can I get your number?
Kurt's new acquaintance is named Chandler Keel, and you might think we were about to hear Kurt's response. But instead, we cut to Brittana performing I Want to Dance with Somebody. Do you get it? Because Brittany is a dancer. Brittany takes turns pulling up different members to dance with them while she sings until we eventually get pulled into a full onstage production in the auditorium. Quinn gets a little bummed that she's unable to join the rest of the kids to dance how she used to. Joe Fart notices and asks her how things are going with her physical therapy.
How's your physical therapy going?
I keep going and nothing seems to be happening. So it's pretty depressing.
Well, what if I went with you next time? That would definitely be less depressing.
You really don't have to go with me.
I want to.
You want to come with me? Why?
I care about you. And to me, being a Christian isn't about talk. It's about actions. Come on. I'll let you hold one of my dreads for luck.
Plus 300 to Joe Fart here. A very nice gesture to not only notice that Quinn is feeling down, but also reaching out to offer emotional support, and most importantly, with no ulterior motive. I'm looking at you, Rory. We transition immediately into a Will and Emma scene. Will surprises her with a wedding gift that she looks thrilled to receive.
What is this? I Do's Done Right Wedding Planning by Mr. Lavender. Mr. Lavender.
Northwestern Ohio's premier wedding planner. I booked him for us. I'm getting a pretty decent tax refund, and I sold some blood platelets.
Emma says that she doesn't think Mr. Lavender's services are necessary because they have until December to plan things, and the church will already be decorated for Christmas time.
I want to move the wedding up to May.
May, that's next month.
Totally cool move. In the wedding industry, they call that the Finn Hudson, which if you're an adult man is kind of embarrassing if that you have the same wedding tactics as a teenage himbo. Will knows just how to quiet down Emma's dissent.
Except for the fact that wedding planning takes so much time. It takes so much time. I mean, I've just started decorating our personalized nut cups and I'm only on the 5th one. I guess we could let Mr. Lavender worry about them. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Ugh. At Kurt's locker, we find out that Chandler has been sending Kurt some flirty texts. Rachel confronts him on the nature of Kurt's relationship with Chandler.
Are you an astronaut? Because your smile is out of this world.
Are you kidding me? Kurt, you have been going at this with him for 2 days now?
It's nothing. It's just fun. He makes me feel good.
Blaine is supposed to make you feel good.
You said that Finn sends you cute text messages every day. Does he compliment you? Constantly trying to get in your pants?
Yeah, he's an 18-year-old boy.
Have you ever heard of lesbian bed death? I read about it online. It's when two lesbians date for long enough, they become like sisters. And Blaine and I are like an old married couple. A fabulous old married couple like Paul Newman and John Woodward, but I don't think we've had an unscheduled makeout session in like a month. And what's the harm of someone making me feel special if it's all innocent?
Okay. Would you show Blaine those text messages?
Of course not.
Well, then I guess it's not that innocent.
On the heels of Kurt's mild infidelity, Joe Fart and Quinn want to share a song that they have been working on while going to her rehab this week. He grabs his guitar and they sing a duet of Saving All My Love for You. It is fine, which to me is a Glee A+. We get some shots of Quinn at her PT, but for some reason Joe Fart is the one administering it. Like, I don't know, I've never been to PT, brag, but isn't that the job of the physical therapist? They nearly share a kiss as Joe Fart stretches Quinn's leg, but Joe backs away before following through, to Quinn's chagrin. Quinn's chagrin. Quinn's chagrin is in the tin as Finn can no longer win. I don't know why I felt like rhyming there. Anyways, we cut to yet another performance. This time it's Rachel and Santana performing So Emotional to the Glee Club. As they perform, we see some text between Chandler and Kurt, and to be fair, even though all he's doing is sending cheesy pickup lines, that's a lot better than Blaine's track record of sending one of the Triforce symbols from The Legend of Zelda. No, not the Triforce of Power, or the Triforce of Wisdom, it's courage, the Triforce of Courage. Blake, put the courage text on the screen. Kurt laughs as Blaine sits just a few feet away. Bold to be cheating that close to your boyfriend. Speaking of bold, the girls in the bathroom are razzing Quinn about her budding romance with Joe Fart. Quinn doesn't react too well.
Joe took me to rehab the other day. We had a moment, and before we kissed, he pulled away. Grossed out by me in my chair.
Quinn, I'm so sorry.
I don't want to hear that tone. Joe's not into me. I don't blame him. Who would be?
Hey, remember Tina? I kind of forgot that she's in this show. Mr. Lavender is at Wemma's house to help plan their wedding, and Will lays out some of the details for Lavender to work with.
Couple things. At the reception, I will be rapping. We're going to need a pretty big stage because the Glee kids are going to perform too. So.
I've checked all the available venues for your dates, and none of them will accommodate a stage.
Well, let's keep looking.
Okay, sweetie. Look, I know that you really want to have this wedding soon. I just can't imagine how we're going to get all this done in time. Mr. Lavender has recommended that maybe we look at dates in September.
We're not moving the date.
Okay.
I'm a wedding planner, not a miracle worker. I need more time.
You know what? Forget
Will,
it.
okay, wait.
We can do this ourselves. We are getting married in May, just like we agreed. Thank you for your time.
A very cool emotional outburst there, Will. Very adult and mature of you. Joe Fart approaches Sam in the gym to ask him for advice on dating Quinn. Joe brings up his feelings for Quinn and how he chickened out of kissing her. He's struggling with his faith and dating.
I've been homeschooled my whole life. It was a lot easier to resist temptation when there were no girls around.
Yeah, I gave up on that. I had sex last year. I was working in a strip club, so.
But it's a sin. We're supposed to wait until we're married.
No, we're not supposed to get tattoos. Leviticus. Look, when the Bible was written, things were easier. There's no internet, chicks didn't wear short skirts or anything. I'm a good Christian, but there's just no way a dude's gonna be able to resist. I say let's be a new kind of Christian, one that prays and does right by people, but understands that some of those rules are kind of old school.
The sex rule makes sense. It's about respecting your body, putting the spiritual over the physical so you can feel closer to God.
Okay. All I know is Quinn's a great girl, but you're gonna have to decide if you want to get closer to God or get closer to her.
I think we all know which one he's going to choose. Blaine and Kurt are hanging out, and Blaine notices that Kurt's phone keeps buzzing and the name Chandler keeps popping up. Blaine goes through his phone and starts reading off a high schooler in 2012's version of Riz.
Chandler won't stop texting you. When we go to New York, let's go to the front of the plaza and reenact the end of The Way We Were.
Give me that.
Can you sing into my voicemail? I want to make your voice my ringtone.
Give me my phone.
There are literally dozens of texts between the two of you. Do you know how many times you've texted me in the past 2 days? 4. And 3 of them were about finding peach-colored shoe polish.
Why are you getting so upset?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm on Blaine's side here, but describing the amount of texts as dozens is very strange. Dozens of texts. I mean, what, that's a minimum of 24, maximum of 90s-ish? Because then you'd say nearly 100 or over 100, and that's over the course of 2 full days. So that's 12 to 45 text messages a day, or roughly 1 to 3 texts an hour, and I'd like to think about the last time you had a crush or a budding romance and how much you would message them a day. Let me tell you, I would have a lot more than dozens of messages. Maybe that's just me. I mean, editor Blake and I send dozens of Discord messages to each other pretty much entirely about Glee and politics, and we don't even have a crush on each other. Yet. Blaine rightfully calls out Kurt for emotionally cheating on him, and Kurt tries to do the whole, well, you were texting Sebastian thing, which doesn't really work, and also 2 wrongs don't make a right. Kurt says he doesn't like Chandler, he just likes the attention, which, hey bud, still cheating, and this has the argument come to a head.
You don't know what it's like being your boyfriend, okay? You are the alpha gay. Even Rachel wanted to make out with you. I used to get solos every week. And do you know how many times I've had to sit on a stool and watch you perform?
Then talk to me. Tell me that you're unhappy, but don't cheat on me.
I feel like I have taken crazy pills. I didn't cheat on you. I'm really sorry if this made you upset. But it's okay.
It's not right. But it's okay.
That was quite the gaslight attempt there, Kurt. Minus 200 more points for the invalidating of Blaine's feelings. Blaine harnesses this anger and uses it to perform what was the name of the next Whitney song?
It's not right. But it's okay. This song is for anyone that's ever been cheated on.
A very lame and forced line of dialogue leading into a 5 out of 10 Glee cover? Hey, Glee is in its peak end of season form. While singing the song in front of their friends in the club, the rest of the New Direction shoot some daggers at Kurt for his wrongdoings. Which I have to say, the punishment doesn't really fit the crime for me here. Like, publicly airing out his dirty laundry was maybe just a step too far. From one dirty laundry spilling to others, Rachel and Santana meet in the halls to discuss their last 3 years in Glee. They talk about how they wasted their time not working together more and singing duets to their best potential. Rachel wants the last 42 days of their senior year spent being friends, so she gives Santana a photo of herself to hang in her locker. She accepts as Rachel walks away. Kurt is back at home going through his items and marking things he wants to take to New York and things he wants to throw away. Bert catches him in the middle of this post-it note system, and they have a father-son talk about the reality of Kurt growing older and leaving for college soon. Bert has been skipping their family dinners as he's afraid that having one last dinner would be too much grief to handle. You know, avoiding something you don't want to have happen yet type beat. Almost like putting out this video. Bert tells him he's going to miss his son, and they both cry and hug. This spins into Whitney Houston's hit song, and you know what, Blake? Let's just have Kurt and Bert tell him what the song is called.
I'm gonna miss you, Kurt. A lot.
I'm gonna miss you too, Dad.
That's right. Whitney Houston's iconic "I'm going to miss you, Kurt," parentheses, "I'm gonna miss you too, Dad," or more popularly known by the title, "I Have Nothing." Man, kind of insane coincidence that Whitney Houston wrote and performed a song from the POV of a father who has a son named Kurt. The Gliders really lucked out big time on that one. Kurt's performance in the Glee Club practice room is a cry for Blaine's love, to take him back and forget about the past. He wants to give all of his love to Blaine because without his love, he has nothing. Blaine, looking saddened by the entire performance, wasn't quite as receptive to the message of the song as Kurt was hoping. Next up, the guys are doing guy things in the locker room. Puck has given everyone a little thanks for being bro gifts, like, you know, like guys do. Though the gifts are all stolen items from his pool cleaning job, so no points to Gluck. Or no gloints to Puck. Puck pours out his heart a bit and tells them he loves them as they all clink their novelty shot glasses together. Next, Kurt has asked Emma to help him and Blaine with their relationship via some couples counseling. They voice some minor gripes they have with their relationship until the major issue bubbles up.
I don't like that with every conversation we end up always talking about Nyada. What song you're gonna sing, what outfit you're gonna wear to your callback, how amazing New York is. And it's like, New York is the only thing we talk about now, Kurt, and it's like you can't even wait to get out of here. How's that supposed to make me feel?
Blake goes on to talk about Kurt leaving in only a few months while Blaine will be left back in Lima to finish out high school. He admits he's been distant, but chalks up to trying to practice what he suspects their future may be like once Kurt is in New York. Kurt reassures Blaine that he isn't going to be alone as they'll Skype every night. They hug and exchange I love yous. And if you don't know, Skype is like Discord but worse. From one couple with issues to another, Will and Emma are talking wedding again. Will tries to convince Emma that a campground wedding in May can work, though Emma reminds her fiancé that she has OCD and an outdoors wedding is a stimulus nightmare. Emma quickly susses out the real reason Will wants to move the wedding up, like the sly weasel that she resembles.
I know it's not ideal, but it was the only place that was available.
Unless we move the wedding to November.
I won't do that.
Well, the Glee kids will come back for the wedding if it's in November.
What if they don't?
Will expresses his fear of the Glids leaving, as these kids changed his life. He recounts how much his life has changed over the past 3 years, and Emma reminds him that while these years are fleeting, they still happened. And that's pretty friggin' cool. Boring! Let's get an awkward Joe Fart Quinn scene in.
Is that too much?
Is that...
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
What is this AO3 ass writing, man? They even got the Glee version of penis music playing in the background. Did the gliders think that this would save their show? Writing in porn subplots? At least when the production involves Riley Reid, the acting is passable and the product is consumable. This is just two awkward Christians not being able to control their feelings below their belt. Joe Fart apologizes for touching her with his boner, and they share some cringy lines about how they like each other, about their faith, and yada yada yada, sins of the flesh, carnal desires, blah blah blah. Your faith is actually hot because you believe in it so much. The scene ends with their relationship status being up in the air. Blaine and Kurt meet in the hallways, and Blaine wants to have a makeout session instead of going to Glee practice. Instead, Kurt wants to go to practice as they only have a few remaining in his high school career. The New Directions perform Whitney Houston's My Love Is Your Love in the auditorium as Will watches on, proud of where his students have gotten in just 3 years. The episode ends. Joe makes his leaderboard debut with 300 gloints as Kurt dips further into the GLEE-VIL category, racking up 400 gloints in the Chandler saga. This episode of Glee is named after the car part that I'm too afraid to learn how to use. And if you thought that joke sucked, I just want you to know that not all of my bits are hits. My comedy is not automatic. I mean, there's no manual on joke writing. All my car heads will love those ones. Enough car puns though, let's get into the GLEepisode. But first, a little content warning, this episode involves the discussion of domestic violence. We open up with Rachel having an internal monologue, feeling pretty confident about herself and her chances of nailing her NYADA audition later this week. After all, she is a star. She follows some superstitions like walking backwards, avoiding things like door handles and kisses so that way she doesn't get sick. Everything is riding on this audition for Rachel Berry. Finn meets Puck at his locker and he wants to ask him a question. But before that, I want to show you one of the most insane lines Glee has ever written.
I overheard you talking to that sophomore girl yesterday.
Whoa, back off, dude. You got a fiance. Plus, I called dibs on all the chicks whose boobs aren't done growing yet.
I don't get it. I don't get why they still think this is funny 3 seasons in. Minus 150 for this joke. Finn has some questions about their upcoming graduation. He's worried that Puck isn't going to graduate, but he assures him that all he needs to do is pass his European geography test and he'll get his diploma. Let's see how Puck plans to address this issue.
Yeah, but how are you gonna do that?
I got a plan.
Okay, class. What can you tell me about the Danube River? Mr. Puckerman?
It's wet. Real wet. I may not be too good at world geography, but I'm real good at female geography. I'm gonna give Mrs. Dusenberry a little P-U-C-K so I don't get an F.
Britt Glee, as class president, needs to come up with some ideas for the prom theme, but that's not what's important here.
And I'm thinking, if we do alien abductions, we could set up cornfields and probing booths.
Great.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, hell. Looks like Mr. Beast went all Chris Brown on Mrs. Beast. What happened, Coach? Cooter put the smackdown on you because you wouldn't let him be on top?
What did you just say?
Nothing. It was a joke.
So men hitting women is funny to you?
Roz, rightfully, tears into Santana for this joke as she puts Sugar, Britt, Mercedes, and Santana on her watch list. Sue and Roz meet up in the teacher's lounge, and instead of lounging, as teachers do, they talk about their budding rivalry and the conversation that Roz overheard in the previous scene. Will and Beast join their table looking to lounge, you know, as teachers do, but instead are met with conversation about Coach Beast's black eye.
Hey, mind if we join you ladies?
What are you guys talking about?
You're a shiner.
William, your teenage minions have taken this opportunity to start making jokes about violence against women.
Are you serious?
Wait a second, they think I got hit? I was at the gym hitting a speed bag, but my timing was off and it came back and clocked me.
I can't believe any of my kids would make a joke about something that serious.
Well, you better believe it, whatever your name is. I heard him with my own 2 ears.
Yep, you got a problem on your hands, William.
Sue promises to handle the kids' inappropriate joking along with Beast and Roz. We then cut to Kurt and Tina performing the music of the night from the Phantom of the Opera as Blaine watches from the seats of the auditorium. We find that this was meant as a practice for his NYADA edition. Quite the production value for, just practice. Kurt isn't impressed enough with his current setup and wants to spice things up even more. But wouldn't you know it, the scene cuts before we see what he means by that. We need to see Puck try to have sex with yet another adult in this series.
I've wanted you since 9th grade. Ever since I saw you at that canned food drive for depressed Hawaiians.
Displaced Haitians.
Your brain turns me on.
I might be recently divorced and excruciatingly lonely, but I can't be bought.
I'm not buying you. Just give me a D- and I'll tickle your thighs.
All right, we're done here, Mr. Puckerman.
Look, lady, if you don't pass me, I'll flunk out.
Oh, well, maybe, just maybe,
You could crack open a book and study like everyone else.
This unironically makes this random character one of the most moral educators we've seen on the entire Glee series to date, and boy is that bar on the floor. Puck storms out after being rejected and performs Alice Cooper's School's Out as he pontificates the possibility that he may not get his high school diploma after all. He finishes his performance in front of the Glee Club as they all look confused and worried for their friend. We get a bell ring and then a scene change to Roz, Beast, and Sue talking with all the girls from before. Man, it's almost like these short scenes could be put together in one regular length scene, but no, what am I thinking? That would make too much sense pacing wise. Glee was just slightly ahead of their time and using constant TikTok edits to keep our attention. The educators give the 4 students a lesson on domestic violence and how a lot of the times it's hidden as the victim does not feel okay with coming out publicly with what their spouses or loved ones are doing to them. Sue decides to assign this week's Glee lesson around this issue.
Ladies, the American Songbook is chock full of songs making light of men hitting women. And since the only way to get anything into your thick, dopey heads is to force you to sing about it, for this week's assignment, I want you to turn those songs into songs of empowerment that say, you lay a hand on me, it's over.
The scene ends as it lingers on a shot on Coach Beast. All of the guys are in the gym talking about boy things until Finn realizes they're missing a dude.
It's Puck. He's not here. Dropped completely off the grid. Anybody notice that? He doesn't even log on to Call of Duty tourneys anymore.
Oh, no. I'm going into full-blown prayer mode.
They plan to all help Puck graduate by helping him study for his upcoming test. Rachel and Kurt talk about Kurt's new song choice for his Nyada audition, not The Boy Next Door from The Boy from Oz. Rachel thinks the song choice is just a little bit too ambitious for Kurt, but he thinks he needs to go big or go home. Rachel says he should do the Phantom song from earlier and she'll play the role that Tina was doing earlier in order to help him. Kurt happily agrees to go back to Phantom. We then cut to the song that the girls are supposed to be using to learn about domestic violence. They perform Cell Block Tango from Chicago, a song about women who either shot their husband in the head, poisoned them with arsenic, or stabbed them to death, all for their past transgressions and poor treatment of their wives. Now I must admit, I haven't seen Chicago and I don't plan on watching it just to analyze this one song. As they perform this song, however, we see flashbacks of Coach Beast in her kitchen with Cooter sitting at the table drinking a beer. He eventually is standing over her at the dinner table, screaming, smashing his beer bottle, and ultimately the performance is just too much for Shannon and she walks out of the auditorium before they finish. Sue and Roz talk about how the girls missed the entire point of their lesson.
You were supposed to pick a song that gave women the self-esteem and courage to get the hell out of an abusive situation. But oh no, you pick a song about crazy women in their panties killing their men for chewing gum. How is that supposed to help?
How dare you stand up and leave? We all wanted out of that room.
I'm sorry. I was sitting there listening to that song and I couldn't handle it. I was too embarrassed.
Why would you be embarrassed? Those girls were the ones thinking up that auditorium.
He hit me. I didn't get hurt boxing at the gym. Cooter hit me.
Cooter Menkins, a character named solely to make the joke that a masculine woman, Beast, is into Cooter, is now guilty of being a domestic abuser. If Glee had any foresight or care for serious topics such as this one, maybe they would have shied away from the vagina joke. But that is not the Gleeality that we exist in. Coach Beast explains to Roz and Sue about how it all happened. He was drunk, angry, and hit her for not doing the dishes. She explains that he immediately apologized. Roz wonders why Beast didn't just beat his ass given her stature, and she explains that she isn't a violent person and that she doesn't want to leave him because she doesn't think anybody else will love her. Sue offers Beast a place to stay for the night. Plus 500 to Sue and Roz for being there for Shannon. Of course, Glee follows this emotional scene with a scene of Puck denying one of his clients sexual advances as he plans to travel west before the school year ends. He turns and looks over his shoulder as he sees his dad just off screen. The Glies are back in the club laying out their plan to help Puck, but before their full plan gets laid out, Puck comes in on his own.
Roll your wheelchair into the pool, and all of a sudden we... You all right, dude? Well, you look like you saw a ghost, man. What's up?
Just saw my dad. I haven't seen him in 5 years.
I brought us a little refresher. The last six-pack from my microbrewery. Tuckerman's Special Sauce.
I'm good.
Oh, come on. A dad likes to share a beer with his son. Be fine.
Underage drinking aside, Puck's dad is here to ask to borrow some money. He's gonna be short on rent, so Puck gives him $500, mainly as a way to make sure he wouldn't come back. This chance run-in with his dad has motivated him to ask the Glees for help with passing his geography test to ensure he doesn't end up doing the same thing to Beth in the future. The Glees, of course, agree. We cut to the McKinley Auditorium to see Kurt about to perform his NYADA audition. And I'll admit, I've never auditioned for NYADA, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but why would the auditions be at McKinley? Like, there's no way NYADA flies out Whoopi Goldberg's character, oh, by the way, special guest star Whoopi Goldberg is the NYADA director, to every single person in the United States who is a NYADA hopeful? Rachel and Kurt let us know that Whoopi Goldberg's character, Carmen Thibodeau, is a bit of a tough crowd. Kurt freaks out a bit, nervous for his future prospects. Instead of his planned Phantom of the Opera piece, Kurt changes his selection at the last minute from his safe choice to his go for broke number, Not the Boy Next Door. He takes off his Phantom mask and cape as he motions for Brittany, Mercedes, and Tina to dance back up, who he just conveniently had on standby in case Whoopi Goldberg showed up. Now, again, I must admit, I've never seen The Boy from Oz, and I'm not gonna watch it just for this one scene, but Kurt kills this performance, and Whoopi feels similarly.
You know, Hugh Jackman won a Tony Award for playing Peter Allen. Hugh trained with me this summer. I was in residence at the Sydney Opera House, and I'm certain that he would have been as impressed with what you did with that song as I am. A bold choice, young man. I congratulate you for taking such a risk today.
Rachel takes mental note of Kurt's risk. You see, Rachel was going to perform her tried and true, Don't Rain on My Parade, but now she has second thoughts. Before she performs, she gives Finn a hug and takes the stage to perform Don't Rain on My Parade from Funny Girl. They really made it seem like she was gonna do something different. Well, at least we know she's not gonna mess this performance up. I mean, this song is peak Rachel Berry. It must be ingrained in her bones at this point.
I've simply got to. Life's candy and the sun's a... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please let me just start over one more time. I'm sorry. Please just start over again one more time.
Rachel starts over, and we all know that she wouldn't mess up twice.
To live, just sit and putter. Life's candy and the size of...
Oh God.
This isn't happening.
Okay. Third time is the charm.
Oh, okay. Please let me just do it one more time. I could start it over one more time. Excuse me?
You get 8 bars. I gave you 16. Do you know what happens when you forget the words on Broadway? They give the job to your understudy. I'm very sorry, but this audition is over.
No, please. Please. You have to believe me. You just have to please just give me one more chance. Please.
And that, folks, is Glee history. A moment that is meant to be a very heavy-hitting and emotional moment for us to feel for Rachel. But I don't know, I feel like the show has done such character assassination in this past season that I find it hard to empathize with Rachel's character anymore. Say what you want about Rachel in the first 2 seasons, she was selfish, racist, and ignorant, but at the end of the day, I still felt like all of the Rachel Berry hate was just a little bit unwarranted. Like, she still felt like a human who was just prone to making mistakes. And then I started watching season 3. It's like there's this weird balance of the show knowing that Lea Michele is super talented, so they have to have her at front and center, but at the same time, they kept making her character do more and more just like annoying things. Not Glee-VIL things, mind you, just annoying. I mean, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at being so self-obsessed you would attempt to overthrow Kurt for class president.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism.
All of that being said, Rachel's begging for yet another chance, otherwise known as the pleek heard round the world.
Yes, please.
Lives in the annals of History, always ready to be used in clip compilations and memes. We cut from Pleek to Puck, and the Glees cramming for his exam. Joe Fart asks Finn how Rachel is doing, and he tells him that her dads are consoling her after her total choke. Oh, like the episode title! The exam cramming cuts very suddenly into one of the worst songs I think I've ever heard on the show.
I don't know. Dude, just think about it, dude. The rain in Spain falls mainly...
Whatever, in the flatlands, the plains.
What was that?
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Again.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain. I think he's got it.
I think he's got it.
Every single person in this song sounds terrible. The song is The Rain in Spain from My Fair Lady. And I'm familiar with the mnemonic device of the rain in Spain stays mainly in the plane. But God, did this song suck, and was definitely just a way for the gliders to kill a couple minutes before a more important scene. Sue and Beast meet up, and Sue wonders why she didn't stay at her place last night. Beast lets her know that she stayed at her sister's house and has moved in temporarily. She then decides to tell Sugar, Tina, Santana, Brickley, and Mercedes the truth. She confides that Cooter is the one who hit her and warns them about the possible realities of dating an emotionally unstable man.
Cooter always seemed like such a nice guy.
Yeah, I always just thought he was a big smiley doofus.
He is, most of the time. But nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors.
Are you considering pressing charges?
Yeah. And more than that, I got out of there and I moved in with my sister, and that feels really good. But you girls, you not only opened my eyes to this, you maybe even saved my life. Thank you.
It feels a little weird to thank the kids who were making fun of her black eye instead of Sue and Roz, but hey, the message overall is a good one. Because according to the CDC, in the United States, nearly 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men will experience physical violence from their partner, and 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men experience sexual violence in their lifetime. Many of these events go unreported, and far, far too many fail to see repercussions for the abusers. But the important thing to do is to educate people not only how to react to these situations, but to make sure people understand that these things are not okay to do to other people. Something our country is unfortunately not doing a great job on. I mean, the people who are supposed to help in these situations, the cops, would probably agree with me on this. I'd say at least, I don't know, 40% of police officers would agree. Blake, Google 40% of police officers and put it on screen. We finally see Puck taking his exam, and he's failing to recount things that aren't in that horrible song we were recently subjected to. He leaves the class and tells the Glies outside the door that he thinks he's done well. He thanks them for showing him what it means to be a man, and they all gloop hug. Tina, Mercedes, Santana, Sugar, and Brickley then call Coach Beast to the glove room to sing her a song, Shake It Out from My Fair Lady. As they sing, we see shots of Shannon sitting alone in her car outside of a house. She grabs a suitcase and knocks on the door. She is then seen inside, sitting on the couch with her head down. The camera pans out and we see the sleeve of Cooter. She didn't actually leave to go to her sister's after all. Cooter thanks Shannon for giving him a second chance as the girls finish their song. The upsetting outcome of far too many victims of domestic abuse. Pleak is at her locker and Kurt is trying to console her. She congratulates him on his performance and doesn't want to talk about her absolute choke job. They share a hug and I love yous as we cut to Pleak performing Kelly Clarkson's Cry. As she performs, Puck gets his test back and we see his grade, an F. He looks off, disappointed in himself. Rachel finishes the ballad and the episode closes. Cooter, of course, takes the top GLEE-VIL spot for the episode, but it seems like his character arc is not quite over yet. Prom-asaurus, like a play on Bridezilla, because you know this season has been about weddings, but now it's Prom-asaurus. This TV show is killing me. The episode opens up with Rachel mourning the loss of her future dreams on account of her pleaking. She transitions her sights on something of a consolation prize, Prom Queen. I hope I care more about who wins prom royalty this time around. I probably won't. Rachel goes into the bathroom and runs into Becky, who reveals her own plans to win Prom Queen. The election is starting to heat up, though Rachel doesn't seem too bothered. Figgins pulls senior class president Brickley to his office to accost her for not taking her presidential duties seriously. He notes that she is failing all of her classes and that her class presidency is more important for her potential college prospects than ever. Though if she's failing all of her classes, why would she care about college? Like, Brickley doesn't strike me as a very studious type. I don't know why they thought this would be good character motivation for Brittany to get her act together. Figgins threatens to dismember the class president role for all future students should Brittany fail to impress him soon, which is pretty fucked up for him to do, so minus 50 coins.
But I don't want my presidency to be the last one at McKinley. I don't want that to be my legacy.
Well, Madam President, prom is coming up, and if you want to rehabilitate your image, perhaps that's where you should start.
Okay.
Brittany takes this seriously and meets with the prom committee. They reveal their theme of Castle in the Clouds, which is swiftly rejected because castles are too heavy. Haha. A couple more Brickley is really dumb jokes, and then she decides what the theme will actually be.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs?
Yeah. The Bible told me that dinosaurs and cavemen lived side by side for millions of years in peace, and I think that's something that we should totally celebrate.
No, you can't be serious.
That's the worst prom theme ever.
When you insult my dinosaur prom theme, that's bullying, and I will not accept it. By the power vested in me as president, you are all fired. Sorry, Rachel, that includes you. But I guess I'll see you in Glee Club, so. Good meeting, guys.
Sue takes to the PA announcements to announce the prom royalty selections. For King, we have the hockey bully, Finn, and Britt Glee. For Queen, we have Santana, Quinn, and Missy Gunderson. No Becky, no Rachel. Yes, Missy Gunderson. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh my God, Hosh, another Glee Project cast member. And you'd be wrong for thinking that. My name is Josh, not Hosh. But also, Missy Gunderson is a character the Glee Wiki described as, quote, uncredited. So, fortunately for us, Missy Gunderson isn't going to be added to our constantly lengthening list. Unfortunately for Rachel, she didn't get the prom queen ballot nod, but she doesn't seem too broken up about it as Finn comforts her on their way to Glee practice. Why is Rachel being so chill this episode? Before they start practice, Britt Glee shares her plans for the prom theme and the prom voting, including some choice rules.
And last but not least, all hair gel has been banned from the prom.
Right.
I'm actually not joking. Hair gel was not invented until almost 30 million years after the Upper Paleolithic Stone Age. And frankly, I don't like the way you look. Therefore, anyone who shows up to prom wearing hair gel will be turned away at the door. I hereby decree this to be the best prom ever.
Okay, let's start thinking of dinosaur songs.
Ooh, I know one.
I'll smoke a joint tonight. I'll smoke a joint tonight. Me and all these dinosaurs are rolling bones tonight.
Will shares that the Globe will be performing the songs at prom once again, and I would kill for Rory doing a Trevor Moore impression. Rest in peace, Trevor Moore. Also, rest in peace to Chill Rachel. It was a nice 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Hey, did you know about this? I know you knew about this because it was hung at eye level, and I know Quinn couldn't reach up that high to put it there.
Whoa, remember when I told you that if you come at me with the crazy right off the bat, that my head goes all empty and I can't really have a productive
crazy.
conversation?
This is Matt. This is her.
This isn't a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Rachel confronts Finn, but he says he's just being a good friend to Quinn after, you know, the incident. Wait, sorry. Wrong Glee car crash clip. I mean, it's pretty crazy that there are multiple Glee car crash clips for Blake to have to keep track of on their computer files. But that's why we pay Blake the big bucks, folks. Rachel finally breaks and guilts Finn for her shortcomings, so minus 100 for putting that on your fiancé instead of having a normal, healthy conversation about boundaries with Quinn. Speaking of, Joe Fart is helping Quinn walk at her PT appointment and trying really hard to not rub his erection on her this time. She falls, but they laugh it off and talk about how she really wants to show the glove once she's fully able to walk again. Joe Fart promises she'll be on her feet dancing at prom, which is only a couple days away, so unless a Glee-rical happens, Quinn shouldn't get her globes up. We get some more Becky internal monologue with the bullshit British accent, which, need I remind you, is a joke of haha, wouldn't it be funny if someone with Down syndrome sounded like this? She angrily tears down some Glee posters, destroys some xylophones, and knocks over cafeteria trays as kids were waiting in line. So minus 50 for each one of those, minus 400 total for Becky's destruction. Sue tells Becky it's okay that she didn't make the prom queen ticket and invites her to attend prom together. Becky walks away and breaks one more xylophone, though Sue wanted her to do that, so no gloins. We cut to the first musical performance of the Glee episode with Fergie's smash hit Big Girls Don't Cry being performed beautifully by Rachel.
Clarity, peace, serenity.
And then horribly by Kurt.
I hope you know, I hope you know.
I'm sorry, but they did Chris Colfer so dirty on this one. Eventually, Blaine takes the stage and joins in on the singing, showing us how the song should have sounded.
And I'm gonna miss you like a child misses that blanket.
Like, give Kurt the sing-talky bridge instead of the chorus, and I bet this cover would have banged. Rachel dumps to Blurt about the Quinn and Finn of it all, and Kurt talks about not wanting to attend prom due to the bullying he is likely to receive, given that he was voted in as prom queen last year as a write-in candidate. Blaine joins in on the pity party.
So,
Well, how do you think I feel with Brittany's insane ban on hair gel? It's prom. There's going to be balloons all over the place, not to mention the taffeta and the silk blends. The sheer amount of static electricity in that room is going to be terrifying. It's
crazy.
You've never seen my hair without gel. It's baby hair fine. No, I'm going to look like Medusa. It's not funny. I don't want to go.
Well,
I think this maybe would have landed better if they actually made it clear that Blaine was telling a joke to lighten the mood, but Blaine actually being this insecure while perhaps accurately reflective of a teen's anxiety about prom, it's kind of just a dick move and is perhaps signaling to a not so far off future where Blaine becomes kind of an asshole. Perhaps. They vow to all not go to regular prom and instead pitch an anti-prom party and a nod to last season's prom episode. But I don't give a shit about that. Check out this scene transition.
Who says we have to go? You're right, Kurt. But I have a better idea. Kurt.
Fuck, this shit goes so hard. Like, why don't they do stuff like this? Like play that transition on repeat and just pump it directly into my veins. I wish transitions like this were more celebrated, and I wish it would make shows do it more. Like, that shit gets me going. I, unironically, since viewing this episode, have thought about that scene transition multiple times. Rachel lays out her anti-prom party plans, including a hotel room and creative black tie dress code. She invites Becky, though she doesn't seem super interested. Most of the club is in, but not everybody.
Can we just talk about what this really is? Rachel Berry isn't getting her way, so she's punishing the rest of us.
Santana, that's not the case at all.
Stop acting like you're fine and start dealing with your crap. Look, you choked at your big audition. I get it. I'm sorry, but it happens. And I understand that you're pissed off at the universe, but imploding on one of the last nights that we have to spend together because basically you're just not in the mood to dance is maybe the pettiest thing you have ever done.
I mean, Santana's projecting a bit here. Like, I really don't see this anti-prom party thing as bad at all. Santana is just upset that her prom is going to be affected. If people want to go to anti-prom, that's a them thing, you know what I mean? Quinn and Finn talk after the club's meeting, and we find out that Finn is upset that Rachel is doing anti-prom, but is empathetic about Rachel's current situation. Quinn reminds Finn that she is in a wheelchair, which is the worst fate one can have fall upon them in the Glee universe. We then get shown Quinn's true colors a bit as she campaigns for prom queen.
Quinn Fabray, you're so brave to be doing this.
Thank you. The atrophy in my leg is a constant reminder of slow, withering remnants of my past life. The toll can at times be physically and emotionally hard, knowing that I may never walk again. People like you inspire me. Your healthy, normal legs are beautiful.
You deserve this. You've got my vote.
Wow, that was super creepy.
Yeah, so minus 350 for milking her injury for prom queen. Boy, talk about a Prom-asaurus, am I right, folks? Speaking of, we cut to prom night as Brittany and the Cheerios open up with $H's song, Dinosaur. A song about how an older man is hitting on a younger girl, and it is gross and wrong for him to have done that. Glee, take notes. The song is fine, but the choreo, by God, is so strange.
S.A. You are a dinosaur. D-I-N-O-S-A. You are a dinosaur.
Though I suppose it's better than the T-posing $H was hitting in her live performances of this song. But props to the props department and the show for getting weird with it. I like the attempt. Finn goes to look for Quinn and enters the girls' restroom, so minus 1,000 to Finn, and he sees Quinn standing at the mirror.
Hey, Quinn, you in here? You can walk?
Yeah. Isn't it amazing? You're seeing me take my first steps.
So you lied to us? To everybody?
No, I mean, my legs are getting better, but I wanted it to be a surprise. You know, for when I walk up there and get my crown, the crowd will go wild. I really want this.
Like, you may want this, but Rachel needs me, and I picked you over her. Do you know how stupid that makes me feel? You have everything. You're gonna have your crown, you're gonna go to Yale, Rachel has none of that. And tonight, thanks to you, she doesn't even have me.
What? Finn, you are a whole-ass person. You made the decision to ditch your girlfriend. Quinn begs him to stay at the prom so they can get their first dance together as prom king and queen, and maybe I'm crazy, but it seems like they're counting their chickens before they hatch. We then see anti-prom, and maybe I'm wrong, but is this not the biggest hotel room in existence? I mean, look at this. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 separate cuck chairs and a mini fridge. Apparently, Ohio hotels are sick as hell. Becky, who ended up going to anti-prom after all, suggested some strip poker.
What should we do now?
Duh, play strip poker. I forgot.
Becky, Blaine and I are gay, remember?
Never thought me before.
They all aimlessly walk around the hotel room waiting for the party to start, like when you have a teacher leave the classroom and you're just like, cool, we can do whatever we want, and then you just sort of sit there until they get back. They consider putting on a fashion show and watching The Sound of Music.
Yeah, let's go all Sound of Music and make some old-timey couture out of the drapes and sheets. Huh?
Cute gay.
I second that.
And I don't third that, as I am a hashtag ally. We cut from lame-ass anti-prom to cool-ass dinosaur prom as Santana sings Selena Gomez in the scene's Love You Like a Love Song. And not unlike Selena Gomez having the scene back her up, we have Britt Glee backing up Santana in the stupidest little hat I've ever seen. When I first saw this in a promo for the episode, I legit thought, man, if this isn't a Panic at the Disco cover, it's really gonna piss me off. And it turns out, I'm really pissed off. Like, the theme is dinosaur, and this song is pop. I don't get why this outfit makes sense. We get a quick shot of Mercedes and Sam dancing as they look over to Shane and his new girlfriend and share some waves. It looks like everyone is happy tonight.
Looks like everyone's happy tonight.
Hey, that's what I said. Finn is looking around nervously as he dances with Quinn, waiting for the prom royalty to be named. Eventually, he's had enough and says if Quinn doesn't stand up right now, he's going to leave. And just like last season's prom episode, this scene is pretty important, but because there's music playing, I will instead do voiceover to appease the copyright clods.
I love you like a love song, baby. Oh, I love you like
It's just one dance. Can you finish with me?
I love you.
Yeah, I will. As soon as you stand up and show everybody how much you deserve this, how much you deserve to be prom queen. Are you really doing this right now? What? Making you walk? Make you stand up and show everybody how much of a crazy liar you are? Stand up. What's going on, dude? Did you know that she could walk too? You must have with all that physical therapy you've been getting. Hey, just finish the dance, but stand the hell up. What? Huh? What is wrong with you? Hey!
You forcing me to eject you from yet another prom, Hudson?
Not this time, Coach.
Good idea, Frumps. What are you looking at, Jar Jar Binks?
Back at anti-prom, we see some alcohol shots paired with Blaine complaining about the hair gel ban until eventually Finn shows up looking to apologize to Rachel. She walks out in her wedding dress and his jaw is on the floor. They share a kiss and Finn gives a little speech at anti-prom.
This is the last time we're gonna get to be together like this. I wanna dance with my fiancé. I wanna dance with my friends.
Well, I'll just pretend to be a nice sculpture if Brittany sees me, and then she'll just pass me by.
So are you guys gonna come? No, I feel like you're ready to a cocktail.
I'm good. You guys go ahead.
Come on, dude. Be my wingman.
I'll go next year.
You know, I really didn't expect this to turn into we're leaving anti-prom to go to main prom. It feels like them bending to dinosaur prom rules and expectations, and it kind of undermines all of their rebellion this episode. Oh, is that One Direction?
Beautiful, that's what makes you beautiful.
No. The New Directions lead the crowd in some boy band stomp claps to What Makes You Beautiful as the night turns from fun to funner, not the band. Back at anti-prom, Puck is nearly naked playing strip poker with Becky as she dumps about not being able to be the prom queen. Puck decides to reclothe and name himself king of anti-prom and Becky queen of anti-prom. 100 points to Puck as they leave the hotel room arm in arm. Pleak meets with Quinn in the hallways outside of prom to apologize about being so Rachel this week. She gives some compliments about Quinn and how she's so inspirational and how glad she is to have her as a friend, blah blah blah. This makes Quinn feel bad about being in a wheelchair and overselling her injury status. As that scene ends, Puck and Becky walk into prom with their crowns atop their domes. Sue congratulates Becky, but Becky betrays her trust and distracts her as Puck spikes the punch. So minus 1,500 to Becky and Puck for drugging an entire underage prom. Pucky share a dance together in victory. Back to the prom royalty results. Quinn has won, but she doesn't quite feel any different. Maybe because prom queen is a meaningless title, and maybe because she lied to garner more sympathy votes. Who knows? Quinn and Santana swear to go out making a difference their senior year. So I guess that Quinn isn't going to get queen after all. Holy fuck, who fucking cares about this fucking shit? Oh my god. Back to things that are super important, Blaine shows up without hair gel, and it's literally fucking fine. Britt Glee tells him to put some back in, and she's sorry, but Kurt is like, no, you're so good looking without it, and Blaine is all, okay, thanks. Figgins then takes the stage to name prom king and queen, and of course, as decided by the counts, that Santana and Quinn did. Kurt is called up to crown this year's winners. For king, we get Finn Hudson himself. Everyone cheers, whoopee, not Goldberg. And now for queen. Will it be Santana? Will it be Quinn? Will it be Mabel Granson or whatever the fuck her name was from earlier in the episode? Let's find out.
Students, for the second year in a row, we have Prom Anarchy. Receiving the majority of write-in votes, I would like to welcome on the stage Miss Rachel Berry.
Boo! This sucks so much. Like, I'm sorry, but Rachel just doesn't deserve this. Like, I can't wait. Holy shit. Why do I care? It's fake prom in a fake show. Kurt crowns Rachel, the newly appointed prom king, and Queen share their first dance. Quinn and Santana perform Berlin's Take My Breath Away while Rachel and Finn sway. Rachel is nervous that this is some kind of sick joke, but Finn assures her that she deserves prom queen. Lie. And that she is amazing. Debatable. We get some photo booth-esque shots, and we get like the first speaking line for Tina in what feels like half a season, as she laments how high school is about to end. Quinn takes to her feet to sing the last bit of the song. Everyone claps, for in the Glee universe, this is like seeing Frankenstein's monster turn into Helen of Troy. And that is how the second annual prom episode comes to a close. A pretty point-heavy episode in the end, and kind of insane that they left us on a domestic abuse cliffhanger the episode before, and never once addressed that plot at all. Becky topped the Glarts with 1,900 GLEE-VIL points, with Puck not too far behind. Okay, so prom is finally over, and that means everything the season has been building up to this year. Nationals. Kind of. This episode and the next episode were aired back to back. Of course, this episode is titled Props, and the next episode is titled Nationals. So I guess this isn't Nationals, but the edging right up to Nationals. Cool. Well, let's see what this episode is all about. According to the Glicky, that's the Glee Wiki, every storyline from the episode Choke is continued in this one. So why did they put prom in between them? Surely you could have moved prom to episode 18 and have Choke/Props be back to back with Nationals after? Surely that would have made more sense, no? In fact, this episode has an intro recap of nearly 50 seconds, which is the longest in the entire series, which kind of just shows that if you aired it back to back with the relevant episode, people would maybe feel more attached to the plot. I don't know. Just a thought. We open the episode with Kurt and Mercedes being blamed for the immense success of one Unique Adams. Her ability paired with her courage to express herself are giving vocal adrenaline some major momentum heading into Nationals. Sue's plan to combat Unique's stage presence?
Porcelain, you will wear this flapper dress and perform at Nationals as Porcelina. You already have the lady gait and the lady voice, and you'll have to start smoking, though, because this dress is a size 2.
Okay, just because I'm gay does not mean I like to dress up like a woman.
Oh, come on.
What about Halloween, Kurt?
Trick or treat, bada bing.
Hey, what's a guy gotta do to get a candy situation up in here, huh?
Okay, that was a Halloween costume, and it is a far cry from starting out on the stage at Nationals in a dress, which is absolutely out of the question.
Well, then the New Directions will lose. Hate to say it, kiddo. But if we want to beat vocal adrenaline at Nationals, it's tucking time.
So much to dissect here, but in lieu of all of that, we'll just hit Sue with minus 450 gloins. And Sue's going to keep making these jokes throughout the episode, and I'm not going to point out each one, so I'll just keep a running tally and update at the end. We cut back from the title card to Rachel performing I Won't Give Up by Jason Mraz. She starts in her room and then is seen walking the halls of McKinley, and maybe I'm looking too much into the lyrics, but god damn it, they're gonna give her Niata after all of the shit about her choking at the audition, aren't they? Also, this is just one of only 4 songs this episode. And you might think that that would mean that this episode needs some serious plot to make up the runtime normally occupied by performances. But, you know, this is season 3 of Glee, so probably not. Rachel ends her song, and then we see her dial Whoopi Goldberg and leave a voicemail asking her to watch her performance at Nationals in the hopes that she sees her true talent. Back in the Glee Club room, Sue and Will are getting the students ready for Nationals. Sue does some transphobic sentiment and then an Oprah impression as the students reach under their chairs for some props. Like the name of the episode. Will asks for anyone not committed to giving their all to this last week before Nationals to leave the room, and Tina, surprisingly, starts to walk out.
Whoa, Tina, where are you going?
You guys don't need me. Carry on. Tina, you don't understand. I need this. Because you blew an audition, that's not a reason for you to get a solo at Nationals. Maybe the rest of us would like one too.
I wouldn't mind another one before I get deported.
I want one, even though I can't sing.
Tina, Rachel is a senior.
So are you, but you can bet the only thing you'll be doing is a dance break with Brittany. Other people matter.
Tina, you may not always get all the solos, but you are a key player. I put you in charge of costumes.
Wow, like that's some prize. You want props to move around? Well, I'm a human prop, and I'm sick of it.
Take a lap and cool down, Asian number 1.
My name is Tina. Tina Cohen-Chang.
And don't get me wrong, Tina is definitely one of the most underrepresented Glee members out there. But She's a junior. She'll have an entire year as senior Cohen Chang. Why couldn't this plot be given to Mercedes and finally allow her character one last chance to shine? Mike follows Tina into the hallways and Tina correctly points out that what she is doing is considered selfish, but when Rachel does it, she's just being ambitious. It's a real double standard for Will's favorite. Mike walks away and says he's disappointed in her. Rachel comes out and offers Tina $50 to have this outburst after nationals, which is insane. She repeats that she is tired of just being a team player and she demands her chance to be in the spotlight. Rachel goes on this diatribe about how it's super hard to be Rachel Berry and Tina can get her chance next year. Tina doesn't buy it and walks away from her. Tina then goes to the mall to fulfill her role as Glee Club costumer. She runs into Kurt and Blaine as she's got her hands full of material. She gets a text from Mike, one that pushes her over the edge.
I can do everything Rachel Berry can.
Oh my God, Tina!
Oh God!
Tina.
Get her!
Tina, are you okay?
Can you hear me?
Look at me.
Oh my God, this is like Days of Our Lives.
Can you hear me? I think she's lost
It's me, Kurt.
Rachel, it's me.
Just call me Rachel?
Rachel, Kurt and I just saw you fall into the fountain. We think you may have hit your head.
We need to get you back to the Glee Club ASAP.
Why?
And we need to get your solo ready so you can win us a national championship.
Oh my God. I'm Rachel Berry.
Yes, we are getting a Freaky Friday episode, but not like really, because none of the other characters are Freaky Friday. It's more like an extended traumatic brain injury that probably should have been looked at by at least one medical professional. Here are the character swaps that happened. Rachel and Tina, Kurt and Finn, Puck and Blaine, Santana and Artie, Brittany and Mercedes, Quinn and Sugar, Sam and Rory, Mike and Joe, Sue and Will. Now I'm going to be super for real for a second. This entire body switching plot does not matter. So I'm going to be skipping a lot of it, like pretty much all of it. Good for Jenna Ushkowitz and her character Tina for getting the screen time and chance to shine, but again, we still have another season of this character in high school. Just know that the longest lasting thing this episode gave us is the nightmare fuel that is Darren Criss Angel with a puck mohawk and Matthew Morrison in a tracksuit looking like he can hit the deepest Slav squat you've ever seen outside of a gas station while blasting a dart. I somehow found a way to make Will Schuester sound cool. Tina, as Rachel, performs Celine Dion's Because You Loved Me, complete with a transition to auditorium stage for absolutely no reason, considering they were all already listening to her in the Glee practice room. Some Rachel, Tina, and Tina Rachel dialogue later, we see the Glub practicing Sue's number for nationals via the prop she supplied earlier. The kids are struggling with the heavy welding masks and associated welding instruments. Sue is upset that they aren't doing better and says they can get rid of the welding getup if Kurt decides to wear the sequin dress. He refuses and suggests a new approach. We don't hear that new approach, however, as we get Brits and 80s approaching Coast Beast, a teacher, in the teacher's lounge where she is lounging as a teacher. They mention that she is still wearing her wedding ring and that Mercedes saw her and Cooter at a screening for 21 Jump Street together. Really? That movie was out when this episode aired? Glee is getting way too recent for my liking. Beast tries to communicate to the kids what's going on.
But you just don't understand how complicated adult relationships can be.
I mean, he hit you and you stayed. What's complicated about that?
I'm very sorry if this is confusing for you, but what's the world worth if people don't get a second chance?
Wait, so you're saying he changed?
Well, he knows now that if he treats me bad again, I am out.
You're so selfish! You're selfish for making me feel this way, and I hate feeling like this. You know you push my buttons, and you know the kind of stress
So we see Cooter is still emotionally abusing Coach Beast, so minus 5,000 coins. Mercedes doubts Cooter's ability to change so quickly, and the trio invite Coach Beast to accompany them to nationals to get away from her husband for a weekend. She declines and thanks them for the offer of help. The Glee Club is in the locker room, watching Vocal Adrenaline set and formulating a game plan. Sue insists that Unique is just a prop to the judges and doubles down on needing one of the Glies to dress and drag for them to stand a chance. Tina then finds Rachel in the auditorium practicing and draws attention to the Freaky Friday situation we were all privy to.
Have you heard back from Carmen Thibodeau yet? No, I have to accept the fact that I'm not going to. I've emailed her and called her, and there's nothing left that I can do. You could go see her. It's what you suggested I do in the body swapping dream I had about us. When I fell in the fountain at the mall and hit my head, it was like Freaky Friday. I was you and you were me, and Kurt was Finn, and he wanted to have sex with me as you. That's very disturbing. But then you as Tina told me as Rachel, go see Carmen Thibodeau in person and not take no for an answer. Okay, I'm very confused, but the advice I gave myself in your dream was good.
Tina conveys that Whoopi Goldberg is teaching a class in Oberlin, Ohio, and suggests they take a trip to see her in the middle of a school week, just days before nationals. And you know I checked, and that is a 260-mile round trip just to pleek her way into getting another shot at NYADA. I would give Tina some points here because this is a very nice thing to do on the surface, but this is pretty much just stalking and harassing Whoopi Goldberg at this point, so no good points for Tina. Back in the glove room, they're still trying to find their big twist and or prop to really wow the judges at nationals, and then in walks the biggest twist and or prop yet.
Puck?
Hello. My eyes are burning.
Look at those legs.
I am strangely turned on right now.
Please only address me by my stage name, Lola.
Puckerman, I respect your commitment to winning, but without a doubt, you're the ugliest woman I've ever seen. For a second there, I thought you were Beast's sister.
It's not about being pretty. It's about someone in here having the balls to do what he has to do to put us over the top.
Well, you know, if this is gonna work, you're gonna have to shave off all your body hair.
Enough! Sue, look, I really appreciate all the help you've been giving us, but I'm done with all this props madness. All we're doing for the next 3 hours is learning choreography for Dashboard. Puck, go change.
You can't unsee something like that.
Very rich coming from Mr. Hairography. In the halls, Puck gets bullied by the background hockey bullies for wearing the dress from earlier, but he doesn't back down, standing by his decision. Oh, and then he does this.
Face it, Puck, you're the guy we all used to make fun of when we were freshmen. The one who used to hang out in front of 7-Eleven picking up on high school girls after graduating, and in 2 months be buying my little brother beer and just begging him to take you to a party. You're a Lima loser. Rip that mullet off your head. You want to fight? Fine. But not here, out by your dumpster. See, I don't want to get in trouble, because unlike you, got a lot to lose.
So a fight is scheduled between two characters who I do not give a single care about, which is saying something when one is a background character and the other is someone who has been in the Glee Club since the first season. The next Tina and Rachel scene isn't important, so Blake, just skip it. The fight is here. Some insults are thrown around and then the fight starts. There's no negative gloints here as this is a consensual sharing of violence. Puck ultimately gets his shit rocked and then tossed into a dumpster as a direct parallel to the opening scenes of the series where Puck was throwing Kurt in the dumpster. Not to be fully humiliated, Puck pulls out a switchblade and hops out of the dumpster. Beast jumps in to break up the murder attempt.
Whoa, whoa, dude, what the hell are you doing, man?
I'm not a loser.
Drop it! Get over here! Drop it! The show's over! Everybody go home!
Oh, how I wish that were true. Beast takes Puck to the locker room to yell at Puck for pulling a weapon where he reveals it was a rubber prop from West Side Story. Ah, okay. Just a silly goofy knife. You're all good, Puckerman. Still minus 500 though for threatening background bully like that. They get a scene where Puck talks about feeling worthless and nothing due to his parents not really being there for him and that he thinks he's going to fail his senior year. Beast empathizes with Puck as she knows that the tough people like themselves are just expected to take shit and never show emotions. They hug as they both cry. Next, we see Whoopi Goldberg in an auditorium, watching a student perform. After he's done, Rachel and Tina walk in, and Rachel makes her case for NYADA. It's not going super great until Tina steps in.
Miss Thibodeau, I know exactly how you feel. Rachel Berry is a pain in the ass. What she wants, she gets. And I've spent a lot of time resenting her for it. But the fact is she gets it because she's exceptional. Not just the voice, which is sick, but the focus, the drive. How often do you come across the real deal?
The real deal that couldn't remember the words to the song?
Which is as rare as a Bigfoot sighting. She had an off day and that decides her entire future?
Miss Thibodeau, I realize that I'm asking you to take me into special consideration, but let me ask you, you've had an amazing career. Did you get there by playing it safe? Please. We're performing our nationals in Chicago, and we saw that you're going to be singing there at the Lyric Opera, and before you close the door, I need you to hear me sing. I have to. There's nothing that I'm as good at or as passionate about or that brings me that much joy. And I think that sets me apart.
Yes, Rachel, no one else who tries to get into NYADA thinks singing is fun. I'm sorry, but the fact that you're going to end up giving her NYADA is so fucking insane. Back at Coach Beast's home, Cooter has ordered some Hawaiian pizza. He tries to apologize to Shannon and promise that he won't lose his cool ever again, and he really means it this time. She stands there without saying anything for a while, then pulls out Puck's fake knife.
What? Are you gonna stab me?
No, with that one. It's fake. Maybe the big one in the kitchen. The one I've been sleeping with at night under my pillow.
God, baby, I'm so sorry. How do we let it get so out of hand?
We? I don't know why you're speaking French, Cooter, but there ain't no we about this situation. Beast says she's out. She tells him she is leaving him and her ring.
Please. Don't leave me, okay? You can't hate me any more than I already hate myself.
I don't hate you. That's the awful part of it. I love you. But what does that say about what I think of me?
What are you gonna do, huh? Just walk out on me? Who's gonna love you the way I loved you, Shannon? Who's gonna love you now?
Me.
I cannot believe this isn't the same episode as Gleeky-Glider. Swifties rejoice as the opening chords of Taylor Swift's Mean is strummed by Noah Puckerman. Puck and Beast perform a duet in the auditorium. A song meant to put the people who have caused them so much pain and suffering behind them as they look forward to a much brighter future for both of them. A pretty nice moment, if not a little underscored by boiling down an abusive husband and neglectful parents to them being mean. After their duet, they talk. Beast mentions that she talked the history teacher into giving Puck another chance to pass the class. He gets to retake the exam and Beast is going to work to help him study. She thanks him for helping her, though she doesn't fully explain what she means by that. So plus 500 points to Beast for being just a straight up good educator in this moment. Tina, Sugar, Joe Fart, and Rory are in the glove room sewing some clothes. The three newbies complain about being relegated to costume duty at the behest of the other students, but Tina relays all of the lesson that she learned this week. If Rachel gets her way, then it's all worth it. I mean, seriously, what other lesson are we supposed to get from this?
The seniors treat us like plebes. I mean, this is Rachel Berry's dress, right? She should sew it herself.
Rachel's probably practicing her songs right now, over and over again, until her vocal cords bleed. And none of us would be going to Chicago if not for her commitment to Glee Club, so show some respect.
While we're acting like shrubbery in the background.
Put in the work. Be a good team player and you'll get your solos. And maybe next year it'll be as a part of a group that won nationals.
Be a team player? Because when has Rachel done that? Straight up, the lesson is if you're a favorite, you can be selfish. If not, tough luck. Glee failing to understand true representation and equity is so overdone at this point of the show. Will and Sue are trying to finalize a set list for nationals when Beast walks in. She asks to come with them as a chaperone. She also shares that she left Cooter.
Welcome aboard, Shannon.
The episode ends with Rachel and Tina finally performing Sue's suggestion for nationals. Irene Cara's Flashdance, What a Feeling. The song serves as a sort of passing of the torch from Leah Michelle's Rachel Berry to Jenna Ushkowitz's Tina Cohen Chang. They all board the bus, ready to close the book on Rachel's senior year at nationals. Cooter naturally takes the top GLEE-VIL spot here, as Sue only racked up 5 transgressions worth of gloints in the episode. And again, I do think the show suffered from separating the domestic violence storylines and placing the prom episode in the middle, and then also pairing them up with a Freaky Friday situation on one end and Puck trying to have sex with a teacher so that way he can pass high school on the other. That being said, I think it is one of the best handled storylines Glee has done when it comes to the serious topics it attempts to tackle, really showing how difficult it can be for abuse victims to speak up and leave their situations. So credit where credit is due. Nationals. And like, we all know they're gonna win, right? I don't think the Gliders have the backbone to not have the New Direction seniors leave without this Nationals title. So what are they gonna do to make it entertaining? Introduce some celebrity guest judges in a desperate attempt to increase viewership? Almost. Certainly. Leave your guess down below as to who they can be. Remember, it's 2012, and it's a celebrity that has some name recognition, but not too famous, because this is season 3 of Glee after all, and ooh, I got it! Neil deGrasse Tyson. He would be perfect for this show. He'd be all, what's interesting about Glee is that the characters on it don't always portray a sense of happiness. So really the show should be called Depression or Malice, or really any emotion, and it would make just as much sense. And then everyone would be like, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we won't be sick of you for another 3 years. You're so funny. Do you have any jokes about mirrors? And then he smugly goes, in a mirror, you can only kiss yourself on the lips. And then everyone will laugh, and NDGT, that's short for Neil deGrasse Tyson, chat, I'm using slang, thinks, wow, that joke performed well above expectations. If one were to repeat it over the span of many years, and mind you, many is relative as in the vast cosmos a year is just a blip of dust on the astral timeline, one could conceivably receive a generous amount of Twitter likes. And then he does just that. He tweets it out once. And then once more. And one more time. and another, and another.
Try that.
You have to kiss yourself on the lips. Ben, did you get it?
Felt that.
Let's hope we get some Neil. It would be a complete fever dream of a guest judge. Speaking of fever dreams.
What's going on? How bad is it?
The temperature's 101 degrees. And given the fact that Wheezy's complaining about an upset stomach, it's either Amazonian dengue fever or the H1N1 supervirus.
Or I have food poisoning.
We all wanted burritos for lunch, so we went to Chipotle, but Mercedes tried some dive called Senora Salsation.
Well, word please. With Monique down for the count, we are entering the Hunger Games of show choir competition without one of our most powerful voices. We need to have a plan.
Right, because if New Directions doesn't win, that means you go back to being co-captains of the Cheerios with Ross Washington.
Your sniping is as expository as it is wrong.
Oh, thanks, Sue. I was going to complain about how Glee has gotten so bad that they have to remind their audience why Sue is even here in the first place by awkwardly inserting lines in the first minute of the episode, but since you called out Will's dig as expository, I don't have to. Although I still think I kind of just did. Oh well. I mean, what will the Glee Club do without one of their best singers, who they never use? Mercedes is integral to the Glee Club as a member who is constantly overlooked. It's just a shame that she got sick by eating food, which is just another play on the Mercedes is fat trope. Will pitches Quinn to take over for Mercedes in the Triple Tones number for the show as Mercedes is on bed rest. Emma meets Will in the hallway in a very emotionally different scene after the title card. Take a look.
Hey. You okay?
What if we don't win? What's gonna happen with those kids?
Really feels like there should have been a scene between these two. Which means, yes, for the first time ever, I'm complaining that Glee didn't split a scene up. Emma comforts her fiance until Coach Beast appears and tells him to come check out an emergency downstairs.
He's studying for geography while we're trying to rehearse. It's bogus. I already know the dance. You dance like you got your feet caught in bear traps. You're trying to gnaw them up.
Are they trying to speedrun all of the emotions I get while watching Glee? First, hope that the series can recapture its early season 1 magic. Then, depression sets in as I realize it was much more likely that the first 13 episode arc was a fluke. This turns to anger as it sets in that I have to cover 3 more seasons of this show. The guys are fighting as tensions are high given how much they want to win nationals. Will channels their passion into their dancing and gets everyone working together for what they want. The show to end. I mean, nationals. Jesse St. King George shows up at Nationals because, you know, he's the coach of vocal adrenaline or whatever, and he uses this opportunity to berate Rachel about her hopes of having Whoopi Goldberg reconsider her NIADA application.
If I were you, I'd be spending more time focusing on how you're going to wrap up 4th place and looking for her. There's no way in hell Carmen Thibodeau is coming here.
Wait, how do you know about Carmen?
It's my business to know everything that goes on with my competition. I'm always looking for that extra edge. Hate to think you pulled the same choke job up there today.
Look, I know exactly what you're doing right now, okay? We didn't date for that long, and I don't even know how much of it was actually real, but when you get nervous, you get mean, and you get really pale, and then you start putting your hands through your hair like Danny Zuko. So.
Red to filth. Yes, Rachel. Wait, I'm sorry, hang on, pause. What the fuck did the opening credits just say? Perez Hilton? That's the guest star? He is the most repulsive person to have on the show I could think of in 2012. Just having him on the show is the biggest insult to queer culture ever since I did that red to filth bit a couple of seconds ago, which I would like to take this moment to sincerely and formally apologize for. For some reason, Rachel takes this time to reassure Jesse and his insecurities, which is certainly more than he deserves. Finn gets in a couple of awkward sentences and a handshake before the scene ends. Finn meets Rachel as she's doing her makeup and offers her a Chicago glass because remember, Nationals is in Chicago this year, which you might not have remembered or realized, especially compared to last season's Nationals episode titled New York, where they have multiple scenes across iconic New York locations. In fact, the previous scene with Jesse St. James wasn't even shot in Chicago. It was shot at the Luckman Fine Arts Complex at California State University in Los Angeles. As you can tell by comparing the stairs here with this image and this establishing shot compared to this image from the Luckman Fine Arts Complex Facebook page. And look, I get it. Making a show while flying an entire cast and crew to a different part of the US is expensive, but you could have at least tried to get a couple of establishing shots in Chicago. I mean, the show is set in Ohio, and the least they could do is pay homage to the Midwest via some Chicago love and the Nationals episode set in Chicago. I mean, at this point, why not just set Nationals in Los Angeles? Anyway, Finn and Rachel talk their marriage for a bit, and we learn that Finn bet the background hockey bully $500 that the New Directions are going to win Nationals. That money money was supposed to be for their honeymoon, so minus 100 to Finn because while that is fucked up, I don't know, it's a honeymoon fund. Plus, he's gonna win it back, and even if he didn't, he doesn't have to pay up. I mean, what is the hockey guy going to do? Break Finn's legs like a mob boss? Betting when you know you can't lose is like free money. And that's why this video is sponsored by ChanceBet, the #1 sports betting app at taking your money slowly over time without you really realizing it. ChanceBet, gotta lose your money somehow. After Finn and Rachel's talk, Will enters the room to deliver his pep talk to the kids, but Finn interrupts and asks to give one himself. The kids all tell Mr. Shu that the Glids want to win it all for him and thank him for being such a good teacher, which they must not have shown him being a good teacher the entire time we've been watching the show because I wouldn't call him a good teacher. There was an episode this season portraying how bad of a teacher he was. And wasn't there like an entire character who he frequently fucked over due to his own personal hangups? Like, who was that character? It's slipping my mind.
Now, I know you weren't planning on doing a show circle without me.
The gang is ready to take the stage and begin their nationals performance. Though, of course, this is the part where we are introduced to the celebrity judges.
America's sweetheart, Lindsay Lohan. Hollywood gossip legend, Perez Hilton.
Okay, let's just hope that's all we get from those two. The Treble Tones take the stage and perform Lady Gaga's Edge of Glory. It's fine. Do I need to do the thing of where the hell did they get all those extra performers from again? Or do you just get how stupid this is as a plot point by now? That the Gliders couldn't just write the non-Rachel girls getting a chance to shine, so they had to create an entirely separate group within their own group to perform. Turns out, Whoopi Goldberg is not in her seat when Rachel takes the stage post Treble Tones. She walks out in slow motion and then sings Celine Dion's It's All Coming Back to Me Now, with the others backing her up. Thank God the show is finally doing the, hey, sometimes Rachel doesn't always get what she wants thing, instead of just having Whoopi Goldberg come in mid-Rachel performance. And if you can't tell by that previous sentence, Whoopi Goldberg comes in mid-Rachel performance. Post-Rachel performance, Finn and the rest of the New Directions perform Meatloaf's Paradise by the Dashboard Light as their vintage song as required by the Nationals Competition Committee. I personally would have chosen a good song to perform at Nationals, but hey, that's just me. I'm just kidding, Meatloaf fans. All 7 of you can stop typing that comment about how actually Meatloaf is the best band of all time and is underrated. Listen, I do a lot of things to farm YouTube comments. Maybe talk shit about the male manipulator in Baldur's Gate 3, aka Gale, or disparage an entire art form like tap dance, aka crap dance, but I wouldn't put down the musical stylings of Meatloaf. No, I won't do that. You know, like this song. The New Directions finish their performance and everyone loves it. Mercedes and Kurt then meet with Unique pre-show as she deals with all of the pre-show pressure that is mounting up. They push her to climb the mountain of anxiety and kill her performance, wishing her luck.
You okay?
Good luck.
Break a heel.
I'll tell you what. Unique might need to transfer schools next year.
Oh, spoilers! God damn it. Well, now we all know that this character that they introduced in the 7th hour of season 3, yet already have given a better storyline than Mercedes, Tina, Puck, Artie, Rory, or Joe Fart ever got, is going to come back next season. Unique and Co. take the stage for their performance as she leads them in singing Starships by Nicki Minaj, followed by Pinball Wizard by The Who, but Elton John's version. And I guess the main notable thing is this kids bop ass lyric change they did in Starships.
Can't stop higher than any other.
Like, I understand why they couldn't say higher than a motherfucker, but hitting the gang vocals and saying higher than any other seems like an objectively worse choice than just doing the radio edit version of the song. And then when New Directions ultimately win, you have something the judges can harp on like, oh, I didn't like Vocal Adrenaline's song choice, it was too vulgar. I don't know, this one line really ruined an otherwise fine cover, and I guess that kind of pisses me off just a little bit. We get the usual view into the judge room as they decide who the winner of this year's Nationals is. They do some lame attempts to humanize Perez Hilton, and frankly next to zero of the jokes in this segment land as Perez is trying to paint Lindsay Lohan as a show choir lover, as a derogatory. We leave the judge's room before finding out who they'll be voting for. Jesse King George St. James finds Whoopi Goldberg wandering the halls, as Whoopi Goldberg is known to do, and puts in a good word for Rachel. He previously had auditioned for Nyada in front of Whoopi Goldberg, and he failed to get in. As he walks away, she remembers him. She wishes him luck, and unfortunately, this was a very nice thing for Jesse to have done, so plus 300 gloints to him. Unfortunately for you all, every time Jesse does something nice, I have to info dump about something I've read about him, so let's look at this Entertainment Weekly article titled Leah Michelle Once Let Jonathan Groff Explore the World of her body. Subtitled, Talk About Grasping at Pearls with His Fingertips, which, if you're like me, you don't know that this is a reference to the line sung by Lea Michele in Spring Awakening, in which she starred opposite one Jonathan Groff. This article focuses on something that was in a documentary about Spring Awakening, where we find out this.
This vagina before, would you show me? And I was like, sure.
In particular, I was interested in like the like geography of the different parts, because I always thought that the clitoris was like right above the vagina hole.
And I took a desk lamp.
And she took a fucking desk lamp.
And showed him. That's how close we are.
I didn't realize it was so far north. And now I know.
Hey, and shout out for Robbie on TikTok for this comment, where they say, if this were a Glee episode, they would sing Wet Ass Pussy after this. And this comment inspired me to write a little Glee fanfic of my own, so let me know what you guys think. Interior, Glee practice room. The new directions are awaiting on Mr. Schu's lesson, but they have their own song selections on their mind. Sam walks in with Artie, humming the melody to Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion's WAP, as Artie opens his laptop. Hey guys, check out this new song I heard from my favorite political commentator. Dude, you better not be talking about who I think you're talking about. Yeah, Artie, just because Ben Shapiro talks fast doesn't mean he's smart. Exactly, like, I talk really fast and you can't even cast your phone screen to me, so there's no way I'm smart. Santana rolls her eyes. Wait, Artie, I thought this song was about female empowerment. Why would you get it from a conservative political commentator? Well, it is about female empowerment. I don't watch Ben Shapiro every morning for his media takes, just his geopolitical content and race dynamics. He seems to have a really good grasp on that stuff. Mike takes his laptop and opens up Twitter. You mean like when he tweeted in 2010, Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage? Because that doesn't seem like a good grasp on geopolitics and race dynamics. That just seems racist. Well, yeah, but, or how in 2012 he tweeted, fact, rap isn't music, and if you think it is, you're stupid. Which isn't outright racist, but certainly feels like it. Wait, hold up, let me chickadee check that. You sure this isn't AI? Yeah, sorry. Damn, how could homie not like rap? I'm sorry, everyone. I won't show you the song. Mr. Schu walks in. What song? Oh, nothing. Will begins writing on the dry erase board. Okay, well today's lesson is going to be empowerment. I was watching my favorite morning YouTube series and I came across a little song I'd like to show y'all. But first, I'd like to enlist the help of Miss Pillsbury, if you kids don't mind. Emma walks in. She looks like she has a ton more money than she did before. Her wedding ring is noticeably absent. Will, what are you doing? I thought you said Sugar's dad accidentally bulk ordered hand sanitizer from the COVID shutdown and was handing it out. Wait. Mr. Schu, why did you call her Miss Pillsbury and not Mrs. Schuester? Is there something you're not telling us? Well, you see, kids, marriage is... We got divorced. The kids all gasp. Is that why you've been showing up to school in worse and worse clothes? Yes, the divorce proceedings have been quite hard on me. I tried to tell Will that we didn't need to go to court, but he insisted and Her lawyer took all of my money, which is fine, because women deserve to be empowered. Right, class? So Emma, sit right here. Will pulls out a chair to the side of the room. And please, just listen to what I have to say. Guys, hit it. The camera cuts to the 7 whitest session musicians you've ever seen. One begins to pluck on an upright bass as we hear Sue Sylvester begin to sing. There's some whores in this house. 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 Sue walks in and nods to Will. I said, certified freak. 7 days a week. Sue and Will then duet rap WAP by Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion in a way that can only be described as lyrical gentrification. Artie joins in and does a Ben Shapiro impression over the lyrics. The performance ends with Sue and Artie pouring a bucket of water over Will as he wears a mop head as a faux wig. He is kneeling in front of Emma, his eyes begging her to take him back, and his chest heaves up and down from the performance. Emma looks quickly to the kids and then back at Will. I'm sorry. I have to go. She gets up to leave but slips on the water. Will tries to catch her but he's too late. She cracks her head open on the floor. Will picks her up in a kind of homage to Cersei and Joffrey in the Purple Wedding in Game of Thrones as he stares into Emma's eyes once again, though instead of begging her to take him back, he's begging the show choir gods to spare his ex-wife. We cut to a graveyard where there is a funeral for Emma. Everyone is there wearing all black. Noticeably absent is Will. We cut to see him standing at the road, too ashamed to confront Emma's Nazi parents after what he did to their daughter. Under his breath, Will whispers, I vow to never rap again. It isn't even music, and if you think it is, you're stupid. Lightning flashes and it begins to rain. As the thunder cracks, the camera closes in on Will's face. With each flash, it changes to the face of Ben Shapiro. End of episode 1. And that is the only logical way that I foresee that scene happening. Hit me up, Ryan Murphy. I am so available for the Glee boot if you'll have me, my lord. Back to nationals, the judges give out an MVP award, which is kind of insane to just add that, but they give it to Unique before naming the top 3 finalists. The Portland Scale Blazers win 3rd. Cool. Vocal Adrenaline and the New Directions are left standing. And after a long time, the winner is announced.
The 2012 National Show Choir Champions. From McKinley High in Lima, Ohio, the New Directions.
The New Directions all jump up and down in joy as the confetti falls. They take the trophy back to the halls of McKinley, where all of the other students await their return. The background hockey bullies approach them, slushy cups in hand. Whoa is right. What a fake out. I think if I had to criticize this scene, and I do, I mean, it's kind of the entire point of this series, it's that it kind of is lame to hit everyone with like a happy ending. The kids are celebrated for being in Glee Club and winning. Sue gets her Cheerios position back. Finn gets his $500 from the hockey bullies, and Will gets laid. Yes, really, they make it a point to show us that Will gets some Emma pussy. Like, isn't the whole point of this show that these kids are a bunch of misfits and the audience can see themselves in them? By making the misfits now fit in, what else is the show for? If this was a series finale, I'd get it, but it's not. Narratively, I feel like this betrays the entire point of the show. It just kind of outlines where the show has gone wrong and how they've sort of lost what Glee originally meant to people. After Group Love's tongue-tied, Finn and Rachel are called to Figgins' office. He gives them bumper stickers for winning nationals, nice, and a wedding gift for their upcoming wedding. It's $5. Pretty funny. Figgins is pretty underutilized as a character. He asks if the New Directions can perform at a special event the following day, and Finn says yes before he or we find out what the special event is. We cut to the school at nighttime as Will and Emma are about to smooch. Sue interrupts and tells them that the award ceremony is about to start, and apparently there's a faculty award ceremony, which is something that has never been mentioned on the show, so that's cool. Finchel takes to the stage to award Teacher of the Year, and it goes to Will, which is crazy because, again, he literally was chased out of his job as a Spanish teacher this school year. Finn gives a speech about how Mr. Shu and the Glee Club helped him and all the other students.
There's a lot of great teachers at this school who teach their students a lot of important stuff, like how to drive and fractions. But you teach your students how to dream. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing more important than that.
I mean, teaching people how to drive is pretty important. And look, I know maybe I'm underselling the emotional weight of this scene, but I just can't empathize with Will Glees of shit Schuester and the connection he had with his 2 white students that he gave preferential treatment towards. After Finchel's speech, the New Directions sing Queen's We Are the Champions because Glee cannot resist the temptations to do the very first song selection that comes to their mind. And again, this feels so much like a series finale, not a season finale. But it's not even a season finale. We have an entire episode after this one. It's just cheesy and over the top and gives Will's character this whitewashing that he does not deserve even one bit. So let's just move on to the actual season finale. In a previous installment of this YouTube series, someone complimented my correct usage of the word penultimate, a word meaning the second to last. So therefore, this is the ultimate episode of Glee Season 3. Again, not a series finale, but a season finale. One that sees many faces we've come to know and love/tolerate over the last 65 episodes of the show. The seniors include the big players of Rachel, Kurt, and Finn, the misused of Quinn, Puck, and Santana, and the underutilized of Mike, and also Brittany, but we'll get to Brittany when we get to Brittany. We've already seen Glee botch the departures of characters in the past. Ken Tanaka got called fat and then disappeared. Lauren Zeisys got called a fat girl boss and then disappeared. And don't even get me started on Matt Rutherford, who you do not know who that is, I promise you. Let's start our goodbyes and see how they manage the season finale. Though I have a sinking feeling this won't truly be goodbye for some of these characters, if not all of them. We open up with Will walking into the Glee Club practice room with the original 5 members, Artie, Rachel, Tina, Mercedes, and Kurt, reprising their very first performance on the show all the way back in season 1, episode 1, Sit Down, You're Rockin' the Boat. And it wouldn't be Glee if they didn't ruin a touching moment with forced racial humor that completely misses the mark of satire and irony.
That was the most ghetto number I have ever seen.
And just call me George Jefferson because we went from the ghetto to the penthouse. National champs, baby!
Will starts this final lesson by telling the students in the audience that with only a few days left before graduation, he wants the underclassmen to perform a goodbye song to the seniors and for the seniors to perform a goodbye song to everyone else. Naturally, Mr. Shu has first dibs on a song for this lesson.
I really hope you're about to rap.
No such luck. I'm leading by example here. This one, it's for you guys.
And he sings the song Forever Young. Unfortunately, we know it's not going to be the Jay-Z song featuring Mr. Hudson. Partially because Will just said he isn't going to rap, and partially because that song is called Young Forever, not Forever Young. But no big deal. Surely the song he's about to sing is Forever Young from Alphaville, the single they released in 1984 that Jay-Z sampled for his song. I mean, I'm a sucker for 80s synth, so Will doing this song would still be cool as hell.
And in my heart, you'll always remain forever young.
Wait, what? They chose Rod Stewart's Forever Young to cover? Lame. And as his song ends, we get the title card for the episode, the last one of season 3 and of this video. Kurt is walking the halls of McKinley, reminiscing about his early days at the school. He used to be in the closet and was relentlessly bullied because of who he was. And now he looks over his shoulder while at his locker and sees, quote, tadpole gays being themselves in public, unashamed. A lot can be said about Glee as a series, as proven by my season 1 recap script being 45,000 words, the season 2 script being 63,000 words, and this recap script currently sitting at 74,355 words. 356, 357. You get the idea. A lot can be said about Glee, but no one can call into question the positive impact the character of Kurt had on an entire generation of Fox sitcom enjoyers. Bert calls Kurt into the auditorium to give him his graduation present. Not sure why this random senator and adult man would need to do this at a public school during school hours instead of, I don't know, at home where an intimate moment should be shared with your son, but it is what it is. Kurt details their relationship and how far they've come in the series, and in another throwback moment to the first season, aka back when Glee was good, Britt, Glee, and Tina back up Bert as he dances to All the Single Ladies by Beyonce, just as Kurt did in season 1, episode 4. That was his graduation present? Like, I don't know, call me unsentimental, but wouldn't a better gift for someone moving multiple states away be something he could use in real life? Like, Bert can still dance for him in a silly I love you manner, but also throw in something useful and thoughtful, like monogrammed towels?
It's the best graduation gift ever.
Oh, what about those monogrammed towels I got for you?
Oh, you didn't have to get me a gift, silly.
Really? Huh. Blaine wants to speak with Kurt about how their long-distance relationship is going to be hard on them. Kurt idealizes their future. He says they'll manage their relationship and that they'll never break up.
I like you, man. You lie a lot.
Hey, chalk me up as a non-believer of long-distance relationships when you're 18 and 17. Kurt then sings his goodbye song to the club and dedicates it to the men in the room. Yuck!
But I wanted to mostly thank the men in the room who have truly inspired me. You never saw me for the things that made us different. You only saw me for the ways that were the same. Because in this room, it doesn't matter if you're gay or straight. What matters is that we're friends.
Oh, wait, no, this is actually a really sick moment. I was saying yuck to the men in the room, not the moment. You know what, Blake, cut that yuck. Kurt performs Madonna's I'll Remember You. Yum! Oh, was that weird? I meant it like the opposite of yuck. Blake, cut that yuck. Let's take it from the top. Webster's dictionary defines season 3 of Glee as Rachel approaches Kurt and Finn in the halls to tell them that the NYADA acceptance letters are in the mail and are going to be delivered this week. They all make a pact to open Rachel and Kurt's letters together. Next up, Mercedes and Sam tell Santana that the YouTube video Sam posted a few episodes back got the attention of a music producer in LA, and he wants to sign Mercedes as a backup vocalist while she takes extension classes at UCLA. Santana expresses her sincere joy for Mercedes and gives her a hug. Then Mike tells Santana that he got a scholarship in Chicago from Joffrey. No, not from my fanfic earlier, but the Joffrey Ballet.
I was all set to go to Alvin Ailey, and then the Joffrey in Chicago offered me a scholarship.
Oh, Mike, that's amazing. Congratulations. You must be so excited to ditch that Cheerios uniform and put on the one for University of Louisville. Yeah, I can't wait. This is embarrassing.
I'm a star, so what am I doing heading to Kentucky? I'm just as talented as Mercedes, Boy Chang, Barry, or Lady Hummel. Thank God for Mom. She'll know what to do.
Santana goes to dinner with Britt Glee and her mom, who is portrayed by 8-time Grammy Award winner, Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient Gloria Estefan, which is honestly kind of cool that she would come in for this extremely small role in the last episode of a season and not even do like a musical number or anything. Santana's mother, Maribel, comforts her daughter about her sexuality, but fails to be as receptive when it comes to her post-high school desires.
So you just really didn't care? I care that my baby's happy.
I wish Alayla felt the same.
I know. It sucks me, huh? But you don't want a person in your life that doesn't support your dreams.
I don't want to go to that cheerleading program at the University of Louisville. I want to go to New York.
Go to college, Santana. Do what I never got the chance to do. New York will still be there after you've earned your college degree.
We also learn here that Brittany, even though she is a senior, is not graduating, which, I mean, is that a shock? I don't know. Like, I haven't really dedicated much mental real estate into thinking about what Brittany S. Pierce is going to be doing post-graduation, and it seems like she hasn't either.
I understand you got into Purdue University?
Not the university, the poultry farm. Plucker is a steady profession, but I can't go to either because I'm not graduating.
What?
Yeah, I was kind of glad when I found out that I was flunking because it'll give me a chance to do my senior year all over again. And way better. I'll show up to my classes this time. Plus, I'll get to be a 2-term senior class president.
Why are you pretending that this is okay? And why didn't you tell me?
What did you think was going to happen to me? I have a 0.0 grade point average.
Santana uses this information as an excuse to try to stay in Lima. Her mother is not happy with Santana's wishes. Back to goodbyes, Finn leads the New Directions upperclassmen in singing You Get What You Give by the New Radicals. And hey, maybe I'm just in a good mood because I'll be done watching this season of Glee very soon, but I enjoyed this Glee cover. Not more than the original song, but still. It's worth something. As they end, the upperclassmen take a seat as the lowerclassmen now stand ready for their performance. And it was honestly a very impressive and super interesting choreography set that had the students switch places while the song occurred. But we don't get the underclassmen's performance yet because we have to hear more wedding drama between Rachel and Finn. Like, why choreograph that whole thing and then just edge us with no payoff? Let's just hope this next scene is worth it. In the next scene, Finn and Rachel talk about how they can't wait to get married. Okay, sick. Who cares? Surely now we get the lowerclassmen's performance, right?
I'm marrying you and nothing makes me happier. Even if we have to sit in these ugly fold-out chairs. Okay?
Okay. I remember the first day of school this year.
What the fuck is Finn doing here? Like, I fully believe that Ryan Murphy made a pact with the devil to get this show made.
The devil from the Bible.
I don't know how someone who so consistently shits the bed when it comes to creative decisions has had such massive success. But maybe this scene is worth cutting up that choreo. So let's go back to the underclassmen performance, right? Finn talks about how he spent high school unsure of who he wanted to be, but now he's going to get married. Also, Will signed Finn's yearbook. So far, has not been worth the choreo cut.
Finn, wait. I need to tell you something. Something I would rather not have written down anywhere. Please, have a seat. When I first took over the Glee Club, we needed a male lead. I heard you singing in the shower in the locker room.
I'm getting closer than I ever thought I might.
REO Speedwagon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were really good. So I planted the pot in your locker and blackmailed you into joining the Glee Club. It was wrong, and although I can't argue with the results, I've always hated myself for doing it. I'm very sorry, Finn, but I wanted you to know the truth before you left, so.
Oh, shit, hang on. Self-reflection from Will Schuester in the final hours of this season. Surely, this is a scene where Finn dresses down Will for being the manipulative freak he was/is and makes Will consider exactly how he's ended up near the top of the Glee-VIL board in this series so far.
You are so much cooler than I ever thought you were.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. Well, the ending of that scene aside, I'd say that's a pretty good payoff for the choreo cut, so let's see that performance from the underclassmen.
Your graduation gown with the extra long sleeves just arrived. You know, you can have that thing if you want. It's probably the only thing that'll fit in your tiny little New York apartment, but it's yours to have.
Turns out Finn is sad about his dad and not being able to get rid of his dishonorable discharge status. He's upset that going to New York to be an actor isn't going to help honor his father, as this is the last puzzle piece that isn't quite falling into place. Speaking of falling into place, this has got to be time for the underclassmen to perform, right?
Okay, seniors, the underclassmen have something they'd like to say to you.
What? They were ready to say it to them earlier, but apparently this is an entirely different day because everybody's wearing different clothes. So them switching places was just a metaphor of passing the torch, which is still fine, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, it feels like maybe it would have hit harder to have that transition into the younger Glid's performance. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. What the hell do I know? I never created American Horror Story. The lowerclassmen give a tribute song dedicated to Finn specifically, because he is so cool. Feels kind of rude to the other upperclassmen, but go off, I guess. They sing In My Life by the Beatles, and as they end, we close on Puck, looking upset. Quinn's reminiscing is up next. She is happy for all of her friends and what they've accomplished, but she's worried about Puck. She goes to the bathroom and delivers a line I can only imagine is on some boomer's Facebook with attached minions and crying laughing emojis.
This freshman just gave me a hug and told me to never change. Poor thing is too young to realize that change can be so good. Think. If we hadn't changed, we would have never been friends.
Quinn gives Rachel a metro pass from New York to New Haven, Connecticut, so that way they can visit each other, plus 100 gloints to Quinn. She tells Rachel she's happy that she is still with Finn, and Rachel says that she could always tell that Puck was at her best when they were together, leading to this.
It's no use. I mean, my brain is like a roach motel. Once the info checks in, it never checks out. I'm out of here. Don't worry, you still get your brownie patch for trying to help a loser learn something.
I'm not here for a patch. I'm here because I love you.
And I still just wish, for one single moment, this show could have a woman be single. Though I guess this could be like a I love you as a friend thing, so let's check back into this scene.
Oh, no, wait. I'm not worth it. Save it for some Yale guy who deserves your help.
There's nobody that deserves it more. You just have to remember the guy you were when we first met. You're the guy who caught the winning touchdown, the only game the football team won sophomore year. You're the guy that ate that sugar of pepper on a dare.
Didn't even puke.
Oh, you let me kiss you.
I guess it'd be kind of rude if I refused.
You know what, Puckerman? You got this.
Yuck! Noticeably absent so far this episode has been Sue. So we see Roz come into her office as they resume their usual competitive trading of blows.
You and I never gonna like each other, Sue Sylvester. But you and I, we got something in common. We both hate the fact that this school has an idiot for a principal. That's why I propose we join forces and take him down. Well, you think that over, Sue Sylvester, while you nurse your 1,000-year-old vampire baby? You just be sure in the bottle feed, because that baby's gonna use those sharp-ass teeth to bite holes in those saggy old boobs.
I assume that we will get this as a plot line for next season, but why does that seem so familiar? Sue being principal. Oh yeah, that's right, because she was already principal last season and then decided to personally, she just gave it up. Sure, recycle plots, but how can you use a recycled plot as a teaser for the next season when it's something that we've already seen? Quinn talks with Sue as she wants to return her cheer uniform. Sue hands it back, saying she was retiring the uniform and forgive my ignorance once again, but why would they reuse the cheer outfit? I mean, this is the McKinley High Cheerios. It's not like they don't have the budget for new uniforms every year. I understand an underfunded school not being able to replace the uniforms, but the Cheerios canonically are cash rich. They're winners. Sue talks about how proud she is of Quinn and that she knows she's going to be successful in her life. They both cry and hug, saying their I miss yous and their goodbyes. The Glids all gather outside a glassroom to gloate glux gless results. I'm losing my mind at this point.
C-. That's a Buckerman A+. I'm graduating.
Proud of you.
This goes directly into graduation, where we see the Gleaners all walk across the stage and receive their diplomas, all set to Puck and Finn's rendition of Bruce Springsteen's Glory Days. They toss their hats in the air at the end, excited for their futures. Speaking of, Finn, Kurt, and Rachel meet back in the glove room to open their NIADA letters. Also, Finn is opening his acting school letter that I didn't mention until right now, but he applied for acting school.
I didn't get it.
Rachel consoles him as he just begs someone else to open their letter. Kurt obliges.
I didn't get in. I didn't get in.
Kurt, I'm so sorry.
There's no way they're doing this, right?
I got in.
Holy crap, Lois, they're doing this. They really had Rachel Berry be the only one got what she wanted. I mean, just a master class in writing. If you're gonna do a happy ending for so many of these characters, why not give it to Kurt as well? I'm neither here nor there for Finn. I mean, I don't think his happy ending would have been being married to Rachel in New York anyways, but Kurt, come on. However, we do get a little twist in the happy ending.
I guess because in real life, dreams are more complicated than they are in our imaginations. I can't bring Finn to New York. He'll be reminded of his rejection every day. And being there without Kurt would be like remaking Beaches without the Bette Midler character. So I've decided. I'm deferring my acceptance to NYADA for a year and working with the two of them on their applications and auditions to guarantee we'll all go there together next year. I'm actually thankful for this whole mess. I used to think Broadway was my one and only love. I'm so glad something has made me come to my senses.
I wish there was an audible way for me to roll my eyes. I mean, we all know that this isn't going to happen, right? Santana is clearing out her locker and her mom meets her to give her a college fund that she had been saving for the past 18 years. Santana gives it back as she doesn't want to go to college and she feels bad that her mom saved up so much instead of being able to spend it on herself. But Santana's mom gives it back to Santana and tells her to use the money to go to New York and chase her dreams, and they hug. Nice scene. Don't know why it was at school. Really feels like an at-home conversation. Finn and Rachel are then dressed and heading to their wedding. But instead of driving to the wedding venue, Finn takes Rachel to the train station.
Are you joking? Because it's not funny. We're going to be late.
You're on the 425 to New York. Your dads are going to meet you there, and they're going to help you look at dorms at the new school. You're going to spend 4 years of your life there, and you've never even set foot in the place, so.
But I have all year to go and look at it.
You're going to go there in the fall. All right, you're not deferring. We're not getting married.
You don't want to marry me?
I want to marry you so badly I can't go through with it. Yeah, but the thought of you being stuck here for another year because of me, that makes me sick.
No, then come with me. Okay, we can get married in New York and live in a little shoebox apartment together. It'll be romantic.
Do you love me?
Of course I do.
Then tell me the truth and not just something you think I want to hear. Are you 100% sure you want to marry me?
No one is 100% sure of anything.
I am. I am that sure you're something special. That this is just the beginning for you. Okay, that you're gonna do amazing things, but to get there, you gotta have these experiences on your own.
Wait a minute.
Listen to me, you gotta have these experiences your own. I can't have to be there with you.
Wait a minute. Are you breaking up with me?
I'm setting you free.
Oh my God.
Yes, Finn breaks up in Rachel in a scene that was technically foreshadowed all the way back in their first wedding episode when Quinn gets into the car crash where their dads were like, we're going to whisk you away to Broadway when we object at the wedding, and then we're going to take Finn and distract him over here. Finn drops that he also might be joining the military, which again was kind of foreshadowed before, so he doesn't stay in Lima, and he wants Rachel to move on to bigger and brighter things with her life. Finn wants to redeem his father through his own military service. Finn pushes Rachel away to the train after an emotional crying, kissing, and I love youing. As Finn gets Rachel's suitcase out of the car and walks her to the train, a duet of Roots Before Branches by Room for Two performed by Rachel and Finn plays. All of the Glids and Mr. Schuer are at the train station to send Rachel off on her trip to New York. Finn and Rachel share a kiss as she boards. Then they do that cliche Finn runs with the train as it leaves thing, like, you know, from the movies. Rachel arrives in New York and stops on a street corner, taking everything in. Then, credits. And that is the end of the third season of Glee. And I think this end wouldn't piss me off as much if the Finchel wedding arc didn't take up so much time of the last 13 episodes of Glee. For the payoff to be, nah, we're not actually getting married, just feels like a slap in the face. And it's not even subverting expectation or anything, because so many people were like, hey, maybe you two shouldn't get married. So after all of that, the least they could have done is have Finchel get married and be like, see, we are happy. But I have to imagine the Glow Runners knew that the show is failing, and they were desperately trying to create a world where it made sense that Leah Michele, Corey Monteith, and Chris Colfer could still be involved, attempting to hold on to the series regulars that brought Glee into the mainstream just 3 short years ago. That was season 3 of Glee. Some people have commented saying that season 3 is peak Glee or that it's their favorite. I personally don't think the show will ever be able to reach the high that was the first 13 episodes. But that doesn't mean there weren't some great moments in this season and potentially in the future seasons of this series. One highlight for me this season was the storyline expansion of Mike, specifically his Asian F plot. Another was that one transition shot in the prom episode. Going to the Matt Gala was really fun. But, I mean, I guess that wasn't really season 3 of Glee, huh? The lowlights of season 3, however, were plentiful. The focus on Finn and Rachel and their annoying relationship dynamic, Rachel's Nyada arc and her constant self-centering, Matthew Morrison, I mean, the list goes on and on. But enough about that, let's see the gloint totals for season 3 of Glee. We saw 6 different characters end season 3 of Glee in the positives. We'll go over each shortly as a reminder of what they had gone through in the best way a YouTuber knows how, a tier list. At the top in S tier, we have Sam and Bert tied as most glid season 3 at 750 points total. Sam was pulled from being a sex worker back into high school to woo Mercedes and take Rory under his wing, while Bert did what Bert does and was a good father for both Kurt and Finn. A tier sees series newcomer Joe tied with Jesse for 300 glid points, though Joe may actually be a possibly good guy, maybe, while we all know that Jesse is the dictionary definition of little fucker. They're accompanied by Mike and Karofsky, both ending with positive points, but definitely are beneficiaries of lack of screen time in season 3. B tier is the largest tier, spanning from minus 150 gloints for JBI, who didn't get much screen time this season, which I count as a huge plus for season 3, all the way to Principal Figgins and Rachel, who both have minus 500 gloints. Will Schuester himself, who only managed to end with minus 500 gloints, is also in this tier. It seems like as the series has gone on, they really are pushing Will's character to the back burner, which probably signals why he only barely finished in the negative. The C tier has Blaine with minus 650 gloints, all the way down to Becky with minus 2,250. A tier that sees the characters start to do some bad things, like Rory and his manipulation to sleep with Brickley. Though most of these characters' positions are more likely results of small GLEE-VIL actions just adding up, like Artie and Mercedes. D tier is for degenerates, starting with fan favorite Santana with minus 3,900 gloints, and ending with teen lover Shelby with minus 8,500. Santana's character was tasked with just being mean all the time, partly to make the outing of her character seem justified or something. Her points mainly come from body shaming, constantly. Speaking of which, Finn lands himself in this tier for things like outing Santana and giving his vegan girlfriend real meat. We don't really need to explain why Shelby, Puck, and Quinn are here, as their storylines were unfortunately very tied together this season. And lastly, we have the worst of the worst, the spoiled creme de la spoiled creme, the F tier, reserved for the absolute most GLEE-VIL characters the season had to offer. First up, Cooter. Now, he didn't have much screen time, but he worked with what he had to solidify himself as one of the worst people in Glee history. I mean, his negative gloints per minute has to be pretty high, totaling 15,650 GLEE-VIL points. And topping the leaderboard for season 3 of Glee, just barely edging out Cooter, which, what a sentence. We have the one, the only, you know her, you love her, Sue Sylvester, with minus 16,200 gloints, which makes it 3 seasons in a row Sue takes home the top spot. Though admittedly, this was by far the least GLEE-VIL she has been. No implied sexual assaults, no attempted murders, just Sue being Sue as Glad intended. Just good old Sue sexualizing teenagers, body shaming, and being racist. And now comes the time of the video where I total up the entire series of Glee so far so we can really get a handle on who is the worst person in this Ryan Murphy fever dream. But before that, I'd like to take this time to remind you all watching, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, leave a comment, share it with your friends, and consider subscribing to the Patreon if you have the means. Okay. Let's get back to tier listing. It'll maybe be easier to just focus on any big movers and new entries in the series tier list. So Blake, put up the updated series tier list now. We're currently sitting at 39 characters on the leaderboard at this point in the series, some of which will never appear again, and of course there are many characters to come in the future. Speaking of newcomers, the big two are Cooter and Karofsky, who find themselves nestled right into the shouldn't have been allowed within 500 feet of a school tier between Terry Schuester and Principal Figgins. Though to be fair, Karofsky's points mainly came from the previous 2 seasons and were only just added to the list this time around. Another GLEE-VIL newcomer is Sebastian, who is in the gleasonably bad people tier. And while I'm inclined to think this doesn't quite feel low enough for someone like Sebastian, as he is in between Emma and Rachel on the leaderboard, I can't help to think 2 things. 1, this list is based on science, and science is never wrong. And 2, He's just not in the show all that much. 3 other newcomers find themselves in the misguided actors tier, with Rory, Sugar, and Roz all finding themselves next to characters like Bert, Artie, and Tina. These characters aren't fully Glee-vil and could easily find themselves in the positive if they put in the work. And lastly, for newcomers, we have none other than Joe Fart in the Glud people tier. He falls in with 300 Glud points. We'll have to see how long that lasts though, because if this show has taught me anything, it's that the longer a character sticks around, the more likely they are to become Glee-vil. As examples, let's take a look at the series Fallers. These are characters who moved down a tier between seasons 2 and 3 taking place. Both Blaine and Artie fell from being Glud people to being misguided actors. I'm also thinking they'll be falling much more in season 4 of Glee, but that's just a hunch. And lastly, Becky and Shelby both fell from misguided actors down to gleasonably bad people. Becky, becoming a mini Sue type character, sealed her fate, and Shelby, breaking laws surrounding student-teacher relationships, saw her done in just the same. And now, one final thought before we say our last goodbyes is that this season, I gave out 71,000 Glee-vil points across all of the characters. In season 2 alone, Sue had over 73,000 gloints by herself and over 83,000 to Sue in Gleason 1. And I think this is really just indicative of where the show has gone. It's lost direction. There's no more new directions. It's got old directions. What used to be a show heavily relying on satire and over-the-top antics of students and teachers has devolved into a high school-based sitcom afraid to make any of their characters unlikable so as to not taint their marketability, aside from Sue. Let's look at one character to really get across what I mean. In season 1 of Glee, we saw a desperate Spanish teacher at his wit's end, stuck in a loveless marriage, strapped for cash, and longing for his glory days of being in a Glee club, go to lengths such as planting weed in a student's locker to blackmail him into joining his new show choir group, and he was like the main character. So let's compare Will Schuester's character to where he is at the end of season 3. He's now engaged to be wed to someone he has a history of harassing and disrespecting, so there seems to be no downsides for his behavior on that front. He is no longer a Spanish teacher and apparently never knew Spanish, so that was a crazy retcon. Money is rarely, if ever, a plot point anymore, so I guess Lima just pays their teachers well now? And there goes that modicum of social commentary that Glee attempted to do with how teachers are underpaid. And he even apologized for planting the weed. Will Schuester had pretty much every interesting aspect of his character stripped away from him. They even took away his rapping, which, yeah, was cringe, but it made for good TV. You know what I think about the most when it comes to Glee? Will's thong song. The new direction Shake It.
Yo, baby pop, yeah, you, come here, give me a kiss.
Bust It.
Bust it.
These are moments that solidified the show. Hell, even Run Joey Run, a song that was designed to be cringe and over the top, is now just the butt end of a joke and has ex-Glee cast members talking about it like this.
Okay, straight shirt right there. Run Joey Run!
I swear to God, I deleted it from
It would have been really cool to see this in person if she didn't cancel the Nashville show, but I'm not mad. Blake's not mad. We're not mad. Nobody's mad here. You're the one who's mad. I guess my overall point is something that I will reiterate here, and I'm sure will come up again as this series continues. Ryan Murphy does not understand what makes his shows popular. If he did, Glee would not have gone from being on top of the world after season 1 to being nearly irrelevant by the end of season 3. And as someone who isn't afraid to call himself a Glidiot, because I do refuse to call myself a Gleek, that's just sad, because this show has so much untapped potential now, which is not normally something you can say about a show that was given 6 seasons, a movie, multiple canon spin-off books, and an entire spin-off reality TV series. But that's the end of my rant. That's it for Hosh On Season 3. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I'm Josh. The editor is Blake. Say goodbye, Blake. Goodbye, and remember, never stop learning and never stop loving.